Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Investigators are suspecting the involvement of vampires for the fissures eruption, after discovering numerous skeletal remains and bodies drained of blood at the abandoned church near the eruption's point of origin. With the first monster outbreak in nearly 5 years, as well as the sudden appearance of vampires that hadn't been seen in recent times, the citizens are worried that TL had a real trouble with the word. I literally have no idea what it means, other than that it's a church. Google says it's an old church. In the previous chapter, there was a mention of a nameless church, so I went with abandoned. Help, it's more or less accurate. In the middle of sorting out things to throw away and things to take with him, Si-Jin's eyes were pulled towards the images coming out of an old TV. It was a news about the suspected reappearance of the vampires. He unconsciously held tight to the photo frame in his hand after seeing that news. It contained his one and only family photograph, taken the day before he lost his mother. It was a memento now stuck in the boundary between nostalgia and an old, unhealed wound. This faded photograph signified the final day of his childhood he had shared with her. When he thought back to that day, perhaps she must have sensed her own death approaching. That day, the one before what they packaged it as an unfortunate accident. He remembered her unusually bright, yet somehow, unusually sorrowful face. She took the photo with her young son and had the frame made, and in the following morning, she left home for work and never came back. Officially, at least, they said it was a car accident. But even in his young age, Si-Jin suspected something was amiss. If it was indeed a car crash, then her body would not have been that clean, nor would she be that pale. When they were putting her inside the casket, she seemed to be in a deep, peaceful slumber instead. But whatever the case might have been, there was nothing he could do at that time. He was just a 7-year-old, recently orphaned kid back then. Since the government declared the war on vampires 18 years ago, all vampires had temporarily hidden from the world, but this incident serves as a proof that they still operate in underground societies. Si-Jin bit his lip without realizing it. They were just stinking bats, or maybe just trash, or something much worse than that, like pieces of excrement utterly devoid of any redeeming qualities whatsoever. Because they lived off human blood as their sole food source, vampires just could not coexist with the rest of humanity. Actually, it wasn't like humanity acted inconsiderately towards them, not at all. But it was they who betrayed the mankind with the reasoning of animal blood is unfit. TL literally said animal blood is unclean. Thought that under the context, unfit sounded more correct. And now, those mother-king bat bastards were acting up again. Si-Jin clenched his fist and stared at his reflection in the mirror. The kid from 15 years ago who only knew how to cry was not there anymore. Orcs were truly special monsters in that their individual ways of life were remarkably different depending on their rankings. Orcs and orc warriors found in the lowest to low deer hunting grounds never formed packs. They lived lonely lives, only meeting others out of necessity to copulate and to proliferate. So, they didn't use any weapons, and if they did, it was only to the extent of wielding crude wooden things. But the story changed for orcs found in low mid-deer hunting ground or higher. They were similar in a way to goblins in that these orcs gathered in large numbers to form villages. But the difference was that their roles had been clearly divided. Orc scouts with their quick feet, searching for the locations of drinkable water and sustenance, orc warriors and orc jaguars for hunting according to the intel gathered by the scouts, or to fight other monsters, knights and hunters, orc great warriors that safeguarded the village after having accrued experience and wisdom, and the orc chieftain that governed the village itself. Hey, wait a second. Is that SHH? You're right, it's an orc village. Unfortunately, compared to the level of danger posed, an orc's remains didn't fetch a high price. Ignoring the rankings, a lone orc great warrior possessed enough power to fight evenly against a knight of at least an upper mid-tier ranking and above. But even then, the knight's orders would still raid the village of orcs with an unmatched madness. There was only one reason for this: the orc's forge. Today's luck is pretty good. Mark the position in the GPS and let's vamoose. Pronto. Okay. But dude, that's almost a mid-sized village. So how much would it be worth to them? Within an orc village, there existed several rudimentary smithies. One could say that the main job of orcs living in a village could very well be weaponsmiths, as they individually crafted their own weapons to use. That was the reason why the degree of weapons completion differed from an orc warrior, an orc jaguar to a great orc warrior. However, as an orc's smithing skills got better the higher its ranking was, those creatures living without a village down by the lowest and low-tier hunting grounds, as well as those in the villages found within the low-mid-tier hunting ground where the skill levels weren't as impressive, they did not garner much unwanted attention to themselves. I hear the boys at the Dawn Knight's Order pay the best. Last time, they paid plus minus $440,000. But right now, the orc village these hunters were looking at were located in the mid-tier hunting ground. Weapons wielded by the orc jaguars were far superior than those made by the regular blacksmiths, and the stuff crafted by the likes of a great warrior or a chieftain would be comparable to those made by master craftsmen, or even exceed them in some cases. And so, the Knights' Orders raided the orc villages in order to acquire these weapons. Obviously, that was because quality weapons were very important to knights. Even more so, in the case of those possessing excellent magic strength. But it wasn't some selfish, simplistic reasoning of better weapons make you stronger. If a weapon's quality wasn't up to scratch compared to a knight's magic strength, then the weapon wouldn't be able to endure strain and get destroyed instead. Currently, the number of knights ranked upper mid-tier or higher present in South Korea was around 2,500, but the weapons suitable for their levels were estimated to be less than 2,000. It meant that, every time 500 or so knights go out to battle monsters, they would end up being heavily injured after their weapons were rendered useless in the middle of the fight. It was not possible to import weapons from overseas either, since other countries were also under similar sort of situations as well. So, most Knights' Orders placed a fat reward moolah on finding orcs' forges, especially the Dawn Knight's Order, as they were in quite a desperate position. They might be flush with cash, but somehow, found themselves urgently lacking in quality weapons. I finished marking it in GPS. Let's quickly. But there existed a definite reason why the Knights' Orders placed such high bounties on finding an orc's forge. Orcs living in the mid-tier hunting ground placed high importance on the safety of their villages, and could pick up on any minute disturbances if they were equipped with a high-tech radar. Coerera. The mountainside seemed to faintly tremble at the angry roar. That effing son of a. The two hunters ran hard without even glancing back once. That roar most likely would have been from a chieftain ordering other orcs around. If those orcs were chasing after them, then, quang 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 quang. As expected, the foresight of upper mid-tier hunters proved to be correct. With dust clouds and weeds flying everywhere, 4 furious orcs leapt out of the village and began chasing them down. Unfortunately, since the hunters couldn't utilize mana, it was not possible to escape from their hot pursuit. TL, the author used a term to describe the state of the chasing orcs. It could mean agitated, boiling, etc. So I went with furious. Incidentally, Google said it stands for bro. I lolled hard. Do not stop. The hunters never lost help amidst this helpless situation and continued to run hard, but it seemed the heavens had abandoned them as they ended up encountering an even bigger source of despair. That black shape in the tall grasses at first, it was blurry and hard to tell what its identity was. But as soon as they got close enough, hunters could see just what it was. It was the legendary creature that shouldn't be here, the werewolf. The two hunters lost all strength in their legs and plummeted to the ground after seeing the bipedal wolf monster. What a serious bother. At the same time, Jin sighed out as he alternated his gaze between the two hunters squatting on the ground and the 4 chasing orc jaguars. He came here in a hurry after catching a thick smell of orcs, but once more, humans were getting in the way. As this was the mid-tier hunting ground, it seemed that hunters had invested a lot in their equipment, and there were more than a few folks using magical items that eliminated all body odors, making encounters like these a troublesome affair for Jin. Already, he had run into humans 34 times this week alone, and as a result, The rumors of a werewolf roaming the mid-deer hunting ground had spread online on the Hunters Cafe like a wildfire. Why a damn werewolf? Fortunately for him, though, those 4 orc jaguars would be enough to fill his daily hunting quota. Ignoring the hunters drowning in the swamp of despair, Jin kicked with both of his legs and jumped up in the air. The black beast shot up high as if to block out the blue sky above and then descended towards the orc jaguars below. From his sturdy body, the evidence of the skill warrior of reversal being activated could be seen as a simmering red aura. Quack. TL, it's a SFX for a pig's squeal. I tried my best here. First, using the claws that were harder than steel, he pierced the neck of one orc. After its throat got ripped open, the orc died on the spot, but there were still 3 more to go. Jin took a powerful swipe with his arm at the head of another orc. The head separated from the body and bounced away like a basketball. Not even scared by the sight of their 2 comrades falling in the blink of an eye, the remaining orcs focused solely on attacking him. Receiving the implied orders of eliminate all trespassers from the chieftain, there were no other purposes in these orc jaguars' lives other than to carry it out. TL, slightly stumped by this line. The author used here, which kind of means to allude, to imply. But in this line, it didn't make much sense to me. Koaririra. An orc crawled out and struck the beast's arm with a square iron hammer. Honestly speaking, Jin didn't expect the blow to hurt him. The body of the beast mode was several degrees tougher than steel, after all. Goararara. TL, seriously, these roaring SFXs are driving me up the walls. However, contrary to his expectations, it hurt like crazy, enough to make him almost cry. Even riding on the wave of his anger, Jin grabbed hold the neck of the offending orc. As the blood drained out of its green face, the remaining orc tried to save its comrade and attacked him. Puck. Simple and powerful sound of impact. Jin swung the body of the orc in his hand and struck the head of the other one, killing them both at the same time. Still hurts like hell. After finishing the fight, Jin turned around while rubbing the arm struck by the hammer. He was half expecting to see the 2 hunters to sit there dazedly looking at him, but no, they had already made their hasty retreat from the scene, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Oh, not giving up on their lives even when struck down by the momentary terror. As expected, something was different about the upper mid-tier hunters. Admiring their quick wits, Jin walked towards the bodies of the orc jaguars, and while frowning, he inserted his claw into the heart of one. The sensation of piercing past the flesh and touching the heart remained rather disgusting. Still, condition complete, absorb 20 orc jaguar mana stones. The host can now use Orc's innate skill, the smithing technique. Active skill Orc's smithing technique skill proficiency level, F. By synchronizing mana in the host's body with certain metals, rocks and wooden materials, their shapes can be altered at will. Depending on the skill proficiency level, the material that has gone through the process of smithing technique will acquire new hardness and lightness, and also depending on the amount of mana used, desired characteristics can be added as well. Currently, it's impossible to bestow magic effects that are not physical in nature. The skill's effects will differ depending on the values of the following stats: physical strength and magic strength. This skill can only be utilized during the orc form. He learned a completely unexpected skill after the absorption was finished. His head remained upright as he tried very hard to understand what those words meant. It's unknown how orcs refine, manufacture, and forge metals even until now. The temperature of flames found in the smithies within the villages were measured to be, at most, around 1200 degrees Celsius, which is shockingly low. And it is simply impossible to explain how can the weapons manufactured by the orcs possess such high quality by looking at that weak flame. Even the modern-day smithies equipped with bleeding-edge technology failed to shed light on the matter, thus making this question perhaps the unsolvable mystery of this generation. Jin watched the image projected onto one of the walls in the cave with a great focus. It was a documentary titled The World of Blacksmiths, Part 2, The Secret Wonders of Orcs. To get a better understanding of what's what, he even paid a grand total of 50 cents USD to rewatch the program, but hell, he instead ended up realizing that humans knew only a tiny little bit regarding the true nature of monsters. Synchronizing the mana inside my body. Let's just have a go. Although both of his stats, mana affinity and magic strength, had increased a good deal, he just couldn't get to grips with the idea of utilizing mana at all. It was a par for the course, really. In order to wield mana, rather than pure talent, and advanced education administered early on in the life played a crucial role, after all. However, even though he might be using mana, this wasn't a technique to utilize it, but a skill activated from the system. He changed to the orc form, picked up a big rock from the vicinity, and activated the skill. Suddenly, the rock was dyed in the mana's blue color. That was the sound of greatest admiration possible to utter out by the layout of an orc's mouth. Jin fondled the rock wrapped in mana. Mysteriously, the shape of the rock changed according to his hand movement. It became a spearhead when he shaped his hands into a sharp triangle, and when he rubbed it in between his hands, it became a thick string. At the wondrous sight of the rock morphing into different shapes like clay whenever he manipulated it, Jin lost track of time and regressed back to the days of childish innocence and curiosity. Then, maybe 3 minutes had gone past like that. The blue mana infused in the rock dissipated, and its shape solidified into the final form he was making, a star. Smithing technique has been completed. Hardness level, E. Due to the rubbish quality of the finished item, the skill proficiency level has decreased to F. He was left utterly aghast by this announcement. What was supposedly wrong with his star, anyway? 07. The Orcs Forge One Fin. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. I'm gonna go batshit crazy here. Kim Jin was in the midst of busy fondling a rock that had turned into mud clay after he synchronized it with his mana, but then, his anger spiked up all of a sudden, causing him to angrily fling it away. The gap between his imaginations and that of reality was just too damn wide to cross. The human Jin's head definitely held an idea on what he wanted, and obviously he meant to do it well, but really, with the accursed clumsy hands of an orc, it was simply the mission impossible. It sure felt like he was back in the art class during his student days. The image was in his head, and if he drew it like this and that, then it'd work out all right. However, his villainous hands wouldn't allow him to achieve success no matter what. This last line had to be revised, as the author simply said his hands were disabled. Quite literally. That alone would have made him rather irritated to no end, but the message window that popped up right afterwards made his blood pressure skyrocket, even if it was only for a short while. The smithing technique has been completed. Hardness level, F. Due to the absolute worst quality of the finished item, the skill proficiency level has decreased. In the end, Jin reverted back to the human form and screamed out at the top of his lungs while grabbing his head. He wanted to smash apart that stupid message window right now, that kept on telling him his proficiency level would fall when it was already at the rock bottom of F. It had been 20 times already. And during those 20 times, only the negative words like absolute worst, useless, disgusting appeared in the windows. Even though he couldn't get anywhere remotely close to tasting success, his entire body felt lethargic and energyless. It was a signal that his mana supply was beginning to run dry. Jin sighed out roughly while laying down on the ground. And precisely 90 seconds later, Jin suddenly shot back right up. He felt like Archimedes sitting inside that famed bathtub of his. His eyes went round as he shouted out aloud, "Goblin!" He'd activate the smithing technique skill in his orc form and infuse a rock with mana, then change to the goblin form to reshape it. This skill could be activated only in the orc form, but, once activated, it was possible to manipulate the shapes of objects in other forms, as the duration of the skill only depended on the amount of mana used up for the maintenance of the ability itself. To combine the orc's smithing technique with the excellent goblin's craftsmanship skill, wasn't this the greatest combination like ever? He quickly assumed the orc form and grabbed a nice-sized rock from the vicinity once more. TL, that bracketed sentence in the middle of this paragraph is from the author. I did it. A goblin with a single line of tattoo on his forehead slowly sighed in satisfaction. The smithing technique has been completed. Hardness level, E. Due to the excellent quality of the finished item, the skill proficiency level has increased. It was a feel-good message. A deep grin drew up on his lips. What he managed to make this time was a type of a dagger. A small sword made out of stone and its blade fashioned into a crescent moon. As it was crafted from a rock, it couldn't be used as a proper weapon, but still, he was rather pleased with this outcome, as this was the first time since the activation of the skill he did something right. But then, he became dissatisfied all over again. Something's not right, Kim Si-jin muttered to himself. His satisfaction only lasted for a fleeting moment, and now, he wanted to make something even better. This didn't mean blacksmithing was his calling. Something inside him went through an inexplicable change after he absorbed the mana stone of the werewolf, as well as seeing the news about the resurgence of vampires. One could call it an ambition, a notion he had never ever held in his poverty-stricken old life. But the mana stone of the beast that had now become a part of his heart, desired to make his ambitions into reality. Wolf's ambitions had completely been assimilated with his psyche, the resurgence of the werewolf's irreconcilable enemy, vampires, serving as the trigger. However, he was feeling a little lethargic due to the shortage of mana to have another go immediately, so he decided to take a break first and lied down on the stone bed instead. A week later, Si-jin had left the cave and was walking in the middle of the city for the promised dinner with Hazeline. That was when he discovered a signboard that he wouldn't have found interesting before. Taebaek Armory, a weapons shop with a simple name, but the weight of that name was rather quite heavy. Taebaek, it was the name belonging to one of the 17 master craftsmen in South Korea. Si-jin became interested in the store now that he possessed a skill related to blacksmithing, but unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of time left until the meeting with the Dark Elf. An open invitational tournament. So, rather than stepping inside the store, he took a closer look at the poster plastered on the display window. The Fourth Republic of Korea Blacksmiths Open Invitational Tournament, an opportunity to realize the dream of the talented, aspiring blacksmiths. Application requirements: those wishing to become a blacksmith. However, those with the level of artisan or higher are prohibited from entering. How to participate: physically mail the product to the address provided or visit the premise personally to apply. Possible to participate using an alias or in anonymity. Competition process: preliminary screening, first round of judging, second round of judging, and the final. A total of 4 stages. In the final round, audience may participate in the judging process. New equipment must be presented for first, second and the final rounds separately. Content of awards: total prize money of $1 million USTL. I've rounded up quite a bit here. The original amount was just under $885,000. Seems a bit on the low side to me. So, sponsors: Dawn Corporation, Dawn Night Order, Hyunwol Auction House, Raven Knight's Order, etc. We eagerly await the participation of many blacksmiths who are fervently fighting to achieve their dreams. The very first thought emerging in his head after he dazedly stared at the poster was the word debt. The debt he owed Hazeline was $4.5 million US. And then, he thought about the house as well. Now that he could spend nearly half of a day as a human being, he would dearly love to graduate from the caveman lifestyle as soon as possible. He glanced around to see if anyone was looking, stealthily approached the poster, and then, he ripped the poster right off the glass and hurriedly carried it away. Hazeline, who had been waiting for Si-jin in the restaurant, didn't even have enough time to get shocked at his increased size. You brewed all these in just 10 days? No. Took me half a year. I brought the ones I had stashed for a rainy day. More importantly, how much of the debt would they cover? A total of 10 potion bottles, and among them, 2 bottles of a goblin's kindness made out of the powderized fang of a saber-toothed tiger. While Si-jin's expression was slightly bitter as he found it regretful to use up the remainder of the fang, Hazeline's face was full of joy and happiness. After deducting tax, I think around $2.5 million US. So, if you add up with the potions sold previously, there's only around $270,000 left. Still not much. But of course, their conversation was temporarily cut off, because the waiter had brought their food. Looks delicious. Si-Jin spoke as he stared at the thick steak. Hazeline nodded, and carefully stored the potions strewn about on the table inside her bag. Excuse me. Before grabbing the knives and forks, they opened their mouths at the same time. Si-Jin gestured her to go ahead first, so she did. Well, can't you please tell me what perfume you are using right now? Huh? Wait, it's not like that. I don't have any other intentions. I just like that scent, is all. I'd like to sprinkle some on me, and also to smell it in the house, too. Hazeline scratched her cheek and coyly asked him. He made a troubled expression and shook his head. If that's what you want, then you should take me home. It's really not a perfume but my own odor. At his words, Hazeline gazed at him with a sly, knowing look. She was expecting as much, pretending to be not interested, but in the end, wasn't this a tactic straight out of a player's handbook? I'd like to do that as well, but you also know this too, don't you? Us dark elves are sensitive towards our privacy. So if you find it a bit inconvenient to tell me what the perfume is, just a small hint would. I'm telling you the truth. Really, it's not a perfume but my own body odor. Si-Jin was adamant. Hazeline's brows knitted slightly as if she found his unchanging attitude disagreeable, but still nodded her head to show that she understood, albeit reluctantly. I understand. Well, if you insist it is, then surely it should be. Her lips were pushed out in a pout, and anyone could see that she was obviously upset. No, well, if you really want this scent in your home, then you should just take me with you. Si-Jin spoke jokingly after finding her rather adorable like this. Thanks, really, for your suggestion, but I'm fine. Hazeline smiled and accepted his joke, and in this friendly atmosphere the lively conversation never once stopped. The one talking was Si-Jin, and the one listening and laughing was Hazeline. Perhaps she was just trying to get on his good side, but even knowing this, oddly enough, Si-Jin's confidence continued to soar in front of this beautiful woman. The heart that used to beat irregularly whenever they talked face to face, now remained calm, and there wasn't even a trace of nervousness in him. Was this because the effects of a heart of a beast the werewolf saw, or was it the belief in himself, in other words, confidence and pride, had grown? Whatever the reasons were, Si-Jin was really pleased about himself right now. Oh, by the way, do blacksmiths make a lot of money these days? As the thought suddenly floated up, he slightly tested the waters. He figured that, if the skill proficiency level of the blacksmithing technique rose high enough, it'd be comparable to the recognized blacksmiths. No, the very best of the lot, even to that of master craftsman. On top of that, if he combined the goblin's craftsmanship, he'd be able to make products that perfectly married aesthetics and functionality. It was too good a skill to not utilize it. If the stuff they make is good, then yes. But could it be as simple as that? You need to possess some talent with mana if you want to climb up to a certain level in blacksmithing, but if you have enough talent to reach a level of a master, wouldn't be it better to just become a knight instead? It'd get rather boring just hammering away in a sweltering smithy, and as a kicker, you'd need to waste 23 years of your life to knock out a single decent item. Oh, wait a moment. Please. Blacksmiths can utilize mana? Of course. Loading the hammer with mana as they strike down on the metal apparently infuses equipment with it, and higher the amount of mana infused into an equipment, the better. But, I mean, just what is that? Just depending on luck, is all. Hazeline spoke in a disinterested tone, and Si-Jin floated a deep smile of satisfaction. He now figured out the rough cause of why an orc great warrior's weapon was better than an artisan's, and able to compare with a master craftsman's. Blacksmiths depended on luck, somewhat, to infuse mana, but orcs utilized their physical traits to directly wield mana when forging their weapons. "But why are you asking me about that?" Hazeline asked him while thoroughly chewing the meat. "Oh, well, no particular reason. I saw a poster for a blacksmithing competition nearby. By the way, how much is it for a stuff made by an artisan or a master nowadays? Their prices are seriously enormous. There was an axe that was sold recently called the Strength of Rokta. It's a weapon praised by many master craftsmen as well as rated favorably by the critics. Even the mass media played it up, saying it's a birth of a new source of pride for the country. Well, if I remember correctly, the Dawn Knight's order coughed up around $26 million US for the privilege of taking it home." Jin stopped his knife the moment he heard that figure. I see. He calmed his wildly beating heart and replied in a deadpan expression. And about an hour later, Jin returned to his cave in a hurry while being seen carrying a stash of iron ingots. He wanted to buy raw steel but alas, didn't have enough money for that. 07. The Orcs Forge 2 Fin. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. This extra chapter is brought to you by these brilliant and astute individuals: Mikhail M., Christine W., Kenneth P., Caleb R., Tristan B., Jed S., David L., and Valentino W. Thank you for your donations. The smithing technique has been completed. Hardness level D. Succeeded in bestowing special characteristics. Sharpness level C'. Weight reduction level D. Due to the outstanding quality of the finished item, the skill proficiency level has increased from F to D. Oh yeah. TL. The author didn't literally say this, but I was watching the Guardians of the Galaxy before telling this chapter, and Rocket Raccoon is such a bad OS. Kim Si-jin in the goblin form murmured in satisfaction as he stroked the dagger. On the short but sharp and straight blade, an intricate pattern carved out by the 10 minutes worth of the goblin's exacting handicraft skills was visible, and the hilt made out of a rock was perfectly shaped, as well as also being light in weight. Actually, he wanted to make a lengthier and more destructive weapon like a single-edged or a double-edged sword if possible. Unfortunately, with his current mana pool and the proficiency level, this dagger was his limit. No matter how much mana he poured in, the smithing technique lasted only for 10 minutes, and it proved to be really tough trying to make anything longer than a dagger with the tiny ass hands of a goblin during that short period of time. But contrary to how he felt about the process itself, he was really liking this dagger. This could be called a work of art that combined the orc's smithing technique and the goblin's craftsmanship. Of course, since he was the one who made it, there was a little bit of his own pride mixed in there with the evaluation. But then again, the word outstanding did appear for the very first time in the message window. But this is the best I can do right now. He would have preferred to raise his skill proficiency level higher before submitting the item for the tournament, but the last day of submission was tomorrow, so it couldn't be helped. He decided that, since he'd be given another chance to craft something new after passing the preliminary round, he'd diligently raise the level before the first round of judging commences. Kim Si-jin changed to the human form and got up to leave. "Excuse me, can you tell me how I can send types of armament via mail?" Looking like a suspicious person while hiding a dagger in his pocket, Si-jin lingered around inside the post office before asking one of the employees behind the counter. Types of armament? Yes, I wish to participate in the open invitational blacksmithing tournament. It was as if Si-jin was looking down on the employee sitting on the chair as he spoke. That was because he was currently in the human mode of the ebony wolf form, and was 189 centimeters tall as a result. Aha. If that's the case, it should be here somewhere. Please, wait a moment. The post office worker rummaged through one of the drawers and pulled out a sheet of paper. It was the application form for the tournament. You can mail the item after completing this form. You're entering a bit late, though. Most folks came in to apply on the first day of the application period, you know. Oh, well, I was. It took a while longer to make mine. I hadn't made anything in advance like the others. Si-jin sat down on a nearby empty chair. Only things had to be written on the form: his name, his contact details, and his address. He left the name bit blank for now and filled in the rest. As for the most important name part, he found it somewhat burdensome to use his real name, so he jotted down an alias he thought of last night instead. Here, I'm finished. How much for the shipping? The shipping cost is taken care of by the Blacksmiths Association. Oh. Si-jin nodded his head, said his thanks and left the post office. The post office he visited was located in the city center of Gangwon province, so as soon as he stepped out, he was greeted by the throngs of people coming and going. Rather than returning to his cave right away, Si-jin blended in with the crowd and took a walk. He wanted to fully enjoy this partial freedom he had finally earned after swimming inside the misery and despair. SFX for eyes swiveling. He could hear the sounds of people's eyes moving. The freedom earned after the difficult struggle tasted a lot sweeter than he could have imagined, since he possessed an eye-catching athletic physique and a sharp face of an alpha male. The Kim Si-jin of now was quite a different animal altogether from his past. Unlike before, when he had given up on getting the attention of the opposite sex, all he had to do now was to just walk around and ladies would send approving gazes towards him. He even saw someone who consciously made a fake cough and flicked her hair back. It was, in a word, fun. Really? Then, out of nowhere, a strange scent invaded his nostrils. It was a smell of blood with a faint whiff of brass mixed in that was noticeably different than that of a human being. Si-jin turned his head this way and that, trying to locate the origin of this scent. And soon, he found it. A normal couple, a man and a woman, outwardly not at all remarkable. But the origin of that stink of blood was definitely those two. Si-jin slowly moved his feet. Hiding among the crowd, he tailed the couple. He couldn't understand why he was doing this. Only that, he was sure of the need to follow them. It must have been his instincts. And so, in the middle of tailing them, suddenly his eyesight widened. The skill that was woven into his primal instincts, the eyes of the wolf, had seemingly activated all by itself. In this world where every color had gained yet another level of richness, Si-jin could clearly see it. From the couple, no, more correctly, an ominous aura of blood rising from the man, a vampire. The moment he realized this, his sanity wavered. His heart began pounding madly, and his breathing became shallow. The murderous desire of the wolf beast tried to rear its powerful head, nearly causing him to rush out and pummel that vampire's skull into mush. But the human Si-jin endured it, albeit just barely. Not yet. Not yet. Need to wait a bit more. I gotta find the right opportunity to strike. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait for long. The man grasped the hand of the woman and led her into a shabby housing area to suck dry her blood, most likely. Seeing this, Si-jin also moved his feet. As humans monitored the activities of vampire species every second of the day, vampires became very cautious when performing the rituals of blood-sucking. Even though it was troublesome, they hypnotized their victims and drank the blood in indoor environments. This had become the unwritten rule for vampires. The male vampire, Yu Sung-hyun, pulled the woman inside his home while carrying a satisfied expression. That was because this beautiful woman under his hypnosis was about to become his own personal blood bank. For a period of 1 year, he'd suck her blood out periodically until her body rapidly withers away. Lie down. As he commanded, she showed no resistance and lied down on a bed. The sight of her wearing only a single one-piece dress was quite alluring, to say the least. He slowly approached the woman and caressed her body, from her toes to her shin, then from her shin to her thigh. Inch by inch, creeping up ever so slightly. The heightened sense of touch gave Yu Sung-hyun a deep chill down in his loins. He could no longer hold back his desire and was about to push down on her hard, when, knock, knock. There was a sound of someone knocking on the door. For a vampire who had a superior sense of hearing, this was the absolute worst form of hindrance. Like, ever. Yu Sung-hyun's expression crumpled into an unsightly mess. TL, seek block, F. CK. Opening wide his bloodshot eyes, he spat out a swear word. Knock 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 knock. The unknown person continued to knock from the other side of the door. The knocking had now become more aggressive than before. Enraged by this ill-timed obstruction, Yu Sung-hyun growled angrily and stood up. His eyes, burning with a crimson hue, contained a thick killing intent. TL, the author said, enraged at the bad manners. Changed at my discretion. Knock knock. Before the second knock had ended, Sung-hyun violently jerked open the door. His original plan was to drag in whoever it was outside by the neck and rip him apart, limb by limb. You son of a bi-K-Hyuk. But before he could act, a hand of a beast shot out and wrapped around his neck first. Panicking at the sudden attack, Yu Sung-hyun clawed at the arm of the beast repeatedly, but he couldn't even leave a scratch mark on the black fur-covered arm. SFX for a door slowly opening. The half-open door slowly opened, revealing a single man standing there. It was definitely a human. That was, only after disregarding the pair of golden eyes shooting out deathly chilly gazes and the arm that was, without a doubt, belonging to a beast. Kyaeyuk. Those were the final images Sung-hyun would get to remember. SFX for breaking bones. With a horrifying noise of something twisting up, his neck bones cracked into bits and pieces. Kim Si-jin discarded the limp body of the vampire as if it was trash, and closed the door behind him. He had not a single shred of guilt from taking a life. No. It was more like he had stepped on an insect instead. And if he hadn't killed this bastard, the vampire would have committed a murder first. So he felt totally justified for his actions that had saved a human being. He turned his head and checked out the woman still under the hypnosis of the vampire. Fortunately, it seemed like no harm was done to her yet, as she was simply unconscious. Only her clothing was in somewhat of a half-disheveled state. There was no other particular smell beside the dead vampire and the woman in this place, so he reverted his arm back to that of a human's. This was one of the ways to use the beast mode human mode he had uncovered recently, where he could change a part of his body to that of a beast's. Si-jin explored the rest of the house. Whether it was due to the house being so shabby, he couldn't spot any CCTV cameras inside or out. She'll probably call the cops later. Satisfied, Si-jin took one last look at the unconscious woman, and exited the house. And precisely 3 hours later, waking up from the hypnosis, the woman screamed at the top of her lungs before calling the cops. Located in front of the Seoul City Hall, was the Blacksmiths Association. Inside this frustrated, plain-looking building, people were busy sorting out all the submitted armaments for the open invitational tournament. I wonder, will there be anything interesting this time? The best item we got from the last tournament ended up being ranked only around mid-quality tier. The highest knight from the Raven Order, Kim Yurin, asked as she eyed the sorting out process. The association's chairman standing next to her meaningfully nodded his head. It should be okay to expect something good this time around. Firstly, the smithies in the Busan and Gwangju areas are participating en masse, and the direct disciple of the master Kim Tae-baek also sent in his work, saying he'd like to enter as well. Perhaps it's too much to expect a branded product, but it's possible that we might find some high-quality goods. Oh, is that true? Master craftsmen were rather particular about choosing their disciples. Several masters didn't even bother to have one, and the others would have no more than 1 or 2 at most. The government begged these masters with the promise of a greater level of support if they even as much as showed a hint of raising a disciple or 2. But their stubbornness simply knew no bounds. Of course, we let them go through the preliminary already. I'll introduce you to them at a later date. A direct disciple of that stubborn master Kim Tae-baek. Perhaps, is that person who I think he is? Your thoughts are on the money. That hot-headed geezer would have never taken in a disciple, unless it's his own flesh and blood. No, a 19-year-old flesh and blood. That is. Kim Yurin peeked a smile at the dissatisfied voice of the chairman. But didn't he abandon the firstborn, saying he didn't have any talent? I hear he's the last-born. His talent must be quite amazing. TL, the gender of the disciple is not revealed in the raw at this time. Will continue though he until the author clears that up. That's also true as well. Sent in a sword, but, phew, it's rather quite good. As the two of them conversed, the last day for submission was eventually coming to an inevitable close. This is the last one. And finally, one of the employees shouted as he raised a metal box. Can I take a look too? Not a problem. But it'll be better to not expect much. Since products sent in from all the well-known smithies had gone through already, it's probably something not very impressive. Yes, I'm also aware. But still, it is the final one, so I'd like to be there. All right. The chairman smiled magnanimously and nodded his head. Hey, you over there. Hold it. Miss Urin wishes to see it too. T.L. Hume, the author, for some reason, wrote the line like this: baby, better wait for a second. I'm like, what? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. The employee stayed his hands from opening the box and quickly sat up straight. And people started to gather around the desk with the box on top. Not because the employees were interested in seeing the weapon with a potentially low quality, but obviously, to be around the crazily beautiful Knight Kim Urin's presence. Shall I open it? Yes, please go ahead. After Urin had spoken, the employee carefully opened the box. At that moment the box opened. The light from the light bulb got reflected by the blade and stabbed the eye of the employee. Yuck. Ignoring the employee who was busy rubbing his eyes, Kim Urin and the chairman took a look inside the box. Huh? A stunned gasp leaked out from between the lips of Kim Urin. The only reason why she wanted to see this item was because it happened to be the very last one submitted to the tournament and thus had some sort of ceremonial significance. In other words, she also didn't hold any high expectations either. However, inside this box was an unexpectedly good item. Outwardly, it could be called an ornamental dagger thanks to all the intricate carvings, but the sharp aura of mana infused into the short blade was simply out of the norm. The cold, grey blade seemed keen enough to slice anything it comes in contact with. The beautiful patterns on the surface and the smooth, clean hilt roused the flames of greed inside her, wanting to possess this dagger. Urin dazedly reached out and grasped the hilt. It didn't feel foreign at all, and she could hold it so comfortably, as if it was a part of her own body. This familiarity showcased that this dagger was meticulously designed with the physiology of the user in mind. It seems that we might have another good product in our hands. The chairman, also dazed like Urin, muttered while admiring the dagger. Oi, what's the name of the participant? At the chairman's words, one of the employees, who were also stunned into silence by the dagger, hurriedly woke up and fished out the application form inside the box. What there? Why? Something wrong? No, that is. The name is a bit strange, sir. It's the Orc's Forge and the sender wishes to be called Orc in the shortened form. At this terrible name, the chairman's brows narrowed. Although they did approve the usage of aliases as well as anonymity for this competition, but to use a monster's name. It must be a hot trend nowadays, using the names of monsters on their products. I mean, there's the Goblin Alchemist and stuff. Kim Urin smiled brightly as if she found this a pleasant surprise. And, well, since orcs are known to make good weapons, I think it's rather a fitting name. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, rather than the disciple of Master Tabek, can you arrange a meeting with this Mr. Orc for me? What he wrote does sound a bit strange, but I really like this weapon. If I build a personal connection with this person, I think he'll make me an excellent weapon later on. The second sentence in this paragraph confused me greatly as well. I tried to make sense of it and thus didn't try to do a literal TL of the line. Hearing her request, the chairman scratched the back of his head but in the end, nodded his head as if he couldn't help it anyway. If that's what you want, I'll try my best. But before that, we should test this dagger first. It's possible that an artisan or a master could be playing a prank here after deliberately lowering the quality of their work. Yes, of course. Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Chairman. 07. The Orc's Forge 3 Fin. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. This extra chapter is brought to you by these brilliant and astute individuals: Mikhail M., Christine W., Kenneth P., Caleb R., Tristan B., Jedges, David L., and Valentino W. Thank you for your donations. 10 days following the submission of his dagger to the blacksmith's tournament, Si-Jin maintained a regimented lifestyle. In the mornings, he practiced alchemy and blacksmithing technique, and in the afternoons, he went downtown to take a break. Even though he called it a break, it was nothing more than him walking around the city's streets aimlessly, but that was enough to put his mind at ease. And at nights, when the number of hunters and knights were few and far in between, he hunted monsters in the low mid-tier and mid-tier hunting grounds. Most of the time, he hunted in his ebony wolf form's beast mode, but sometimes, he deliberately went out in the orc form too. He did that in order to evolve. Well, the thing was, he ran into a particularly tough wall while performing the smithing technique. As an orc warrior, hardness level D and the skill proficiency level D is the maximum attainable limit. Unfortunately, though, no matter how many monsters he hunted, the orc warrior showed no sign of evolving. Phew. Right now, the time was 11 a.m. Si-Jin put the mortar and pestle down after making 3 bottles of potions. He'd been grinding herbs for so long now, the goblin's tiny little hands were all swollen up in red and everything. The potion crafting proved to be a cumbersome and difficult endeavor. Even though he was blessed with the goblin's craftsmanship skill, its proficiency level was still low, and to repeatedly refine ingredients as well as to compound them to the minute, exacting degree, a great deal of his mental strength and focus was required. Crafting of the element resistance potion has failed. Skill proficiency level will be increased. He often encountered failure whenever he tried to concoct difficult potions. Just as its high price suggested, the element resistance potion was difficult as hell to make. This was his 4th try today, but he hadn't succeeded once. Right about now, he was seriously missing the powder of saber-toothed tiger's fang, as that thing not only doubled as a mana stone but also could greatly bolster the success rate of potion crafting. As he tasted yet another defeat, the strength abandoned him in droves, and the lightheadedness from inhaling the fumes of the ingredients belatedly began to assault him, too. For the sake of taking a break, Si-Jin changed to the human mode of the wolf form and switched on the TV. Without a doubt, proper resting or playing needed to be done in a human's body. Of course, just by being inside this stupid cave, the level of enjoyment he'd derive would be halved, no, maybe even worse than that, but still. Precisely 10 days ago, a man's body was discovered in one of the Gangwon province's rental houses. The victim had died instantly after his neck bones were twisted, and on his neck, imprints of unidentifiable animal claws were discovered. The crack team of detectives investigated the case using that evidence as the lead-off point, until they announced that they have made a surprising discovery. As to what that exact discovery is, can you inform us, Professor Kim? It was a program related to currently trending news topics, taking the already happened event as its topic of discussion. The chat show let the anchor and a panel of so-called experts talk about stuff and present information to the viewers. Si-Jin's ears had to perk up from this show's contents, since it was definitely related to what he had done. Thank you. Well, the identity of our victim just so happens to be that of a vampire. This fact was uncovered by the investigators after they had fast-tracked the autopsy. The decision came about after hearing the peculiar testimony of the first person to find the body, as well as the discovery of several blood packs inside the fridge of the victim. This incident has ignited fierce debate among the public. On one side, there are those arguing that the vampires are a subspecies of humans, so the perpetrator must be caught and punished, while the other side is opposing that view by arguing that vampires are the enemies of mankind to be exterminated and thus there's no need to investigate this matter any further. Also, there are arguments regarding whether the culprit knew the identity of the victim as a vampire and thus committed this act or not. Si-Jin subconsciously leaked a mocking grin. Even after suffering at the hands of these damnable vampires, there still seemed to be morons busy yapping on about respecting the f***ing human rights of these bloodsuckers. No, at this point, he had to suspect whether vampire sleeper cells had infiltrated the human society and whatnot. Bump. It was then, as he thought up to this point, his heart suddenly felt like it was going to explode. The insatiable thirst for murder assaulted his brain. telling him to track down every single one of these bastards and massacre them all. It was a poisonous and powerful hatred born out of the deeply rooted hostility Si-jin carried in his heart, combining with the primal instincts of the werewolf. And that's when he discovered himself busy destroying the floor of his cave with both of his arms changed to that of a werewolf's. This was weird. Totally spooked by this event, he quickly assumed the human form and flipped the channel. Phew, his heart had calmed down somewhat by doing that, but his rage towards vampires wouldn't cool down so easily. Si-jin concentrated hard on the TV in order to appease this boiling anger. Luckily enough, his attention was grabbed by a very interesting program on the channel he changed to. A total number of 33 workshops and 1,308 blacksmiths have entered in this year's 4th Blacksmiths Open Invitational Tournament. He remembered hearing that every step of the selection processes by the judges would be televised. And during the final round of judging, over 1,000 audience members would participate in finding the winner that possessed the mass market appeal and also was acknowledged by the professional users. The previous tournament's preliminary saw only 100 participants making it through, but this year, 208 people have managed to reach this stage, ensuring that we will be blessed with a fierce competition to determine the eventual winner. And right here, inside the main headquarters of the Dawn Knights Order, 20 items selected from those 208 participants are on display. The accomplished knights will lend us their expert opinions on judging these items. Oh, here they are. Si-jin wondered if his dagger was among those on display and looked closer, only to let out a small gasp of surprise after seeing the face of one of the knights there trying to play the roles of judges. To start off the proceedings, we secured the aid of someone that was very difficult to get a hold of. Welcome, the Knight of the Dawn Order, Miss Yu Si-young. It was her, the girl Si-jin saved from the troll way back when. Oh. Yes, hello to you as well. I heard that last week, you were promoted to the ranks of low mid-tier. Now that you are the reigning record holder of the youngest low mid-tier knight ever in history, how do you feel right now? I'm not sure. But as I've agreed to do this first round thing, I would like to concentrate only on judging for now. The Dawn Knights Order got the first dibs on acquiring a single weapon after every round of judging process, thanks to being the biggest sponsor of the tournament. Obviously, as this was just the first round, even the armaments rated low quality would still be rare. But it was still possible to identify the good seedlings from early on. That's why Yu Si-young volunteered and said she wanted to participate in the judging process. She still hadn't found a weapon that could be called her primary just yet. She already had a sword rated high quality that other low mid-tier knights wouldn't even be able to think about touching. But for the granddaughter of the Dawn Corporation's chairman, it simply wasn't satisfactory enough for both her and her grandpa. Haha. Well, then, please score these 20 weapons on display here after giving them your considered opinions, Miss Si-young. The scores you give them will be combined with the scores from other judges and the winners will be decided from that, so please give it your best. Normal equipment used by the knights were divided into the ranking system of lowest, low, mid, high, highest in that order. And on the very top, there were those that exceeded these classifications and achieved the ranks of a branded goods or a treasure. This is the first time the author has clarified one of his ranking systems. Hooray! And BTW, the treasure ranking is a little TL from the raw. We can probably expect that the other ranks and tiers work on the same classification system. So, a low tier knight would use a low quality equipment, and low mid and mid tiers would use up to the mid quality. And the knights of upper mid tiers and above needed at least the high quality weapons or better. Of course, this changed slightly depending on the level of the knights' orders. This bracketed sentence is from the author. Will do. Yu Si-young walked with heavy footsteps and took a look at the weapons arranged in a row. Her judging was super quick and rather strict as well. One look, and she gave 2 points. Another quick look, then a single point awarded. This repeated for a couple of times. The maximum possible points that could be awarded was 10. Pardon me, but if you could just tell us what's on your mind. In a clearly restless manner, The announcer exhorted Se-young, who was too busy stabbing the hearts of the blacksmiths countrywide with a lethal blade while not saying a single word. "Oh, my apologies. It's my first time being on TV." She quickly lowered her head, and then pointed at the item she gave a single point to. "Just now, that sword is too malleable to be of any use. It's the lower than the lowest quality that wouldn't even leave behind a cut on the bones of a skeleton. That's why it's only worth 1 point. I have to wonder how did that get past the preliminary screening. ... Oh." The announcer wasn't expecting an avalanche of praises. Obviously, Se-young's particularly fussy personality was famous throughout the Dawn Knight's Order already. But he didn't expect her to be so ruthless with her put-downs at all. "All right, please, continue with your evaluations." However, wouldn't such a character go down well with the audiences as well? An ice-cold high school girl with a cute face spitting out decidedly harsh judgments. The announcer's face regained its happy bearings and he relaxedly smiled. "And this axe over here, looks like it might break if I slam it down just once." "Oh, it really did break. It's made out of steel, but I think there was a problem with the base material. If not, then, well, the skill of the smith must have been terrible." Ha, ha ha. After that, she continued to pour out more scorn. Se-young never gave out points higher than a 4. The passing criteria for the first round was, at minimum, better than lowest quality, but maybe she wasn't aware of this little fact, as she continued to slap terrible points to all the equipment she saw. And so, her evaluations for the 17 weapons ended in a blink of an eye. When she arrived at the 18th, Se-young's feet that were constantly moving forward, finally stopped still. At this strange behavior, the camera hurriedly closed in and alternated between her face and the weapon that made her stop. "Is this one different from the others?" "Yes, quite different." "Is it okay if I touch it?" "Of course." Se-young picked up the weapon, her eyes sparkling brightly. It was an expertly crafted dagger, the reflections of its sharp blade imparting a chilly sensation down her spine. "And your evaluations are?" the announcer asked, full of expectations. Even he, who was not a blacksmith, could see that this dagger was an excellent item as well. "It's excellent. It's been crafted wonderfully and the blade is really sharp. The carvings on the blade itself are also quite intricate too. And the feeling of the grip is stable and light as well. Most importantly though, it's surprisingly easy to infuse it with mana. On the open market, this dagger would be good enough to earn the ranking of the low, even the upper low quality quite easily. What a pity that it's a dagger, but still, a very good product. It's the best among what's on display here." Se-young spoke to the announcer after examining the dagger this and that for a while. "Is it possible for me to learn the name of the blacksmith who made this? I heard that it's been engraved at the bottom of the hilt." Se-young upturned the dagger and checked the bottom of the hilt. There were exactly 3 English alphabets engraved there. "OK, is this supposed to be Orc?" "The blacksmith has asked to be called the Orc, apparently. ... But isn't the spelling supposed to be O, R, and C? Ha ha. Well, even I'm not. Oh, please assign the points first." Se-young gave it 8 points. "Oh, did you deduct the last 2 points because it's a dagger?" "Yes, unfortunately." "Ha ha. But wouldn't the blacksmith be slightly unhappy if you deduct points like that?" The announcer was making a small joke. But Se-young suddenly became dead serious and contemplated for a bit, before nodding in agreement and changed her evaluation. 10 points. "It's 10 points." The announcer's lips automatically twitched at the sight of Se-young's rather adorable actions, but since she was quite serious about this whole thing, he worked very hard to swallow his smiles down. "That 8 points, it was my mistake, so please edit it out." Ha ha ha. Unfortunately for her, Se-young's gaffe wasn't edited out, and Kim Se-jin was busy bursting into laughter. "I thought she was picky and rude, but I guess she also has an adorable side, too." He felt that she was even more cute now after she had heaped praises on his dagger when she thoroughly rubbished the others so much. Now then, next up we'll chat with Mr. Kim Hyuk-jun, a mid-tier knight from the Audiobook Knight's Order who's been igniting the world of celebrity gossip. Before he knew it, the coverage of the tournament had ended, Si-jin checked the current time, and stood up to leave. It was 1 p.m. Time to go to the city. Oh 07. The Orcs Forge 4 Fin. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The temporary resident of a cave in the monster field, Kim Si-jin was about to utilize the regular exit route for an afternoon out in the city. What he meant by the regular route was that, instead of him changing to the ebony wolf form and jumping over the wire fences and traversing the wilderness that way, he'd assume the appearance of a human and walk out of the entrance exit proper. When utilizing this regular route, he had to go through the so-called rest stop, a large structure built as a shelter. Inside this building, which was the size of the Seoul train station's waiting area, he saw hunters, or maybe knights, going through a final mission briefing before embarking on another hunt. This is where the author referred to this place as reception area in chapter 15. In this place, Si-jin found a familiar face he saw on TV just now. It was Yoo Si-young. With her colleagues around, she was intently listening to the words of a man who looked to be the captain of the hunting team. He tried to figure out if she was nodding her head like that because the hunt she was about to participate in was important, when an army of camera-yielding crewmen descended down on the group out of nowhere. Be rest assured as we got our own knights providing protection, so, please, just focus on hunting as you do normally. We only want to capture your natural actions. Aren't we doing this because the public's opinion on the knight's orders aren't so good right now thanks to the recent monster outbreak? Let's turn all of that around with this reality TV show. Although we're filming only the pilot episode, but still, please remember that this isn't a documentary but a reality TV. Please remember this. Oh, and Knight Yoo Si-young. Yes? Well, it'll be like, since Miss Si-young is the face of the show, so we'll have to focus more on you from now on. A cold expression is okay. No, it's more than okay, but please smile every now and then. That's for the best, you see. If you're cold and distant all day long, the viewers might end up not liking you. So, people would think more favorably of you when an unexpected, bright smile breaks out of all that coldness. Like, she's only cold outwardly, but inside, she's kind-hearted. Like that. Oh, Yoo Si-young had an expression of slight unwillingness, but she still ended up nodding her head, once. It's just them filming stuff for a show. The guy Si-jin thought was the captain of the team, actually turned out to be the producer of the show. Si-jin stood there watching for 5 minutes before moving towards the exit. Actually, he tried to move, but hey, please wait a moment. Yoo Si-young found the current situation not to her liking, but she couldn't do anything about it. It was decided to give access to her life to these media people already. She also knew that, in order to become a highest tier knight in the future, the goodwill of the public would be important, to a certain degree. To follow in the footsteps of Kim Ye-rin, her childhood idol, she was willing to endure just about everything. Please remember, it's not a documentary, but a reality TV show. And Knight Yoo Si-young, she disliked this producer who wanted to package the monster hunts into a reality entertainment TV show, but her father did recommend him, saying the man had the right abilities. She did her utmost hardest to repress the urge to just get up and run away, and reluctantly made her replies. Even after that, though, this guy continued to yap on and on. So, she answered him insincerely while turning her gaze elsewhere. This was the only way for her to endure this torture. And that's how, like fate or even maybe a lie, she found him. Hey, please wait a moment. Cuck. At her sudden outburst, the producer got confused, but Yoo Si-young couldn't care any less even if she tried. She shoved aside the producer blocking her way, then rushed out in front of the man she had been searching for. Is it really him? Now that she was standing before him, Yoo Si-young had to take a moment and wonder. The face was the same, but was his size this big before? Excuse me, you're Mr. Kim Si-jin, yes? From that time. However, the face was definitely the same as the one engraved in her memories. So she worked hard to appear confident. Even if he seemed a bit taller, it was definitely the same guy. I know it's you. Why aren't you answering me? When Sejin failed to reply, she narrowed her brows and stared up into his eyes. She was even more convinced now, even though the question of his height entered her mind again. This man's face was completely embedded in her brain and she would never be able to forget it no matter what. Hell, she even saw it in her dreams several times already. Good to see you again. Kim Sejin thought about playing dumb here, but in the end, he offered his hand for a shake with a smile. After all, she was Yoo Se-young, the daughter of the Dawn Knight's Orders Master, as well as the granddaughter of the Dawn Corporation's chairman. He thought that letting go of this chance to build a personal bridge would be such a waste. Ah, as I thought. Thank you for the time. And as the two of them shared only this much of conversation, suddenly a camera was shoved in his face. Miss Se-young, who is this gentleman? The producer asked, his face brightly smiling in happiness. Well, it was an entrance of a new character. Not just any, but a man, that made the frosty gold spoon female knight go out of her way to offer a warm greeting. The producer planned to shoot some opening sequences in this rest stop, but hell, wasn't this an unexpectedly huge scoop? What do you think you're doing? Get rid of the cameras. Fearing Sejin would escape trying to avoid the cordon of cameras, she grabbed the collars of the producer and shouted in anger. At her unexpectedly sharp reaction, the producer panicked a little. If he got on Yoo Se-young's bad books, then not only in the entertainment industry, he wouldn't be able to find work anywhere on this planet. However, his desire regained its vigor the moment he saw the face of the unknown person, Kim Sejin. This unknown man didn't seem to be too bothered by the presence of the cameras. If anything, a gleam of curiosity could be spied from his eyes. Excuse me, mister? By any chance, is it possible for us to film you for a very brief moment? The TBK production is making a reality TV show about knights. Hey, you. Yoo Se-young pushed the producer back while stealing glances at Kim Sejin. Contrary to her worries, though, he didn't seem to show any discomfort towards the sudden intrusion of the cameras. It won't take too much of your time. It's the opening, and an unexpected but fateful encounter. Stuff like that is good for the ratings, you see. Very good, in fact. Sejin slowly scratched his chin and agonized a little about this. For him to appear on TV, wasn't this one of his childhood wishes? He felt envious, watching those shows featuring cool celebrities and knights, wanting to be just like them. But that was a dream unattainable for a child who was struck down by the sudden twist of fate to become an orphan. What type of show is this? When Sejin nodded his head slightly, a thick smile drew up on the producer's face. But Yoo Se-young frowned instead and had to ask him first. Are you okay with this? Oh, well, actually, it's been a while since our last run-in, so I thought. It's Yoo Se-young. Ahaha. If so, then, we'll start filming for a bit now. It's simple, actually. Just talk to each other, as if we aren't even here in the first place. Well then, we'll be just over there, so don't mind us. Cameras retreated slowly and maintained a comfortable distance. Of course, it was still noticeable, but Sejin did his best to sound natural as he spoke. Shall we go somewhere to sit down and talk? Oh? All right. Good idea. The two of them walked towards the coffee shop located inside the rest stop. Hey, isn't this a huge scoop? Who knew that picky and rude Gold Spooner would be this talkative? The producer and his crew members, as well as other knights, couldn't stop being surprised and astonished by the sight of Yoo Se-young beyond the glass of the coffee shop. She always maintained a cold, expressionless face, and whenever she spoke, it was as if she was throwing rocks out of her mouth with her stiff, officious attitude. The author made a joke based on wordplay here, but please forgive my shortcomings. I couldn't tell it properly. Oops. But right now, sitting there talking to this unknown man, Yoo Se-young seemed different. It wasn't on the level of calling her face blooming brightly, but at least, she was not icy cold anymore. And to top it all off, those cute little mouth of hers busily bobbled up and down to string lengthy sentences instead of her usual short, curt answers. Those who knew her, ended up wondering if that girl sitting over there was indeed the real Yu Se-young or not. "Hey," she smiled. "Did you get that?" "Yep, and it was a close-up shot." "Oh, nicely done." "Nice." "What about audio?" the producer asked the sound recordist. The man in charge of recording sound raised his thumb up, a deep smile etched on his face. "The contents of their conversation are pretty nice as well. Seems like that guy is a hunter, and saved Yu Se-young once before from danger." Oh, and he's a hunter? But a hunter saved a knight? How? They haven't talked about it yet. That part's been glossed over, and they are talking about more mundane stuff now. Oh, wait. Suddenly, the sound recordist opened his eyes wide and let out a loud gasp. "What?" "She just asked him to join the Dawn Knight's Order. She's trying to scout him." "Would you like to join our Dawn Knight's Order? We always welcome a talented person like you, Mr. Se-jin." Kim Se-jin could only grin softly at her serious offer. Wasn't the way she spoke too grown up even though she was still just a minor, a high school student? "I'm grateful for your consideration, but I've made up my mind to stay as a solo hunter," he replied half politely to her. In the beginning, he spoke in a more familiar tone since there was a bit of age gap between them, but she showed signs of not liking that, so he decided to converse with her in the established conventions of honorific speech. The Korean language has a honorific speech pattern which is nigh on impossible to replicate in full in English. This time, the author used title editors speaking half politely instead. As a solo hunter, Yu Se-young's eyes went round as she tilted her head. A solo hunter was a person not affiliated with any organizations or knight's orders. This was pretty rare, even more than the so-called free knights. That's because most hunters couldn't hunt monsters on their own. The author used the word to describe the knights in this paragraph. It means, in this case at least, someone who has not been recorded anywhere, not with any government, not with any body of education or business entities, not even families. So, I'm not aware of simpler English term that can accurately imply such a state other than free, so I used that word. Without a doubt, if it's you, Mr. Se-jin, I guess it's possible. That amazing strength you displayed back then, it was a trait. Yes? Se-jin's body trembled for a moment, but he maintained a poker face and sipped the coffee. Yes, you're correct. If it's not too much trouble, can I ask you what kind of trait it is? At her question, Se-jin pondered slightly, before giving her an ambiguous answer. It's a trait related to physical constitutions. Aha. Thankfully, Yu Se-young accepted his story without a problem. In a way, his attitude made sense, as most knights with traits tried to keep the detailed information of their abilities under the wraps. Oh, and you seemed to have grown taller than before? Must be the result of the trait's growth. Eh? Ah, yes, that's exactly it. This was a more believable excuse than trying to explain via usage of some magical potion, which he should have thought of before. Se-jin hurriedly nodded his head. A trait, you say? Yu Se-young fell into a deep thought while sharply staring at his eyes, almost enough to bore holes in his body. This was one of her habits. When she stared long enough until the other party felt uncomfortable, they would turn away and avoid the eye contact first. However, Se-jin didn't do that. Actually, he found it rather wondrous the way her jewel-like eyes seemed to wiggle around in a matching rhythm with her flowing thoughts. I wonder, although you are a solo hunter, isn't it possible to go out on a cooperative hunt with our knight's order? Your skills have already been confirmed, after all. At her words that came out after a short moment of pondering, Se-jin grinned slightly while nodding his head. Yes, it's possible. That's great. Then give me your contact numbers. Unfortunately, it looks like I need to go soon. I'll give you a call at a later date. Please try to contact me in the mornings. I don't have much free time otherwise. Yu Se-young handed over her phone. Suiting her personality to a T, the phone was jet black and simply designed, the feeling of its metal frame icy. Se-jin saved his home number on the phone and parted ways with her. Whenever he walked around in the city, Se-jin was in the ebony wolf form's human mode. And as he walked around enjoying the attention from the passers-by, he discovered a flyer plastered on one of the street lamps. No, it was more like the flyer discovered him instead. That smell, the thick scent of blood leaking out from that flyer had his eyesight totally under its grips. Recruiting mercenaries for vampire extermination. Your rank's not important. Remuneration favorable. Mercenaries, one of the more famous jobs among those that were born from the entrance of the monsters to this world. However, the purpose of a mercenary was different from that of a hunter or a knight. Besides the fact that they get hired with money, they had to kill people every now and then. Of course, those killed were the targets for elimination designated by the law, such as vampires, naggers, corrupted humans, etc., etc. In other words, the types that harmed the society as a whole. TL, the author used in this paragraph. No context was given, and I'm assuming he means humans corrupted by mana magic, so I went with corrupted. But in modern times, facing fierce opposition from many human rights groups as well as the change in the constitution, the so-called murderers' jobs professions began to slowly disappear. And before anyone knew it, mercenaries, who had lost the meaning to their professional existence, faded away into obscurity as well. However, the mercenaries didn't go extinct. Even though something as important as mercenary ranking system wasn't sorted out until now and remained chaotic, somehow, 13 mercenaries taverns still managed to continue existing throughout the country. Mercenaries that have remained till the end were the bunch of hard men still possessing their original inborn nature, a tenacious, unyielding spirit and unshakable faith. These guys all lost important people to these enemies of mankind, so they would never give up until they get their revenge of ripping out bits and pieces of those damnable bastards. As long as there were those who'd rather choose death over that of losing their meaning of existence drew breath, mercenaries would never completely disappear from this world. Kim Si-jin, who lost his mother to vampires, knew these men more than anyone else. That was why, the beast Kim Si-jin just could not leave behind this flyer looking to find mercenaries to kill vampires. He roughly ripped the flyer off the street pole and shoved it in his pocket. 08. Lickin' the Mercenary One Fin. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. TL, from here on out, raw chapters need to be purchased from the source. I'd like to take this opportunity thank the gracious stoners who have donated so far, and please, keep 'em coming. Haha. In a mercenaries tavern located on the outskirts of Gangwon province. Once upon a time, this establishment was packed to the brim with the voices of drunken mercenaries, smell of strong liquor, sweat, and sounds of fisticuffs. Back then, 24 hours in a day weren't enough for the working mercenaries, and when they were sitting here doing nothing, the master of the tavern reminded them of their shortcomings, all in a good camaraderie. TL, this last line also confused me a great deal. Wasn't sure whether the author was saying the master was telling the mercs off, or it's the other way around. But now, all of that was a distant memory. No one sought out the singularly frozen-in-time mercenaries tavern. A shabby exterior and the worn, broken-down furniture, bottles of strong alcohol going through another stage of fermentation thanks to no one buying them, and an empty wooden board made of cork, bereft of any and all assignments. Like the dying mercenaries, a tavern also forgotten and buried in time. However, regardless how forgotten this place was, there still was one man resolutely looking after it. He was Kim Yu-son, a middle-aged mercenary. Just like every day, he polished the cutlery of the tavern, cleaned the furniture, and brushed up the empty cork notice board, believing that, one day, this board would be choke full of assignments. SFX for an ill-fitting door sliding open. The wooden door's metal hinges made a sorrowful wail as it opened. The half-opened door then made more weak noises before breaking up completely. The man who was trying to open it carefully lowered the broken door down and entered inside the tavern. Dad, you've come. Take a seat. Kim Yu-son stopped cleaning the furniture and went behind the bar to receive his son. It's been really a long time since your last visit here. The son couldn't say anything, even though he had something he wanted to say prepared beforehand, the moment he saw his father's face. Nothing came out of his mouth. As a son, He knew better than anyone what this tavern meant to his father. That's why the son began talking about his current situation, trying to beat round the bush. Dad, I've managed to rank up to a mid-tier knight in the Goryeo Knight's Order recently. My annual salary has doubled as well. Because of that, I've decided to look for a house here in Gangwon. Now that I've got some breathing space, I thought it was a bit of waste commuting from Seoul all the time. TL, ha. Got you. I bet you thought this was RMC. Ha. You naughty author, you. Is that right? Well done, son. Your mother on the other side will be proud of you. The father, Kim Yoo-son, smiled warmly. The son that was looking at his father with sad eyes, bit his lips and lowered his head. That was an event of the distant past, long enough ago to cause the memories to become indistinct now. His mother, his father's wife, the most beautiful woman for both of these people, lost her life in a manner that was truly depraved and utterly filthy, even to her final moments. The day Kim Yoo-son became a mercenary and not a knight was this very day. The son's dream also had changed on that day, too. The son was always proud of his father's dependable back, even if he became a mercenary and not a knight. Didn't matter, he came back late at night, leaving behind a young child alone. Not even when he failed to return home altogether, the boy was still proud of his father. Dad. From now on, let's stay together. Mercenaries. They are not coming to this place anymore. The son was finally able to force out the words he wanted to say in a trembling voice. He knew better than anyone, of all the hard work his father had put in. That was why he raged so much when those f***ing mass media people tried to turn everything his father had done into crime. But now, the times had changed. The war against those bastards. It was now a story from the past too long ago. That's not it. Unfortunately, his father shook his head. At his adamant attitude, the son hurriedly continued with his words. I also saw the news about the vampires. But right now, no, number. That's not it, my son. The father, Kim Yoo-son, gently stroked the son's head like way back when his height was much shorter. I had a dream. You know very well what it means for me to have a dream. Yes. Yes. The son dazedly nodded his head. His father possessed what those great knights call a special power, a trait, a strange power, that was distinctly different from mana and magic. I saw the vampires. I don't know what their end goal is, but they have somehow become stronger than in the past, and are getting ready to unfurl their wings. Even still, that is the job of Knights' Orders now. Mercenaries are number. Knights' Orders fear the public sentiment, and there are a lot more vampires out there than you think, existing in many different places. The son was about to raise his counter-argument when Kim Yoo-son raised his index finger and placed it on his lips. SHH. He gestured his son to remain silent. Right at that time, SFX for an old-fashioned phone ringing. The unfamiliar sound of a ring leaked out from the old phone that hadn't had a reason to cry in the past several years. The father carefully picked the receiver up. Defeated by his own curiosity, the son jumped over the counter and stood very closely next to his father as well. This is the Mercenaries Tavern. Hello. Hello, a heavy voice came out from the phone. I'm giving you a call after seeing the flyer. Yes, it's a difficult assignment. That is why. Just tell me of their whereabouts. I'll take it from there. But then, how will I be able to tell you're successful or not? I'll discard the bodies where they'll be discovered more easily. The media will then do its job. Kim Yoo-son smiled thickly as the conversation flowed exactly as in his dream. Next up, he should deny being a mercenary. Alright. However, there's a problem. I'm not. Just provide me with your mercenary name and a passcode to identify you. That's all I need. I'll take care of registering you as a mercenary. As if the man on the other side had panicked a little, the conversation stopped for a short moment. But not too long after, his name and the password came out accompanied by that deep voice. I understand. 1 week from today, please go to where you found that flyer. I'll leave behind the new information there. Got it. The guy seemed more surprised at Kim Yoo-son's words, but he hung up without inquiring further. Who was he? The son asked, clearly puzzled. "I don't know either," as he lightly replied. For the first time in a long while, the father had to fish out a mercenary application form from a drawer. Back when it all started, in order to apply as a mercenary, a person was required to provide a thorough proof of his or her background, such as a name, age, and the current physical condition. But now, the story was different. Since the industry was dying, the details of an application were left to the discretion of the tavern's boss. Grinning widely, Kim Yoo-son wielded his pen like a sword, and at the totally unbelievable things he wrote down, the son's mouth flapped wide open as well. "What? Wait a second, Dad. An rank? Isn't that the highest rank available? You only had one phone conversation. Wasn't I an A rank before as well? And besides, no one cares about mercenaries' rankings anymore. It's just a set of irrelevant alphabets now." "Okay, fine. Let's say we can make a concession on the ranking, but what is up with that name? By using that kind of mercenary name, isn't it the same as telling the world, 'Come and just kill me'?" At the son's worries, the father simply chuckled slightly. Actually, Kim Yoo-son found the name to his liking. A mythical creature that ripped vampires to shreds. More than that, a lonely but enraged beast that saw the rest of the world as its enemy. "What's wrong with the lichen? It sounds cool and all, Dad." For the first time in his life, Kim Se-jin bought a miracle of the modern world, the mobile phone. And what a wondrous contraption it was! He could activate it by touching the liquid crystal display, and if he projected the screen in the air, then the images became a lot bigger. At first, he got surprised by the projected images from the screen, but he was more or less used to it now. Wow! And now, Se-jin was surfing the web using his phone inside a cafe near the Gangwon province. He paid special attention to neighbor news and entertainment TV, and almost half of all the stories there were related to Yoo Se-young. It seemed like the recently broadcasted episode of first round of the Blacksmithing Open Invitational Tournament had given rise to an ample amount of gossip material. While sipping his coffee, Se-jin slowly read the articles regarding her and all the comments littering the comment section below. "I thought she was unlikable in the beginning, but she was really cute by the end." Upvoted 1093, downvoted 53. "I actually liked her from the beginning. Honestly, don't like it if she was trying to curry favors and say nice this and nice that." What? Didn't Yoo Se-young try to do that at the end with that one blacksmith? "Are your eyes decorations? You bloomin' dinkelebberry." TL, no, the author didn't actually write this. He had the common sense to censor himself. I had to figure out what insult he was writing here, so I improvised a bit. That blacksmith was worth it, that's why. "You numbskull." You can see at one glance that weapon was something else. Didn't you see the close-up shot? Just shut the FCK up if you know Jack T. Don't F-king make me laugh. It's still a low-quality crap no matter how nice it is. Trying to swing your DCK around with your trashy lowest-tier low-tier hunter knowledge. Do you even know anything about weapons in the first place? Yep. This dagger received the official rating of low quality today. I'll go and take a look myself. Don't believe me? Then come yourself, you loser butt monkey bastard. We'll send you a PM, so you better reply. TL, boy. The above exchange was written entirely in Korean slang terms. "Please just kill me already." BTW, that thing means LOL. What the hell? Reading this banquet of weird swear words, Se-jin's brows narrowed slightly. Since he didn't want to read this junk no more, he scrolled down quickly until he found another interesting article. This one was also related to the blacksmithing tournament, but instead of focusing on people, it was about the submitted items. Through the eyes of an expert, evaluating the selected items from the first round of the Open Invitational Tournament, becoming an artisan at a young age of 36 and raising much expectations to himself, the artisan craftsman So Yun-han has given his evaluations on the top 10 entrants out of the 40 that had successfully passed the first round of judging. The steel longsword, submitted by the direct disciple of Master Kim Tae-baek, Kim Soo-han. It's a good weapon. Most of all, the refinement and the steel working is quite faultless, and Smith's blacksmithing skill as well as the important mano infusion, is exemplary considering the level of the judging criteria in the first round. If there is one thing that falls short, then it'd be the fact that the apprentice Kim Soo-han just so happens to be the disciple of the master Kim Tae-baek. This weapon isn't going to 100% satisfy that incredibly weighty expectations. Of course, he could have submitted the worst of his prefabricated items for this round, as there are still second and final rounds to go. If so, then that definitely raises the future expectation on this young craftsman. The evaluation of an artisan. Be mid-low quality. The Iron Dagger, submitted by the ORK, the unknown blacksmith. To be honest, I was quite astonished. I became so curious, I ended up asking about the information of this blacksmith who calls himself the ORK. First of all, the full name of the blacksmith itself is different from the others, the Orcs Forge K. I've no idea why he chose to use such a name, but still, what he had crafted caused a huge buzz in this first round of judging. If you judge it by the criteria of the first round, then it's perfect in almost every way. The only weak link here is the quality of the material used, but the excellent level of mana infusion more than compensates for that. Every knight that saw it praised this dagger greatly, saying it's very easy to infuse mana with the weapon. Well, there is no point in delaying this. Personally, I'd say this dagger takes the top spot in the first round. To think such a wonderful item would emerge so soon in the first round. The future of blacksmithing, and the future of this tournament, is going to be a lot brighter moving forward. The evaluation of an artisan. Upper low quality, low mid quality. Kham. Sejin let out a fake cough after getting somewhat self-conscious by what he had read. Tiring. Suddenly, a text message flew out of the phone. A very business-like, no-nonsense text message was written there. It's Yoo Se-young. When can we meet? He had received Yoo Se-young's message she sent to his home because the mobile phone was synced with the landline there. There's that. But why was she calling him already when it had been only 2 hours since they parted ways? Sejin decided not to reply yet, and stepped out of the cafe. 08. Lickin' the Mercenary 2 Fin. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. It was at night, with a deep darkness descending down like a fog. A man, Kim Ji-han, was walking on an alleyway while talking to a certain someone on the phone. Another one was murdered 3 days ago. Yes, a total of 2. No, I also have no idea. Even the police have no clue, so it's impossible for me to. Yes, both were revenge killings. It's revenge, because nothing was taken after the commission of the crime itself. Yes. Well, I told you I don't know who it could be. I can't even get a feel for this guy. But still, I'm checking out all the mercenary bastards, just in case. I'll let the result known lat. Kim Ji-han suddenly stopped talking. The reason was because of a man standing by the corner of the alleyway. Since the person's back was turned away, Ji-han couldn't see the face, but it was not too difficult to figure that it was a he, judging from the tall height and the athletic build. Please hold on for a second. Don't hang up. Ji-han held the phone in one hand and slowly approached the man. However, an ominous feeling suddenly brushed by his senses. He realized he should not get too close. The instincts of the vampire was busy telling him so. So, he began to carefully retread his steps backwards. Yeah, I'm going now. However, as if to say his worries were false, that man spoke to his own mobile phone and left the alleyway. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ji-han raised his phone to his face. It's a false alarm. The moment he finished speaking, a giant shadow fell upon him from above. He couldn't even utter a single word. Terrifying fangs ripped out chunks of his throat, and monstrous hands tore off his arms away. The blood of a vampire was cold. An icy feeling akin to taking a cold shower enveloped his body. And at the same time, several alert windows popped up. The skill proficiency level for the passive skill Flesh of the Beast has risen from F to D. The skill proficiency level for the passive skill High Strength Wolf's Claws has risen from F to D. The skill proficiency level for the passive skill Predator has risen from F to D. The skill proficiency level for the passive skill The Scent of a Wolf has risen from D to C. Oi, oi. As he was reveling in the ecstasy of his level up, A sound leaked out from the mobile phone that had fallen on the ground. Kim Si-jin lightly stepped on and crushed it. On the following day, Si-jin headed to the coffee shop in order to meet up with Yoo Se-young. The meeting had to be delayed for 2 weeks as both of them were swarmed with stuff to do. Yoo Se-young was waiting for him inside the most luxurious coffee shop in the city. She was sitting alone in a corner of the shop, manning her phone. Even though she still had that youthful feel of a high school girl, there was a sophisticated aura oozing off from her as well. Si-jin carefully approached her and sat on the opposite side. Suddenly, the attention of the surroundings focused here. "Ah, you've arrived? It's been a while," Yoo Se-young spoke in a relaxed manner as she shut the projections off. "Were you looking at something?" "News articles. Another murder of a vampire happened yesterday. I hear this is the 3rd victim already." Si-jin's heart missed a beat there, but he quickly adjusted his mind and relaxedly nodded his head. "Oh, I also saw that. By the what? Why? What is that next to you?" He didn't want to deliberately walk down this conversational path and give himself more pain, so he changed the topic and asked her about the rectangular box next to her instead. "Oh, this. I wonder, will you recognize it if you see it?" Si-young placed the box on top of the table with a strangely excited voice, and with her lips twitching in a barely concealed smile, she opened the lid of the box. Huh? Kim Si-jin was left utterly shocked. However, the reason for that was rather different from what she was thinking of. "Seeing your reactions, you must have seen that program I was in. This is that dagger. The iron dagger with excellent mana infusion." Si-young had a boastful smile on her face. It was as if she was proudly declaring, "Hey, I'm this kind of a woman." This. "How did you get to acquire this dagger?" he asked in a serious manner. He was genuinely, really dying to know. This dagger was, without a doubt, his creation, but it was now in the hands of another person without his approval. Well, the organizers of the tournament did say they would take care of selling the submitted products, but still, they didn't even ask for his opinion. "Our Knight's Order is the biggest sponsor of the tournament, so we can choose one item each round before anyone else can. So, we quickly took away this dagger." Oh, is that right? Then, did you get in touch with the person who made this weapon yet? Yoo Se-young shook head with a regretful expression. "I couldn't. I really wanted to, but strangely, this person wished to be contacted through post only. And the address isn't for home but actually, just a post office in Gangwon as well. I did send him a letter, but seeing that there's no reply yet, he probably didn't receive it." Oh. Now that he had heard her reasoning, the blame lied solely with his memories. He smiled apologetically and scratched the back of his neck. "By the way, does Miss Si-young need something like that? I thought you already possessed better weapons." "Yes, that is true. But this dagger, there is something special about it. Normally, daggers with short blades don't have a good built-in mana infusion, so it's harder to wield mana with it. But this one is different." She said that, and while gripping the dagger, sent in her mana through to it. Shrung. An eerily chilly noise accompanied the mana blade quickly rising out from the dagger's blade itself. "How is it?" "It's great, right? If it's this much, it can more than work as my backup weapon. That's why I bought it." Ha. It's a good purchase. Such an item is hard to come by, after all. Finding her bright, satisfied expression as if she was a kid who just received a new toy rather adorable, Si-jin ended up smiling happily along her as well. "Yes, I also think the same. The carvings on the surface of the blade is also really intricate, too. It's almost like it's a work of art, you know. Even my father was tempted by this dagger." Yoo Se-young retracted her mana and carefully stored the dagger back inside the luxurious box. He felt rather happy for some reason and stared at the box for a bit. Since his work was stored inside a luxurious container, didn't that mean his dagger was also a luxurious item? However, Yoo Se-young misunderstood the intentions behind his gaze. She hurriedly shoved the box inside her bag. It was a rather disconcertingly hurried maneuver. When Si-jin looked at her quizzically, her body trembled for a moment as she avoided a direct eye contact. "Are you worried about me asking you for it?" It seemed like he hit the nail on the head. Yu Se-young's face visibly stiffened, and it was dyeing in the colors of an unwilling defeat. Her expression was like, I shouldn't have boasted about it to him, and after biting her lower lip, she reluctantly opened her mouth to speak. If you want it, I can give it to you. Why, you are my benefactor, after all. Of course I must give to you. If you want it. She inserted her imperceptibly trembling hand inside the bag to search for the box. However, instead of the box containing the dagger, she started pulling out stuff like her makeup, purse, books, a gold bullion. A gold bullion? Something with a rather enormous implication popped out in the middle there, but actually, it was all her ploy to waste time for as long as possible. It's fine. I can't use weapons like that. I can't use mana. Is that true? What a shame, then. As soon as Si-jin said those words, Se-young spat out a big sigh of relief and started shoving all the junk on top of the table back inside her bag. That's that. But why are we meeting here today? When Si-jin asked her for the original reason for the meeting, her eyes opened wide after realizing that she had forgotten all about it. Ah, that hunting. I suggested before that we should hunt together. I should apologize. 2 days from now, I'm scheduled to go out on a hunt. I'd like Mr. Si-jin to accompany me. Oh, it'll have to depend on time. How many hours are you planning to spend hunting? Since the amount of time he could spend as a human was limited, it would not work for him if the hunt took too long to finish. Around 2 hours. I also have other things planned afterwards, so I can't hunt together for too long as well. It's fine. Then Kim Si-jin smiled and reached across for a handshake. 2 hours. There were more than enough people willing to pay a handsome amount just to meet with Yu Se-young. For a person of her status, he was very much willing to invest just 2 hours of his time. I'll see you then. As she began shaking his hand, a black car came to a halt in front of the coffee shop. That was some terrific timing. I'll be going now. Oh, do you need a lift? No. Thank you. I'll be fine alone. If that's the case, then I shall go ahead. Se-young walked upright first and then suddenly, started walking awkwardly as she left the shop. It seemed like she was not used to walking in high heels just yet. Watching those high school girl-like actions, Si-jin smiled slightly before he himself vacated the coffee shop. After separating from her, Si-jin went to the same lamp post where he had found the flyer. As before, there was another flyer there. Outwardly, it was an ad for house for sale, but it was actually the information on his next job, judging by the thick smell of blood coming off of it. Gangwon Province, Hoengseong County, Starlight Apartment immediately available to buy. Call 050102394039. The location was the Starlight Apartment in Hoengseong, and the difficulty was 05. The vampire he took care of yesterday was 02, so in comparison, this one should be 2.5 times more difficult. Si-jin agonized for a moment. He was getting stronger, somewhat, after hunting numerous monsters and absorbing their mana stones, but, as he continued to agonize, the OLED exterior billboard hanging on a building showed a breaking news. Now, we bring you a public announcement from the Special Investigation Division of the police regarding the serial killings of vampires. How do you do? This is Chief Yu Baek-song from the Special Investigation Division of Police. That was the famous Chief of Special Police that even Si-jin knew of. Probably, she was the most famous person in the entire country. Long, white hair, a pair of sharp but also elegant eyes, lips etched with a determined spirit. Outwardly appearing as a beautiful woman, she was the sole divine beast type Sun in South Korea. She was the white tiger, Yu Baek-song, the bloodline that was widely acknowledged as possessing a superior strength than a regular highest tier ranked knight flowed within her. The days of sanctioned killings ended in utter failure a long time ago, leaving nothing but bloodshed and hatred behind. We at the Special Investigation Division, in order to prevent the repeat of the past mistake, will swear to the high heavens to spare no efforts in investigating the series of murders involving vampires. We have determined that all 3 murders were a hate crime committed by a single individual. Even Si Jin felt momentarily pressured by someone as important as Yu Baek-song personally announcing that on TV. And now, as a part of our ongoing investigation, we shall reveal the identity of the prime suspect. Ever since he used the name Lycan, he was prepared to face suspicions from the vampires, but still, his heart had to skip a beat here. But that was just only for a moment. The prime suspect calls himself the Lycan, and he is a human mercenary ranked A, the highest, operating for almost 2 decades now, and his job completion rate at 100%. He is confirmed to be a true veteran among veteran mercenaries, operating only in the shadows, and as a consequence, little if any people know about him. This mercenary even has earned the nickname of the Legend. The highest ranking, completion rate of 100%, a veteran, and a legend, etc., etc. Hearing all that nonsensical description of himself, only then did Si Jin understand what the tavern boss meant by, when he proudly boasted there was no need to worry about the exposure of his identity. The governing oversight of mercenaries had collapsed a long time ago. So, as long as a boss said so, it became truth. On top of that, there weren't any other mercenaries to dispute that as a lie. The boss already fired the first salvo by saying that very few people knew of him, but even without such dissection, mercenaries were strictly independent-minded individuals anyway, so they would hold little to no interest in other mercenaries' affairs. That's all we have uncovered so far. That is why we are searching for those who have worked together with this Lycan in the past 20 years. Citizens, perhaps retired mercenaries. Looks like I'll have to lay low for a while. The fake information on the application form had become a veil that completely covered the truth, but the existence of Yu Baek-song still placed a great deal of pressure. The relationship between a wolf and a tiger was that of a prey and a predator, so there was that, too. Of course, a wolf that grew up completely in an unnatural manner like him would eat up a tiger easily. But Yu Baek-song wasn't just any tiger. She was a divine beast, a bloody white tiger, to boot. 08. Lycan the Mercenary 3 Fin. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. This extra chapter is brought to you by these heroes of humanity: Kenneth P., Emil T. H., Yunhao T., Tyler B., Valentino W., and Dale B. Thank you for your support. According to the current estimates, a total of around 2,000 vampires are living peacefully while consuming the blood of livestock. The government is currently protecting their identities, which helps them enjoy a smooth integration with the society. And the increase in the number of vampires seeking this protection of the government seems to be a fast-growing trend as well. I believe the reason why the Special Investigation Division of the police has designated the serial killings of vampires as hate crime is because the authority doesn't believe they aren't serious enough in nature. However, weren't all 3 murdered vampires drinking the blood of humans? And on top of that, human remains were discovered in their homes. Not to mention, the last monster outbreak near the nameless church was the work of the vampires as well. Of course, those incidents are being thoroughly investigated, as revealed by the investigators themselves. But those incidents and this one is a separate issue. And, even if vampires had committed such an atrocity, the punishment should not be immediate execution. We even established a special communication channel for vampires as well, so this, from the TVs installed inside the waiting area of the rest stop, the conversations that made Si Jin uncomfortable continuously leaked out. From his point of view, he just could not understand. Vampires consuming the blood of livestock, what a pleasant idea. However, the real nature of vampires wasn't like that. Vampires had a totally different origin from the Suns, who had blended in with the rest of humanity by suppressing their nature and even going as far as mating with humans, knowing that their identity might be lost in the process. After all, they weren't being referred to as bats for no reason. worthy. These bastards betrayed others as if enjoying a meal. Mr. Kim Si-jin. Mr. Si-jin woke up abruptly from the thrall of TV's broadcast by the call of the approaching Yoo Si-young. What were you doing? You didn't reply even though I was calling for you. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I was thinking about something else. Let us get going, then. So, which hunting ground did you say it is? The low mid-tier hunting ground, Si-young promptly answered. Si-jin fell into a slight contemplation. Currently, he was acting as a perfectly normal human Kim Si-jin. In other words, his stats were in the lowered state. If he was to do rough evaluation of his rank in terms of the night ranking system, no matter how favorable, a low tier at most. Alright. Sounds good. It sounded about right. A team of a low mid-tier knight and a low tier hunting together in the low mid-tier ground. Oh, by the way, what is your current hunter ranking? Back then, you were ranked a low tier, yes? I rose up by 2 ranks and now I'm a mid-tier. Yoo Si-young's lips became odd-shaped in an expression of admiration after hearing his words. It had been only 4 months. The difficulty of raising the rank by 2 during that short amount of time would have been unimaginably high, no matter whether one was a knight or a hunter. As I thought, your speed of growth is really fast. By the way, is that a weapon on your waist? Oh, this. Yes. I also use a close-range weapon. As you already know, it's because of my trait. But, well, it's nothing much compared to a knight, so it should be better to just think of me as an assistant for today. Back then, I just got lucky, is all. As I have said before, I can't use mana. Like a musclehead, all I've got is my physical strength. Seeing Kim Si-jin speak as if it was nothing much, Yoo Si-young lightly smiled and nodded her head, telling him not to worry. There was a lot of danger lurking around in the monster field. As the instances of sudden monster encounters were rather common, even the knights thought better of hunting solo in a ground with the equivalent rank. Hunting solo in this case meant either a knight moving alone or a knight and a hunter forming a pair to hunt together. I'll help you pile up good achievements today. For the next 2 hours, let's catch 5 monsters, which should be enough. Regardless of the dangers, Yoo Si-young was, outwardly at least, full of confidence. She was full of energy seemingly because she wanted to make up for the defeat of the other day, or maybe to show off the different and improved side of her. Alright, I'll be in your care, then. Si-jin replied with a smile. And with the end of the conversation, the hunt began in earnest. 20 minutes passed as they searched around the low mid-tier hunting ground for a monster, until finally, a faint smell entered Si-jin's nostrils. Northward, 300 meters, one schema. A schema was a skeleton-type monster wearing a special robe. This robe featured an amazing protective coloring ability that allowed the slime monster to blend in with the surroundings and perform sneak attacks that were difficult to avoid. Since it carried around a death scythe constructed from mana, those who had witnessed a schema for the very first time mistook it as the so-called Grim Reaper and therefore, a very powerful monster. But in reality, as long as one was wary of its sneak attacks, it didn't amount to much. But spotting it was terribly difficult, so a schema fell into the category of the troublesome monsters to deal with in the low mid-tier hunting ground. Especially so, for a knight like Yoo Si-young here, who enjoyed going out on a solo hunting. She was mindlessly walking straight towards the monster's direction, never in her wildest dreams imagining that there was a schema waiting for her there. Hold up for a second. Si-jin grasped her shoulder. Yoo Si-young floated a big question mark above her head. Si-jin simply pointed towards the seemingly empty northerly direction. What is it? It's a schema. She narrowed her brows. A schema was nearly impossible for a human to spot. Only a knight with a rank of high mid-tier or high tier could just barely perceive the feelings of danger. I've got a knack for stuff like this. I can sense nearby monsters like a clairvoyant. TL, the author wrote like a ghost. Changed to clairvoyant. Before Yoo Si-young could make a retort, Si-jin picked up a stone and threw it at the schema's position. They said that action was better than words. and seeing it personally would be the best proof there was. Puck. The stone drawing a parabolic line flew until colliding with the empty air. The schemer slowly revealed itself after getting struck unexpectedly on the back of its head by a rock. See, it's your turn now. Charge. Kim Si-jin refreshingly smiled. Yoo Se-young was momentarily lost for words at his ability to find a schemer, but still quickly drew her sword out and rushed forward. Already, the weapon's blade was gleaming in the layer of blue mana. At the sudden attack of its enemies, the schemer raised the scythe to resist, but her sword that cut straight down ignored such a pathetic attempt at defense and cleaved the monster and its weapon in half. Just like her personality, her swordsmanship was straightforward without any unnecessary add-ons. The fatally wounded schemer became a heap of dust as it fell, and on top of this mound of dust laid a brightly shining mana stone. Even though she had oh so easily taken care of the schemer, Yoo Se-young still carried a confused expression on her face as she looked at him. I've got a good perception and an eyesight. Si-jin made an excuse as she continued to gaze at him, but it was not enough to completely dissolve her curiosity. A schemer wasn't a monster that could be located by some perception and an eyesight. But what could she do? The person himself said so. Let's go somewhere else. Kim Si-jin pushed the back of still unconvinced Yoo Se-young and urged her towards the next prey. Their hunting proceeded without a hitch. The commonly occurring sudden encounters never happened once. As soon as Si-jin located monsters, Yoo Se-young would rush out and cut them down. If there was a group of monsters, then Yoo Se-young took the front and Si-jin brought up the rear. The strength of the human Kim Si-jin wouldn't be able to defeat a monster from the low mid-tier hunting ground, but it was enough to buy them some time, which helped Yoo Se-young a lot. Like this, the number of monsters they were able to hunt during the 2 hours together was 15. This was the highest in Yoo Se-young's career, all thanks to Si-jin's ability to locate monsters like a radar. My pockets are full only after 2 hours. I didn't expect this. Looks like we'll make a pretty good bear, don't you think so? TL, the pockets here aren't literally her trouser pockets, as you'll see below. Yoo Se-young spoke as she hefted the expanding pocket full of monster remains. TL, lit. Expanding pocket. I agree. Us too. Work better than expected. Si-jin replied while smiling lightly. At his joking tone, she narrowed her brows and stared at him with serious eyes. I'm serious. Normally, a knight would pair up with other knights or hunters of equivalent ranks, you know, but I don't want to pair up with another knight, as that would divide up the achievements. That's why I paired up with Hayano Oppa back then. Hayano. Oh, you mean that bullet man? TL, not sure whether the author made a reference here or not, but he used to describe Hayano. Although it literally means a man riding on a bullet, I have to let it as bullet man, but in actuality, it's the localized title for the 1988 Hollywood comedy The Naked Gun. If you've seen the original poster for that movie, you'll understand why. Also, no, you're not wrong, the author did make a mistake with the name here. Hayano is a high-tier Baldi knight, while this bullet man is a low-tier hunter named Yundu-han. Yes, you also know his nickname. He's the butler in my house. No, wait a second. Please don't change the subject. So, what do you think about me? Yoo Se-young clearly addressed Si-jin in a manner that, if anyone ever heard only this part of the conversation, it would have splendidly raised a misunderstanding. If any old hot-blooded man heard that, he'd accept the proposition in a heartbeat, full of joy. But seeing Si-jin take his time and agonize over the decision, she sighed out in frustration and continued with her words. Let's just do it together, since it's possible to pair up even if we're not from the same knight's order. We'll divide our earnings 9-1. No, I can do a 10:0 even. Of course, the 10 is for you. This was, indeed, the majesty of the gold spoon. Maybe it was because of the debt of $4.5 million US, or maybe because his greed over wealth had increased. Whatever, the talk of money greatly interested him. Let's aim high and grow together. Yoo Se-young reached her hand out for a shake, her face solemn. She didn't want to let go of someone like him. Initially, she met him to repay the debt of saving her life, but after spending this short amount of time together, She now understood the true value of this man. Normally speaking, there wasn't a lot of hunters with abilities out there, and someone with a detection ability would be even more difficult to find still. No, if it was at a level of spotting a schemer that easily, then the situation was well past being rare now. Even the second-generation Suns that made up their majority of Suns nowadays found it difficult to spot a schemer, as their animal-like senses were noticeably weaker compared to the pure-blooded first generation. TL, this bracketed bit, again, isn't mine, but from the author. On top of this, Sejin's physical prowess was nothing to scoff at, either. She estimated that his ranking would have been in the upper mid-tier, and the only reason why he remained in the mid-tier was probably because of the fact that the required quota of hunting experience had to be fulfilled first. As you may well know, I'm a really sturdy, strong and stubborn golden rope. TL, this line proved to be a weird one to TL. Personally, I think Yoon meant to say, because of her background, our MC better think of riding on her coattails or something like that. Yoon was taught to give precedence to what she needed over what she wanted. And now, the person she needed was standing right in front of her eyes. What are you waiting for? Take my hand. Sejong waved the hand offered and urged him for a shake. Sejin agonized for a bit longer, before laying out a single condition first. Twice a week. 2 hours a day. And please, give me all the recovered mana stones. He then waited for her reply. All right, that's not so hard. With those light words, a bright smile filled with sincerity greeted Sejin. He too assumed a smile and smoothly took her hand. You promise? Let's do a stamp, too. She even tried to do a thumb and index finger stamp. And at the same time, a new alert window floated up to his view. Condition complete. Forming a pair. Acquired the passive skill pleasant voice. Skill proficiency level, FTL, lit. Said nice to hear voice. The host's voice will have a positive effect during negotiations and persuasions, and can evoke empathy in interpersonal relationships. This skill only becomes active when the host is in a human's appearance. Sejin looked at that window, stupefied. It seemed like his belief that skills could only be earned in monster forms was quite wrong. Kim Sejin returned to his cave. A sigh leaked out of his mouth first. It was gloomy and soggy and hard, and his body was itching to leave this stupid place as soon as possible. The proceeds from the sales of potions, should I just ask for a half of it now, and promise to make up for it later? He thought about the proceeds from the potions for a bit. Whatever he wanted to do, he needed a home first and foremost. He was getting this close to making his escape from the stupid cave, but since it was already in the middle of the night, he might as well ask later. He brought out his mobile phone, switched on the internet connection and projected it to the wall of the cave. Why is it all about you, Sejong, again? As he was surfing the net, the activity that had become an indispensable part of his daily routine, he saw that the #1 real-time search result was about you, Sejong. Not thinking too deeply about it, he clicked her name. The very first thing that showed up was articles related to the TV show The Qualities of a Night. Kim Sejin nodded his head, realizing that the stuff shot a few weeks ago had now become another trending topic. It seemed like this type of reality TV featuring a knight going out on a hunt was a first of its kind, and as a character, Yoo Se-young had gone down quite well with the audience. It might have been an average sort of an idea at the least, but if the producer did his job smartly, there was certainly a possibility to do something big with the show. The top trending stories related to her on the website were of fairly simple topics, like, how did her hunt progress, how much hardship did she face during her hunt, and finally, what Yoo Se-young was like. The last one was a bit out of kilter with the others, but the rest had taken up more than half of the coverage and was incredibly popular as well. He found all of them very interesting to read, until he got to see what the 7th real-time trending search topic happened to be. What the hell is this? At 7th, 3 words Kim, Si and Jin was written there. He thought it was someone with the same name, and as he was thinking that, the list of the real-time search topics began to change. And just like that, New words showed up on the 10th. The hunter Kim Si-jin. 09. Changes in the daily life 1 Fin. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. This extra chapter is brought to you by these heroes of humanity: Kenneth P., Emil T. H., Yunhao T., Tyler B., Valentino W., and Dale B. Thank you for your support. Oh, and those who donated after 12th of October, your extra chapters will only show up on next week's Saturday. At first, he panicked. As easily demonstrated here, Si-jin's identity wasn't worth much to dig up. What troubled him more, though, was Hazeline. Under the context of having a friendly relationship, he had shown her his real face, after all. Of course, he was not worried about his secrets being exposed, as dark elves hated meeting people in the first place, as well as placing a huge importance on being trustworthy, but still, he did feel somewhat uncertain, as there had never been a precedence of an alchemist moonlighting as a hunter on the side. But man, this is so weird. Whatever the case may have been, his name, face and the job description was exposed here for all to see in the top portal site of South Korea, neighbor, and he found all these oh so strange. And the photo of his face taken from the side was showing his ungainly chin line as well. TL, to be honest, I'm not sure if I read the last line here correctly. The author wrote his chin from the side seemed fatally jutting out. I took it as MC not liking how his chin is shaped or some such. After becoming a mid-tier ranked hunter at the young age of 22, Kim Si-jin is acknowledged by other hunters as one of the top prospects of the future, having already received the title of the Heavenly Gifted. The journalists seemed to love fabricating stories. He had no clue just who had acknowledged him as a top future prospect. But he had to concede that reading such rumors about himself was a fun thing to do. Likewise, he found the words written in the article itself, as well as the comments in the comment section, rather interesting too. He's got a nice enough face, got a good build, his height is just about right, so he matches up well with Yu Si-young, methinks. Upvoted 983, downvoted 482. Matching up well, my OS. You really think a romance between a regular hunter and an unobtainium spoon is possible? Me agree. The Dawn ain't the name of your pet dog. They are duking it out for the top position in the country. Plus, Yu Si-young is still a sophomore in a high school. Oh, and BTW, what's Yu Si-young's real height? Saw it personally, it's between 159,160. But me thinks she's got a complex about her height, always insisting that it's 164. That was really cute. I told you, it's 164, not 159. Obviously, not every comment posted would be of nicer opinions, but still, he found it fun just reading all the replies. That night, Kim Si-jin stayed awake while reading all the articles related to himself and the accompanying comments sections. In the following afternoon, Si-jin headed to the Yoseon Alchemy House to meet up with Hazeline. Since he was going to ask her for another big favor, he took along 9 bottles of potions as well. He handed the potions over as soon as they met, and he waited until her face was glowing with ecstasy and happiness before bringing up the real reason for his visit today. The rest of the money. Can I repay you slowly over time? Right now I'm running short on funds. Hazeline showed a brief panic, but soon nodded her head with a magnanimous smile on her face. Her reason was simple enough: the alchemist she was going to work together for a real, really long time shouldn't be left destitute. After all, she immediately transferred $1.7 million US out of $4.2 million accrued from the sales of the potions so far. She even added that he could take his time to repay her. Si-jin thought that she was really one cool woman. The persuasion has been successful. The skill proficiency level for the passive skill Pleasant Voice rises, and there was an unexpected bonus to boot as well. As Si-jin was glowing in the satisfaction, Hazeline remembered something and asked him about it. By the way, what was that reality TV show all about? I was really surprised to find that you are a hunter, and also, friendly with the granddaughter of the Dawn Corporation chairman, too. Oh. That's my side job. I was getting a cabin fever stuck in a workshop churning out potions, so was trying to distress when I accidentally ran into Ms. Young. That's about it. Is that true? How mysterious. But well, it really doesn't matter what you do on the side anyways. And with you Young. Fortunately, Hazeline didn't try to dig in deeper. To her, who knew about Jin, it was understandable to a degree since the near-crippled Yu Young was able to quickly recover soon after taking the potion brewed by none other than the alchemist Kim Jin right here. Have the Dawn made contact with him already? While making such wild guesses, she inwardly accepted why Yu Young and Kim Jin were so friendly with each other. It was a totally plausible scenario. No matter what other people said, the Dawn Corporation was the biggest company in the country, and if they wanted to find someone, it wouldn't be hard for them at all. Ah, right. Sir Alchemist, you do know that, by law, direct dealings between people are prohibited, and you must go through an alchemy house, yes? If you receive a sales request, please, you must inform us first. Hazeline was sincerely asking for something that made no sense from Jin's point of view. Huh? Oh, of course, I'll do just that. Kim Jin bought a detached single-unit house near the monster field of Gangwon with the money received from Hazeline. But the house cost him a whopping $1.6 million, instantly depleting his bank account and making him feel bitter inside. The house had 2 floors above ground and 1 basement floor. He decided to use the above ground floors as the living space, and to convert the basement into a workshop where he could do his blacksmithing and alchemy work. With the remaining funds, he went around and bought various furniture. Besides the obvious things like a bed and a set of couches, he also got himself proper potion crafting tools and storage cabinets to store both the ingredients for potions as well as the metal ingots for blacksmithing. Although he purchased so many things while feeling excited for the future, there was still a week left before he could move into his new home. He had to learn the hard way that the dates of buying a house and then moving in could be quite different from one another. After all that, the remaining money was around $2,600 US. Currently, Jin was inside his cave. Inside this dark, gloomy cave, he was concentrating on making the next weapon for the second round of the blacksmith's tournament, which would take place in a week's time as well. He initially thought that once some leeway was found, he'd not want to do this thing again, but no. He was getting really fired up for this. The reactions of the media and the general populace were like a drug to him. He wanted to be praised by them some more. He wanted these people to see his hard work and go bonkers mad with admiration. And his desire helped him to find the true value of the orc's smithing technique, the potential of this incredible skill. And that is the bestowal of special characteristics. It meant, as the words implied, to enhance an armament with special powers. At first, just like those simple-minded orcs, he only thought about one-dimensional special traits like sharper, sturdier, but things were different now. The flexibility, fluidity, flammability, density, melting point, boiling point, electrical and heat conductivity, viscosity, spectrum of color for the materials, absorption of light, magnetism, and etc., etc. There were numerous chemical properties to consider. Depending on the proficiency level, the orc's smithing technique could combine these properties and bestow them. The blade that could bend like a snake to attack the enemy at the will of its user, the whip sword, an invisibility cloak that manipulates the refraction of light to fool the eyes, etc., etc. The possible types of armament he could create through the smithing technique were truly limitless. Of course, the weapons with such added attributes that were made by human smiths could be found every now and then out in the market, but they were simply the results from nothing more than lucky accidents. As an orc, though, Jin could bestow all these special attributes at will. But for now, his skill proficiency level was too low, so he still had a long way to go. There wasn't a single sign of the orc warrior evolving to the next level, and no matter how many mana stones he absorbed, the amount of mana he possessed remained the same as before. The smithing technique has been completed. Hardness level, D. A new attribute has been added, Flame damage level DTL. The author wrote here level D fire start. Since I'm not 100% sure if that's a correct translation, or indeed what he wanted to convey, I'll go with a gamey sounding flame damage for now. Although the degree of completion is exemplary, the current skill proficiency level limit for the Orc Warrior is D, and thus the level cannot be raised anymore. So this is the best I can do. The weapon Si Jin crafted just now was a saber. Beautiful patterns on the surface of the sleek, smooth and ashen-colored blade imparted the feelings of noble elegance. The attributes bestowed to the saber, the flame damage level D, did not mean that flames were literally lit on the blade itself. When a knight breathed mana into the weapon, only then the effects of ultra-high temperature would show itself. In other words, the melting power comparable to a furnace would be added on top of the mana-enhanced cutting power. Here, he was really chuffed at this weapon, completed after dozens of attempts over the last several mornings. But his head was getting dizzy now. So, he promptly lied down on the cold, hard floor and fell into a restful slumber. That night, he dreamt of a dream where he was receiving a lot of praise from the mass media. It was a clear afternoon, and it was finally the day for him to move into the house of his dreams. Si Jin was busy placing the furniture with the aid of the workers from the moving company, when, vroom, the phone he placed in his back pocket silently vibrated. "Let's go hunting today at 2 p.m. It was a text message from Yisi Young. In the 3 weeks following the broadcasting of that TV show, he went out on a total of 5 hunts as a pair with her, and every time that happened, the attentions of the world focused on him. Hell, there was even an incident where another hunter took a paparazzo shot of him and uploaded it to SNS. But Yusei Young didn't seem to mind that at all. She concentrated only on hunting and treated Si Jin no differently from before, regardless of whether they filmed her or not. No can do. In the middle of moving house today, and somehow, Si Jin could speak to her without using honorifics now. From their second hunting onwards, he felt that they have become friendly enough, so he started emitting the honorifics every now and then, but at that time, Yusei Young didn't like it and became rather curt with her response. So, he replied in kind. Initially, he just wanted to test the waters, but then, even Si Jin became stubborn about this matter and ended up not using the honorifics at all for the rest of the hunt's duration. He thought it was par for the course. After all, he was older than her by 4 years. The hunt that was supposed to last for 2 hours was cut in half as a result. Actually, she became pretty peeved and returned home early without saying anything. However, she called him back precisely after a week had passed by. Well, that's how the human relationship generally worked. The one in need would make the approach first. From then on, Yusei Young resolutely endured Si Jin speaking without honorifics. Nowadays, her face color remained the same even if he spoke to her without one. When he asked her how she felt about it, she said that initially at least, she didn't want to see him ever again, but it became unbearably frustrating when teaming up with other hunters, so she gave up and called him in the end. Si Jin naturally felt quite proud of his own skills after hearing her confession. How come? Will take too long to finish up here. But that's no good. I don't have any other free time beside today this week. Let's hunt next week, then. I can't today. During this exchange of texts, it was plain to see who was in the advantageous position. Yusei Young didn't send any more texts as if she got peeved again. Not really caring about that, Si Jin pocketed the phone and went back to work. After all, she'd call him again in her own time. Indeed, this was only possible because this lady knight had become too dependent on the abnormally talented hunter's abilities. Thank you for all your hard work. And finally 4 p.m. The placement of furniture was completed with only 1 hour of human time remaining. This was his home. Even though he had to take on a debt to purchase it, Si Jin was still overcome with emotions and he took his time surveying the spacious house. Each of the rooms here was as big as his one-room apartment. The longer he gazed at his house, the closer he got to shedding tears of happiness. 09. Changes in the daily life to Finn. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Ah, so the Dawn managed to take that potion, too? They aren't messing around, Are they the headquarters of the Raven Knights Order, inside the rest area for the waiting knights? The words of a disappointed knight spread around like an infectious sigh. Inadvertently eavesdropping on the side, Kim Yu-rin's body trembled ever so slightly. Right. They are very aggressive nowadays. Don't forget, they also hit jackpot with this year's blacksmith's tournament, too. They say a lucky son of gun would fall into a lap of a beautiful woman even when tripping over backwards. Not only two unexpectedly great weapons showed up, there's the hidden master, too. That gathering of small fries all of a sudden became a meeting of the masters. Oh, that's right. There was the tournament, too. What was it again? The Orc's Forge? What was it like in the second round? Did you see the item? I didn't see it, but the seniors did, though. And I hear it's pretty incredible. It's supposedly the same rank as the last year's winner, at around mid-quality, even though it has been the second round only. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do but to sit on the sidelines sucking on our thumbs, since the Dawn has the first refusal and whatnot. The male knight massaged his temples, as if the mere thoughts of this event irritated him to no end. That's why the boys from the Dawn Knights Order are strutting around like that, after seeing their irritating mugs. How the hell am I supposed to carry on like this? Their conversation was full of complaints about the Dawn Knights Order's aggressive rise to the top spot. On the side, Kim Yu-rin let out a long sigh and roughly tousled up her hair into a mess. Oh, SHT. If taking into account the end results only, what was happening now seemed like entirely her fault. Firstly, the Goblin Alchemist. This alchemist, who had caused an uproar in the worlds of alchemy and with the knights as well, was in a tight relationship with the Yozion Alchemy House. It was suspected that they had secured the exclusive rights to distribute the Goblin series of potions. And the reason why the Raven Knights Order didn't receive the necessary info regarding the Goblin Alchemist was because of the blood food-like animosity existing between her and Hazeline. Next, the Blacksmith's Open Invitational Tournament. The reason why the Dawn poured so much money to sponsor the competition was to secure rights to acquire the outstanding weapons from each of the judging rounds. If it was in the past, the Raven would have rallied other Knights' orders and opposed this, saying granting such rights was utterly nonsensical rubbish. But the quality of the tournament's participants were in a clear decline from before, so the Dawn was left to do whatever they pleased. Heck, Kim Yu-rin herself argued that investing in other projects with that budget would be a wiser move. However, such an estimation ended up dramatically missing the mark. It was fine even when the apprentice of Master Tabek entering the competition. But then, the Orc's Forge happened. Nothing was known of this unknown person, the gender, age, even the race, but for sure, his sudden appearance was completely out of everyone's expectations. Only yesterday, Kim Yu-rin was there at the second round of judging and personally saw the weapon submitted by this smith, the hotly burning flame steel saber. She was utterly stunned by the gorgeous elegance of the saber, and was left even more speechless at the name modifier she had never seen before in her life. At first, she was puzzled by what this hotly burning flame thing might be, but after testing it for less than 5 minutes, she was able to definitely understand what it meant. And then, she was entranced by it. As she infused mana with the sword, the mana blade took on a crimson hue, and that reddish blade aura boiled at high temperatures. As the quality was only rated around the mid-rank, she couldn't infuse a lot of mana into it, but still, it was an incredible feat that the sword could add the effect of heat to the mana blade. It was a very good weapon. It was so good, the Raven Knights Order just had to take it with them. It was that excellent. Unfortunately, that was just a pie in the sky for her. The issue was the rights to the first refusal. As long as the Dawn Knights Order wasn't made up of dummies, they would definitely choose this saber. At the thought of giving up on this wonderful weapon without a fight, only to obediently hand it over to the people of Dawn, made her lose last night's sleep. You idiot. Stop that. Please. Unable to hold back anymore, Kim Yu-rin began hitting her head in regret when Kim Soo-jae suddenly popped out of nowhere and tried to stop her. How long have you been watching me? Now thoroughly embarrassed, Yu-rin scratched the back of her neck and stared at him. He had a shortish stature and a cute face, But contrary to that young appearance, he possessed a genuine talent that promoted him to a mid-tier knight at a tender age of 23, one of the brighter future prospects of the Raven Knight's Order. Just now, I was training with Senior Jong-suk and wanted to take a short break. Is that so? Yurin let out another long sigh. Kim Soo-jae gazed at her with worry before handing over a cup of warm coffee. Please, don't mind too much about those things. It's not like as if Miss Yurin knew what was going to happen. Anyway, you're right, thanks. She lightly brushed the head of the young knight she found adorable for worrying about her. His cheeks blushed softly at her actions. By the way, you think the goblin alchemist definitely made a deal with the Dawn? Yurin asked while sipping the coffee. Kim Soo-jae came from a prestigious family background. Currently, his father was serving as a judge, and his uncle was the vice chief of the Wizards Association. So, when it came to intel, he should be better informed than her. I also don't know the details, but it's almost a sure thing. Judging by the potions all entering the Dawn's pockets, they are openly being favored, aren't they? Do you know what kind of terms they offered him? From what I hear, the rumors say the Dawn has offered the alchemist his own private workshop and an unlimited supply of ingredients. To boot, that's how we get the non-stop flow of the potions. The goblin alchemist, a genius alchemist who appeared like a meteor. His name might be a little irksome, but the capability and talent displayed were good enough to be referred to as the second coming of Rhodes. On top of that, he was also quite diligent with his work, earning the title of the chief of a workshop by producing over 50 bottles of potions in just under 5 months since his debut. Oh, and a private jet, too. There was a rumor of them buying him a private jet as well. What? A jet? I've got no answer for that. Not even one. I mean, do they have a surplus of money like air or something? She found herself sighing a lot more nowadays. The fact that the country's leading knight's order, the Raven, couldn't have an amiable relationship with the rising star of alchemy, was a fatal chink in its armor. And to think, the blame laid solely with her. Hazeline. However, when a certain person's mug floated up in her mind, Kim Yurin ended up gritting her teeth. Until the end, like a stubborn mule, she was getting in Yurin's way. What an evil ch. Hey, Soo-jae, can you find out something for me? Kim Yurin asked him in a powerless voice. He quickly nodded his head. Of course. Just give me the word. That goblin alchemist. Dig out his identity for me, will you? Excuse me? Soo-jae was taken aback and had to ask her again. Keeping the identities of alchemists were an unspoken rule that had been in practice for a very long time, especially more so for a knight's order, as they had an indelible symbiotic relationship with the potion-making alchemists. Well, it really can't be helped, right? Kim Yurin just couldn't accept this lying down without doing something. The number of times the Raven Knight's Order failed to attend the auction venues for the potions was already way too high, because the alchemy house informed them of wrong dates by a mistake, allegedly. So, she decided that she needed to act, even if it meant clashing against Hazeline once more. Even then, even if you meet the alchemist, what will you do? I don't think we can offer better terms than what the Dawn has offered him. Well, that. Kim Yurin massaged her temples and agonized deeply, before spitting out the only idea that managed to pop up in her mind. Well, let's just hope that Mr. Goblin is a dude. What are you talking about, Miss Yurin? It was just a joke. But the reactions of Kim Soo-jae was something else. He stood right up, his face crumpling in an unsightly manner. Both of his tightly clenched fists were quaking visibly. That. Yurin snorted after finding his current actions where he couldn't even string proper words together rather ridiculous. I was just cracking a joke. You think I'd do something like that? As a highest tier ranked knight of the Raven Order, I feel that I should have a chat with this alchemist at least once. Sitting on our asses doing nothing won't solve anything, after all. Besides the matter of the potions, there are more important things to consider, such as our fame and the pride of being the best in this country. Right, of course. Only then, Kim Soo-jae was able to calm down and sit back on his chair. Check it out for me. We can't let the people over at Dawn take everything away, especially now, when we are conflicting more and more over the issues of the fishers. Will do. But seriously, you wouldn't do that, would you? Kim Soo-jae asked her timidly, like a rabbit. Yurin chuckled lightly and replied, obviously. What do you see me as? Yes. Well then, I'll do my best and see what I can find out. On a certain afternoon, drowsiness brought on by a full belly slowly consumed an ebony-colored wolf lying sprawled on a sofa, making it slowly drift in and out of sleep. But then, a mobile phone went vroom and woke up the creature. Opening its eyes, the wolf extended one of its legs. The paw that looked no different than that of an animal suddenly became a person's hand as it grasped the phone. An incredible weapon came in during this round of the tournament. Would you like to see it? It was a text message from Young. It had been a month and a week after their first hunt together. The number of times they hunted as a pair was 8. Nowadays, she sent him text messages like this quite often. Even if there was no scheduled hunting, she'd message him at least once every 2 days. It was the proof that she and Sejin had grown quite familiar with one another. He stared at the message for a moment, before slowly moving his fingers. What? Is it a weapon from that blacksmith called the ORK or something? Even before he had the chance to put the phone down, the reply rushed in. Yeah, this time, it's a saber, but it's just an amazing thing. There's a special attribute added to the weapon, and when you pour the manu in, it becomes dyed in red and starts boiling. Add that together with the improved cutting power, I think it's going to show off some shocking potential. Regrettably, I couldn't swing it, though. Is it okay to tell me that? Isn't that a spoiler territory? It's fine. A short reply. And then the images of the saber in question flooded his inbox. As if she was taking pics of a delicious food, there were several shots taken from differing angles, and some of them even had filters applied as well. Looks good. Are you going to use this one too? I'd like to, but can't. Others might see it in a bad light. If I wish to take the final winner of the tournament, I have to let this one go. I'm really excited to see what will come out in the finals. Smiles. He felt quite proud when she started praising the weapon. If someone like Young, who was famous for being blunt without caring for other people's feelings, was this enthusiastic, he could expect to see some favorable reactions this time as well. By the way, do you have time this week Friday? I might. What? Another hunt? Yes. Sejin grinned slightly. It seemed that all the messaging to and fro was to butter him for this moment, to ask him out for a hunt. Okay, cool. How about 2 p.m.? Yes, it's cool. Thank you. By the way, you don't have do those emoticon thingy towards the end, you know. I know. Oh, and it's not towards but at. You are fine with the regular grammar, but why do you always get this one wrong? This line had RMC speak in a local dialect, and Young is admonishing him for the grammatical faux pas. It's literally untranslatable to English, so I ended up making stuff up. Please bear with me on this one. My bad. I didn't receive proper education. I'll engrave it to my heart. LOL, it's okay TL. Daijabu, desu. Sejin scratched his head while sighing, unable to figure out whether she was making fun of him or not. 09. Changes in the daily life 3. TL, in case if you're wondering, those bracketed words at the end of Young's messages are supposed to be smiley face emoticons. But in the raw, they are in texts. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. In the low mid-deer hunting ground of the monster field, Kim Sejin and Young were hunting together under a rather nice atmosphere. It had been just over an hour, but her expanding pocket was nearly full with the monster remains. There has been an increase in the number of monsters rampaging around in cities lately. As if she had abruptly remembered it just now, Young opened her mouth as they continued to search for their next prey. Is that right? Yeah. So, Knight's orders have begun in-depth investigations into the matter, but a lot of the stuff must be of a sensitive nature. They've been all labeled top secret. That is strange. Oh, another ebony wolf is hiding over there. He pointed at a bush and spoke. Since it was an ebony wolf, he sort of felt empathy towards it, but well, naught he could do for it now. The rule of the strong preying on the weak was heartless and cruel, after all. All right, I'm on it. It was a surprising thing for a human to spot an ebony wolf, but Young was now more or less used to it. She just replied calmly and gathered mana into her sword. From the expensive sword in her hand, raging mana rose up, quickly forming into a refined blade. Her mana, compared to when Jin first met her, every facet of it had taken a qualitative leap forward. The density of it, the richness of its color, etc. When he asked her how she did it, Young explained that she too possessed a trait which made it possible for her to grow so quickly. Of course, she also chose not to tell him the details of her trait as well. With a loud shout, she kicked the ground and rushed forward. Her target was the ebony wolf hiding in the bushes. SFX for a blade slicing the air. Her smooth horizontal swing sliced apart the tall grasses, and the wolf hidden within issued a short whimper before expiring immediately. Jin lowered his head to mourn its passing without even realizing it. What are you doing? After stuffing the remains of the ebony wolf into her expanding pocket, she approached him while leaking a smile. It's nothing. He hastily made an excuse. Young tilted her head in slight confusion, before pulling out her phone in a hurry to check the time. Looks like I've got to go. It's been only an hour, though. I have to go to the Eden tomorrow for the rank advancement exam. Is that right? The Eden was the name given to the tallest building in the skyscraper-dominated province of Gangwon, often referred to as the Holy Land of the Night. It was the place where the administrative work regarding all things night-related took place, such as the aforementioned rank advancement exam, as well as the education and training of the young, up-and-coming knights. Well, since there's still a bit of time left before my chauffeur arrives, why don't we have a coffee while we wait? Young smiled and made a suggestion. He thought about this for a bit. Right now, it was 3:30 p.m. It was still in the afternoon, and since he was planning to go on a solo hunt later on anyway, there didn't seem to be a reason to be mindful of the time limit here. Yeah, let's. So, he nodded his head. In that case, let's go right away. I hear there's a new coffee shop inside the rest stop called Dawn & Coffee. TL, the name of their coffee shop is written in English in raw. I'm okay with whatever. Don't know much about stuff like that anyways. Well, in that case, you'll just have to follow me. Then they turned around and headed back towards the rest stop. As soon as they arrived, Young dragged Jin and entered the coffee shop. The ordering and paying were Young's job. She expertly ordered at the counter and walked back to their table. When is the driver coming? At his query, Young delayed answering and checked on her phone first. 30 minutes. Around 30 minutes. Her eyes didn't leave the liquid crystal display as she answered. And then, she went silent. Judging from the way how she kept on wetting her lips, she seemed to be a little bit tense. Young was about to go on a week-long training camp from today in the Eden, the Holy Land of the Knights. Even though it was nearly impossible for an 18-year-old to become a full mid-tier knight, she still had to continue attending several of these tests just for her inevitable rank advancement in the future. You nervous? She immediately shook her head at his question. However, her oddly quick answer only served to reinforce the notion of her being tense instead. Nope, not at all. I mean, I'm not even expecting anything. Both my achievements and skills are still very far from being on the level of a mid-tier anyway. If you say so. However, as she implied, her initial nervousness eased with the passage of time. It seemed that, as they drank coffee and conversed, she could sense that her mind had gradually calmed down. You sure do have a nice scent. And 20 minutes had passed. The coffee had cooled down, and the topics of conversation had dried up. As Jin wordlessly checked on his phone, suddenly Young muttered out as if it was in passing. Oh, thanks. But I don't use perfumes, though. I know. I haven't heard of a perfume like that anyway. Young stared at him and lightly grinned. But there's something different about your scent. When I'm next to you, my mind inexplicably calms down. Honestly, Until a short while ago, I was really nervous, you know. But when I keep on breathing in your scent." She stopped her words and carefully breathed in the air. Her demeanor was practiced and careful, as if to impart the feeling that even the actions of sniffing the air could be an act of elegance itself. "Really, it helps me to settle my mind." "I'm sure you weren't aware of it, though. Normally, a person supposedly doesn't know of his own smell, so." "Oh. Yeah, right. I didn't know." Honestly speaking, of course he knew already. It was all because of his passive skill born out of his trait. The scent of a wolf was said to have special effects on their opposite sex. It was likely that Yu Se-young was subjected to this effect at the moment. But still, it's quite faint, so if it's not an enclosed space like this, it's not easy to smell it properly, especially out in the forest. The rank smell of blood and the monsters are far too strong there. "Is that the reason why you wanted to come here?" Yep, that was one of the reasons. As she spoke up to hear and smiled, the phone placed on top of the table vibrated and issued a ring. "Ah, looks like he's arrived. I should get going now." Yu Se-young rose up from her seat, and Si-jin followed her. "Do your best." "Yeah, thank you. By the way, later on when I need your help again, can I bother you for a quick favor?" At her cute lie-made request, Si-jin nodded his head while smiling. At the same time, an alert went off. The skill level of the scent of a wolf has risen from C to C. The strong odor of a wolf, depending on the gender, race, individual taste and characteristics, varied positive effects will be applied. This skill will also remain active during the human form. "Well, I shall go ahead first. And please don't greet me out. My father has also come today." Yu Se-young spoke apologetically, but Si-jin nodded his head in agreement as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. And right after seeing her depart with his own two eyes, he turned back towards the monster field. The real hunting was about to begin. Kim Si-jin's trait continued to grow. He diligently hunted in the mid-tier hunting ground, and with the exception of a handful of mana stones used for potion crafting, he swallowed them all. However, as usual, the problem laid with the evolution. He just could not evolve no matter what. No, he hadn't had found it yet. A goblin witch doctor. TL. The author used the Hanja word for witchcraft and wrote a witchcraft goblin. Obviously that doesn't sound right when read literally, so I changed it to a witch doctor. Kim Si-jin in the wolf beast form silently observed the distant goblin village while lying hidden in the bush. He coincidentally discovered this sprawling village located by the mountainside, and it was fairly easy to discern the types of goblins living in this village. He only had to take a look at those sot-like wooden poles they were carrying. TL, a sot-d is, according to Wikipedia, a tall wooden pole or a stone pillar with a carved bird on top, built for the purpose of folk belief in Korea. It is commonly erected near the entrance of villages to ward off evil spirits as well as to represent villagers' wishes for prosperity and well-being. Those carrying that pole and capable of using witchcraft, the goblin witch doctors. Even though outwardly they appeared to be a bunch of weaklings, all frail and small of stature, their notoriety was high enough to pierce the heavens. Their bad reputation wasn't simply the result of their fondness towards practicing the deadly witchcraft. The thing was, one would find pretty much no loot in their villages after braving all those dangerous curses and conquering them. At least there was a chance of procuring potions when raiding a goblin village specializing in medicine, but well, there was no point in attacking a village full of witch doctors, as that kind of action pretty much signified the old adage of high risk, low return. However, that was applicable for those who saw the monsters in monetary values only. Back then, I evolved after killing a goblin. In all honesty, it was a bit hard to call that an evolution for his goblin form. It was more like him absorbing knowledge and going through an awakening of sorts. SFX for swallowing saliva. Si-jin unconsciously swallowed his saliva. A goblin witch doctor. It was an opponent that the current him would find hard to deal with. Of course, if it was a one-on-one situation, that wouldn't be a problem, but unfortunately, life wasn't so considerate towards his feelings. I need to kill an elite or something stronger. He understood that killing a regular goblin was a waste of time. Just like that time, he needed to kill an elite goblin, the one with lots of tattoos on its body. Using the eyes of a wolf, his gaze pierced further and deeper into the village. The previously limited scope of his sight expanded gradually. The eyesight that didn't know the meaning of the physical imitation continued to expand until he finally spotted a suitable goblin. It was located inside the deepest parts of the village, and it was noticeable due to it performing some kind of a ritual. It also wore a headgear signifying its position as a chieftain, its body playing host to numerous tattoos. That was the one. The wolf's savage lust for battle spread out from his beastly heart and made his body tremble slightly. He briefly thought about the ways to kill that goblin. But well, it was actually quite simple. Really? He'd dash past the mountainside, bite the goblin chieftain to death, and urgently hoof it out of there, from his current position to where the goblin was, using the absolute speed of this beast form. It'd only take 10 seconds. However, he thought there was something slightly lacking with this plan. Goblin's speed in firing off the witchcraft magic was deceptively fast. If he wanted to avoid getting cursed to death, then he had to be faster. He accessed the small pouch hanging on his wrist and pulled out a small bottle of potion. It was a low mid-tier ranked potion called a Goblin's Courage, capable of boosting his physical stats temporarily. The bottle was as small as a speck of dust within the huge palm of the beast, which made it difficult to pop open the lid. So, he just swallowed whole the bottle down his throat. The effects of the potion appeared quickly. His muscles expanded and his body felt hot. Si Jin crouched and took on the starting pose of a sprinter. And finally, he activated the last piece of the doping procedure. The skill warrior of reversal has been activated. All stats rise temporarily. Normally, the skill warrior of reversal aided with the durability and strength, as well as resistance to pain. It had little to do with increasing speed. But for him, he needed that increase in durability and pain resistance right now. The beast's heart could freely control the circulation of blood. If he could momentarily increase the rate of blood flow, then he'd be able to display significant burst of overwhelming power. SFX for beast growling. The blood in his body rapidly circulated like a boiling liquid. As the sensation of his body ready to blow up from the churning heat spread throughout, he felt the unexplainable feeling of the perceivable time slowing down to a crawl. He could clearly see the blowing winds, and these winds rustling the blades of grass. All his preparations were now complete. Right away, he kicked the ground, hard. The illusion of the world twisting apart occurred. At the incredible pressure created by his speed, the atmosphere was being compressed ruthlessly, and every time he took a step, the ground below violently caved in. And when he gained enough speed, he then activated the whirlwind dash. His speed broke past the speed of sound, moving so fast that not even leaving behind an afterimage, the beast was like a calamitous land-bound lightning strike. Dash. In the blink of an eye that didn't even last 2 seconds, Si Jin arrived in front of the goblin chieftain. And before the expression on the goblin's face had the time to change, the wolf's savage fangs shot out towards its neck. Quajik. Si Jin started running again, with the goblin trapped between his jaws. He obviously didn't want to get cursed by dawdling around there. Complete. Tradition of goblins. Inheritance of memories. The host has absorbed the blood of the goblin witch doctor leader type. Now, the host can use goblin chieftain's witchcraft. The witchcraft that can be used will be dependent on the stat, magic strength, spiritualization skill proficiency level, F. Matter can be turned into spirit forms and stored inside the host's body. When a matter is stored in the host's body as a spirit, 30% of the matter's original characteristics will be granted to the host. The curse of binding. Skill proficiency level, F. By sacrificing his own blood, the host can restrain a target. Magic tattoos skill proficiency level, F. The host can use liquids from potions, blood of the others or even liquefied mana to inscribe magic tattoos on his or others' body. The magic tattoos will show differing effects depending on the base ingredients used. These messages popped up. Kim Si-jin ran while carrying a thick smile on his face. The spiritualization, what a great skill he earned just now. No, should it be called witchcraft? Instead, whatever the case may have been, he was more than satisfied to turn things into spirits and store them in his body, which would in turn grant him increased stats. Didn't that mean a new way to utilize his equipment from now on had appeared? On top of that, the magic tattoos also had seemingly no limit as to how it could be used in the future. SFX for a beast growling. Si-jin quickly arrived at the banks of a stream with very little trace of human activity and lowered the dead goblin down in order to search for the loot. However, his left arm wouldn't move. Confused, he took a look at his left arm, and from his arm, a black aura was rising up like a steam. It was a curse. SHT. The F-King Goblin still managed to curse him in that short amount of time. Today, he got to engrave it onto his bones, while the countless knights and hunters did their best to avoid confronting the goblin witch doctors. 10. The Quickening 1 Fin. Chapter 32. 10. The Quickening 2. As soon as he came back home, Si-jin scoured the internet to find the cure for the goblin's curse. There were two ways to deal with it. One was to find a wizard specializing in buffing magic to cast the purification spell, or to wait for the curse to naturally dissipate all on its own. The former option took around 4 days to cure, but it would cost him a pretty penny, while the latter required him to wait around for a minimum of 3 weeks. Hello, Miss Hazeline. That's why he called Hazeline first. He figured that the professions of alchemists and wizards had to have some kind of relationship with each other. Oh, it's you, Mr. Si-jin. What's up? Fortunately for him, she happily greeted him while extending the end of her sentence. Ah, that is, I was. Si-jin significantly shortened the event as much as possible and explained it to her. As he was out hunting in the low mid-deer hunting ground, he encountered a wayward goblin witch doctor and ended up getting cursed by it. Oh my gosh, really? And it's your arm, of all things. It's a big trouble, that thing. Oh, but I'm currently in the airport getting ready to head overseas on another assignment right now. What should we do? Maybe you know some other wizard that can help me? I do know someone. But, will that be fine? Hazeline carefully asked him. Most alchemists hate it, like a pathological illness, letting other people into their homes. However, Si-jin didn't suffer from such inflictions. Yes, I'll be fine. Ah, if you say so. I'll send a wizard who's my junior to your home. Don't worry about a thing and just wait for him to show up later. Ah, and I won't tell him that you're an alchemist, so you should also watch what you say around him. Alright. Thank you so much. Well, I didn't have to worry at all, then. I should have just called you the first thing. Hee. It'll be fine. Then, please wait for him. The call ended with the friendly words from Hazeline. It looked like that this curse might be taken care of much easier than he thought. Now that he didn't have to worry about the dang thing anymore, Si-jin put the phone down and headed to the basement. It was the time to check out the witchcraft techniques he earned after killing that boss goblin. The spacious basement was divided into left and right workshops. The one on the left was the alchemy workshop, packed with tools, ingredients and mana stones for potion crafting, while the right side featured a sofa, the storage cabinet that stored several metal ingots, as well as a glass display cabinet to show off all the items he had created so far. It was a blacksmithing workshop that just happened to not resemble one. Let's try out spiritualization first, turning matter into a spirit form and storing it within the body, the so-called spiritualization. In order to test this technique, he took out a steel ingot from the storage cabinet. While holding it, he closed his eyes and activated the spell. The solid steel became pliable like liquid, and then turned into a metal-colored gas before entering his body. The spiritualized plain steel ingot has been absorbed into the host's body, increasing the overall sturdiness. Level of saturation 5100. This increase is carried over to the other forms. Durability rises by 7. Outwardly, he didn't seem all that different. but the feeling of his body becoming sturdier was definitely there. Once more, it proved easier to understand by actually colliding head-on rather than wrestling with all the same complicated words. That saturation level thing probably means that I can store things within me until 100 is reached. He accepted this and moved on to the next thing. This time, he checked out the weapons on display inside the glass cabinet. They were all made by him, but ended up being stashed here as he found it somewhat wasteful to submit them for the second round of judging in the blacksmith's tournament. He picked up a steel mace endowed with an attribute called Material Destruction Level E. By endowing this mace with the ability to impact the cleavage plane of other materials, it could destroy other weapons one rank below it in terms of strength. Spiritualization. The technique activated according to his thoughts, and the mace turned into a spirit and again entered his body. The spiritualized steel mace with an attribute rated level E has been stored, and a special effect has been applied to the body. Level of saturation 50,100. Physical strength and durability rise by 15 each. The attribute rated F, material destruction, will be applied to the entire body. Oh, Kim Si-jin murmured lowly in admiration. Without a doubt, this was very useful to him. With this technique, it should be possible for the human Kim Si-jin to be equipped with above the average strength from now on. But, what about the magic tattoos? Next up was the turn of the magic tattoos. It seemed awfully useful, judging from its explanations alone. But considering that it was pretty darn difficult to tattoo oneself, this technique seemed openly geared towards helping out others instead. That's why it looked like a good fit for the boss-type goblins. The so-called chief would have performed the role of awarding these tattoos to other goblins. After all, SFX for a doorbell chime. He was busy debating whether to try this technique out for himself or not when the doorbell went off. Looked like the wizard Hazeline referred to had arrived. He quickly ascended the stairs. Who is it? As he spoke the customary question, from beyond the door, a reply of "I'm a wizard" in a man's voice came back. Si-jin opened the door. "Hello there, I'm Kim Yo-han, the wizard." It was a wizard wearing a blue-colored robe. One could discern the ranks of a wizard by the color of the robe he or she was wearing. The blue color denoted the rank of C. The ranking system used the English alphabet, starting from A, the highest, to F, which was the lowest. "Nice to meet you. Please, come in." Si-jin guided the wizard to his living room. Then, the two guys sat on the couch in a totally awkward silence. "Should I start right away?" "Please do. I'll be in your care." When Si-jin rolled up his sleeve on the arm with the curse, the wizard let out a groan. It's a lot worse than I thought. At minimum, it looks like you need to receive purification diligently for the next 2 weeks. Ah, is that so? Yes, unfortunately. I was taking it easy since I heard it's a low mid-tier curse, but maybe, from next time onwards, a wizard better skilled than me might be needed here. And then, more silence. The male wizard continued to stare at the curse's condition. No, from a certain point in time, he was studying Si-jin's arm with a great interest. Instead, 10 minutes went by, then 15. What are doing? My apologies. Your blood vessels seemed a bit different. I'll start right away. Only then did the wizard place his hand on Si-jin's affected arm and begin chanting. That's when the mysterious event occurred. The mana in the air converged towards his hand and formed the purest form of white light. This light made him feel comfortable and warm inside at the same time. Si-jin closed his eyes and enjoyed to the fullest this fuzzy, warm feeling. Right at the same time, a new alert window popped up into his view. It was a little bit, no scratch that, completely unrelated to what was happening here now. Condition complete. An orc's joy acknowledged by the critics, mass media and the general public. The equipment created by the host has gained acknowledgement from numerous people. The monster form Orc Warrior evolves to Orc Jaguar. All stats related to the form's rise. What? Yes? When Si-jin let out a sound of puzzled exclamation, the wizard inadvertently asked back. Yes? Yes? After Si-jin killed off this sudden outburst of stupid exchange with a bout of silence, He picked up both his phone and the TV remote. Is it alright if I switch on the TV? Yes. It doesn't matter. I finished with the purification already. Already? Yes. This purification effect will continue for the next 8 hours and fight against the curse. Normally, the first treatment always ends in failure. But by repeatedly doing this, we are weakening the curse bit by bit. Si Jin nodded his head and waited. He was thinking that the wizard would leave now since his work here was done. However, the wizard leaned back comfortably against the back of the couch and fixedly stared at the black TV screen. So, Si Jin turned on the TV. The channel was set to 08. The program showing the blacksmith's tournament was on this channel. The hotly burning flame saber crafted by ORK, also known as the Orcs Forge K, has won the second round of judging by scoring an average point tally of 9.48. The show was already near the end. This saber has a special mana effect built in, and ever since its appearance, it has garnered a great deal of attention from the critics and the knights alike. And it has earned a drastically higher tally of points than the second place finisher. Finally, a word from the hottest trending knight right now. Let us hear the final comments from Miss Yu Si-young. The MC then handed over the mic to Yu Si-young. Thank you. Yes, it was truly a top-tier product. Not only its design, but the performance was perfect as well. There were parts that were still a bit lacking in terms of its hardness and strength, but still, this effect of hotly burning flame, something I've never seen before, has proved to be the best addition of all. Yu Si-young uttered out these short words and expectantly stared at the MC. Is that all? I believe that the next product from this blacksmith should truly be worth the wait. Alright, thank you for your words. Well then, we shall see you again in 2 months' time, at the grand finale of the Open Invitational Blacksmiths Tournament. The program ended there. Si Jin picked up his phone and began browsing the internet. He saw that the saber he had made was a trending topic in the real-time search results at various portal sites. Even the news outlets were busy reporting on it as well. Not only that, the local critics, blacksmiths, knights, as well as international broadcasters were busy talking about his creation, the hotly burning flame saber. The tips of his lips rose up by themselves. 9:30 a.m. this morning, a fissure measuring 500 meters in diameter opened up in the middle of Beijing, China. The Chinese government has revealed that they are still battling the monsters pouring out from this fissure. 8 hours after its eruption. This incident has once more demonstrated the insufficient abilities of the Chinese to counter the monster threat. Suddenly, the sounds of news broadcast assaulted his ears. Si Jin lifted his head to see what's going on, only to find the wizard sitting there as if this was his own home and busy playing with the remote. Excuse me. When Si Jin asked, flabbergasted, the wizard finally put the remote down and quickly got up. Yes, I should get going now. And probably from next time onwards, a different wizard will come by. That curse. Well, I think it'll be tough for me to deal with at my current level. Okay then, take care. Si Jin walked the wizard out to the door, and returned back to the couch. Please take a look at the footage. He was about to turn the TV off, but the footage shown briefly stole his attention. In a word, it looked fantastical. It showed the combined efforts of countless knights, hunters and wizards. The sword aura of the knights split apart the earth, and the destructive magic spells from the wizards slammed around like the winds of a tornado. In the midst of the wizards, Si Jin spotted someone who was quite familiar to him, a woman covered in a robe, ordering the troops around like a general in a battlefield while freely wielding the high-level magic spells Thunderstrike and Gale Force Blade Winds. Hazeline. Although he could only see the lower part of the face, he was quite sure of her identity, especially when looking at that slender nose and the chin line. Since one would need around 10 minutes to get to Beijing from Seoul using a mana jet, even the time frame seemed to fit. She's incredible. He only thought of her as an alchemist until now. Totally speechless, he bore witness to the absolute domineering display of her battle prowess. 10. The Quickening to Fin. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. This extra chapter is brought to you by these heroic defenders of humanity, Jan B., Kenneth P., Tevin T., Jonah D., Valentino W., and Arvin S. Thank you for your donations. 2 days later, Kim Si-jin headed to the local post office in the afternoon to collect the money for the saber he submitted to the blacksmith's tournament. He entertained the idea of showing up proudly but then decided to go while wearing a hood and a robe. He figured that if his identity was discovered, it would cause quite a bit of inconvenience for him. After all, the method he used to craft his weapons was definitely out of common sense and therefore not something he could show to other people. Yes, the confirmation has been completed. As soon as Si-jin entered the correct identification password, the post office worker behind the counter handed over a tightly sealed box. Even during all that, the worker tried his best to take a peek at Si-jin's face without getting noticed, most likely because of the word ORK written on the box. Since he found the actions of the worker bothersome, Si-jin hastily escaped the post office and returned home. A letter. After sitting down on the sofa and opening the sealed box, he found that there was only a single envelope stored inside. Inside the envelope, he found a check with enough zeros to make him mutter out in shock, as well as a letter written with sincerity and care. TL, unfortunately, the pun here is lost during translation. Actually serves two distinct purposes here. One of shocked proclamation, as well as a term to denote a certain amount of money in Korea. 1 equals around $88,000 US. To Sir Honorable Blacksmith, the Orcs Forge K. Good day to you, sir. My name is Yu Si-young, a low mid-tier knight from the Dawn Knight's Order. Normally, it's only a correct etiquette to greet you in person, but you, the Honorable Blacksmith, has requested to remain anonymous. Therefore, I hereby write to you these handful of words even though it can potentially become an irritant to you. Firstly, we at the Dawn Knight's Order wishes to purchase the weapon sent in by you, the Honorable Blacksmith, the hotly burning flame saber. Once more, we are truly grateful for your unceasing toil and unrelenting effort to create such an amazingly useful product. With my limited scope of understanding, I can't even begin to fathom the lengths of anguish, agony and zeal you had to go through in order to craft such a weapon. And that's why we at the Dawn Knight's Order and the Dawn Corporation dares to suggest to you a certain proposition. If you, the Honorable Blacksmith, wishes to continue with the crafting and selling of your products in the future, may we dare to ask for your opinion if it's possible for us to gift you a small present, a smithy that has taken after your name, the Orcs Forge. Of course, we solemnly promise that all the rights to the smithy will be handed over to you, and will never interfere with its administration. Only that, we would be grateful if you, the Honorable Blacksmith, thinks of us, the Dawn Knight's Order, every now and then, as we only wish to make the road ahead for the remarkably talented personage such as yourself as smooth and trouble-free as possible. Please, give it your deep consideration, and give us a correspondence to the address I've written below. Kind regards, the low mid-tier knight from the Dawn Order, Yu Si-young. P. It was a sincerely written letter from Yu Si-young. He scratched the top of his head, wondering what he should do about this complication of fate. It sure would be nice if I had a smithy of my own. He fell into a deep thought, while his gaze alternated between the letter and the check. The difference between the mid-tier and an upper mid-tier. There was seemingly only a difference of a single word, but in truth, the gap between the two was actually enormous. The best example was the upper mid-tier monsters, as they possessed something called the special abilities. The creatures ranked upper mid-tier, on average, were 20 times stronger than the monsters of mid-tier range. And that was why, for both the knight and the hunters, they had to fulfill a specific and difficult criteria compared to before in order to rank up to upper mid-tier. From the upper mid-tier ranking upwards, a hunter must compete in the mid-tier hunters leaderboard, and you must belong to a society, as well as have a recommendation from a knight's order. At the monster store, the clerk handed over a sheet of paper and spoke. Republic of Korea's mid-tier hunters leaderboard. First place, Ryu Sung-han, 3,309 points. Second place, Kim Cho-reng Yi, 3,219 points. Dot. Dot. 332nd place, Kim Si-jin, 989 points, ===. Oh, and when you've become an upper mid-tier hunter, your ranking in the leaderboard will be accessible to the public like the one for the knights. I understand. Si-jin nodded his head while looking somewhat bewildered. Actually, he was panicking slightly, too. He came here to sell off the monster materials, but this clerk suddenly began butting in without a prompt from anyone. My ranking is pretty low, though. But, when he saw that his placing was only 332nd, his competitive spirit began to rise up inside. Oh, that's plenty high enough, actually. The number 1 ranked Mr. Ryu Sung-han is a veteran of 13 years. And the second place Mr. Kim Cho-reng also has spent 8 years as a hunter. But Mr. Si-jin has been a hunter for only half a year, so it's really a high position, honestly speaking. Okay, fine. But why is there a in front of my name? That's to denote a rookie. It's to mark a person who hasn't been a hunter for more than a year, including Mr. Si-jin. There are only 2 such persons within the ranks of the mid-tiers. Si-jin scratched his chin and agonized a little. What's a society? Is that like being affiliated with a knight's order? No, it's not. It'll be easier to think of it as a gathering of people, who can hunt together, and enjoy a meal together afterwards. You can form one with anyone, really, and not just with other hunters. And there are no strict procedures to follow, either. All you need is the agreement of the participants. Would you like a registration form? What's the minimum number to form a society? Well, including the person registering, 3. The maximum is 30. 2 others. He could think of a couple of people. Actually, he only knew 2 people personally, and that was the extent of his personal connections, Hazeline and Jesse Young. Now that he thought about it, even though the number was pretty low and thus nothing to brag about, the quality of those connections was just too damn amazing. So, in order to advance to the upper mid-tier, you are saying that I must form a society, is that right? Yes, it's one of the prerequisites. Having a recommendation from a knight's order will be good as well. Alright, I understand. He took the society registration form and headed home. One afternoon with clear sunlight pouring down, Hazeline personally came to visit Si-jin in his home. Hello there. She strode into the house with an energetic smile and her eyes arching into half-moon shapes. This is a nice house. Yes. Well, please take a seat first. Let me have a look at the curse. She sat down first on the couch and patted the spot next to her vigorously while calling for Si-jin. Yeah? Si-jin sat down promptly next to her, and rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. The arm dyed in black, thanks to the curse, was revealed to her eyes. It's pretty serious. No wonder the other wizard guy ran off after seeing this. Hazeline spoke with a serious expression. But no need to worry anymore, I'm here now. Hazeline immediately began the purification spell. Right away, he mistook the blinding light as a miniature sun rising in front of him. That's how overwhelmingly bright it was, completely inundating everything with whiteness. It was well past being warm and into being scalding hot. He felt like his entire arm was being burnt away along with the curse. It's done. You'll be back to normal in 6 hours or so. The purification only needed 3 minutes. Hazeline grinned refreshingly in satisfaction at Si-jin, who was carrying a confused expression. Now then, I shall be on my way. I'm way too busy. Oh, wait a second. Please. Si-jin hastily reached out and grasped the wrist of Hazeline, who was just about to leave. Suddenly touched like this, Hazeline snatched her hand away much faster than she realized. What do you think you're doing? She rubbed the wrist and became alert towards him. It might have seemed as over-the-top reaction, but Si-jin, who was already well versed in rejection, hastily raised his hands and showed that he meant no harm. No, it's not that. Actually, I was wondering if you could hear a favor of mine. A favor? What is it? When Hazeline asked back bluntly, he roughly explained to her the rules of the hunters and raised the issue of the society. It was a favor of borrowing her name for the society's registration. Oh, well, it's fine. By the way, is it okay if I used a different name? A different name? Yes. If it's a society, then it'd be better as a wizard rather than as an alchemist, I think. Sejin was slightly dazed by the suggestion, but then, he remembered the sight of Hazeline in that news broadcast, so he quickly nodded his head. Yes, yes, of course. After Hazeline left, the lone Sejin called a certain someone. He checked the time with the corner of his eyes a bit past 1 p.m. The training camp was still ongoing, but he figured that she might pick up her phone since it was during the lunch break. Before the end of the third ring, her voice came out from the receiver. Hello. It's me, Sejin. I know. Is there something wrong? Well, there's a thing. He trimmed the story as much as possible in consideration for the busy Yu Se-young and explained that he wanted to form a society but needed a minimum of 3 people, so whether it was possible for her to lend her name for the registration or not. Okay, I will. Thanks a bunch. No, it's alright. Actually, I was also planning to enter a society as soon as the training camp ends here. One of the listed things to do is to achieve cooperation, so it's me who's thankful right now. Well, that's a relief. Someone will probably call you later on, so you just have to say that you agree to form the society with me. And with that, he prepared to end the call. But before he could do that, Yu Se-young's voice hurriedly exited the receiver. Wait a moment, please. What's wrong? All the stuff that's been happening in Eden, aren't you curious? She asked him in the tone of a voice that was pleading with him to show some interest. Sejin was obviously not too interested, but he was grateful for her granting him the favor without much fuss, so replied, yeah, I am. The first test was about the physical fitness training, but it's not like the normal fitness training as I expected it to be. They made us do a tug of war while subjecting us under the magic spells affecting our minds. Really, my soul escaped me. He honestly believed a few minutes would be sufficient. But that few minutes steadily stretched past the 5-minute mark, then 10, and finally, 20 minutes, until the voice of whom Sejin thought of as an instructor called out to her. Yu Se-young tried to explain every minute detail of every little event that had occurred in Eden over the phone. She's a chatterbox, alright. TL, I had to change here as the author wrote she's an explaining bug. Oh, I need to go now. Okay. Work hard. I will. Thanks. Talk to you later. Here it is. It was a quiet morning. A man came in and submitted a society registration form and left. The employee who had just arrived at work yawned out loudly and leisurely scanned the form. However, the written contents were a bit strange. It seemed like a bit of typo, or maybe even some error, was mixed in there. The worker tilted his head a bit before calling the number on the form. He was pretty sure that this was either a prank or a mistake. Hello. Hello. By perchance, am I speaking to Miss Sheena? The ranked wizard. Sheena? Miss? You're not her, yes? No, I am Sheena. Why did you call me? In that moment, the worker forgot to breathe. Why was an A-level wizard participating in a society with a mid-tier hunter serving as a leader? This made no sense. He was still convinced that he was being pranked right now. That is, I have called you because a society registration. Surely, it's not true? What's not true? I did sign the form and even stamped it as well. No, that is, that Miss Sheena is participating in such a society is. Well, yes, it's true. I've decided to participate. I am going to hang up now since I'm really busy here. But I am a member of the society for real. The call ended. The worker's mouth remained wide open, as he tried to recall what he had just heard over the phone. But no matter what, he could not understand. However, there was still one more thing left on the form for the worker to remain dumbfounded like that. Of course, even this one was also totally unbelievable. Yu Se-young, a low mid-tier knight of the Dawn Knight's Order. The precious royalty of the Dawn was a member of a society with a measly hunter as the leader. The worker's hands shook visibly as he keyed in the phone number. Hello. By any chance, Are you Miss Yusi Young, affiliated with the Dawn Knights Order? Yes, that's correct. Again, the worker forgot to breathe. He had a case of a déjà vu. The society. Is that correct? The society. He was so shocked, he couldn't even form a proper sentence. But as expected, Yusi Young could understand what he was saying, even though the worker's words sounded half-assed. Yes, I am participating. You're talking about the society with Mr. Kim Si-jin serving as the leader, yes? Yes. The mid-deer hunter. Kim Si-jin. Yes. Then, yes, that's correct. Please register my name on the system, and there will be a call from the Dawn Knights Order shortly as well. With that, the phone call came to an end. The worker's soul also left him at the same moment. The worker recovered slightly and recalled the conversations he held with the real big shots 3 minutes ago, then fell into a deep but dazed contemplation for personal connections of a mid-deer hunter. They couldn't be explained away at all. 10. The Quickening 3 Fin. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. This extra chapter is brought to you by these heroic defenders of humanity: Jan B., Kenneth P., Tevin T., Jonah D., Valentino W., and Arvin S. Thank you for your donations. A society. Initially, this system of society began with the idea of forming a party to make the monster hunts more effective. But as time passed, the goal and the scope expanded far beyond that initial premise. From the humble beginnings of hunting parties where only the knights and hunters could join, to a versatile gathering of individuals where its members would communicate with one another in pursuit of the better tomorrow. So, nowadays, people other than knights and hunters, such as wizards, blacksmiths, alchemists obviously in very low numbers, as well as regular civilians joined societies. The current situation was that nearly half of the country's population had joined one or more societies, which meant that the number of societies continued to increase, and as such, there were as much as 30,000 active official societies in South Korea alone. And among all those active societies in the country, none were more famous than perhaps the Trilogy. Its leader, Kim Yak-san, was also the current Order Master of the Goryeo Knights Order. Currently the only S-class ranked society in the country. Trilogy boasted a total member count of 273, and they all came from quite varied and colorful backgrounds. Surprisingly, even the societies had a ranking system. The higher the rank, the higher the number of members it could have. Its members consisted of knights and hunters ranked at least the upper mid-tier, wizards, several big fish from the worlds of politics and finance, famous celebrities, and even blacksmiths and alchemists. It was not wrong to say that the communication happening internally within Trilogy could easily control the entirety of South Korea. Recently, with the advent of couple more behemoths like Trilogy, a growing number of voices were saying that the societies in A and B classes should be called a guild or a clan instead, for the sake of differentiation. Already, one or two media outlets had tried those terms out to see how it would go with the viewers. Congratulations, October 8th. In other words, today is the day the society the monster is born. Ah, well, thank you. Si-jin was giving his disinterested reply inside the monster store. He came here after receiving the phone call of confirmation that his society had been formally recognized and registered. Within his arms, he carried an armful of the society operational chart and leader business cards. I'd led a society operational chart literally. Really, you are just too amazing. From the get-go, your society has been rated as a D class. It's like we're witnessing the beginning of a legend. Kim Si-jin found all this esquissing a bit burdensome. More correctly, as a person who had no clue on the significance of a society, he just could not fathom why these people were busy making a scene in front of him. It was rather obvious, actually. He had lived a busy, work-swarmed loner life until now, so why would he pay attention to the symbol of the multitude of people, societies? To start as a D, is that supposed to be that amazing? Oh, of course. Normally, most start at F class, and if the evaluation is favorable, then E. The increase in a society's rankings depended on its results. And when talking about the results, It didn't and hash 8217 T only mean the successful hunts of monsters by the knights, hunters and wizards, but also included matters such as performing volunteer work as well. The ones in charge of measuring the number of these services rendered for the good of the populace was some nameless government entity that no one seemed to know what it was exactly, but since there were no particular complaints from the societies, it could mean that their evaluation process was all 100% above board. Is it a good thing to have a higher rank? Members from the same society usually felt close camaraderie towards each other. They also outwardly showed no hostility towards other societies. The reason was that, as the name implied, a society was basically like a student club found in universities. Classes were assigned to make classifications easier, but in the end, there was no profit to be made other than personal connections that would form within a society. So, a society was simply an environment for meeting people and making connections. Why, yes, it's a good thing, and if you can develop deep relations with other members, it will be even better. I'm so envious. When looking at the society Sijin had formed from this point of view, it could be seen as a rather important one. After all, its members were an E-ranked wizard and a precious granddaughter of a multi-billionaire. On a side note, one of the main reasons why Sijin's society started off as D-class had a lot to do with the exploits of the A-ranked wizard, Hazeline. Yeah, I'm also happy about the high rank. I get this urge to raise its ranking even higher in the future, too. Well then, I'll be on my way, now. But, for Sijin, who was not knowledgeable about how the societies operated, he simply scratched the back of his neck and turned around to leave as if it was all in a day's work. Watching the back of such an uncaring man, the government workers present had no choice but to carry around the maddening curiosity, a collective desire, to find out just what kind of background this guy had. But why did the name end up as the monster? Yusa Young's puzzled voice came out from the receiver of the mobile phone. No particular reason, I just got set off. I mean, whatever name I picked, they kept on telling me, it's already been taken. So I went for something nobody would go for. But even monster was taken. So, I just tacked the in front of it. It's true that there are one too many societies nowadays. Even the civilians are busy making their own civilian societies, too. A mountain climbers society, a football society, etc., etc. Ah, right. There are guys forming societies even at my school, calling them study groups and such. SFX for water boiling. While in the midst of the call, the water began to boil. Sijin put the phone on the speaker and placed it on the table. Were you in the middle of a meal? No, not yet. I am cooking at the moment. Wah, all alone? Yeah, I'm pretty good at cooking, you know. As good as a pro chef, even. SFX for knife chopping up stuff. The kitchen knife flashed like an arcing electricity and uniformly sliced the vegetables. The bits of veggies cut in the blink of an eye were all shaped into a perfect geometric symmetry as if they were measured with a precise ruler. As expected, the goblin's craftsmanship, now at sea, proved to be a wonderful skill once more. But if that's the case, then you should apply for a spot at the Hunters Food Sense. TL, literally food discovery. The Knights and Hunters Food Sense was a program where knights and hunters showed off their cooking skills in a duel-style format. Sijin had heard that there were a few participating knights who were crazy enough to rely on their constitutions to cook with mana rather than using any cooking utensils. No way, since I'll never lose. Which means I'll have to keep on making the appearance like forever. That doesn't even make sense. Then, you should cook for me at a later date. Sijin stopped moving for a moment. He was about to feel good about himself, but he remembered the age difference. Although there was only a 4-year gap, she was still a minor. TL, the author wrote 4 here. It's almost impossible to describe what these words mean without going through a lengthy explanation, so I led without them. Well, that's that. But can you tell me your address? Why the sudden change of topics? Which one would you like to know, the one in Gangwon province or the one in Seoul? Why do you need it so out of the blue? Gimme the one where you stay most often. I heard that the leaders of societies are supposed to hand out gifts to the members on either a monthly or an annual basis. So, I was thinking that I should send you a membership gift for helping me out, even if it's not worth that much. Yoo Se-young chuckled at his reply and told him the address. By the way, what present are you planning to give me? Well, you'll just have to find out later. There was a lot of stuff he could give to her. Potions, weapons, and if she wanted to become stronger, then even the magic tattoos. If he sent her a weapon, there was a good chance that she'd go crazy over it, too. However, he needed more time for that. For now, it was still too early to reveal his true identity to her just yet. Should I just add the orc blacksmith as a member too? An idea suddenly came up to him. Really, if he did this, then moving about as a blacksmith should become more convenient for him, and since he was the society's leader in charge of the members' records, he could add anyone without the need for a rigorous vetting process as well. Of course, he'd need the written agreement, but hell, it'd be rather easy to get one from himself anyways. 2 afternoons later, Kim Se-jin decided to hunt as a human for the first time in a long while, and stepped up towards the monster field. The performance of his equipment was guaranteed as they were all the Orcs Forge K's products. Plus, he had turned 2 other pieces of equipment into spirits and had absorbed them too. What's this? However, the moment he stepped into the rest stop, all eyes suddenly focused on him. This place was quite big, for sure, but Se-jin could clearly feel all those eyes taking a peek at him. Yoo Se-young isn't even with me today, though. Se-jin hurriedly checked out his attire. No problem there. His armors were clothing type as well, so they wouldn't necessarily attract attention either. But before long, he was able to figure the puzzle out. Haha, how do you do? An unpleasantly greasy man approached Se-jin and blocked his progress. Se-jin couldn't help but panic slightly as this guy, whom he had never met before, approached and started greeting him with a certain amount of arrogant swagger. But this guy just thrust out his hand for a shake as if he was unperturbed by the reaction. I heard it through the grapevine, Mr. Kim Se-jin, that you have formed a society. It seemed like the news of him forming a society had spread around like a plague. Even though those government workers were making a bit of a scene back then, he didn't expect the news to spread this fast. Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kim In-soo, a mid-tier knight from the Genesis Knights Order. TL decided to use the English translation of Gaebai from now on. Got a feeling this guy will pop up again in the future chapters. The guy introduced himself first as Se-jin just stood there looking at his hand wordlessly. Se-jin's brows narrowed after hearing the name Kim In-soo. He was quite sure of hearing it from somewhere. The mid-tier knight nicknamed the Savior of the Light? Se-jin had indeed seen him from somewhere. It was that guy from that ad he saw on that outdoor electronic billboard, when he spewed out those corny, cringeworthy lines. He was the mid-tier knight from the Genesis Order, Kim In-soo, EM. As expected. Yes, it is I, the Savior of the Light. Also, I'm planning to advance up to upper mid-tier very soon. Yeah? How do you do? But what can I do for you? Well, I heard that Mr. Se-jin has formed a society with Miss Yoo Se-young. Kaham with a fake cough, Kim In-soo handed over a business card. It's a wise choice to form your own society in these trying times. But, wouldn't you agree that having only 2 members is a bit, well, not enough? Kim In-soo stopped speaking there. Looked like he was waiting for Se-jin to take the hint and continue the conversation from here onwards. That's true, but I only formed 1 to advance to the upper mid-tier rank, so the number of members doesn't really matter to me. Oh, and it's not 2, but 3 members. Is that right? And another period of silence. Wondering what this nonsense was all about, Se-jin simply bowed his waist a little to say goodbye and tried to enter the monster field. Oh, hey, where are you going? I'm still standing here. Unfortunately for him, Kim In-soo grabbed his shoulder. Si-jin studied this guy with dissatisfied eyes before finally realizing why he was acting like this. Do you wish to join my society? It's not like I wish to, but... well, if you ask me for a favor, then, sure, why not? You see, I already enjoy a friendly relationship with Miss Si-young. We met in the Eden recently, and have shared many conversations, as well as exchanged advice. Blah blah blah. As if he had infinite amount of things to say, Kim In-soo yapped on and on without taking a break. But Si-jin became sure of one thing. Whenever Kim In-soo spoke of Yu Si-young, his eyes would gleam and he'd put more emphasis in his voice, plus his cheeks would slightly blush. In other words, this guy had developed a very clear case of crush on her. Well, what do you think? When Miss Si-young was looking for a society to join, I was going to ask her to join my Light Saviors Society, but then, you have scouted her already. I still can't understand why Miss Si-young agreed to join yours, but well, it's still possible to be a member of multiple societies. You see, the achievements would be divided, but if Mr. Si-jin wants me, then Kim In-soo stopped short of saying he'd join the society. While busy yapping on, he was expectantly waiting for Si-jin to bow down and make the offer first. It's true that it'd be great for the society if a knight such as yourself joins, but there is a single condition for the prospective members. A condition? Yes. Kim In-soo made a disbelieving face. There were lots of other societies with conditions to join, but they were led by high-tier knights or A-ranked wizards. So, how could a measly little hunter? New members must completely submit to my will. Kim Si-jin spoke without thinking too much in order to chase away this guy. But instead of that happening, Kim In-soo stood there, his eyes round and dazed, before all of a sudden, his face began to take on the colors of a tomato. It was not too hard to figure out what sort of imagery was blooming inside the head of this repulsive-faced man. What do you mean by completely submit to your will? What have you done to my little Si-young? It's only for the new members. Miss Si-young isn't a new member, but a founder. And trust me, what you are thinking of right now, I won't ask anyone to do that. Although the face dyed in the colors of a ripe maple tree leaf was reverting back to being normal really fast, the arrogant demeanor of Kim In-soo hadn't weakened one bit. And after a lengthy, silent and hostile stare down, Kim In-soo spat out that no one in their right minds would agree to that kind of condition and walked away in a huff. 10. The Quickening Forefin. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. This extra chapter is brought to you by these heroic defenders of humanity: Jan B., Kenneth P., Tevin T., Jonah D., Valentino W., and Arvin S. Thank you for your donations. Si-jin was worried about hunting solo in the low-mid deer hunting ground, but it turned out to be a baseless concern. After all, with his entire body taking on the characteristics of weapons via the spiritualization, as well as using the equipment crafted with an orc jaguar's smithing skill, the hunt went down a storm. Well, currently, Si-jin was a walking mass of special attributes, as evidenced below. Reflect, level E. Material destruction, level E. Haste, level E. Flame damage, level E. Additional stat buffs: physical strength plus 30, durability plus 25, agility plus 10. The added stat buffs resulting from the spiritualization, equipped with armors made from the Ultrator of corundum all over his body, and carrying an Eve-looking corundum mace that let out a dangerous aura without the need for mana's input. All these things were making him feel real good right about now. Most of the low-mid tier monsters could not overcome the hardness of corundum that had gone through the refinement process. Now, I'm sure there are mineral experts out there reading this and thinking, really? Corundum? But well, I'm just telling it as it is in the raw. On top of that, the mace also had another added attribute: growth by absorption, level F. Every time he killed a monster with this mace, its performance would increase little by little. The more blood it drank, and the longer the monster flesh remained stuck on it, the more the weapon grows dangerous. Regular monsters found in the low-mid deer hunting ground could barely withstand a single hit from this mace. And after plus-minus an hour of concentrated hunting, SFX for a pig squealing, the moment he killed a wild boar-like monster called Wizrukan, an alert window floated up to his view. TL, no idea where this one's from. Condition cleared. Kill 100 monsters using self-made weapons. Acquired the active skill, weapon user, beginner. Current level, F. The host can now view information of weapons. From now on, the proficiency for weapon usage will be unlocked. When the host achieves 100% proficiency, the next stage will become available. Beginner, intermediate, expert, professional, master, true master. TL. This bracketed bit was very troublesome to TL, as the author decided to simply rehash exact same thing over and over again, such as and which I translated as expert and professional respectively, but actually means the same thing, just in different hanja. It's the same for master and true master. Hell, the word he used for master can also be translated as expert as well. Oh, lordy. The proficiency is not limited by the weapons used. While in the orc form, the skill level will be increased by 2. He just earned a pretty good skill. Si-jin continued on with the hunting while feeling deeply grateful for this unexpected present. Early next morning, Kim Si-jin headed to the Yozion Alchemy House carrying potions and a stack of business cards. These business cards were for the Society, the monster. Si-jin refused to use the cards issued by the government employees, instead relying on the orc's smithing technique to make new cards that looked more expensive. How more expensive? He used pure silver as the material when bestowing the attribute coating. As to why he suddenly felt the urge to act like a leader of a society, well, even he couldn't say for sure. Was it because this was his first time ever being appointed as a leader of anything? Or did he subconsciously want to compensate for his lonely past? Whatever the case may have been, he wanted to do his best for his society. And after reading the history of the trilogy online, his fervor began to burn even more fiercely. He also felt confident that, as long as he had the ability, he'd be able to make his society surpass trilogy in the future. He was a person who, as a child, had lost his parents early on and never really felt the sense of belonging with anyone, but now, he was thinking like this. What the hell? Kim Si-jin was trudging towards the alchemy house, but when he confirmed with his own 2 eyes the cordon of people crowding in front of the building's entrance, he hastily hid himself in a corner. Yawn. Damn, there's still an hour left to go. Hey, just when will the new potions become available? If we knew that, why would we be wasting time waiting around like this? Si-jin wasn't too sure of the identities of these people who seemingly had set up a camp there, but he could understand why Hazeline told him to use the back entrance, not the front. Lowering his posture as much as possible, Si-jin hurried towards the back entrance. When he arrived, like an infiltrating spy, he found a door with a simple fingerprint scanner there. He pressed his thumb on it and the door opened without any trouble. Hello there. As soon as the door opened, he was warmly greeted by the waiting and smiling Hazeline once more. Were you surprised? She pointed towards the front with her finger. Yes, I was. Is it, by any chance, because of my potions? Yes. Thanks to the Goblin series of potions, our alchemy house is currently being swarmed by the prospective customers like there's no tomorrow. Those people waiting out in front are all dispatched by either knights' orders or employees from private institutions. Since we started selling on the first come, first served basis, the number of people waiting outside increased so much. Hazeline happily yammered on as she led Si-jin to the manager's office. Aren't you going to hold an auction? I remember a goblin's kindness was sold through auctions. Ah, that. We just sold the potions of low mid to mid grades at their ceiling prices. As you can see, our alchemy house's premise isn't so wide enough to hold auctions every day. But well, no matter what, they just keep on selling, so if things go well, We can probably buy the building next door too. It's all thanks to Mr. Sejin's hard work, Hazeline proudly replied as they quickly arrived at the manager's office on the second floor. She opened the doors personally to let him in first. Would you like a cup of coffee? This was the first line she would always say when having a meeting with Sejin. No, thank you. I'm fine. Even though he refused her every time, she didn't give up on the coffee thing. She held a slightly regretful face as she poured herself a cup, and lightly hopped on her feet like a happy rabbit to her seat opposite Sejin. By the way, what brings you here today? Hazeline asked him while stealing glances at his bag. Her gaze was like that of a cat carefully eyeing a juicy fish. Firstly, some potions. This time, I tried to make a new type of potion. A new type? Yes. He fished out a small glass bottle containing white liquid from the bag. This was the potion he invented based on the sensations he felt as well as the effects he perceived from the memories of the purification spell engraved in his head. This is the new potion. As expected, the brain of a medicinal goblin was seriously amazing. After experiencing the magic, and if that spell could be recreated with potions, the ways to get the effects of the potion as close as possible naturally popped up in his mind, and this potion was the end result. One could say it was because of Hazeline, since it was her magic that had left such a strong impression in his mind, which led to him making this potion. In all honesty, he couldn't even remember the face of that blue robe-wearing wizard all that well. What kind of potion is this? It's purification. But I fear it won't be that effective. What was his name? Kim Yosep. The potion's effects should be worse than that wizard guy. There's still a lot of room to improve. Hazeline was thoroughly shocked after hearing his words. There never had been a potion with purification effects until now. In other words, Sejin had invented a new potion. He had just helped the alchemic world to progress forward with this invention. The degree of difficulty would be like a scenario of a veteran alchemist needing to devote countless years of single-minded bloody focus just to come up with one formula. A potion for purification? Yes, of course, there was a reason why such a potion hadn't been invented as of yet. As wizards could already use the purification spell, there wasn't any need to come up with a potion with similar effects. In short, it was a waste of time. And to put it not so nicely, rather than spending the valuable time trying to create a purification potion, it'd be smarter to brew potions from the recipes already available to the public. It's nice. However, Hazeline couldn't inform him that what he did was a waste of time. Since the alchemist in front of her was a certifiable genius, she was sure that he didn't spend years solely trying to invent this potion. And it also didn't really matter that there was a magic spell with the same effect as the potion he invented, since it'd just add to his growing achievements anyways. Plus, it wasn't like no one would buy this potion, either. Nowadays, a fixed customer base had formed for the Goblin series, meaning Kim Sejin had become a named potion maker, and there were people who would just sweep up everything that had the name Goblin slapped on the bottle. I will do my best with this one as well. Hazeline gratefully hugged the potions he brought along with a happy expression on her face. There is one more thing I still need to give you. Also, I had a question as well. Oh, what will it be? After rousing her curiosity, Sejin searched his inner pockets for a bit, before handing over 5 business cards to Hazeline. Coated in pure silver, they were probably some of the most luxurious business cards out there. It's our business card. Huh? Hazeline received the straight-cut cards dazedly, and her face soon became pretty adorable as she studied it this way and that. On the card, the black-colored words, "The founding member of the group The Monster, Sheena N.T.L., I thought her wizard name was Sheena," were engraved on it. Wow, it's really pretty. Doesn't this feel like too nice to give away? Sejin chuckled slightly at her words. When he searched for more information online, he learned that most D-class societies couldn't even show their business cards in other places. It was because D was the minimum class for the societies that were officially recognized to be truly active. That was also why he deliberately didn't mention the class on the card. This makes me feel truly like a part of the society. You know, I'm really tempted to work harder from now on, 2. Hazeline spoke while looking at him, her eyes arching like a fox's. It was still one of the most dazzling smiles out there. Ha ha. Oh, and what was the thing you wanted to ask me about? Ah, right. At her prompt, Si-Jin pulled out the society's member directory. I want to add the Goblin Alchemist to the society as well. Well, is it possible? Like Hazeline and Shinorin. Hazeline nodded her head. Yes, it's possible. After writing the name down on the directory, submit it to the authorities via either internet or by physically going there. When you do that, they give you a week to reaffirm the identity of the applicant. During that time period, send in a letter written by the Goblin Alchemist along with another form of evidence. Then it's all done. Since it's not uncommon to ask for anonymity when joining societies, it's not going to be a problem. Can potions serve as evidence? Allow me take care of that bit. When putting this purification potion out for sale, we'll just label it with Goblin Alchemist the Monster Group affiliate. And if there are any more procedures needed after that for some reason, then please, let me resolve them too. Si-Jin stared at the trustworthy and very knowledgeable Hazeline with a pair of sparkling eyes. As if such gazes were making her feel a bit bashful, she twisted her body a little and began showing a bit of edgio. Edgio means a cute display of affection often expressed through a cute booby voice, facial expressions and gestures. Thanks, Wikipedia. Thank you so much. I'll be on my way now. Okay. Kim Si-Jin stood up. He shook her hand for the last time and prepared to leave the manager's office. By the way, Mr. Si-Jin, did your height grow a bit again? However, her sudden words stopped him from moving. My height? Yes, not just your height, but your overall physical sizes also. And even your face seems a tiny bit different. 2. Is the effect of that potion still continuing until now? But it shouldn't be. It isn't. But that can't be. My eyes should not be wrong, though. Both of them tilted their heads and stared at each other. Panicking slightly at her strange words, Si-Jin quickly accessed his own information window. Name, Kim Si-Jin. Age, roughly 22 years old. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 86 kilograms. Status human form. Physical strength 83. Endurance 82. Agility 96. Energy manipulation 34. Mana affinity 20. Magic strength 19. Luck 8. It's true. His height had grown by another 2 centimeters. The weight increased too. He pondered why his height grew up so inexplicably, but soon decided that it must have been the increases in his stats causing the change. I think there is still a tiny bit of effects left within me. Well, if I do get taller, then well, I guess it's all good. That was why he didn't think too much of it. 10. The Quickening 5 Fin. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. In a month's time, the much-awaited finale of the Blacksmith's Open Invitational Tournament would begin. I know that there isn't enough time, so I've even reduced my sleeping hours to concentrate on finishing my work. However, the TV show covering the tournament was on air already for a while now. Once every week, it showed the daily lives and workplaces of the 11 finalists who had passed the second round of the tournament. Of course, since Si-Jin had to refuse being filmed, the program could only show the 10 remaining participants instead. From the rumors, I hear that Mr. Tae-san, you have deliberately destroyed the item you prepared for the finale of the tournament. The guy being interviewed on screen now was Kim Tae-san, son of the Korea's famed master craftsman, Kim Tae-baek. Being treated as a rising star among the current crop of blacksmiths, he was garnering quite a lot of fame for his warm, gentle face and an athletic physique to go with that nice face. Oh boy. Our author has made a big mistake here. Previously, he wrote Kim Soo-han as the name for this Son apprentice. I guess he either forgot or didn't like the name. Yes, that's correct. Why did you do it? Ha. It's as you have suspected, because I believed that it was just not good enough to stand toe-to-toe with the blacksmith, Mr. Orc. Compared to his amazing creations, I felt that mine were uncompleted missteps lacking in so many criteria. I wanted to make something better, even if only by a little bit, so I chose to get rid of the item altogether. I feared compromising my ideals, so I had to destroy it completely. Oh, that's a little bit regretful, I'd say. I'm sure that weapon was still a good quality product. Haha. No, that's not true. Well, anyway, please follow me. Let me show you my workspace. Carrying a gentle and friendly smile, Kim Tae-san led the interviewer into his smithy. Tsk. The program hadn't ended yet, but Sejin still turned the TV off and fell into a deep thought afterwards. That guy on the screen just now, Kim Tae-san, he seemed quite an exciting and passionate fella. If that was not a calculating front put up to make himself look good, then he'd be the perfect main character filled with a great ambition. It was fine up until there. After all, having someone as talented as that guy regarding you as a rival certainly made him feel pretty good about himself. But the issue laid with the mass media and the shifting opinion of the public at large. Since he couldn't do any sort of interviews or allow filming, the blacksmith ORK was unable to show himself, not even once. He believed that people would naturally understand and maybe even find enjoyment out of his enigmatic actions. Of course, they did just that, initially at least. But that was until Kim Tae-san's appearance on TV. Using the looks that even guys would find handsome, and with his uniquely passionate and humble personality, he was able to completely capture the public's imagination. There's no doubt that the orc blacksmith is the most likely candidate for the overall win, and I'm still lacking in comparison. But my aim will always be to win. In order to surpass him, I'll always try my hardest. That was the so-called catchphrase of Kim Tae-san, the one that showed off his public persona brilliantly. Again, it was fine up to here. The real problem, though, was the rapidly ballooning fan base of Kim Tae-san. They busily talked highly of Kim Tae-san's products and at the same time, ruthlessly cut down the orcs. Their reasoning was that the unknown blacksmith was arrogant, didn't know how to be humble and all that. Even the mass media was on the side of Kim Tae-san. While the son of Kim Tae-bek was quite friendly towards the members of the press, the mystery blacksmith, the orc, seemed to be showing hostility towards them. And that's how the situation was like, with only a month left until the finals. The current mood had come to a point where people thought Kim Tae-san was the protagonist while the orc was, just as the name implied, a monster he had to defeat. Kim Tae-san, who was working his butt off to become a better person, while the orc, who hadn't even shown his face to anyone until now. The media and the public conceded on the fact that orc's skills were superior, but they all wished that Kim Tae-san's hard work would be enough to defeat his opponent and win. However, Sejin had no thoughts of letting this guy walk away with an easy victory. The more bad press he got and more he got bad-mouthed by Kim Tae-san's fans, both of his stubbornness and unwillingness to lose flared up higher, and now, his greed for victory had gotten far more severe than before. At least, I need something that's better than a high quality. In order to win, he needed to make an item that exceeded a mid-rank, meaning at least a high-quality ranked weapon. If he could make a branded goods then he'd win for sure, so that would be more preferable, but with his smithing technique only at C, that was still too difficult for him as of now. He thought that he needed to be at least B+ before even attempting to craft a branded goods. No. Wait a minute here. No, he was wrong. It was not impossible. As a matter of fact, the attributes that could allow the weapon to grow towards the rank of a branded goods the more it was used in hunting. Like an idiot, he had forgotten all about it, even though he had already bestowed such an attribute before. Growth by absorption, the attribute where the weapon could grow by absorbing the mana present within the blood and flesh of the monsters. Of course, this attribute was incredibly difficult to bestow, so he'd only achieve either the level of D or C, but, even it was only at that level, most knights would go absolutely mad with avarice over a such weapon for sure. However, this highly sought-after weapon would remain as a pie in the sky for the absolute majority of the knights out there. After all, it would be no different to the weapon having a designated owner already. Yu Se-young's preferred type of weapons was called a broadsword, right? He remembered that her weapon was called the Lorenzo's broadsword. It was a weapon good enough to have its maker's name added on. Si-jin was confident that he could craft something even better than that. Let's take this opportunity to gift her a new weapon. Si-jin figured that, thanks to the first refusal agreement, the weapon would end up in Yu Se-young's hands anyways, so he should make it to fit her the best from the get-go. Title: The Wolf Guardian, by Slope TL. Yes, the author really did write this. SMH. Have you ever seen the back of a lonely wolf? A brightly shining creature, carrying the full moon on its back and climbing the mountains, surveying all the other lesser creatures with its golden eyes ablaze. It's most likely the avatar of our world, symbolizing the purest form of desire, a divinity more fantastic than the miracles of the gods. Seeing that truly dependable back, I wish to call the creature the Guardian. How can these hunters be so pathetic? Worshipping some lowly monster. Why not just follow a proper religion or something? It was a certain dreamy night, with a full moon high up in the sky. The members of the 6th ranked Knights Order in Korea, as rated by the publication Korea Daily, Genesis, were currently engaged in the middle of an adaptive training exercise in the mid-deer hunting ground. An adaptive training was where knights would attempt to survive in a hunting ground that was one tier higher than they were, while under the supervision of senior knights possessing higher ranks. This hunting party currently consisted of 3 low mid-tier knights and a single mid-tier knight, who had previously boasted that he'd move up a rank pretty soon. But there is a reason for that, isn't there? The werewolf that appears in the mid-deer hunting ground has saved lots of people numerous times already. That's why those hunters who were scared of entering the hunting ground all changed their tunes and say they feel safer now precisely because of this werewolf. There was a rumor floating around the mid-deer hunting ground. A werewolf with a rank of either upper mid-tier or higher was supposedly roaming the mid-deer hunting ground and rescued humans in trouble. The rumor was classified as a total rubbish. But as the number of witnesses and survivors continued to increase, the situation was at the point where even the media was getting more interested in the story. Of course, the mid-deer hunting ground was off-limits for the media personnel as it was deemed just too dangerous, but seeing how they conducted interviews with various witnesses, it was pretty clear to see the level of their interest in this rumor. Oh, man, are you talking about that wolf guardian? Do you really believe in such a thing? As a knight? On top of that, as a knight of the Genesis Order. No, that's not. A male knight scratched the back of his neck and avoided making eye contact with the female knight. Filled to the brim with pride for being a member of the Genesis, the female knight narrowed her eyes at him with a dissatisfied expression. Even if that's true, it's still a monster. And it's our job to kill monsters. Some people are saying it's not a monster, but a spirit beast. I mean, that ebony wolf that often appeared in the lower-tiered hunting grounds has not been seen in a while, right? So, maybe it has evolved. Hey, excuse me? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Enough. When a heavy voice divided the two knights' argument apart, they quickly lowered their heads at the same time. That's how their ill-timed war of words had been brought to an abrupt end by the person in charge. What the low mid-tier knight, Miss So-Jin, has said is correct. Our job is to kill all the monsters. Doesn't matter whether it's a wolf guardian, the vermilion bird of the south, the black turtle of the north, or the azure dragon of the east. The mid-tier knight, who would ascend to the upper mid-tier very soon, also known as the savior of the light, Kim In-soo put some weight behind his words as he admonished the junior knights. All you guys have to do is watch how I battle monsters in the mid-deer hunting ground. That is all. Witnessing a battle of a knight far greater than yourselves should be a good learning experience at the end of the day for you all. And as soon as he finished speaking and moving his feet, SFX for a distant roar of an unknown beast. A savage roar of a monster shook the mountains. It sure sounded like an ominous call to all who heard it. Follow me. Right away, Kim In-soo dashed towards the direction of the roar. Kim Si-jin came out to hunt in the mid-deer hunting ground. It was to procure something called monster parts that could improve the results of the smithing technique. TL, The author wrote monster here. It literally means monster byproducts changed to parts. His target was a three-horned monster called Tranos TL. Outwardly resembling a rhinoceros, it not only had three horns on its head but also had three eyes, making it rather ugly to look at. Plus, its nature was quite violent, so it was viewed as one of the difficult monsters to battle in the mid-tier hunting ground. After acquiring the ability to read information on weapons, Si-Jin got to read the following words: when a horn of Tranos is used as an accelerant in the smithing technique, the finished item's quality and attributes can be improved further. Which made him realize that the horns of this monster could greatly improve the efficiency of the smithing technique. And now, Si-Jin was able to locate a Tranos without much trouble. SFX for a monster growling. Strangely enough, the rhine-like monster facing Si-Jin only growled and remained rooted to the spot, unable to charge in towards him. Most likely, this creature had instinctively felt that the werewolf standing in front occupied a higher rung on the food chain than itself. KHRRRNG. When Si-Jin returned a growl of his own, the monster began to backtrack slowly. He thought that the creature was trying to make a run for it. That's why he lowered his guard and leisurely watched it move. After all, the speed of the werewolf would be so much faster than this bastard trying to run away. SFX for a loud monster roar. However, out of the blue, the monster began charging forward with all its might after roaring out angrily. Unfortunately for Si-Jin, it seemed that the monster was making a room for itself to propel forward and gain a lot of speed in the process. Si-Jin panicked just a little, but he knew there was really no need to dodge here. The wolf's claws was now at sea, and its hardness was comparable to that of the pronium, which was only slightly worse than the famed mithril. He knew that just one swing of his claws would be enough to turn this rhino bastard into finely sliced slabs of meat. He extended his claws, sharper than seemingly any other weapon in existence. They gleamed under the pale moonlight. SFX for thudding footsteps. And he powerfully swung them at the still charging monster. It was an attack so stupendously strong, the air resisting the advance of the claws got torn apart, and as a result, the sky seemed to waver like the surface of the ocean. SFX for meat being sliced apart. The rhino's abdomen area was sliced open, and the creature ended up collapsing before arriving at the feet of the werewolf. As he was about to recover the fallen monster's horns, he felt a sharp aura of mana at his back. When Si-Jin turned around, he found a man with a somewhat familiar mug standing over yonder. Kim In-soo. It was that slimy dude with a not-so-nice personality from before. He was intensely glaring here with his sword drawn. It was as if he'd rush in at a moment's notice. KHRRNNNG. And that's how Kim Si-Jin and Kim In-soo met again face to face. 11. The Assimilation 1 Fin. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. A werewolf, Kim In-soo muttered in a heavy voice. If one was to get technical, then Si-Jin wasn't really a werewolf. No, he was actually an ebony wolf using the beast mode. But, seeing that the werewolf was a rare monster with very little facts known all about it, to differentiate with such a minute detail was just not possible. Team leader. We need to run away. That werewolf is the one I was. What do you mean, run away? That's a monster, isn't it? The female knight. No, that's a spirit beast. The war of words between two people threatened to explode again, but it was quickly brought under control by Kim In-soo pulling out his sword. That. Are you planning to fight that thing, sir? Even if we evacuate, that werewolf won't come after us. You know, a werewolf is a particularly dangerous monster. You could say it does not belong in the mid-tier hunting ground. And one of the jobs the knights ranked upper mid-tier must perform, is to defeat dangerous monsters that doesn't belong in certain hunting grounds. Kim In-soo pointed his sword at the werewolf. The tip of the blade was now directed at the head of the creature. The subordinate male knight watching him did his best to swallow these words down. Sir, you are not upper mid-tier yet. You guys can evacuate since you won't be much of a help here. No way. I will fight alongside with you. When the female knight bravely replied and pulled out her bow from her back, Kim In-soo nodded his head in satisfaction. It was very hard to find an archer among the ranks of the knights. That was because the fired arrow had to be guided and loaded with mana by the archer until it caused damage to the target. Of course, such a thing required a tremendous talent to perform. One needed the affinity with mana approaching that of a wizard to do this, even. Knight Soyojin, coven me. Yes. Seeing the energetic duo conversing like this, the remaining two male knights had no choice but to draw their swords as well. They must have gone mad. Kim Si-jin's brows tightened in irritation. Even though it was a simple change in his facial expression, on the wolf's face it became a lot more terrifying. And that caused the subordinate knights to stumble backwards a little. You don't have to worry. Kim In-soo assuaged the fears of his knights and concentrated mana on the sword. Unlike the blue color of regular mana, a pure white light gathered around the blade. Wow! Dazed by the spectacle, the female knight, Soyojin admired the show of this purest form of white mana. That was the savior of the light in action, the miraculous trait that supposedly increases destructive power when facing off against monsters. KHHRRRNG. As expected of the famous trait, even Kim Si-jin felt that was dangerous. No. It wasn't on the level of simply being dangerous. The ebony wolf was actually fearing for its life after seeing that white mana. His trembling hands were the inescapable proof of this. However, Si-jin's pride stopped him from running away. When the instincts of a monster, and the consciousness of a human became all mixed up, that mess had been replaced by a new type of ego. And in this situation, the burning desire to fight suddenly exploded in his heart. SFX for another loud roar. It was the weirdest thing. He really didn't plan to cry out like some wild animal, but his mouth opened up and the loud roar escaped out all by itself. Right then, his consciousness blurred, and his body began moving automatically. The skill warrior of reversal has activated. Exploding into a storm of winds, Si-jin lunged forward towards the knights. The amount of reaction time against that sudden turn of speed was almost zero. Kim In-soo quickly covered his body with mana, but too bad, the wolf's target wasn't him. SFX for a woman's scream. A high-pitched scream could be heard from his back. The clever wolf attacked the female knight at the back, trying to provide cover, and disabled her first. The bow was sliced in half, and her slender wrist had a deep gash on it, blood spouting out from the fresh wound. This FK. Kim In-soo and the two knights hurriedly attacked the wolf. With a powerful, explosive shout, the subordinates swung their swords towards Kim Si-jin. Unfortunately for them, the attribute weapon destruction level E was currently active in his body. He simply slashed at their swords with his claws. SFX for metal bits being cut. The broken halves of blades danced into the air. After their mana-infused blades were broken so easily, the subordinate knights panicked and had to take several steps back. So, Si-jin stopped paying attention to them and turned towards his back, where he could sense the explosive, violent mana. With his entire body glowing in white, Kim In-soo slashed down with his blade at Si-jin. However, his sword only managed to overturn the ground as the wolf had already escaped into the air and retreated to a safer distance. Team leader, what should we do? One of the subordinates asked worriedly. Kim In-soo took a glance at him and gave his order. Take Soyojin and evacuate. There are still potions left, so her recovery should not be difficult. Without a weapon, you'll only get in the way. So, move. When the knights hesitated and did nothing, Kim In-soo shouted out loudly. Only then, the subordinates made their escape in earnest, while he pointed his blade at the wolf. You smart bastard. Si-jin's only weapon against the mana-infused sword was his claws. You sly bastard. The intensity of the light blurring Kim In-soo's body increased up a notch. Si-jin narrowed his eyes to mere slits, as the brightness made it very difficult to keep them fully open. Right at that moment, from Kim In-soo's body, countless blades of mana shot towards Si-jin like an exploding nest of snakes. The countless rays of light, bright enough to erase the sun, filled the sky and began raining down on the single target. It was impossible to escape. However, the wolf's claws could slice apart both the corporeal and incorporeal. In other words, The claws could cut even Mano as well. Si-jin slashed out at the falling drops of light rays, again and again. One could say that it all looked rather effortless. Even as soon as the Mano rays touched the claws, they powerlessly disintegrated and dissipated like the early morning fog. It was now Kim In-soo's turn to panic after witnessing this incredible scene. Staring at the wolf with disbelieving eyes for a short while, he then ceased his ineffective attack and rushed towards the creature. Glang! The wolf's claws clashed angrily with the blade. The sharp screech echoed throughout the forest, with red-hot sparks shooting out from the contact point. TL, I was this close to killing this part as Aura X1000 LOL. The sword descended, accompanied by a terrific shout. But the wolf lightly rolled out of the way and easily dodged it. Right after, the claws swung upwards from below. Cuck! Kim In-soo could barely block it in time. As soon as that happened, though, he had to open his eyes really wide. He saw that on the surface of the blade in contact with the wolf's claws, cracks began to form. He quickly kicked the abdomen of the wolf and retreated. He could not understand what just happened. How could a measly monster leave scars on a mana-infused sword? Of course, right now, time to think was a luxury he couldn't afford. The wolf attacked him again. Kim In-soo hurriedly dodged out of the way. SFX for claws cutting up stuff. The air pressure from the swung claws divided distant trees in half. Kim In-soo stepped on the ground, hard, and thrust out his sword towards the neck of the creature. That was the beginning of a fierce battle, a violent close-quarter combat taking place within the radius of a person's 2 regular steps. The swung sword was blocked by the claws, and the claws aimed at the neck missed as the target dodged with quick movements. As the battle dragged on, their battle arena became more destroyed than before. The sword aura, seemingly missing its mark, carved apart the forest vegetation while on the ground, numerous terrifying scars were left behind. However, the end of the fight wasn't far away. The endurance of a human and that of a beast there was no point in arguing. The latter simply held the advantage on that front. While Kim In-soo's movement had become noticeably sluggish compared to the beginning, the wolf was still maintaining the shocking speed without a problem. Kim In-soo gritted his teeth. He had to make a choice here. Hold out for a bit longer and die, or bet everything on the next attack. He didn't agonize deeply. Really? He scraped together the very last bit of mana still left in him and forced it onto his sword. However, snap. Before he could do anything, the sword couldn't hold on, and broke. Kim In-soo stared at the fallen bit of the blade, dazed and wordless. Then, he lifted his head to look at the wolf. The wolf beast was looking back at him, waiting. But something was different. The previously bloodshot eyes had regained the clarity of the golden iridescence, and the emotions he saw in them were calm and thoughtful. It was as if he was looking into a human's eyes. What the hell just happened? Kim Si-jin alternated his gaze between Kim In-soo and the alert message window while failing to put a rein on his panicking mind. He was able to grasp hold of the fading sanity drowned out by the animalistic instincts, thanks to this window popping up. Condition complete 13. Achieving victory after putting everything on the line. All stats rise by 10. When the remaining 2 conditions are met, the ebony wolf form will evolve. All stats related to the wolf form will rise. The problem remaining now was Kim In-soo. His weapon was quite rubbish. He was an upper mid-tier knight, but he was using only a mid-quality weapon. Of course it'd break easily. Didn't expect him to be dirt poor. What a shock. TL. Author simply wrote, "He's a beggar." It didn't sound quite right to me, so I fiddled around a bit. Kill me. When Si-jin tilted his head in confusion, Kim In-soo spat out the words of utter defeat. What the hell is this guy even saying? Si-jin had no desire to kill this guy. He deliberately locked his gaze with that of Kim In-soo's and snorted derisively before leisurely walking away. Left alone, all Kim In-soo could do was to follow the back of the wolf beast with his dazed eyes. Located in the wealthiest district in the city of Seoul, the headquarters of the Dawn Knights Order was famed for its stylish exterior, advantageous locations, as well as its cutting-edge training facilities. Plus, There was another source of envy and pride, in the form of an online networking app called the Dawn of Today, which could only be used by the current and former members of the Knight's Order. You do it? No, you do it. Why are you asking me? Hey, you went to the same training camp with her. And now, this place was the Dawn Knight's Order's training facility, where the concentration of mana was reputedly higher than that of the mountainside thanks to the centrally located artificial mana spring. 2 new recruits to the order were busy having a light argument here. Doesn't matter if it was training or schmucking, we never talked, not even once, you know. The topic of their conversation was the cute girl training alone over there, Yusi Young. Always the center of the attention whenever she came here to train. But the interest drawing upon her was a bit more special this time. And even if we ask her, we won't be able to join. You know this. Why not? They even have a mid-tier hunter as a member, so why can't we? Their interest in her this time was because of the society she had co-founded, the Monster. Although its name was not very cool and its class was only a D, it was currently the most mentioned society in the Dawn of Today. It wasn't just because the mascot of the Dawn and its most talented knight Yusi Young and an unknown wizard's participation in that society. No, it was because the news of the hottest trending alchemist right now, the Goblin, joining this society had popped up out of nowhere. But that's just once. She doesn't even know my face. And take a look at my mug. Well yeah, so, you think I stand a chance? Foo you. Really, dude? You do this right and we join that society, then our lives will be smooth sailing from now on. I mean, you also heard that rumor going around, right? That one, the orc and the goblin both being the monsters? Hey, you moron. That's just an empty rumor. And there was a strange but compelling rumor floating around as well. And that was, the orc blacksmith would be joining this society as well, very soon. Not only in the Dawn of Today, all the other knights who heard of this rumor couldn't easily dismiss this notion simply because of the fact that the society was called the Monster, plus both the orc blacksmith and the goblin alchemist had a similar naming concept. Whatever, dude. Just go and talk to her. The hope of these two fellas was like so, the society would have liked to admit more members. But since no one dared to approach, it only had 4 co-members so far. So, if one plucked up some courage and made his intentions known, then he'd be welcomed with open arms. In other words, something like, only the brave gets the prettiest girl. However, fine, wait here. The cool and handsome-looking male knight sighed out grandly and walked towards Yusi Young. His gait was stiff like an old robot thanks to him being filled with nervousness. His friend tried to rein in his nervous heart and waited for the arrival of the good news. Hoo-woo. Another intake of deep breath. Arriving before Yusi Young, he began speaking in a shaky voice. I heard that, you have formed, society. And Yusi Young expertly replied as if she had experienced the exact same situation dozens of times already. The leader of the society isn't me but Mr. Kim Si-jin. If you wish to join, please seek him out. Yes. The poor guy heard that as a complete rejection. He walked back to his friend with heavy footsteps and crossed his arms in an X in front of his chest, and they grandly sighed out at the same time. Why are there so many requests to join the society? Yusi Young took a glance at the two and tilted her head. She couldn't figure out why they wanted to join a small society with only 3 members. She didn't understand, as she had stopped using her phone altogether since it was around the time for her school exams. Of course, as Yusi Young, she was fully aware of the true value of building a personal bridge with her. But wasn't this society simply formed to foster amity and goodwill? Even Kim Si-jin himself did say that he formed this society to get the rank promotion. But now, she was in the middle of training. She just didn't have enough time, as after the training, she'd study for the exams. So, she removed all thoughts related to the society and concentrated on training for now. And exactly 1 hour later, Yusi Young could finally hear the answer to the mystery from the butler that had come to take her home. You didn't know? I'm studying for the exams. you know. I'm just too busy studying and training, so. But it's for real, really so. I guess you really didn't know. 2 days ago, a new potion in the Goblin series called a Goblin's Purification came out. And on the label, it was written from the alchemist affiliated with the monster. Yusa Young's expression was that of an utter shock as she leaned against the back of a chair. 11. The Assimilation to Fin. Support Creator. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Kim Si-jin was carefully packing the members' gifts for Yusa Young inside a rectangular box. The contents were potions made by the Goblin alchemist, the business cards, as well as a letter expressing his gratitude. SFX for mobile phone vibrating, as he was observing the status of the box that was rapidly becoming rather classy. The phone went off, and speaking of the devil, it was Yusa Young calling, his lips slightly arcing in a grin. He picked up the phone. "Hello, it's me, Oppa. Is it true?" From a certain point onwards, the way she called him went a slight change. Si-jin was seriously chuffed about that. This was the proof their friendship had deepened, after all. "What is?" "You mean, the alchemist?" "It was 2 days ago when the potion A Goblin's Purification went on sale and the world finding out about the Goblin alchemist joining his society." But Yusa Young was a blood descendant of the Dawn dynasty, so there was just no way she was not aware of this important fact. "Yes, that." "So, it's true?" "How?" "No, that's not it." "What?" "Ah, How did you get to meet the Goblin alchemist?" "Well, she genuinely didn't know." Her voice was trembling from the shock. "Well, it's a private matter so I can't talk about it." "You know how it is." "How sensitive alchemists are towards their privacy." He debated on whether to tell her the truth or not. But in the end, he just made SHT up since he figured that the situation wasn't right for him to come out and say, "Well actually, I'm the Goblin alchemist here." "Yeah? If that's so, well, I guess it can't be helped." "Ah, right. I'm wrapping your presents right now. They should arrive at your place by tomorrow." "Really? Thanks." "No probs." "Ah, by the way." Si-jin dropped the phone hurriedly and went back to wrapping the gift box. It seemed like some sort of sound was leaking out from the phone, but he ignored them since he found gift wrapping more fun. It was decided that the grand finale of the blacksmith tournament would be held at the large lecture hall located in the building of the Dawn Knights Order. And now, today was the much-awaited final round of judging, with over 500 audience members as well as 5 professional judges, all invited here to participate in the process. Inside the waiting area backstage, the pro judges were sitting together, discussing among themselves the weapons submitted for the finals. "I hear the orc is not going to show up for today as well." DSK. "We say nice things about him for a little bit, and he's become so arrogant already." "Famous in Korea for his fussy personality, Master Craftsman Yu Jo Hyung spoke in a slightly dissatisfied voice. "We don't know that. It could very well be that he's uncomfortable with appearing in public. Let's hold off our judgments until later on, shall we?" The author literally said, "Let's not try to view with our colored glasses on." Another judge, the chairman of the Blacksmiths Association, Kim Tae-hyung, admonished Yu Jo Hyung in a benevolent voice. "That's right. It's also possible that he's focusing solely on crafting weapons. I'm already getting hyped thinking about what he has in store for us today." This time it was Kim Yu-rin, turn. Her smile was so dazzlingly charming that it had the power to make the face of a particularly fussy old man flush in a healthy color. If that's the case. However, I really do think that Kim Tae-san will walk away a winner today. He has come very much prepared. The stuff he brought today made me seriously wonder whether he had received his father's help or not. "Really? What about Mr. Orc?" It wasn't a detailed look-see, but I did get a quick peek at it. However, even though it looks like a good quality item, it kind of seemed plain to me. Back then, hotly burning flames? Yeah. I didn't see any of those crazy special thingy add-ons this time. That's why, I think Kim Tae-san boy will win this one. Yoo Jo-hyung stroked his lengthy beard and continued to predict Kim Tae-san's victory. Is there something special about the weapon of the blacksmith, Kim Tae-san? Of course. Even I was really surprised. You will too, when you personally see it for yourself. Oh, right. That Kim Tae-san boy looked like he really wanted to meet you. How about it? Will you have a dinner with him after today's event is all done and dusted? Suddenly, Yoo Jo-hyung threw at her a request rather unexpectedly. Since she couldn't outright refuse a master craftsman just like that, Kim Yoo-rin could only scratch the back of her neck and smiled weakly. You also saw him, no? He's a very good egg, that one. He's got a good personality and we will be starting with the rehearsals now. With a nice timing. The producer entered the room and unknowingly got in between her and Yoo Jo-hyung. She promptly stood up from her seat. Her expression was one of relief. Oh, already? Shall we get going? K-ham. Watching the back of Kim Yoo-rin hurriedly walk away, Yoo Jo-hyung let out a fake cough as if he found the matter regrettable. When Kim Yoo-rin opened the door and left the waiting room, an unexpected woman was waiting for her. A cute girl who was continuously checking her appearance on a small mirror. It was Yoo Se-young, who was becoming rather famous among the current crop of knights nowadays. Whatever was making her unhappy, Yoo Se-young's face was in a deep frown as she surveyed the reflected image until she felt the pair of eyes gazing at her and, weak, she turned her head in a hurry. And she let out a small gasp. She quickly hid the mirror and slowly approached Kim Yoo-rin. Seeing that her face was completely frozen stiff and her legs were trembling pitifully, one could easily tell that she was beyond being incredibly nervous right now. Hello, no, how do you do? The nervousness had gripped her vocal cords and as the words struggled to break free, she ended up inadvertently shouting them aloud. In that moment, all focus was gathered here, and when she realized what she had done, her face became ashen. No. That is, hello there. How do you do? I've heard a lot about you. Kim Yoo-rin smiled warmly and offered her hand for a shake first, unperturbed. She was so mesmerizingly beautiful, even from another woman's point of view. That's why Yoo Se-young stared unconsciously at Kim Yoo-rin before snapping awake and hurriedly taking the offered hand. It's my pleasure. My name is Yoo Se-young. Yes. She was acting quite different from the composed and thoughtful appearance she always put up until now, the one that didn't match up with her age. Se-young was so tightly wound up as she talked with Kim Yoo-rin. Cold sweat was pouring out of her entire body, and her heart was pounding away like crazy. This situation was like a dream to her. The person she had admired the most in her life was standing right before her. Yes, I've heard a lot of good things about you. You've accomplished something amazing. You're already a low mid-tier at such a young age. Yes, I sighs. Yes. I'm Miss Yoo-rin's biggest fan. Me, Yoo Se-young. No, wait. I was in the elementary school, when I was really young. I became your fan. Yoo Se-young could not remember what happened afterwards. Only that, around 5 minutes later, she found herself walking towards the section for the audience panel while being supported by a stranger. The lengthy open invitational tournament was about to come to a close with the commencement of the grand finale. However, if it wasn't the first place or the second place finish, it didn't matter anymore. Even the professional judges and the participating blacksmiths thought this way. Hell, out of the 11 finalists, 7 of them had already threw in the towel after realizing their severe lack of talents. And now, among these 4 items present here today, only one can climb to the glorious position of the victor's throne. As soon as the live broadcast began, the MC spoke the obligatory opening line. The audience members began clapping, and the 5 judges carefully studied the items covered in veil while maintaining a solemn attitude. These are the judges for this round. From the far left, we have the Raven Knight's Order's highest tier knight, Miss Kim Yoo-rin. The MC made simple introductions for the 5 judges, and the judging process began in earnest right after that. The first item was a wooden sword made out of black wood. aka Ceylon ebony. It was a puzzling decision to make a sword out of a wood, but since the black wood could be infused with a lot of mana, as long as it was manufactured well, it was an item that could be rated above mid-quality. It's good, but it's a little regretful that it's too dependent on the knight's abilities. This black wooden sword was knocked out of the running with Kim Yu-rin's judgments. Next up was a scimitar made out of corundum, with the blade's body bending like a snake and the smooth blade edge seemingly boasting an unmatched sharpness. If it was the last year's tournament, then it'd be good enough to compete for the first place, but this time, it could only earn the disappointing appraisal of it's good but lacks any special traits and is just a bit too plain. And now, this is it. This is blacksmith Kim Tae-san's item. It was now the beginning of the real battle. Judges and audience members waited with slightly bated breaths as Kim Tae-san approached his weapon with confident steps. "Please, give us an explanation on your weapon." Kim Tae-san nodded at the MC's words. Then, he removed the veil draped over his item. First, at the sight of elegant and luxurious appearance, both the audience and the judges let out a collective gasp of admiration. "This is a bastard sword I made by combining malachite and adamantite. When mana is infused into the blade, mana will concentrate on the surface of the blade and then change into blue crystal." The explanations might have been simple, but this sword was the kind of a weapon that would truly shine when in hands of its wielder. Utterly confident, Kim Tae-san lifted the sword up and brought it towards the judges, who, as expected of the master craftsman's apprentice, "Is that right?" "It's very good." "Excellent. I can't find any faults." "It is indeed a very good weapon." "Is it alright to infuse it with mana?" During all the praises of the judges, the highest tier knight Kim Yu-rin grabbed the hilt and asked. As that was what Tae-san had wanted from the beginning, he nodded his head without hesitation. "Of course, go right ahead." With his consent, she poured her mana into the sword. As he had said, the blade with the blue mana shimmering on it, changed to a crystalline form. The already pretty exterior became even more fantastical, and there was clearly no need to even test the hardness of the mana crystal. This was, at minimum, a high-quality item. "It's perfect." When Kim Yu-rin dazedly muttered, Kim Tae-san nodded in pure satisfaction. Other judges didn't stray too far from her assessment, either, especially Yoo Jo-hyung, who had been praising Tae-san even from the backstage, was now saying stuff like the boy had climbed up to the level of an artisan and poured out more thick praises. And, finally, this is the last item. As the rising tension was reaching the fever pitch, the turn for the orc blacksmith had finally come. Mr. Orc has decided not to attend the final round, unfortunately. He has said that it's because of personal issues. Since the orc blacksmith didn't show up, the MC took the reins of unveiling the item. He placed the veiled chest in the middle of the stage, where all eyes from the audience members and the judges could see it clearly. And then, sharararak, underneath the veil, a weapon lied. The adjective beautiful suited this weapon perfectly. On the hilt, blue and red colors danced in complete harmony, and on the surface of the blade, the intricate and artful carvings which were widely accepted as the trademark of the Orc's Forge K, were clearly visible. The pure white blade wasn't too long nor was it too short, making it perfect for both cutting and stabbing. The world fell into complete silence. It wasn't as extravagant as Kim Tae-san's work, but as far as beauty was concerned, this one was superior by miles. As some wise old men once said, true beauty could be appreciated by anyone without the express needs for words, and just like that saying, this sword appeared deceptively simple on the surface, but its beauty was truly elegant and beguiling. It's gorgeous. When the silence continued on for 2 minutes, Kim Yu-rin forcibly opened her mouth to say something in order to avoid a broadcasting incident. The exterior does look nice. However, it doesn't look any special from its looks only. Isn't the blacksmith supposed to come out here and start explaining? If this sword has no special traits, then it's not so much different from that corundum scimitar. No. Next up was Yoo Jo-hyung. He was doing his best to maintain a dismissive facial expression. That is true. The orc blacksmith has said that, even though he can't appear physically, He will talk to us via telephone. Sir, if you're watching this live broadcast, please give us a call with the number on the screen. After 20 seconds of waiting, the producer gave a signal that the call had been connected. Hello, there. Is this the Orc Blacksmith? Yes, indeed, that's me. His voice was a pass. Its tone was quite bassy and warm, which made it pleasant to listen to. You have a nice voice, sir. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. Even his smooth laughter sounded nice. The MC nodded his head and then asked the blacksmith on the phone to describe his weapon. This weapon does not possess a special trait like Mr. Kim Tae-shan's weapon, Kham. Even though the explanation had only just begun, one of the judges spat out a dissatisfied fake cough. There was no need for anyone to check that it was from Yejo Hyung. However, this weapon is carrying a sincere wish of mine. What is your wish, sir? The MC asked, clearly expectant. A weapon with a story attached to it was always going to be an easier sell. Note to editor, the author wrote here a weapon with a story is always right. Which one should I go with? I frankly like my interpretation more. My wish is that, I'd like to see my weapon grow together with its owner. When the weapon's owner grows stronger, then it is inevitable that the weapon has to be discarded. Since, if it's not thrown away, the weapon would end up halting the progress of its owner, so I believe the weapon would want to be thrown away as well. The Orc Blacksmith slowly spoke out. As his strangely pleasant voice spread around, the people gathered in the lecture hall for the finale became deeply immersed in his story. What happened next? Did your wish come true? Yes. Fortunately, my weapon can grow together with its owner now. In that moment, chaos broke out in the hall. A weapon that could grow? No one had ever heard of such a weapon before. Is it possible to prove such a thing? It was Kim Tae-shan who shouted out first. He was feeling confident of his victory even after seeing the Orc's item, so understandably, he was feeling genuinely on the edge right now. A weapon that can grow? What kind of nonsense are you trying to? Ha ha ha. Why not let one of the knights present there infuse mana with the sword? The sword will emit a matching resonance with the infused mana. The Orc Blacksmith replied calmly. Kim Yoo-rin stood up from her seat and grabbed the hilt. Kim Tae-san stared at her with a deeply tense expression. All I have to do is to infuse mana with it? Yes, you'll sense the change. Yoo-rin infused her mana with the sword. It was absorbed cleanly. And right away, she understood what this resonance the blacksmith was talking about. The blade was serenely humming in tune with her mana as if it was singing a song. You shouldn't hold it for too long. It might recognize you as its new owner. At those words, Yoo-rin quickly retracted her mana. It's incredible. Kim Yoo-rin lifted her head to the sky and dazedly spoke. Kim Si-jin, who was watching all this happen on TV, quietly chuckled to himself. The attributes he had bestowed to the weapon were sea-level growth by absorption and owner recognition. Thanks to the horns of Tranos, he could imbue these two attributes to the sword that could perfectly recognize its owner and grow together with him or her. With a great timing, the TV cameras picked up on the face of Yoo Si-young, her eyes full of desire as she fixed her burning gaze on the weapon. Even the director seemed to know just who the new owner of this sword was going to be. 11. The Assimilation 3 Fin. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. And now, the only thing left to do after all the weapons introductions and the subsequent critiquing were over with, was the announcement of the final result. Kim Tae-shan was carrying a somewhat bitter smile, framed by a facial expression of a man who had already accepted his fate. He had put in a lot of effort to win. Some people might think less of him, but he also had played up for the cameras as well. He wanted to make sure of his chances with the audience members, in the case where the quality of his output would be only slightly worse than that of the Orcs. He even used his father's name to enter. That's how much he wanted to win. As a son of Kim Tae-bek, a defeat didn't suit Kim Tae-san at all. However, he was up against a weapon that could freaking grow. A notion he'd never even heard of in his entire life, a concept so utterly revolutionary. Considering that, it'd be weird if he had won this tournament instead. If he had won, then all the goodwill he built with the public would all be blown away in a blink. So, All he could do now was to just open-heartedly accept his defeat. The orc blacksmith was at least twice more talented than he was. Kim Tae-shan's pride wouldn't allow for anything higher than a twice, but still, he nodded his head and accepted his defeat today. And now, the winner is... The MC pointed towards the giant screen standing erect in the middle of the stage with a loud voice. The moment the orc blacksmith told the story of his sword, there was no tension left in the finals. Well, the result was inevitable, after all. That's why, when the winner was declared, everyone present here could quietly accept it. The winner is... the orc blacksmith's growing broadsword. Confetti exploded, and from the floor, flames rose up. The fireworks on the stage went off loudly, but seeing that the winner wasn't up on the said stage ready to receive the trophy, it was rather an odd thing to witness. Well then. Now. Yes. And now, we will hear the thoughts of the winner, the orc blacksmith. Can you please give us a call? Although it was cumbersome, the producers couldn't do anything about it since the orc had requested for this type of arrangement beforehand. Fortunately, the blacksmith was quick to make his call. Sir, congratulations on your win. Haha. Thank you. I am really grateful. His voice sounded calm, but the happiness hidden beneath still managed to leak out a little. You could call this result an overwhelming victory. So how do you feel? I wouldn't call it overwhelming. The other weapons competing against mine, you could easily spy their creators' dedication and hard work in them. The winner had to be chosen, but the value of their hard work is all equally high in my mind. It was a simple and humble reply. The MC was about to end it on that feel-good note, when Yoo Jo-hyung suddenly raised his hand. A member of the judging panel wishes to ask you a question. Will that be fine with you? Yes, it's fine. Receiving the go-ahead, Yoo Jo-hyung did one of his fake coughs first. By any chance, the attribute you spoke of, the growth of the weapon, when that attribute is proven to be nothing more than a falsehood, what will you do? You have stayed anonymous all this time and it 217 semicolon hard to place our trust in you. Isn't it possible that, in order to win the prize money, you are lying right now? Yes, that is possible. Although it was a pointed attack loaded with hostility, the orc blacksmith still calmly replied, and that's why I shall not ask for the prize money, nor for my weapons, until its new owner can unequivocally prove that it is indeed real. It was an assured answer that cut off all suspicions. Yoo Jo-hyung was still not satisfied, but since there was nothing he could retort against, he had to concede here. Oh, wait. Then, can I ask you something as well? This time, it was Kim Yoo-rin. Yes, of course. Are you planning to craft more weapons and sell them from now on? If so, then, what are your plans on the circulation of your goods? She asked short and simple questions, but as a person sitting on a high position in her knight's order, they were of incredibly importance. Yes, I am planning on it. However, as for the circulation, I'll have to think about it first. I actually believe that, instead of making weapons and waiting for the right people to show up, a weapon should be crafted to match the individuals instead. As soon as she heard that, she could not hide her shock and licked her lips, salivating. Almost all the knights present here was doing the exact same thing as her. Most well-known blacksmiths, whether that be an artisan or a master, first crafted their weapons and then received the potential owner candidates for them. Hell, some rumors even said that 1 or 2 knights were bribing the blacksmiths in order to acquire the weapons. This was partly because there was ego involved, but also mostly because it was indescribably difficult to tailor or make a weapon to suit its user. As for the ego bit, blacksmiths were the type of people that would destroy a half a year of their own hard work if it was not to their liking. So, to make something that followed the tastes of others were a bit that's great. Say, would you like to be my friend? These sincere words belonged to Kim Yoo-rin and she was dead serious about her intentions. But the audience members and filming crew thought it was a humorous joke and they all burst out into a laughter. Staring at them with a confused expression, Kim Yoo-rin was about to open her mouth to say she wasn't kidding, but before that, she got cut off by the loud shout from an audience member. Since there was no mic near this person, the voice ended up being small, but when hearing it, one could tell it was about the hot news story regarding the society, the monster. Ah, just now, that person asked a question even I was curious about. By any chance, do you know of the society, the monster? The one Mr. Goblin the alchemist had joined. Yes, I've heard of them, the MC asked without too much thought. Since the rumor was treated as completely groundless, his voice lacked much sincerity. Instead, a small amount of light-heartedness found its way in there. Since both you and him use a similar naming concept, people are wondering if you are planning to join this society as well. What are your thoughts regarding this matter? Is that so? Unexpectedly, the orc blacksmith didn't answer right away. At this sudden delay in answer, even those who dismissed the rumor offhandedly had to wait with bated breaths and concentrate. The orc allowed the expectations to bubble on for another 30 seconds, until he finally chuckled and made his reply. It might be interesting to join them after all. If I do decide to join, then anyone wishing to purchase my wares should send their inquiries to the society, the monster. If there's nothing else, then, please excuse me. The call from the blacksmith ended with the words that said there was a possibility, and the entire lecture hall became deathly silent right after. Well, it was a fresh shock to the system, after all. Sijin hurriedly checked online all the articles and the reactions of the public that were uploaded in the blink of an eye. He was exhausted, but still, he found it fun to sift through the stuff put up by the shocked media and the public. The appearance of a treasure-quality weapon. A growth-type weapon. Is it authentic? A weapon that follows its master, who will be its new owner. The orc blacksmith presents a new paradigm shift. These were all rather extremely shameless clickbaity headlines, but undoubtedly, they still held some strange persuasive power to make people click on them regardless. However, after some point in time had passed, articles about the weapon got buried in another topic altogether. And that topic was the orc blacksmith joining the monster. The reactions were explosive. It was unknown how they found out his address, but reporters began showing up in front of Kim Si-jin's house. Don't worry about it. I've sent people over. They will sort out the mess. Thanks for everything. He was getting sick and tired of journalists camping outside his house and knock on his door every 20 minutes or so. Then, Yu Se-young called him with great timing. As expected of the Dawn Knight's order, just like she mentioned, the bodyguards arrived in less than 3 minutes and swept the annoying reporters away. But you also saw the program, right? Is it true that the orc blacksmith is joining our society? Oh, that is. Actually, the goblin alchemist said that he knew the orc blacksmith personally. So there is a connection, right? I'm not sure yet. I need to ask first. Once the lie started, it could not be stopped anymore, and the more he lied, the more comfortable he felt about it. And when he thought about seeing all those shocked faces, well, wasn't this a slightly rotten habit he was developing here? Ah, really? If he really joins the society later on, can I ask him for a favor? Well, why not, as long as there's enough compensation for it, that is. I've more than enough money for that purpose. Of course, you do. Their topic of conversation was the orc blacksmith. She yapped on and on about how she would be the new owner of the sword that could grow stronger. Oh, and Oppa, can we have a meal together later on? Miss Kim Murin asked me if we could eat together sometime. Out of the blue, Yu Se-young changed the topic with a slightly excited voice. Me too? Why, yes. Oppa, too. Her reply sounded as if she was slightly unhappy about something. Maybe she wanted to enjoy a meal together with Kim Murin all by herself or some such. Is it okay for me to go? Well, yes. Miss Kim Murin specifically said, with Mr. Kim Si-jin, too. So, I'll just inform her that Si-jin Oppo is just too busy and we will have to eat without you. I'm sure she will understand. Her voice sounded rather energetic as she said these words. So naturally, he felt quite mischievous and wanted to pull a prank on her. Ah, is that so? It's fine. I can make it. A sudden bout of eerie silence descended on the line. Kim Si-jin worked very hard to restrain the laughter that was threatening to leak out and continued to speak. When will it be? Next week Monday. Si-young spat out unhappily. Got it. Well, see you then, he replied matter-of-factly and ended the call. Kim Si-jin in the ebony wolf form suddenly opened his eyes. His golden eyes gleamed brightly. An indescribable aura was surrounding his body. As it gave off the serious case of an odious sensation, he quickly assumed the human form. He glanced at the clock. It was now 9 a.m. He went to bed at 1 a.m., so he had a normal sleep. Then, but why? Some parts of his body, here and there, were aching, especially his joints and his nails. They were in dull pain, as if there were bruises from receiving impacts. What is going on? Si-jin tilted his head slightly, but didn't worry about it anymore. He just went downstairs to the basement and drank a vial of low mid-grade recovery potion instead. The aches and pain in his joints dissipated in an instant. Climbing back upstairs while feeling satisfied, he lay down on the couch and switched the TV on. The first item on the 9 o'clock morning news was about the orc blacksmith. Smiling contentedly, he listened to the news anchor's voice. The public, knights orders and the leaders of financial and political world have all agreed that the new master craftsman who can represent the country will be born, and have expressed their growing excitement. As he heard the anchor's unbridled praises, he could reaffirm the fevered reception and the excitement of the public at large he read online yesterday. And in this bliss, he slowly sank into a siesta. His body felt strangely fatigued. When he fell deep into the slumber, the news coverage changed suddenly. It was a breaking news. Oh, we have a breaking news. At 3 o'clock this morning, a crime of murder has been committed in the area of Hyeongseong in Gangwon province. The evidence found in the victim's house and the unnatural state of the body prompted the investigators to speed up the autopsy, and as a result, the identity of the victim is now known as a vampire. Currently, the investigators are assuming that this is the work of the mercenary, Lycan. 11. The Assimilation for Finn. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. For the following week after the program had aired, Si-jin was overwhelmed with requests to join the society. The moment he approached the monster field, people stuck onto him like glue, and the identities of each and every one of these folks were just incredible. All of them were some kind of big shots in their chosen field of profession: mid-tier knights, upper mid-tiers, B-rank wizards, etc. etc. When he refused, there were one or two high-nosed snobs glaring at him with eyes that said, "How dare a lowly you refuse me?" But well, that was understandable, as they all had status out in the society. However, Kim Si-jin refused them all. He didn't want to admit those folks with intentions all too clear to see, and muddy the waters of his own society like that. Yu Se-young was the same in this regard, but she had her bodyguards to prevent any trouble approaching her beforehand, so she had encountered far less trouble compared to what Si-jin had to go through. Oh, and also, totally out of the blue, he received a lot of requests for investments, not only from the Knights Orders, but wizard towers and private corporations, as well as even from certain politicians. Some of them strangely went as far as to threaten him with, "If you don't take this money, things will become very difficult for you down the line." Capish? No, the author didn't use that word. I just strangled it in there. Cues, you know. Sounds about right. Of course, Si-jin still refused all of them. However, there was this one thing that he could not refuse outright, as his instincts stopped him from doing so, and that was making an appearance on TV. The idea came from the producer of the program. The qualities of a knight, who packaged the scenes of the real knights hunting monsters as entertainment and created a huge hit show in the process. Si-jin was unable to cleanly refuse the guy, as not only the program itself had been a big ratings draw, but as a child watching TV with his mother, he did hold a secret yearning to appear on it. So, he just told the producer guy that he'd think about it and left it there like that. And now, it was a late afternoon as the sun began to slowly set in the west. Today was also the promised day for the dinner with Kim Yurin, 2. Si-jin was waiting for Yu Se-young in front of his house after she said she'd come and fetch him. He was feeling a bit nervous as the memories of the day he had rescued Kim Yu-rin continued to drift in and out of his head. So, he tried to distract himself by playing with his phone when, from the distance, a shiny and very black limo glided towards his position. Could that be hers? Si-jin fell into a slight dilemma. If he was being escorted to a high-class party, sure, but since it was just a nice little dinner, such a lengthy limo seemed a bit overkill to him. Wouldn't such a thing become cumbersome, instead? Unfortunately, the limo did stop in front of Si-jin. As Si-jin stood there and blankly stared at the car, the window for the back seat slid down and the face of Yu Se-young peeped out from the opening. "What are you doing, Oppa? Get in." "Oh, yeah, sure." With a reluctant reply, he opened the back door and climbed inside. The interior was even more spectacular. The size in here felt like it would not lose out to his old one-room apartment. Even the seats were soft and fluffy, as if he was parking his butt over a cloud or something. This is all really amazing. Is this all thanks to the magic engineering thing? Si-jin spoke as he poked at the seat cushions. Yes, probably, she replied in a relaxed manner and leaned against the backrest, but Si-jin couldn't do that. So, he just twisted his body around like a slightly uncomfortable shrimp. By the way, what's that? Pretending to not know, he pointed at a box laying securely on Se-young's lap. She carried a very proud expression as she opened the box. "It's the growing broadsword, you see. It will serve as my main weapon from now on. And Mr. Orc the blacksmith even wrote me a letter as well." He did write a letter for Yu Se-young. He asked her to use the sword well. He also added that, when his skills improved, he'd also take care of maintaining the weapon in the future as well. She had a very satisfied expression, so he decided to feel satisfied as well. The venue was a high-class restaurant located near the Raven Knight's Order. Si-jin had never ever set foot in an eatery where one could not enter without an invitation before in his life. He felt a little, make that a lot, pressured by this. Such a luxurious atmosphere didn't suit him one bit. He saw a guy wearing a formal attire that could easily have cost more than a few $1,000s, and a woman wearing a super fancy dress. Among all the diners here, he spotted famous politicians, knights, as well as celebrities he could recognize just by looking at their faces, from the tops of their heads to the tips of their toes. From the clothes they wore and their mannerisms, him and this whole space was at perfect odds with one another. Of course Si-jin would feel depressed. "Lady Yu Se-young and Sir Kim Si-jin, your reservations have been confirmed." Two of them followed the professional guidance of the waiter and sat down in front of a huge table. "Oppa, why do you keep looking around like that?" Yu Se-young stopped browsing the menu and asked him, looking somewhat puzzled. "They are staring at us." He was already feeling uncomfortable, and now all these famous people were looking over here. He so wanted to rip off the cheap checkered shirt he was wearing right this instant. "You're right, it's probably because of the society, I think. Since even the orc blacksmith has joined us. Well, I guess it can't be helped, really." On another side note, Yu Se-young seemed very much moved by the letter Kim Si-jin sent along with the broadsword, and had become a die-hard fan of the orc blacksmith. Of course, it was somewhat pitiable that she had no idea the very blacksmith was sitting right in front of her at this moment. "By the way, will Sir Blacksmith really join our society?" And before he knew it, the way she called the society had changed to a more agreeable our society. Si-jin smiled slightly. "Not sure yet, but I think I can get in touch with him," he answered her in a nonchalant manner. Of course he could get in touch with himself. Wasn't that the most obvious thing in the world? Maybe it was just too obvious and that could be a problem, but still. Can I get in touch with him too? Well, that's, Oh, by the way, surely you can find out the identity if you wanted to, can't you? Si-jin asked her as if there was some doubt there. If it was the Dawn's information network, they should be able to uncover the identities of both the goblin alchemist as well as the orc blacksmith. After all, there would inevitably be a paper trail left somewhere. No, for the people of Dawn, it would be far more harder to accept the truth that all three individuals happened to be a single person, Kim Si-jin. That's true, but I think that's no different from slicing the belly of the goose that lays the golden eggs. It'd be a loss if the potential relationship sours because we ignored his wishes to remain anonymous. That was a wonderful answer. He quickly nodded his head. But then, all of a sudden, Yoo Se-young seemed to have remembered something. She opened her eyes real wide and pushed her upper body real close. Ah, right. When you get to speak to the blacksmith, you must pass on this message. Us at Dawn are deliberately protecting the identity of the blacksmith as we speak. There are other night orders and corporations that don't think the same as us out there. Sure thing. Got it. After finishing her business, she slowly leaned back against her chair. Si-jin dumbly stared at her. As they became more friendly, she felt like a different person from the initial impressions. There was still that side of being more mature than her age, but without a doubt, there also existed the side that was cheerful and overflowing with emotions, just like any other girls her age. It was a refreshingly charming side, for sure. However, she was still underage, though. She's here. Yoo Se-young pointed behind his back and whispered loudly. Kim Si-jin also turned his head to look. There she was, Kim Moo-rin, wearing a coat-style armor. Just like how Si-jin had acted earlier, she too seemed flustered as she went past the focused stairs to arrive at the table. Hello there. Yoo Se-young abruptly stood up first. Oh, hello there. The thing is, I came here straight after finishing up work, so I couldn't find the chance to change my clothes. Kim Moo-rin spoke apologetically as she sat down next to Yoo Se-young. How do you do? I'm Kim Si-young. Hello. I've heard many good things about you. It's a pleasure. After sharing a light greeting with Si-jin, Kim Moo-rin browsed the menu before her jaw magnificently hit the floor. They are all quite expensive, aren't they? That was totally unexpected from the point of view for the other two present here. After all, Kim Moo-rin was a highest tier knight employed by the country, so her annual salary must have been at least $900 grand. Actually, I moved house recently, and I spent a bit of money buying an equipment, so it's totally fine. My grandfather owns this restaurant, so it's all free. Yoo Se-young proudly pounded her chest as she spoke, and that made Kim Moo-rin smile brightly as well. And then, the three of them conversed in a slightly awkward atmosphere until their food arrived. The topics of the conversation were varied. The goblin alchemist, the orc blacksmith, the large-scale incidents in China and the USA involving the continuous fissure eruptions, the future and what it had in store for them, and finally, right, will the two monsters really join your society? The monster? Two monsters? Yes. Nowadays people are calling the two by the term. Well, I believe it's actually a term of reverence, as both of them demonstrated absolutely overwhelming skills in their chosen fields. After hearing her serious voice, anyone could tell that this was the topic she wanted to discuss from the very beginning. Well, really? I'm not too sure. The goblin did say he was on friendly terms with the orc. Si-jin vaguely answered and quickly assumed a smile as he tried to speak in a sly, somewhat shameless tone. You seem to have a lot of interest in this matter, though. If that's so, would you like to join our society as well? Then, it should be more than possible to bridge the two connections. Wow, that is an excellent idea. Suddenly, Yoo Se-young shouted out at the top of her lungs. And it was way too damn loud. Loud enough to pull all the attention of the surroundings to hear. What the heck is she doing? He became embarrassed slightly and glared at Yoo Se-young. Indeed, her current state was a mess. Her face was completely flustered. There were numerous large sweat drops dotting her forehead, and her entire demeanor seemed like as if she'd faint at any given moment. Sighing out grandly, Si-jin fished out a handkerchief and dabbed all the sweat off her forehead. Oh, thanks. Finally calming down, she took several deep breaths and thanked him. Kim Moo-rin blankly watched this scene with an unreadable expression before opening her mouth once more. I'm grateful for the invitation, to be offered an opportunity to join the hottest society right now. But my situation is a little bit complicated at the moment. However, I'll definitely think about it. Yurin really wanted to join, of course, but she couldn't as she was now. As a matter of principle, an order master of a government-run Knights Order could not join any societies. And she was a person who'd be following in her father's footsteps and become the next master. There might be 3 years left until that, but still, she figured it would instead only inconvenience the society's members if she joined for that limited amount of time. I understand. Please, give it a careful consider. It was then. SFX for things vibrating. Out of the blue, the floor vibrated. What there? Sijin was wondering if there was an earthquake, but soon, he could see that was not the case from the view through windows of the restaurant. He could view down to the Han River from this restaurant and he saw it a huge shape rising slowly from the middle of the river's surface. With a deeply astonished expression, Kim Yurin shot up from her seat. It was a leviathan, a gigantic sea monster that made the Han River seem cramped, its body like that of a snake and possessing a head similar to that of a dragon. It was sometimes referred to as the Imugi of oceans, and more importantly, it was a monster that should not have existed in this river. 12. A development that's not a progress. 1 Fin. TL, an Imugi is, according to the ever-reliable Wikipedia, a proto-dragon found in Korean folklore. It resembles a giant snake, and after surviving 1,000 years it can become a full-fledged dragon. There are various versions of folk tales, all describing different ways for the creature to become a true dragon. TL, okay, people, I'll be experimenting with something here. As I've no idea how to manipulate the sponsor bar graph by the index page, so instead of tearing my hair out trying to figure that one out, I'll post the amount needed to meet the goal for the extra chapters at the end of every chap posted. The amount needed for this week's second extra chapter, $16. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Reversing of the public sentiment was a success. Juji Hyuk ended up earning the nickname of the Griffin Knight, and Muffin even performed an interview with a reporter. The killer smile of Muffin that spread out to all social media in real time was adorable enough to give people heart attacks, and that's how she temporarily got on the internet. But quite strangely, only Johan Sung gritted his teeth and called Muffin the Satan reincarnate or some such, but Sijin didn't pay too much mind to it. As Muffin became famous, inquiries from knights and knights orders throughout the world rushed in like tsunami waves via the society's homepage. A Chinese knight's order even suggested that Sijin tame the monsters with the eggs they would bring in for a cool fee of post-tax $180 million. Well, it seemed like the romantic ideals of knights were the same regardless of where they were from. Plus, riding on a griffin wasn't just a simple romantic dream for knights, either. After all, imagine a knight astride a griffin, tearing through the sky. Wasn't that just the coolest sight ever? In other words, it was a wonderful marketing opportunity, right there. Whatever the case may have been, thanks to this thing with the griffin, Kim Si-jin's name had begun to spread around the world for real, from a humble, regular citizen of a small country, to the leader of the society that had become the focus of the world. As an evidence of his fame, the number of his SNS followers had blitzed past 1 million and was closing in on the 2 million mark quite rapidly. And just last week, the society's class saw another advancement, this time to C+. In other words, things have gotten pretty damn nice for Sijin lately. TL, the final line of this paragraph confused me like no other. The literal TL would have meant that there was no need for him to do more, but that didn't seem quite correct, so I had to do some research online as well as to ask around. And what I led here was the result of that research, but still, I'm not 100% sure if that's what the author was trying to say in the first place. I also want to ride one. Currently, inside the chairman's office located in the Monsters building, there was yet another knight present here who wanted her own griffin. Yu Se-young was gently staring at Sijin's face as he was doing some paperwork while hunched over his desk. Her large and sparkling eyes contained an earnest desire within. I'm sorry, but you can't. You're still alone here. Didn't you hear what Juji Hyuk said before? Come on, Oppa. A knight's steer isn't the true reflection of her abilities, you know. I mean, it's like, Since the rank advancement exams take place only twice a year, sometimes people rank up slower than compared to their capabilities. Me, I can do this no problem, you know. She came to work to the Society's HQ instead of her own dawn order. Apparently, her superiors easily granted her the permission when she said she'd be coming here to ride on a griffin. Not going to happen. Phew. But Sijin firmly refused her, causing her cheeks to puff up in annoyance, and she started pounding on the desk with her palm. Every day, you're always favoring night jihyuk only. Oppa, you into guys? What the? No, I'm not. Then why do you hate me so much? After spitting out her words, she then observed changes in Sijin's mood for a bit. However, he was still toiling away with his paperwork. Pretending to work hard only in situations like this. Usually, he'd dump all the work to his subordinates. Anyways, still pouting, Yu Se-young tenaciously stuck around Sijin's office. The patience, obsession, and the tenacity possessed by the precious daughter of the Chebel household was not to be underestimated. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then 30 minutes. Time flowed quickly, but all she did was simply stare at Sijin without giving up. Of course, as far as time was concerned, Sijin would always be in a disadvantage. Before he knew it, his legs were trembling ever so slightly. All right, then, let's do it this way. In the end, Sijin had to concede first. When he got up from his seat while putting on a jacket, those excessively sparkling lights came back in full force in her eyes. Bring me a griffin egg. The documents he was poring over just now was actually information regarding griffin eggs. In the past, records showed that 5 to 6 eggs appeared on auctions throughout the year, but nowadays, not one have, so far. And the financial department head Yudong also mentioned that even if one did appear, it should commence a sky-high price anyways. So, he was thinking that, even if it was the might of the dawn, finding one would take some time, and Yu Se-young would no doubt have become a mid-tier by then. Then I'll make sure you can ride on one. Cool. He quickly added these words and then lightly patted Yu Se-young's head once before hurrying outside. I've got things to take care of, so I'll get going first. Sijin left like that. And with a blank face, Yu Se-young's eyes chased after his back, visible through the open gap of the doors. Woo. Then suddenly, she let out a long sigh. Riding on a griffin, certainly, that would be nice. But that was only a part of the reason why she was here. I wanted to ask him out for lunch. Was he really too dense to notice, or did he really not like her that much? While hiding a disappointed and melancholic heart, she trudged towards the restaurant she had made a reservation with. It was late at night. A goblin that was lying on a bed tossing and turning, abruptly opened his eyes. From his 2 bloodshot eyes, a strange aura was oozing out. Phew. Scanning the surroundings for a moment or two, the goblin let out a long sigh before suddenly morphing into a human being. It's happening again. Kim Sijin dazedly muttered out. The clock said 2:30 a.m. Roughly a month after acquiring the Orc Great Warrior form, he was currently suffering from various negative side effects. First of all, it became impossible to enjoy a relaxing night's sleep anymore. The vitality of the orc residing within him did not permit things it did not agree with, such as lying down for more than 3 hours straight. This much was fine. With his body so sturdy and strong, there would be more than enough stamina for the whole day even with minimal amount of sleep. The real big problem was the explosive increase of his base instincts and desires, such as gluttony and lust, as well as his aggressive tendencies for violence and confrontation. Against the strong, he'd give his everything in a challenge, but against the weak, a deserved domination and brand-pulling. Craving to be the true victor, but the defeated would be ruthlessly humiliated and stepped on. Now that he threw away the identity of the werewolf, Orc's basic instincts and racial tendencies were spreading all over him. Damn it. Sijin held his head in distress. Just what kind of a vicious cycle was this? He chased so hard after his evolution in order to overcome the threat of losing his ego, but now, He simply had no avenue to soothe his powerfully surging instincts. While gazing at the cold white light of the full moon permeating through the curtains, he slowly got up from his bed. There would be no change whatsoever by sitting on his rest doing nothing. After all, whatever the case may be, he just had to work harder. The conditions of his evolutions couldn't simply be satisfied by hunting monsters. That was why, if at all possible, he had to try out everything. For now, there was no other way but to try out any old random things. Huck, here, Si Jin was thinking, would he be able to evolve somehow, if he killed the night crawling in front of him? No, that was too much, so maybe he should just break a leg or two. Instead, as long as I don't kill, he could assist the victim with the best potion brewed by the goblin alchemist. He then walked in heavy steps towards the female knight and grabbed her by her slender waist. The huge hand of the werewolf was enough to pick her up off the ground. Let go. Let me go. When he saw the terror-stricken face of the female knight, from deep inside of him a powerful sense of enjoyment bubbled up to the front. So, the wolf's long tongue reached out and licked her face. Kek! Her terrified screams stabbed into his ears. It sure was a loud sound for the wolf with a very sensitive hearing ability, and fortunately, Si Jin could recover some of his humanity from that scream. He turned his gaze towards the sky. The dawn sky with the full moon high up was dyed in the deep shades of navy blue. That was it, the full moon. No doubt, the cause for this crisis was the werewolf's instincts enhanced by the full moon getting all tangled up with the orc's desires. SFX for a childlike sobbing. It was then, the knight captured within his hand began crying like a child. Only then did Si Jin check who she was while tilting his head. And she was someone he had been somewhat acquainted with before. The girl who lost to Yi Young at the knight's duel, Young Unji. Why was the female knight famous even in the entertainment industry out hunting during these dangerous hours? KHRRRNG. From the jaws of the wolf, a strange and murky, low-frequency growl came out. Taking this as a sign of the creature attacking her, Young Unji squeezed her eyes shut. But what happened next was quite confusing to her, to say the least. Come back when you get stronger. He freed her while carrying a mischievous grin. Of course, to her eyes it was one of the most terrifying expressions she'd ever seen. SFX for thudding footsteps. And then, walking with heavy steps, he headed off elsewhere. Her face all messed up with snot and tears, Young Unji sank to the ground powerlessly and continued to stare at the back of the departing werewolf silently. Si Jin continued to walk through the forest for a while longer after that, before sensing a strange energy. Even from this great distance, he could sense that nearly imperceptible evil energy with black and crimson colors blending together to give off a seriously bad vibe. As if he was a moth drawn by the light, he approached it and found a stone that seemingly looked as innocuous as it could get. There was no need for him to wonder what this thing was for, as a summoning rock and installation type portal. Remaining number of usages, 2024, a stone made by an unknown individual for summoning purposes. 24 times a day, monsters within its effective area will be transferred to the specified area. It'll break once the number of usages run out. Does he possessed a leveled up passive that allowed him to take a peek at the information of things other than weapons? Si Jin immediately figured it out the moment he read the alert window. This was the culprit of all those monster incidents happening throughout the country until now. No. The real culprit was something else. The alert window said this thing was made by an unknown individual, after all. But what an unexpected harvest. For now, Si Jin sliced apart this summoning rock and stopped its operation. It is now known that Night Young Unji is complaining about the mental trauma suffered at the hands of the werewolf while being treated in the private medical facility. 2 days later, after being seen as a big scoop, the stories related to Young Unji exploded out into the open. Si Jin definitely didn't give her any external wounds. The only thing he did was to break her weapon. That was all. But seeing all that exaggerated reactions coming from the news, the various publications and even from the netizens, clearly the identity of the victim played the biggest role of all, it seemed. Although experts concur that this werewolf has been active within the monster field for quite some time, they are suspecting that there might be some type of connection between it and the monster-related attacks that have been occurring frequently. SFX for papers rustling. As Si-jin was paying attention to the news broadcast on the television, out of the blue, he could hear the sound of something being written inside the desk's drawer. That was an indication of someone writing on the communication notebook. So, he pulled the book out from the drawer. It is simply too difficult to believe you when you claim to have seen through the scheme and the culprit behind the current incidents. If you can prove this, then we're more than willing to follow through on all of your demands. It was a message from the Special Investigation Division after a long time had passed by. The truth of these incidents, as he did find something 2 days ago by sheer good timing. He picked up his pen with certain amount of confidence. Haven't you ever wondered why the number of monsters within the monster field had decreased? Also, have you heard of an item called Summoning Rock before? I already have figured out everything. But unless you prepare a suitable reward, I refuse to reply further after this. In all honesty, it wasn't because he was refusing to, he couldn't, even if he wanted to. But still, he passed on everything he knew this way. He found negotiating like this when many innocent people were suffering out there rather uncomfortable after all. And when he realized this uncomfortable feeling within his mind, he somehow felt happy as well, knowing that it was the evidence of him not being assimilated to either the orc or the wolf form. SFX for papers rustling. Even though replies were hastily being written after his own words, Si-jin coolly closed the notebook. June 21st. The longest day in the year, and the true beginning of the summer. The society that's expanding internationally, the monster. Over 300 knights orders gather for the demonstration of the Athene 2.0. The orc's whip sword, the revolutionary weapon that can bend its blade like a whip when mana is injected, certified as a 5th rank branded goods. The reasons why the orcs work isn't from luck or coincidence. The goblin alchemist produces a high-grade potion once more. The Yozion Alchemy House is now being referred to as the Goblin House. Our society is doing really well right now, isn't it? No wait, isn't it Oppa who's doing really well? After finishing up with her work, Young showed up in Si-jin's office just like before. This time, he was reading a newspaper. He chuckled slightly and got up to leave. Don't you have to go to school? Well, no, I'm admitted to a university already. Meaning, it's the same thing as me being an official adult. No, I am an adult now. I even got the driving license, too. Young seemed to be in an especially good mood. Today was actually the day she was going to have lunch with him. She even wore a sleek, fancy outfit and a pair of high heels for the occasion. Is that so? Well then, shall we get going? While speaking, Kim Si-jin smoothly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. At this subtle contact, Young was stunned slightly. But she could only swallow down her saliva. Without saying much, she naturally followed his lead. So, where would you like to go? Oh, right. I made reservations, but it's fine to go where Oppa wishes to go. No, it's alright. Let's go to the reserved place. 18. The Vicious Cycle 1 Fin. TL, the amount left for the third sponsored chapter of the week. $45. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. With Kim Si-jin riding shotgun, Young drove the car by herself to the restaurant located within the city limits of Gangwon Province. TL, the name of the city isn't specified in the raw. She drove quickly for 10 minutes, before arriving at their destination. We're here. Oh, you're pretty good at driving. Her skills behind the wheel, whether it was driving or parking, was so perfect it made him exclaim out in admiration. Honestly speaking, at first, he got so nervous, he had to pull the seat belt as tightly as possible. Obviously, I'm good at everything, you know. What she said could have been seen as a jinx, but he couldn't help but find her brightly smiling face simply endearing. Usha. She got off the car first, then hurriedly walked over to the passenger side and opened the door for him. Si-jin chuckled slightly as he exited the car, thinking, isn't a man supposed to do that for a lady instead? And so, The two of them approached the restaurant's entrance. Yoo Se-young continuously searched for the right opportunity to link their arms together, but simply couldn't work up the courage to go for it, and so, her body continued to flinch this way and that while still searching for that right timing. But, before that could happen, the maitre d' had already approached them. Feeling genuinely bummed out, she began to resent the waiter in her mind. "Have you made reservations?" "Yes, yesterday." Under Yoo Se-young, for two. The restaurant she had made reservations with, the Dinner and Angel, was so famous for its wonderful flavor and classy atmosphere. It operated on the reservation basis only. As far as Si-jin knew, a regular Joe would have to make a reservation a month in advance for his spot. That's how famous it was. TL, that's the name of the restaurant in the raw. I didn't mess it up. Of course. Please follow me. Si-jin and Yoo Se-young followed the maitre d's guidance and entered the restaurant's interior. The melody of a classical music number gently floated in the air. One could tell that the decor was very expensive, even at a casual glance. And the patrons here were all someone Si-jin thought he might recognize from somewhere. His facial expression became slightly stunned as he discovered celebrities he saw often in TV shows, as well as famous knights and wizards here. "This is your reserved table." The place they were guided to. The table Yoo Se-young had reserved was located in the best spot next to the windows where one could see the panoramic view of the cityscape below. Kim Si-jin still felt out of place in such a luxurious restaurant, but as expected of a gold spoon, Yoo Se-young was just fine. She placed her order in a relaxed manner and then shifted her gaze towards Si-jin, who was still scanning the other diners around them. "It's going to taste great." As she spoke, a brilliant smile was spreading on her face. "I think so, too." Hee. Right? Shortly after, their food arrived. Their meal started off with soup, then moved on to tiny little steaks, followed by slightly bigger steaks, etc. etc. They chatted away while savoring the food. Even though Si-jin spoke about things that just randomly popped into his head, the big smile on Yoo Se-young's face showed no sign of disappearing. At one point, she even laughed out too loudly and drew in the attention of the surroundings. And so, over 40 minutes had gone past. The meal came to an end just as Si-jin was beginning to feel nervous about the time idling away. "Let's get going." He got up from his seat first. Yoo Se-young also got up, but her expression was somewhat regretful at the same time. Right away, Si-jin quickly ran towards the counter. He was trying to pay for the meal, but unfortunately for him, there was no need to do that in the first place. This restaurant is owned by the Dawn Corporation, and as such, Miss Yoo Se-young and her fellow patron is exempt from paying. Waiter. Oh, is that right? As Si-jin blankly nodded his head, a sonorous voice could be heard from his back. "Did you hear that? Maybe Oppa got too used to it and keeps on forgetting it, but I am that kind of a woman, you know." She puffed her chest out and tried to sound imposing and all. It was then, the expression of the waiter behind the counter became a little strange. Obviously, it was not her first time dining in this restaurant. She had brought along other knights from the Dawn Order, saying they were her colleagues and stuff like that. But her expressions now and back then were completely on the opposite side of the spectrum. It was enough to make the waiter wonder if she was the same person or not. She did not smile at all back then, ditto for the coy facial expression. Her rigid lips were only used for consuming her food, and it was quite obvious from her expressions just how much she wanted to go home as soon as possible. Is she flirting with him? That notion sounded totally nonsensical. Just what would make Yoo Se-young flirt like that with another person? Of course, the waiter knew the guy next to her as he'd heard and saw him before. Kim Si-jin. Although he hadn't yet made an official appearance on TV, but still, he was a man the attentions of the public was focused on, as evidenced by his name being mentioned at least once every day in every television program there was, even including those variety shows. But they do look good together. The waiters silently stared at the departing backs of Si-jin and Yoo Se-young while feeling a sense of emptiness. "Oppa, since there's some time left, so how about we catch a movie?" As they stepped out of the restaurant, Yoo Se-young carefully asked him. "Oh, that. I'm not really into movies," he replied while scratching the back of his neck. Movies? Well, he never really had any luck with such leisure activities before, but ever since his trait awakened, it had become totally impossible now. If that's the case, then what about those machines where you win plush toys? There are loads of them around here. She walked alongside him and tried to lead him towards the next thing. She really didn't want to end today's meeting with only a single lunch together. However, his situation didn't permit that. Even that is, still. Tea? Then, why don't we go to a cafe and just talk? You see, after today, we won't be able to see each other for a few weeks. You heard, right? The order for the emergency standby. Anxiety could be heard in Se-young's voice, but there was nothing he could do. After sighing out deeply, he patted her head and spoke. "I'm sorry. Let's just head home for today." Se-young's gaze remained directed to the floor without saying a single word for a while. But that didn't last for long. As if nothing had happened, she smiled brightly and replied to him in a lively manner. "Yeah. Well, I guess it can't be helped. By the way, Oppa, you know you missed a big chance today, right?" She quickly walked towards the car and entered it, but Se-jin stood there momentarily after sensing her voice tremble. He was left utterly frustrated and bitter. The meaning behind the time limit for his human form was that he wouldn't be able to develop a deep relationship with another person. He wasn't sure since when Se-young developed such feelings for him, but, "What are you doing? I'll drive you back to your house." She lowered the driver's side window and shouted at him. He trudged to the passenger side and entered the car. Right away, the engine roared into life, and she expertly maneuvered out of the parking lot. "Did you enjoy the food?" Se-young tried to engage in small talk as if everything was fine, but it was plain to see that she was not okay while sitting behind the wheel. He felt so apologetic towards her, seeing her rigid face with a forced smile on it. After that day, Se-jin immersed himself even deeper in his evolution. Until the night fell, he really tried pretty much all sorts of things while utilizing the wolf form, and even resorting to the forms of the goblin and athenry. However, while his evolution seemed so far away still, an official decree for his subjugation was issued. It was called the Subjugation Order for the black-colored werewolf found between the low-mid and upper-mid deer hunting grounds. The problem came from the fact that, while he still didn't kill anyone just like when he was the demon orc, his much stronger bestial tendencies ended up causing various psychological issues to his victims. His skill Predator was active during all forms, but since it was acquired after he became the werewolf, so naturally, its effects were the strongest when he was in the wolf form. On top of that, there were times when he couldn't properly control his instincts at all. Young Eun-ji, who had suffered the hardest, was still confined to the hospital room, and besides her, 20 more knights were suffering from lighter psychological traumas, which then precipitated the government and the Knights' Orders placing a bounty on his head and issue that subjugation decree. And that's how, the fame of the werewolf, once referred to as the guardian of the monster field, had been replaced by infamy. SFX for claws tearing through stuff. The lightning-fast claws of the wolf tore through a knight's armor. A shrill scream reverberated throughout the mountainside. Today's opponent was a four-man hunting party comprised of mid-tier knights from the Raven Order. As if the members of this team had worked together for a long time, their cooperation, individual stamina management, as well as their abilities left nothing to be desired. But the reality was, there was just too wide a gap of strength between them and the werewolf, since there were 5 branded goods level items stored in him via spiritualization, currently level B stealth, level C improved striking power, level B increased intelligence, level C material destruction, level C light refraction, level B. The most significant bit was the last one, light refraction. In a close quarter battle involving bladed weapons, one of the most important part was correctly judging the distance between oneself and the enemy. But this light refraction made the concept of correct distance pretty much irrelevant. The claws definitely aimed towards the lower torso, but the resulting terrible wound appeared on the upper part, or, The claw swung from a distance would twist around quite strangely before arriving right in front of the target's nostrils in the blink of an eye. On top of this, the wolf's claws had leveled up over and over again until they rivaled adamantium in hardness alone. Dealing with each of the slashes from these claws was the same as a brush with death. Huck. And so, these 4 knights were swept away by the wolf's unconventional attacks. To these knights ranked around mid-tier or lower, they just didn't have much experience in unpredictable battle situations. Si Jin in the wolf form was just too tall a wall for them to climb. Si Jin fell into a dilemma while seeing the 4 heavily bleeding knights groveling on the ground. Did he really need to take a human life, or at least cut off a limb or something, to evolve? If that was the case, then KKHINNG. However, he quickly distanced himself from the fallen knights and ran. Kim Si-jin was a human, not a monster. In the case of the condition for his evolution really required him to take a human life, then he'd never accept it, because that act alone would push him further away from being human. Next day, Si-jin, accompanied by Ju Ji-hyuk, was heading towards a hospital fairly early in the morning. You wished to see Miss Young Unji. She's not. Nurse, my name is Ju Ji-hyuk. Unji should feel okay around me. I also got the permission from the order as well, since I'm here to treat her. The reason was Young Unji. Even if he couldn't help it, as the wolf's instincts had taken over back then, his conscience made him feel responsible after seeing her going through so much for the past month or so. And since his wolf form was the cause of her distress, there was a good chance that he also possessed the means to cure her. By the way, why Unji? Suddenly, Ju Ji-hyuk asked carefully as they headed towards one of those single-lebbed patient rooms. Ah, that. I am Miss Unji's fan. You see. That's why I even brought the goblin's potion along as well. Although Young Unji was nominally a knight, she also actively participated in the entertainment industry as well, which meant that she had quite a fan base, so it was not a strange excuse to make. Ute. The goblin. You mean the goblin alchemist? However, Ju Ji-hyuk was more interested in the goblin alchemist instead of Si-jin allegedly being Young Unji's fan. But that was par for the course. Really? Since the Goblin Alchemist was being seen as some sort of religion in the world of potion making by the so-called Mudspoon Knights as well as regular citizens going through tough financial situations, it was a well-known fact that making recovery potions graded upper mid or high was far more profitable. But disregarding that, he was busy making low mid-grade potions for sale at a low price. Even more, he maintained the rule of 1 potion per person when selling them. And so, the goblin was currently being praised that bordered on reverence as the ideal example of noblesse oblige. Of course, the reality was slightly different. The low mid-grade potions he brewed wasn't even a proper potion to begin with. It was actually saliva from the atheniform. The nature of the moisture within the atheniform was changed to mimic potions and then was discharged. In other words, it was his spit. As he could produce over 100 liters of spit a day quite easily, he couldn't in good conscience sell that with a high price tag. So that was the reason for the low cost. And he only set the rule of 1 potion per person because he didn't like those people that acted like scalpers and resold his wares. Yes, it is that alchemist. Ting. While he spoke, the elevator had arrived at the top floor already. 18. The Vicious Cycle 2 Fin. TL. Hey you all. Happy belated Thanksgiving for those who observe it. And for the rest, hell yeah, it's Black Friday. Shop till you drop. Muahahaha. TL. Oh, I almost forgot. Have you checked out JFB's announcement page yet? That's right. I'll be releasing 10 chapters of A Monster Who Levels Up, starting with 2 chapters tomorrow. For now, the sponsored chapters will be entered into the queue and will be released after the end of this Indo-Fire event. Please do look forward to it. TL. The amount left for the 3rd extra chapter that will show up in, well, after the end of the event, $12. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. And this chapter begins our 1200 plus. Young Unji's state was unexpectedly serious. Her face was haggard and the complexion, pale. And there were deep, dark circles below her eyes, as if she was lost within the confines of fear. Her body continued to tremble, and she was even scared of making eye contacts. Phew. Ju Ji-hyuk did his very best to converse with her, but it proved to be difficult in the end. When he shook his head as if to indicate that he was about to give up, Kim Si-jin let out a bitter sigh. Mr. Ji-hyuk, can you step outside for a second? Please. Oh, of course. Ju Ji-hyuk left the hospital room without suspecting a thing. Si-jin stared at Young Eun-ji for a bit longer, before activating the eyes of the wolf. As he thought, he could see some kind of an aura, the deep blackish energy oozing out of every pore in her. The intense hue and the concentration of it seemed to show how severe her condition was. First, he brought out a potion with the effects of a sedative. Obviously, this would not cure her, but it should help her get some much-needed peaceful sleep. He was planning to treat her while she slept. Miss Eun-ji. She trembled even more when he suddenly called out her name. Her head slowly raised up. Please take this. When comparing the odor from the wolf form and his human form, the former was thicker and stronger, so one would be hard-pressed to think they were from the same source. But there was some similarity there still. She couldn't even dare to refuse him, and with quaking hands, received the potion. Drink it. Young Eun-ji wordlessly drank it, and precisely 1 minute later, she passed out on the bed. After confirming that she was out cold for good, he extended his claws. Then, he slashed lightly at the bad energy rising up from her body. And when he did that, the gently dancing aura began to coagulate around his claws as if it had finally found its owner. What there? He was slightly taken back at this unexpected development. He was thinking that aura would be sliced apart just like before, so why? However, the contents of the alert window rising up were even more absurd in nature. The skill Dark Energy Link has been generated. Dark Energy Link, obedience through terror and fear. Whenever the ruler wants, he can cause the emotions of terror and fear in the ruled subjects. The ruled subjects will feel terror and fear when trying to refuse the ruler's orders, requests and suggestions. However, the ruled subjects will not be aware of the effects of the link. The ruler can sever the link at any time. However, if he wishes to reconnect the link, he must go through the same process as before. After creating the link with 17 humans and then by maintaining them successfully, the host will evolve into lycanthrope. He ended up receiving the clues to becoming a lycanthrope quite unexpectedly. He dazedly studied the alert window. Definitely, that dark and red energy coming off her had vanished. But seeing those words written on the alert window, heck! Wasn't this pretty similar to a master and slave relationship? Soft moaning. Young Eun-ji suddenly shifted her body slightly. Her frowning face had already reverted back into the relaxed, emotionless one, and her body wasn't trembling anymore. Even her breathing had become calm, resembling that of a young sleeping child. Whatever the case may have been, it was true that his treatment was complete. So, he hurriedly escaped from the hospital room. Ju Ji-hyuk was leaning against the wall while waiting for him. When he approached, Si-jin spat out quickly and headed towards the elevator. I think she'll be fine from now on. But Mr. Ji-hyuk, if and when she wakes up and starts saying strange things, please, you must call me first before anyone else. Please? I'm begging you here. Ju Ji-hyuk dumbfoundedly stared at Si-jin's back before entering Eun-ji's room while scratching the back of his neck. And around 3 hours later, the call from Ju Ji-hyuk did indeed come. The contents were simple enough. Young Eun-ji had recovered completely from the trauma after ingesting the potion, so she had requested him to send her thanks to Si-jin. Is this that thing about the subject not being aware of the skill's effects? Si-jin scratched his cheek slightly while looking at his SNS profile. Young Eun-ji had uploaded a photo of her brightly smiling face and a lengthy message there. The monster chairman Kim Si-jin came to visit me personally, with a potion brewed by Goblin Alchemist. I'm recovered now thanks to this potion. But he left before I woke up, and I have no other way of showing how grateful I am other than this one. The idiot knight Ju Ji-hyuk said that Kim Si-jin is a fan of mine. Please call me anytime. What a relief. He pressed the like button to show that he had received her message while not giving the matter too much thought. And about 1 hour later, news articles regarding the supposed relationship between Si-jin and Young-eun exploded out into the internet, and Yoo Se-young, whom he thought wouldn't call him for the next few weeks, phoned him first while gritting her teeth like crazy. On this day, Si-jin finally understood what it was like to lead the life of a celebrity. There were no real benefits of getting famous. Instead, there was only the pretty useless handicap of having one's life become more complicated. Afterwards, Si-jin went around doing slightly cowardly things. He assumed the werewolf form, and attacked knights ranked lower than low mid-tier, causing them to suffer psychological shocks. Knights with ranks higher than low mid-tier possessed stronger mental resistance, and thus forming a link with them was not possible. And he'd go and see them under the pretext of helping them, all the while scheming to form the link, which would then take him one step closer to his evolution. During this process, the fame of both Si-jin and the Goblin Alchemist rose up higher and higher, while the infamy of the werewolf also soared high enough to pierce the heavens. The assault on knights and hunters by the werewolf occurs once more today. The thug of the monster field. How long do we need to witness this? The ineptitude of the knights who can't even deal with a single monster is finally revealed for all to see. Even the media took issues with the werewolf, calling it cowardly but intelligent monster that avoided the strong while terrorizing the weaklings. Before long, the werewolf became the face of evil, and knights ranked upper mid and high tier began moving to subjugate it. Thanks to this development, Si-jin unfortunately had to stop after creating links with only 10 people. And so, time continued to flow, and now, it was 13th of August. On this sweltering summer day heat, the planned product demonstration of the monster opened up on an auditorium in Gangwon Province. The central aim for this event was to advertise the Athene doll version 2.0, which now came with effects improved enough to replace a mana spring. Over 3,000 knights and reporters from all over the globe showed up for this demonstration. Since this number exceeded the capacity of the auditorium, the remaining 500 or so people had to view the event through the giant monitor set up outside the venue itself. The MC for the event was Jo Han-sung, but the role of introducing the Athene doll 2.0 was entrusted to Kim Si-jin. Initially, he was really worried, but it unexpectedly ended without him getting jittery. Maybe it was an obvious result, since all he had to do was to step up for less than 10 minutes, and the things he had to say wasn't a lot either. He simply walked up to the stage while holding a doll even he found absolutely cute, and then, well, first of all the knights and wizards present here, please sense the mana coming off this doll of Athene. After speaking up to here, he waited until the knights and wizards become stunned by the vividly flowing currents of mana, and then he suggested the estimated value of the doll that even a layman could understand. With it over and done with, the rest was left up to the audience members. The knights spat out exaggerated words of admiration and praise in honest shock, while wizards' faces carried deep frowns of jealousy, and the fingers of the reporters pounded on their notebooks as if to break them into pieces or something. And into this powder keg, he threw in one more spark of fire. In 3 months' time, we are planning to release another invention besides the Athene doll to the market, a special item that contains the essence of the monster. Please look forward to it. The auditorium descended into a chaotic arena of fervor as he quickly stepped into the backstage. Was there really a need to do a live broadcast like this? Maybe I should reprimand the marketing department later on. Watching the footage coming out of the TV, an embarrassed smile spread on Si-jin's face. No, I don't think you have to do something like that. Maybe because your height has grown taller, you looked really good up on the stage, you know? I mean, really, really cool. If I was a bit younger, I'd have fallen for you already. While taking a cute little bite at an apple, Hazeline spoke. Today, she had come to see Si-jin about a problem regarding debt. However, this time she was here as the lendee, not a lender. In other words, she came to borrow some money for the Alchemy House expansion plan. The amount was nearly $4.5 million US. But since Si-jin owed her for her generous support back then, He didn't even hesitate in lending this money. That was probably why she was flirting with him like this, with a huge smile on her face. Ha ha. Is that right? Of course. Right. By the way, one Athene doll 2.0 should go for at least around $50 million, so doesn't that mean Mr. Sejin is loaded now? Her voice was filled to the brim with envy. Ahaha. Actually, I don't have much in my bank account, you see. I'm busy purchasing land right now. Land? But why? Well, the financial and the planning departments gave me an advice. By buying up the land between the society's building and the Yosion Alchemy House, it would aid in the society's expansion in the future. Hazeline dazedly calculated the distance between here and her alchemy house, then her jaws dropped to the floor while carrying a shocked expression. From here to the? Wouldn't that cost a fortune? Even if the land price in Gangwon province has hit rock bottom because of all the monster incidents, I've already acquired about the half of the area. The pricing on the orcs' weapons has gone up by a lot. You see. Hazeline blankly gazed at him, before swallowing her saliva and did a fake cough. And then, she carefully opened her mouth. The economy is in the doldrums lately. Maybe I should increase the rent? Mr. Sejin, what do you think? It was a well-known fact that the building the Orcs Forge was located in belonged to Hazeline. Her appearance in that moment was unbelievably cute, quite unlike her real age of 30ish. And it was enough to momentarily rouse the instinctive lust in him. Ha ha ha. He suppressed his rising instincts to the best of his abilities and awkwardly laughed out. His quest to evolve into a lycanthrope had to come to a halt for now. But Sejin didn't become lazy at all. This time, he worked hard to advance the human form. Instead, he was able to somehow squeeze 30 minutes out of the time he could stay in human form, and during this half hour, he focused on training and exercising, and then went on monster hunts as a human. Before long, he was able to grasp the title of the youngest ever high-tier hunter in the history. Are you referring to partnering up with the Knight's Order? That's correct. I'm pretty sure there will be plenty of orders who wish to participate. Regrettably, training alone had its limits. So, he called for Johan Sung to request a cooperative hunting with a willing Knight's Order. Yes. Probably, it'll end up with the order we choose. But, wouldn't it be better if the chairman contacts the Dawn directly, right away? Sejin's sharp eyes landed on Han Sung. Even though the number of people working under him was the highest among all the departments at 13, from some time ago, it felt like he was trying to shuck his responsibilities, somehow. No, it's not like that. I will send the relevant documents right away. Johan Sung quickly saw through the meaning of his gaze and bent his back in 90-degree angle. Thank you. Well. Oh, right. Mr. Han Sung, are you aware that the space for our HQ is continuously expanding? Yes. Of course, I am planning to construct more buildings on the area adjacent to this one. The goal is to let each department occupy at least one whole building by themselves. The plan is to also build break rooms and night duty rooms where one can rest, so please spread the word to other employees as well. Then, Han Sung's eyes gleamed hopefully. If that's the case, then, the Muffin will be. Obviously, the marketing department will continue to look after her. Since she's a fussy girl, it wouldn't be too good to change the current caretaker, after all. Johan Sung's expression became of someone who had lost his country. But, I'm not a caretaker. I'm not, and it's definitely more correct to call me a slave instead. Pardon, Sejin? Unfortunately, Han Sung could not continue with his words. He simply swallowed back the rising sighs and just shook his head. At the same time, Kim Yu-rin received a summon from the Raven Order's master in a long while. Kim Hyun-sok, not only the Order Master of the Raven, but also selected as second seat in the list of knights around the world, otherwise known as the best highest tier knight in the Republic of Korea. And also, Kim Yu-rin's father. He once said that the relationship between a parent and a child was not much different to that of a boss and a subordinate, when Kim Yu-rin was first admitted to the Raven Order. In other words, When she was just a high school freshman, he forcefully kicked her out of the house, regardless of how much she cried and begged him not to. And then, for the past 10 years, Kim Hyun-sok treated his own flesh and blood poorer than he'd a stranger when it came to official matters. And so, it had been nearly 4 years since her last visit to the Order Master's office. Pardon, a diplomatic war? Kim Yu-rin. Correct. Now that the Athene doll's effects have been proven without a shred of doubt, and also it's possible for the international Knight's Orders to buy one, the number of them lobbying the government has increased by far too much. The reason Kim Hyun-sok had summoned his daughter was, of course, to discuss the matters of the order. Currently, the top Knight's Orders around the world were engaging in a weaponless war, all for the Athene doll 2.0. Seen as better than an A-level mana spring due to the effects mana recovery and stamina recovery added simultaneously onto the doll, it now became a core issue directly related to the status of Knight's Orders in general. On top of this situation now was different to when the competition only occurred between the local orders. If another country took it away, then that would damage the prestige of the nation itself. And so, Kim Yu-rin, I heard that you're on friendly terms with the society's chairman. Kim Yu-rin's body trembled slightly. That was it a lie? No, it was not. I am friendly with him. We even spoke on the phone yesterday. Yu-rin roughly shook her head. This was the first time her father had summoned her officially and placed complete trust in her. That meant that there was no more suitable person than her for this job, and it also showed how much her father believed in her. She didn't want to betray his belief in her. Is that right? Then I shall leave this matter to you. Please be rest assured, Master. The word father circled around once in her mouth before dissipating altogether. For a while now, calling Kim Hyun-sok master instead of father had become the norm for her. 18. The Vicious Circle 3 Fin. TL 110 of the scheduled chapters. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. From the blood-soaked altar, an eerie aura spread out and descended like a darkest, blackest fog, casting a heavy veil on the surroundings. A certain ritual-type ceremony was occurring in this accursed place. The purpose of this ceremony was to take the deepest wishes of the gathered few and to turn that into mental energy, which then would cause a physical phenomenon. Is everything ready? A bewitching voice could be heard from the throne located one level higher than the altar located in the middle. The language used was of unknown origin, not English, not Chinese, nor was it Korean. But her voice was a clear proof of its owner being the next ruler of all vampires. Judging by the way all 9 vampires stopped their preparations and deeply bowed their heads. There is no need. Instead, please inform me of the progress made so far. The benevolent voice spread out like a cold wind. One of the 9 vampires present, with his eyes red and a robe covering his entire body, carefully opened his mouth. We're almost done with the preparations. We've found the coordinates of our home world following the wisdom of our Lord, and all that's left to do is to open the portal with the sacrifices and the accumulated mana stones, my queen. Hewitt, haven't I told you not to refer to me as a queen yet? You must stop that immediately. Unlike her words, she sounded pretty chuffed, however. So, then where will this portal be opened? There are a total of 3 possible locations. The country we're currently located in, England, the country where Dretoon has chosen as their base, China, and Korea, where the old man and the kid are currently residing in. However, Vampire with the robe showed signs of hesitation and stopped his words there. It's quite alright. Speak, that is. The one with the highest possibility of being the right portal is the one in Korea. It's probably because there are 2 dead fishes located in the vicinity of such a tiny landmass, and so, the probability of our portal connecting there is very high. The vampire suddenly stopped talking here. It was because the wavering aura oozing from the queen sitting atop the throne was becoming quite serious. My apologies. The vampire who spoke just now quickly began prostrating on the floor. But the queen simply sighed out once, and instead of reprimanding him, she encouraged him to continue. No, it is quite alright. This is actually for the better. I would have settled our quarrel with the kid sooner or later anyway. Then, let us simply head over to Korea. I trust that you have made the prior preparations already. Pardon? Yes. Oh, of course. Then it's all good. We shall believe in you and leave the rest to your capable hands. Only then, the powerful pressure bearing down on the entire altar scattered away like the blowing dust. She was gone. The 9 vampires present could only breathe out and try to calm their minds. It is good that she wasn't as furious as we feared. That is that, but besides that, what are we going to do? We haven't even made a single preparation whatsoever. A different vampire asked in frustration. Come. Just book out a room in a 5-star hotel. I'm sure she will enjoy that. Our queen isn't too knowledgeable of the outside world anyway. Huh? But what about the other hotel guests? Then, just say they are her attendants or something. There's a chance she might be happier this way with the increase in the number of servants since she'd never set foot outside the ancient Frederick Castle, not even once. At this nonsensical suggestion, their other 8 vampires looked at this guy with disbelieving eyes. Truly, there will not be any problems. After all, does she not hate being in the same space as the poorer bloodlines? There's simply no way she'll run into other hotel guests. But, enough. Let us stop this discussion here and begin the most important part of our operation. A certain afternoon of a summer day with bright sunlight casting down. Even today, Kim Si-jin was diligently hunting in the low-mid deer hunting ground alone. This was a repeated labor he performed every weekday. Being alone posed no significant problems. With all the magic tattoos inscribed on him, as well as the items stored inside with spiritualization, he had grown strong enough to defeat a gang of low-mid deer monsters by himself. Si-jin spat out the blood of a monster that had entered his mouth. His current appearance after massacring 7 monsters was quite a sight to behold. On his face, streaks of blood he didn't yet wipe away had solidified, and his armor had become unrecognizable, after being completely repainted with blood, top to bottom. All this was due to the combat style he naturally developed, one that was born out of the orc's rough and unsophisticated instincts. He was massacring monsters worse than monsters themselves could, with cruelty and no mercy shown. While still looking like a bloodthirsty demon when seen from Mother's perspective, Si-jin started moving his feet. But after he took only a few steps forward, suddenly, a strange vibration could be felt by his senses. Since it was something he couldn't really fathom, he changed his form into the ebony wolf, which possessed far sharper senses. And that's how he was able to pick up the metallic smell so faint, it was close to being undetectable, coming from a great distance away. And it was a somewhat familiar smell to boot. Vampires, judging by the variety of smells, looked like there were more than one. The chances of their number being over 10 were pretty high. What's going on? He became greatly curious as to why vampires were moving in a group, when they were well known to prefer moving around solo, as well as to what that vibration he felt just now could be. Unfortunately, the distance was just too great. The likely location of where their smell was coming from was over 10 kilometers away. Judging from how faint it was, even with his olfactory sense deployed to the absolute maximum. Way too far. Changing back to the human form, Si-jin's brows narrowed. He thought about returning home and ignore this, but he still felt quite uneasy. The mere fact of those vampires moving around in a group meant that they were busy doing something definitely dubious over there. Well, since I can't be sure, I should call Sumio. After deliberating for a while, Si-jin pulled his phone out from the pocket, and then, all of a sudden, the smell of vampires disappeared. At the same time, a powerful shockwave coming to life from out of nowhere thundered across the horizon. Kwuahang. A stupendously loud noise that ripped the skies asunder, the vibration that shook the earth. No, this wasn't some measly vibration at all. The earth's crust itself was undergoing a transformation. When the flat piece of ground he was standing on began rising up sharply, Si-jin rapidly assumed a monster form. Normally, A monster field referred to areas that fell under the influences of a dead fissure. A dead fissure referred to a fissure that was dead, meaning it did not expand any further but still continue to produce monsters from within. However, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a dead fissure suddenly generated on the boundaries between the monster field of Gangwon Province and the adjoining North Gyeongsang Province, TL, and the result was the Earth's crust was twisted apart by the distortion caused by the dead fissure's appearance, and a portion of the North Gyeongsang Province had become a new, uncategorized monster field. As this was quite possibly the worst catastrophe to befall this country ever since its inception, the government immediately declared a state of national emergency. Currently, the areas where monsters of the dead fissure is rampaging in are the counties of Myeong, Waljin, Bonghwa, Yeonggu, and Yeochun. In other words, 1/3 of the North Gyeongsang's total surface area. All citizens of the North Gyeongsang are advised to evacuate to the south. Unfortunately, even though all the knights residing in the neighboring Gangwon Province sprang to action almost immediately, the casualties numbered in the thousands, and the damage to property was thought to be truly astronomical. And what made the matters even worse was that the scale of the destruction was still increasing even now. Direct on him. That was why a cold tempest wind that contradicted the hot summer weather was blowing within the halls of the Special Investigation Division. The folks entrusted with preventing such disasters from occurring in the first place. What? That is, Mr. President has summoned you to the Blue House. Yu Baek-song sighed out grandly after hearing her subordinate. She was busy alternating her attention between the various reports coming in from the affected areas and the live news broadcast on the television. Phew! On top of the desk belonging to Yu Baek-song, who was busy massaging her temples while her forehead was deeply creased, was a single notebook. It was the only method of communication with the mercenary Lycan. But there hadn't been a single reply from him appearing on this mysterious notebook for quite a while now. HMPH. It seems that chaos is breaking out even in the president's office. Then, I'll be on my way. Yu Baek-song deliberately tried to speak in a relaxed manner, but it was incredibly difficult for Suns to hide their true emotions. Her pure white tiger ears atop her head that usually stood up straight, were drooping down low, demonstrating how upset she really was. Make sure to take care of things during my absence. The subordinates present all looked on at the sight of Yu Baek-song's petite figure trudging towards her execution ground with pitying eyes. And precisely 1 hour 30 minutes later, she returned even more downcast compared to at the time of leaving. Not only her ears, even her tail had lost all energy. Still, she declared out in a deliberately energetic expression. Call for a press conference. We're making a public apology to Lycan. And an unrest quickly developed within the office. The evidence given out by the Lycan while claiming to know everything already, did indeed sound like a proper lead to follow. They even had found a summoning stone by accident, after all. But the issue with the Lycan was just how trustworthy he could possibly be. With only a piece of mercenary application paper dating back from 20 years ago, and every other scrap of information lost during the decline of the mercenary profession, there was just not enough info to determine whether his achievements and abilities were real or not. But there will be a lot of problems. The president gave his go-ahead already. I'm sure we'll be criticized by 1 or 2 minority races rights groups, but by applying the laws regulating mercenaries, there should be no problems, legally speaking. And also, since we know that this isn't a natural phenomena, we need to grab hold on to any straws we can find. Yu Baek-song's decision was unchangeable. Since it was impossible for a white tiger, famed for its inflexible ego, to apologize just because of some external pressure, it could only mean that even herself had made up her mind well beforehand. And such a determination would not be changed easily, so her subordinates didn't speak any further and simply did as they were told. At the same time Yu Baek-song had made up her mind. Kim Si-jin was lost. The sudden twisting of the land caused the previously Nisato walk trails to become a difficult mountainous terrain, and the banks of stream had now changed into a steep cliff. And to compound his misery, he had to assume the orc great warrior form which he had been avoiding using until now, all thanks to encountering 3 upper mid-tier monsters. It seemed that there was a problem with the machines separating monsters by their tiers. I'ma go crazy here. That was not the end, though. On top of all this misfortune, unexpected leeches had appeared. Right now, the Raven Knight's orders has been deployed near here. The leeches were the group of survivors busy following behind him like a row of baby ducks. About an hour ago, after defeating a upper mid-tier monster called Bladed Ghost with some difficulty, a group of 3 survivors had approached him before he knew it and stared at him with like eyes, full of hope. They probably wanted to rely on the beautiful fame of the demon, no, the hero orc that everyone had heard of. Should I have left them then? Back then, he thought they might die if left alone, and since they didn't say anything before following him, so he let them be. But now, woo, what a relief. It's all thanks to that orc, isn't it? Indeed. But compared to what I've seen on TV, his beard and his hair has become much longer now. It's all shiny and stuff. It's really awesome looking. And as he walked westward after thinking there might be an exit there, he continued to pick up more survivors, and before long, 3 had ballooned to 13. 9 of them were hunters, while the rest 4 were knights. He entertained the idea of leaving it all to the knights, but from what he could overhear, they were at most low mid-tiers. They wouldn't be much of a help in this place where only the monsters classified mid to upper mid-tier continued to pop out. Will it be alright to take a photo of his back? He's pretty sexy for a monster, you know. What the heck are you even saying right now when our lives are still hanging in the balance? Please don't do anything that might agitate the orc. While hearing that conversation, Jin sighed out inwardly. It was then, suddenly his intuition rang the alarm bell. Fortunately, there was only one movement. No, it was just one person moving. Something's coming. Get your weapons ready. A knight who also sensed the movement shouted out loudly. SFX for sound of light footsteps. Following the sounds of light footsteps. A lone female knight revealed herself from behind the thicket. It was Kim Yu-rin. And when Kim Si-jin saw her, with her body covered in vegetation and monster blood, his heart nearly jumped out of his mouth. 19. The Dead Ball 1 Fin. TL 210 of the scheduled chapters. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Among those missing from this disaster is the chairman of the society, the monster, Kim Si-jin. Although the number of victims numbered in the thousands, there was one particular missing person that caused much hullabaloo around the world. And that missing person was Kim Si-jin, the leader of the society rated C+, as he was being seen as the guy to lead the monster-related industry in the future. His disappearance caused quite a bit of shock. Just what the hell is this? Thanks to the news of him going missing, a proverbial storm had ravaged through the mansion of Yu Se-young's family and the people working for them. Of course, it was all Yu Se-young's handiwork. Currently, the monster field had turned into a hellhole where monsters of all different tiers ended up chaotically mixed together with no clear separation whatsoever. Thus, Knights' orders only selected knights ranked mid-tier or higher to enter the field. Knights with lower tiers were ordered to remain and stand by behind the defensive line set up around the perimeters. At first, Yu Se-young followed the order without much complaints. But that was only until she heard the news of Kim Si-jin going missing. It was a pure coincidence how she got to hear this piece of news, and after becoming really nervous, she tried to call him on the phone multiple times. When her attempts all failed, she then tried to jump over the defensive line and entered the monster field. Obviously, she was stopped by other knights and the soldiers stationed there, and after causing a scene while shouting at them to let her go, Yu Se-young was dragged back to her home about 1 hour ago. However, she didn't give up. Instead, she clung on to her grandfather and sobbed and begged him. Her grandpa, Yu Dai-ho, was taken back at her actions, which he had never witnessed before until now. But he also knew well enough not to send his granddaughter to a definite killing field. So, he promised her that he'd mobilize all of the considerable resources of the Dawn to find Kim Si-jin's whereabouts. Even then, Yu Se-young searched for a chance to escape her confinement from the household mansion, and in the end, The resident wizard was called in to imprison her in her own room. But still, she continued to throw a fit in a manner Yu-Dai-ho could never truly understand, such as breaking the windows and pounding on the door endlessly. What is Si-young doing now? Yu-Dai-ho, she has fallen asleep at the moment, sir. The butler of the Dawn household, Park Hyuno, replied with mixed feelings. Did you give her that potion with relaxation or whatnot effects? Yes, sir. Besides that, just what kind of relationship does my granddaughter have with that bastard Kim Si-jin that makes her behave like this? It was in poor taste, as the guy in question had been swept away in this crisis and it was still unknown whether he was alive or not. But as the grandfather of Yu Si-young, Yu-Dai-ho just had to express his anger and hostility at the man. At the chaeble's words, Park Hyuno scratched the back of his neck and shook his head. Their relationship isn't what you think it is, sir. Rather, it's Miz who has developed a one-sided crush on him. What did you say? For Yu-Dai-ho, that was even more unacceptable. Just who the hell was having a one-sided crush on who? From his perspective, it wouldn't even be enough for countless men to throw themselves in front of Yu Si-young's way, but this was. How the FCK do you know about this? When a momentary bout of anger exploded out, Yu-Dai-ho had to forego his status as the most powerful elder statesman of his household, at least temporarily. That is, I checked the messages received and sent on her phone. What do you say? Why the hell are you bastard looking at the messages of my granddaughter? But sir, you have ordered me to manage our miss until she becomes a full-fledged adult. The replies of the butler were calm and concise. Yu-Dai-ho, with his face crimson, tried to calm himself as well and leaned his back against the sofa's backrest. Fine. But what is the progress made so far? Searching of the low mid-deer hunting ground where Kim Si-jin has allegedly gone hunting is 70% complete as we speak. However, we still have not located a person or remains that could be identified as our target as of yet, sir. Wait a minute. 70% complete already? Yu-Dai-ho tilted his head slightly in confusion. The current low mid-deer hunting ground was now a field full of mid and higher tier monsters due to the distortion of the Earth's crust. But how come the search had advanced by that much in such a short amount of time? This was something even I was not aware of either, sir, but it seems that several international knights orders, including the likes of Aline and Veritas, have sent their knights in to assist with the search. They are doing something so easy to see through. They didn't even bother to show up during that Africa incident. Yu-Dai-ho shook his head in a disapproving expression. All this, just for the benefits called the Athenidol under the Orcs' weapons. Their foolish intentions were so easy to see through, hoping to be rewarded for their generous efforts if and when Si-jin was found alive. Well, I'll go and talk to Si-young's father. So you take full responsibility of stopping that girl. Yu-Dai-ho, Yu Si-young's current set of abilities were more than enough to become a mid-tier knight, but she was still a low mid-tier right now. And what's more, during these tumultuous times, it'd be a great luck just to avoid dying a dog's death by going over there. As a man who deeply loved his granddaughter, he'd do anything to avoid losing her at all costs. Yes, sir, please leave it to me. It's Kim Yu-rin. The survivors cried out loudly while pointing at the knight revealing herself from behind the thicket. With the situation being such a chaotic mess, people here simply didn't have much mental leeway to remain polite and stuff. Is everyone alright? Kim Yu-rin asked the survivors while her chilly blue-colored, mana-infused sword pointed at the demon orc. Yes, everyone's doing okay. Thanks to this orc. This orc. Whatever, just come over to this side, now. Almost right away, all the survivors ran over to the back of Kim Yu-rin. Si-jin felt quite bitter at that. This was why the old saying of never take under your wings a dark-haired animal was invented. It loosely means humans are ungrateful animals, or something similar to that effect. Excuse me, Miss Knight? I think it's fine to lower your weapon now. That orc is. There are other knights to the rear of my position. Please make your escape from this place with them. Hurry. But, Kim Yu-rin didn't lower her sword. With an unshakable attitude, she evacuated the survivors first, all the while continuing to stare down at the orc often referred to as the hero. Throughout all this, her sword tip pointed unflinchingly towards the orc's head. What should I do now? Kim Si-jin. The orc's lips were drying up real fast. Even if his strength had gone through the roof as the great warrior, taking on a highest tier knight was still impossible. After all, she was ranked 9th in South Korea, and 33rd in worldwide rankings as a highest tier. Even the orc's instincts were cowering before the huge gap in their power level. 1 second, 3 seconds, and then 5 seconds. Time continued to tick by, but the female knight remained silent, while the orc was busy shedding cold sweat drops. A chilly wind blew across the night sky. Under the bright glare of the moonlight, Kim Yu-rin brought out mana sleeping within her body outside. Mana that was boiling like the dancing flames soon became a thin layer that covered her entire body. It was the mana barrier, the greatest protective shield only the knights boasted about using. She was finally done with her preparations, and as things had come this far, even Si-jin had to grab hold of his mace tightly. SFX for a low grumbling growl. However, just as she was about to launch into Si-jin's direction, from somewhere, a low growl of a monster resounded everywhere like an unpleasant vibration. At this suspicious noise, the taut tension between Si-jin and Kim Yu-rin eased somewhat. Yu-rin quickly surveyed the surroundings for a moment, before her eyes went extra round at the large head that poked out from the forest behind Si-jin's position. At her strange reaction, he too got surprised and turned his head around to see what was going on. And a hideous dragon-type monster was there. A giant snake-like body covered in jet-black scales, a face that resembled a still-growing dragon. The legendary creature often seen in the oldest of old folk tales, sometimes even referred to as the Little King in Greek basiliscos. A basilisk. It was a monster that resided in the deepest caverns within the high-tier monster fields. It was an infamously powerful monster that, in the case of a fully matured individual, a minimum of 6 high-tier knights were needed to hunt. And the reason for such a terrifying creature to roam around here, most likely, the location of its residence. The deep caverns had become all mixed up due to the Earth's crust distorting about. Oh, crap. And judging by the concerned reactions of Kim Yu-rin, it was quite clear that this basilisk was a fully matured one as well. SFX similar to G, but instead, done by a basilisk. The basilisk raised its head high and surveyed the area around it. Then, seemingly having found its next meal, the monster shot forth its powerful glare towards their directions. In that moment, Si-jin sensed a strange feeling of his feet becoming heavy. It was probably the eyes of petrification that the basilisks obtain upon fully maturing. This effect also affected Kim Yu-rin as well, and so, 2 people, more specifically, 1 woman and 1 monster, ended up rooted to the spot, staring at each other. And sure enough, Si-jin could fully understand the complicated light gleaming in Yu-rin's eyes. The subjugation of the basilisk by partnering up. Without saying a word, he grinned slightly. He then showed her his answer by gripping his mace tightly. No matter how friendly it was to humans, there was something scary about an orc's smile. But Yu-rin was not in any position to worry about such a thing right now. If she could not defeat that basilisk here and now, the survivors and her fellow knights busy making their escape would fall into great danger. She withdrew the sword pointing towards Si-jin, and that became the signal. SFX for an orc's roar. Si-jin roared out, and instead of his mace, he swung his claws around. Currently, he was busy deploying the eyes of the wolf and the claws of the wolf as well. Since he was in the orc form, their powers were lessened somewhat, but still, it was enough to erase the effects of the Eye of Petrification. He quickly scattered the darkish-brown energy between himself and Kim Yu-rin, and sent her a signal with his eyes. And at that moment she nodded her head. Si-jin rushed towards the basilisk as his feet let out thunderous explosions. His reddened muscles bulged until they might burst under the activation of skills Whirlwind Dash and Warrior of Reversal. He then powerfully jumped into the sky. His aim was to hit the head of that lizard with the fierce strike. But of course, The basilisk wasn't going to let him get an attack in that easily. The bastard opened up its mouth very wide and spat out thick green-colored breath towards the airborne orc. It was the basilisk's breath, capable of melting pretty much anything it touched. But that green breath was blocked by a wall of mana that suddenly popped out of nowhere. This time, it was Kim Yu-rin's turn. Well, she was a highest tier knight who had transcended the limits of the high tier and reached that certain plateau. After all, the ferocious battle only lasted for 10 minutes. The magnificent and showy battle was probably enough to wow the entire world, but it was inevitable that there would be incredible damage caused to the actual arena itself. The acidic blood of the basilisk had spread all over the place, and as a result, the powerful rotting stench came from everywhere. And within the radius of 500 meters, all vegetation was either uprooted or was cleaved in half. The battleground was so devastated, it was simply impossible to even imagine that this place was a lush forest only 5 or so minutes ago. And finally propping her body with her sword acting as a cane, Yu-rin was doing everything she could to hold on to her consciousness, but in the end, with a short whimper, she collapsed on the ground. But seriously, that was just too damn amazing. With some extra stamina provided to him by a spare potion spiritualized and stored within his body, Si-jin was able to remain standing. He recalled the short but fierce battle that took place just now and exclaimed out in deep admiration. The tirelessly dancing sword aura of Kim Yu-rin. The adjective beautiful perfectly described the clear mana-infused sword auras that were simply wondrous to behold. Phew! He searched his surroundings for a bit. As a basilisk had shown up here, there was a good chance that monsters with lower ranks would have scurried away from this place. So, it was probably safe to relax somewhat. Kim Si-jin then carefully searched for any signs of people around the vicinity before changing back to his human form. He then approached Kim Yu-rin lying on the ground, and when he slowly lifted her up, Kim Yu-rin's muffled voice leaked out from between her lips. In that moment, Si-jin's head blanked out. He thought she had passed out, but instead, her body was trying to move. Phew. But fortunately for him, she was just mumbling in her sleep. After sighing out in relief, he carried her in his arms and quickly moved his feet. It's a person. Si-jin didn't have to walk too far to meet the searching knights. These knights discovered Si-jin walking closer from the distance with Kim Yu-rin in his arms and hurriedly ran towards his position. Mr. Kim Si-jin, we were looking for you. We are dispatched from the Goryeo Knight's order. Can you take care of Miss Kim Yu-rin first? As his consciousness was all hazy and stuff, all Si-jin could think of at the moment was to head home as soon as possible. 19. The Dead Ball 2 Fin. TL. 310 of the scheduled chapters. TL. Also, I forgot to put this on yesterday's chapters. The amount remaining for the 4th sponsored chapter is $11. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Kim Si-jin returned home after somehow shaking off an avalanche of reporters, several knights and even an ambulance. As soon as he came back, he headed straight to his bed. And he finally got to enjoy a deep and restful sleep in a long while. It was because the orc's desire for battle had been fully satisfied by the deadly encounter with the basilisk. And so, the sun rose on yet another morning. Si-jin felt great as he got up, and when he switched on the TV out of habit, he got to experience the symptoms of his brain suddenly stop functioning for a moment or two. The reason was the footage of the press conference held by the chief of the Special Investigation Division of Police, the so-called Special Investigation Division of the National Police, the special bureau within the police force that specifically dealt with the criminals possessing traits or the knowledge of mana utilization. Nominally, the Special Investigation Division formed a part of the overall administration of the government, but due to its nature of dealing with special circumstances, it was treated as a separate entity most of the time. On top of this, the treatment its employees received was better than some run-off-the-mill knights' orders, so there had been many cases where talented knights were scouted away to the division instead. But, just as the status within the society and the prestige indicated, pride the Special Investigation Division possessed as an organization was incredibly high. TL. From now on, I'm shortening it to Sid. Some people called them egoistic or conceited, but in truth, ever since the division's inception, it had faced tens of thousands of cases, yet the number of times they failed to solve the crime numbered in a single digit, so their pride was indeed fully justified. What the heck is wrong with her? That was why, back then, Si-jin wrote the words of "I'll accept the job after you apologize," half out of mischievous mind, which, now that he thought about it, was him behaving like a brat. A public apology from the chief of the SID. Now that was pretty much the same thing as the entire organization bowing their collective heads at him after reining in their pride somehow. And such a thing had never happened, not even once in the history before. The mercenary Lycan had been working hard all by himself to prevent more tragedy from unfolding after predicting the occurrence of these incidents. However, Weird Sid ended up committing a grave sin by calling his efforts terrible acts of hate crime. The voice coming out from the quivering lips of Yu Baek-song was feeble and rather pitiful. Before he knew it, Si-jin had taken a proper seat before raising the volume of the TV. The result of Sid's investigation is that these monster-related incidents are definitely crimes and not accidents, and during the course of our investigation, a vampire who had requested for protection from the government 2 years ago has become one of the prime suspects. While he dazedly stared at the cutely bobbing mouth of Yu Baek-song, his mobile phone began ringing loudly next. He couldn't tear his eyes off the TV, but still managed to answer the call. "Hello, Oppa? It's Si-young. Are you unhurt?" The call was from Yu Si-young. Strangely, her voice was so small, it was lower than even a normal whisper. "Yeah, I'm fine. Phew. That is good." She couldn't finish what she wanted to say. Out of the blue, he could hear the loud, angry shouts of "You little rascal." "Are you calling him?" from the other side of the line, and promptly, the call got cut off there. What was that all about? And as Si-jin was tilting his head in confusion, Yu Baek-song, as the chief of SID, is making this public apology to Lycan the mercenary, and also wished to earn his cooperation as well. He could hear the declaration of apology from the aloof white tiger. 2 days later, he had never seen chaos quite like this one. The anxiety regarding the monster field that had suddenly expanded twice its original size had subsided incredibly quickly, and instead, the news regarding the Lycan had the country in total upheaval. As expected, devastating ripples of making a white tiger apologize publicly, who seemingly had never apologized to anyone ever, had far-reaching consequences. So, the public and the media kept their eyes and ears very wide open for the response from the Lycan, whether the legendary mercenary would accept the apology from the SID that tried to have him prosecuted as a criminal and start working for them, or just like until now, stay silent over the matter. "I'ma go crazy over here." But in reality, the person central to this chaos, Kim Si-jin, was deeply mired in regret and dilemma while looking at the messages Yu Baek-song had written on the communication notebook. They said that a stone thrown without care would kill a frog. Now that he had thought about what he had done, he did indeed behave too damn thoughtlessly. He didn't have to think too hard to realize that, for SID, their pride and fame was hanging in the balance over solving this crime. And he just had to make fun of such people like some damn airhead. Si-jin grandly sighed out and lied back down on the bed. Vampires, or those damn bloodsuckers. He wasn't able to think about them in depth lately, but his anger towards them remained true. The thoughts still swirled in his head. Why did those bastards murder my mum? Was there a particular reason for that, or was it simply to fill up their hungry bellies? And also, just who is responsible? These days, whenever he thought about these questions, his anger boiled so much that sometimes he even woke up in the middle of his sleep. Perhaps, monsters' instincts also affected him there. The wolf, for some reason, hated vampire species, and orcs as monsters didn't know how to calm their anger without fighting. So, he believed that, no matter which monster form end up assimilating with him, the fury towards the vampires would only get stronger and not weaker. After a long deliberation, while trying hard to think under the clear mindset and logic of a human being, Si-jin came to a decision. His fault in this matter was just too big to ignore. Plus, the debt vampires had with him was even bigger. And most importantly, Didn't these bastards throw a dead ball at the population of the planet Earth first by using these incidents? So would it be okay to let them be, just like that? After sorting out his thoughts, Si-jin wrote down his replies on the notebook, and around 10 minutes after he made his reply, news media sent out breaking news reports. Breaking news: Lycan accepts SID's commission, first edition. Comments 4830. OMG. He accepted the job, but these cops made him into a criminal. Liked 2093, disliked 858. Honestly, he is a criminal. He murdered vampires. Liked 398, disliked 693. You crazy nutter. These incidents were caused by the F-king vampires. But you call these mother-F-kers humans? They are F-king worse than F-king animals. That's what it is. Hey you F-king blood-sucking Seeksuckers, compensate me for my destroyed house, you CNTS. The F-king poster above mine sounds like a vampire, so someone trace his goddamn IP or something. Liked 673, disliked 203, but man, the Lycan was a real mercenary. My uncle, who acted as a mercenary for a short while as the whole thing came to a crashing end, says he's never heard of the man. Liked 1681, disliked 1458. Uncles are by CH, that was why, you fool. Liked 381, disliked 158. Most mercenaries regular citizens heard of are all bottom feeders in reality. The really powerful mercenaries would never hand over their personal information to anyone, because it might threaten their lives. Right? And there were lots of mercenaries who worked while never registering as one, two, but if records remain, then the credibility is 99%. Liked 481, disliked 38. The post above mine is correct. The jobs of mercenaries 20 years ago was to kill hostile races. So why would he advertise who he is unless he's gone senile in the head? One mistake, and he'd be assassinated the next day. Liked 581, disliked 48. Wow. Does this mean the war between the races are starting again? Liked 1581, disliked 958. No, you crazy. We just need to find the vampires responsible and kill them all. Liked 581, disliked 358. What do you mean? Kill? We should rehabilitate them. It's people like you making this world cruel and dangerous to live in. Liked 181, disliked 458. Don't make me laugh. Did you know that 80% of all vampires sent to prison commit suicide? They kill themselves after resisting drinking animal blood, saying how much they hate that stuff. Rehabilitation? What a joke. Just kill them all. Liked 481, disliked 358. Over 4,000 comments appeared in less than 3 minutes on the news articles that popped out 10 minutes ago, after the Lycan had accepted the commission. It showed how highly focused the public's attention was towards this crime and the Lycan's decision. Woo. However, Kim Si-jin was letting out a soft sigh as he gazed at the contents of the notebook. There isn't much space left in this notebook now. We need a new method of communication. Maybe it was because he had added a simple enhancement on a regular notebook. The pages were all filled up. It was quite understandable as how this happened. The SID must have felt rather anxious, judging by the daily messages which easily filled up each page that was sent by them, all the while Si-jin was busy ignoring their calls. He fell into a thought. There were two ways to handle this situation. Give them another notebook, or meet them face to face and get this over and done with. The former option was simpler and safer. The latter option was far more complicated and there was also a lot of risk involved. But still, Si-jin chose the latter. Of course, he wasn't going to reveal his identity. No, it was simply pushing Kim Si-jin, the public persona, forward as the intermediary. Also, the Lycan in the mercenaries' records was a completely different person to Kim Si-jin as well. Never to forget, by the time Lycan began moving stealthily in the shadows 10 years ago, He was living a grey-colored life in an orphanage with no dreams and hopes of the future, so there was just no way he'd be suspected of anything at all. It should be better this way. If discovered, then there was the danger of getting arrested for the crime of public fraud, but he still chose to go ahead with the latter option. Like this, he'd be able to demand them to reopen the case of his mother's murder that happened well over 10 years ago. There won't be no other methods of communication. If there is something you wish to say to me, call the leader of the monster, Kim Si-jin. This was what he wrote down, and in the underground conference room for the SID where the message was received. Yu Baek-song's face became momentarily blanked out. It was the same for the other top agents present in the conference room to plot their next course of action. Why did the name of Kim Si-jin pop out of this thing? Oi, you! What the hell is this SHT? Pardon? Yu Baek-song bluntly poked the agent sitting next to her and asked him. That is, maybe they are, friends? What did you say Kim Si-jin's family relations were? Nothing. They are all dead. Sir. Then how the FCK does he know the Lycan? Yu Baek-song narrowed her brows and glared at the agent. Please excuse me, sir. The agent received this stare for a short while, and then became the proverbial beam of light as he quickly ran off to somewhere. Kim Si-jin. I'm hearing this name way too often nowadays. Yu Baek-song leaned against the backrest of her chair and in an expression pregnant with unknown meaning, yawn. She let out a mighty yawn. A divine beast was still considered young at the age of 40, and as such, Yu Baek-song still needed plenty of sleep. After the incident of the dead fish's sudden appearance had calmed down somewhat, Kim Yu-rin found herself in a deep dilemma while playing around with her phone. By the way, that Kim Si-jin must really be an incredible guy or something, right? He even has a personal connection with the Lycan. Maybe the rumor of him using his Drake to regress back from the future is true after all. No way. That's just stupid. Oh, right. Hey you. Did you submit those papers in yet? Currently, Yu-rin was taking a break in the temporary rest stop near the monster field. Stories concerning one certain man completely filled up this place. What papers? Didn't you see the public notice that went up, saying the monster is looking for new members? That? Of course I already submitted my papers. Well, I hear that in the Dawn Order, almost everyone, including the high tiers, all submitted their forms. Even the ravens upper mid-tiers might do the same, or so I hear. Yu-rin stopped listening to the incoming yammerings and began lightly tapping on the table with her fingertips. She was busy recalling the memories of 4 nights ago. That was when she subjugated the basilisk with the aid of the hero orc, Si-jin appearing suddenly and approaching her, who had fallen down from exhaustion after the battle, and the orc that had gone missing almost at the same time. The time difference is just too short. Hey, wait a second. Kim Si-jin said he could communicate with monsters, so maybe he also succeeded in taming the demon orc. But how? Even still, could he possibly tame something so humongous? SFX for a pained groan. She began to develop migraine from thinking so hard. She massaged her temples while glancing at the LCD screen of her phone. Kim Si-jin 082234930048TL. This should be a fake number. Guys, don't try to call this number. Besides the questions lingering in her mind, shouldn't she still need to express her gratitude for helping her out back then? She swallowed her saliva and made the call. SFX for ringtones. Unfortunately, he didn't answer his phone again. And there was yet another evidence of a missed call from her. Kim Yu-rin felt so embarrassed and began roughly tousling her hair up. At the same time Yu-rin tried to call him. Will it work now? Kim Si-jin in the goblin form was concentrating on an experiment. If I fail again, then I'll be in Mana Oring. TL, this is a Korean online gaming slang term, bastardized from the gambling term, Lin. Mana Oring means mana is completely used up. This was the inherent danger of crafting a highly specialized item. The more specialized the purpose, the higher the complexity its manufacturing process was. This was his 13th attempt already. Just to make one lousy item, he was about to experience the dreaded Mana Oring. First, he used the skill ruler of the water now at level D. on 100 milliliter of his own blood contained within a beaker. Then he extracted pure mana from it. Then crystals would form from that mana. However, the Kim Si-jin's mana crystals had no use whatsoever in this form. But if he added these to the process of magic tattoos, then it was another story altogether. Originally, a person's particular traits and skills were contained within that person's unique mana signature. Of course, it was plainly impossible to give his trait over to something else in its entirety, but with the rising proficiency levels of the related skills, it became possible to imbue a part of his passives to other materials. In other words, Kim Si-jin was trying to add one of his passive skills to a regular material and in the process, create a special tool. The skill he wanted to transplant was the wolf's sense of smell. And the tool created with this skill was a necklace designed to sniff out the unique smell emitted by the vampires. The tool would operate like this. The core of the necklace, where the wolf's sense of smell has been added to, would also come equipped with another attribute added to it thanks to the orc's smithing technique. When the tool detected the particular odor, it would start vibrating and emit a crimson light. It did indeed possess some similarities to regular magic artifacts on sale to the public, but it exceeded them in terms of performance as a powerful skill was wholly imbued into it. Although having said that, the skill's effects would be somewhat weakened, but still, for now, even making one proved to be a tough challenge for him, and he was making a specialized investigation tool because of the current circumstances and not something with a variety of actual uses. But as long as he could become proficient in the manufacturing process, then he'd be able to craft better items in the future, so this was all perfectly fine by his standards. Plus, his proficiency points were shooting up through the roof as well. Kim Si-jin in his goblin form poured absolutely every fiber of his being into performing the magic tattoo, and then finished up with the orc's smithing technique. And this was his 13th attempt today. If he failed now, then that was it for the day. He then controlled the characteristics of the moisture in the air, and successfully created an odor that closely mimicked a vampire's own musk. It was that metallic smell that nearly caused him lose himself to anger just by sensing it. When the smell slowly approached the necklace, suddenly, a clear red light began emanating from the item's surface. I did it. Changing back to human form, Si-jin picked up the necklace and let out a relieved sigh. But because he had used up a lot of his mana until now, he felt dizziness assaulting him. But there was no time to rest. Knock knock knock. This is the chief of the Sid. Since he had made an appointment with Yu Baek-song today, when he confirmed the time remaining for his human form, there was still 4 hours left. That was enough. He quickly headed towards the entrance to open the door, but then stopped in his directs. Write my scent. The scent coming out of him was just enough to make normal humans feel friendly towards him, but the story became more complicated if a Sun was involved. And Yu Baek-song was the so-called pure-blooded first-generation Sun, one of only 8 remaining in the world. Since her sense of smell would be more developed than other Suns, his scent might be just too effective on her. There shouldn't be a problem, right? However, if she couldn't even endure the urges of some random scent, then she shouldn't even be called a divine beast in the first place. He let go of his worries and then opened the door. 19. The Dead Ball 3 Fin. TL 410. 1 for today. TL. The amount remaining for the 5th sponsored chapter is $40. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Welko. Kim Si-jin opened the door wide. However, there was no one in front of him, and when he confusedly lowered his gaze, only then did he find Yu Baek-song looking up at him with a dissatisfied face. Pure white hair, sharply shaped eyes, tightly shut lips where he could easily spy her stubborn personality. Her perfectly defined facial features definitely showed the beauty of the divine beast seriously well. However, for Si-jin, what drew in his focus more was not her facial features but the 2 perfectly cute pair of ears standing straight on top of her head and the stiff tail of a tiger on her back. She's a lot smaller than I thought. Falling into even more confusion, Si-jin looked down on the top of her head. Frankly, The impression he got was that she was quite a tall person from all the televised interviews that only showed her face. But hell, wasn't this at the level of a middle school student? At a push, what, 155, 156 centimeters tall? Come, Yu Baeksong spat out a couple of fake coughs. Quite unlike the first impression of being scary and mean, he just couldn't help but think she was really a cute little girl. What with her small stature and sharp face all working nicely together. Welcome to my place. Kim Si-jin quickly bowed his head, and Yu Baeksong wordlessly looked up at his face for a while. That continued for a bit longer, and then she began doing the very thing he was worried about. Sniff, sniff. Yu Baeksong's nose twitched as she began sensing the scent coming off Si-jin's body. And as expected, there was a certain addictive quality to his scent. Her actions of sniffing him up didn't end there. Sniff, 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 sniff. She totally forgot all about the real reason for coming to meet him and was completely immersed in smelling him. The stiff tail had become loose before anyone knew it, and was now gently swaying from side to side. And those cute but straight ears of hers had also become softened and rounded as well, slowly fluttering and all that. Are you alright? Oh, excuse me. When Si-jin called out to her, Yu Baeksong could finally regain her senses from the stupor of his scents. I'm Yu Baeksong, the chief of the SID. She handed over a business card with her small and pretty hand. The jet black card contrasted her pure white skin. Si-jin received the card and then offered her his hand for a shake. I'm Kim Si-jin. If I were to say what my job is, then it's the chairman of a society. I've heard a lot about you. Is it fine for me to enter? Please. When he stepped aside, she entered past the front door and into his house. Sniff, sniff. And as soon as she was inside, she began to sniff the air again. Kim Si-jin swallowed his saliva in slight anxiety. It had been almost a year since he started living at this place. He had been living here while using various monster forms, so there should be quite a lot of accumulated odor of monsters in here. Your house smells really nice. But fortunately, Yu Baeksong seemed to focus less on the fleeting smells of monsters and more on the scent of the wolf instead. She then expressed her satisfaction at this great atmosphere. Is that so? Well, please follow me. He carried a bitter smile as he guided Yu Baeksong to the living room. No, actually, he tried to. She was moving with some difficulty. She'd take a few steps, then stop and start sniffing the air. Then she'd recover her bearings, start walking again for a few more steps, before stopping again to sniff, sniff. Hello. Your interior decor is pretty nice. As she spoke those words, there was a certain light glow on her face visible to naked eyes. If one thought she seemed terse and stubborn in appearance initially, now she looked rather coy. Somehow, seriously, she was indeed a Sun whose mood would change according to the environment she was in. Well, thank you. Please, follow me. There is something I'd like to show you. Understood. Only then did Yu Baeksong follow him in while making the sounds of pitter-patter. Just past the passageway and into the living room, one could see the Si-jin's favorite couch where he just loved to lounge around. And even Yu Baeksong didn't simply walk past that couch. She too gravitated towards that particular piece of furniture naturally, as if it was done all subconsciously. This is it. Si-jin picked up the necklace and spoke confidently. But unexpectedly, there wasn't any reaction. And when he turned around in confusion to see what was going on, he witnessed Yu Baeksong breathlessly shoving her face all the way up into the couch and busy sniffing it. Excuse me? Excuse me. Si-jin had to call for her 3-4 times after that. However, she didn't even pretend to hear him. In the end, Si-jin had to pick her up by the scruff of her neck and move her away from his couch, like one would pick up a stray kitten. Hey, what gives? Yu Baeksong threw a temper tantrum and flapped her limbs around, but then, quickly remembered the sorry sight she just showed off. So she let out a fake cough and tried to act composed. Come, what is it? Grabbing someone else's scruff already? My apologies. It seemed like you were too infatuated with the scent. Infatuated? Whatever. So, what was it you wanted to talk about? That is, he gave the freshly crafted necklace to Yu Baeksong. She stared at the necklace resting on her palm in silence, before asking him with her head tilting slightly. "What is this?" "It's a tool to differentiate vampires from the populace. With this, even a normal person can easily find out whether there is a vampire in the vicinity or not. Please, try it on." Yu Baeksong's facial expression was of extreme distrust, but she still tried to put on the necklace. "How do I put this thing on?" Unfortunately, as expected of a divine beast who had never worn any accessories whatsoever in her life, she didn't succeed. This son of a Yu Baeksong, as there was no progress made, the longer the time was wasted. Besides getting Yu Baeksong's face into a deeper frown and her mood all riled up, so, losing his patience first, Si-jin stepped in to help. He walked up towards her and personally put the necklace on her neck. However, in the middle of trying to put it on, a strange and steamy breath touched the edge of his collarbones. He got so surprised, he quickly withdrew from there. Kung. Yu Baeksong avoided his gaze while pretending nothing was wrong, but her two deeply running cheeks told no lies. What? No. Besides that, what the heck is this thing? She then deliberately shouted loudly in an aggressive growl. Si-jin chuckled slightly and explained the abilities of the necklace. "But it looks like a regular necklace, though," Yu Baeksong muttered to herself as she fiddled around with the necklace around her neck. "You can trust me." While searching the areas around the Gangwon province with this item equipped, you will be able to track down those vampires hiding among regular people. Even though I don't need this thing to distinguish vampires. Before he knew it, she was already addressing him without any honorifics, but somehow, it didn't feel too bad. In reality, although her face looked especially young, the gap in their ages was close to 20 years anyway. But funnily enough, it felt like he was being spoken to not by a much older adult, but by a very young kid instead. Well, I'm sure that a divine beast can do that with ease. But, isn't it impossible for the other agents? With her ears standing up straight, she began thinking for a bit. The abilities of vampires to blend in with the crowd was so fantastic. Even the first-generation Suns that enjoyed senses sharper than normal animals had real trouble differentiating them. And, most of the first generations had almost gone extinct now. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, there were only Yu Baeksong the Divine Beast and Kim Si-jin throughout the entire world who could smell out a vampire with their noses only. "Did Licken make this thing? And he told you to pass it over to me, eh?" Well. You can think of it as Licken and I have cooperated on its creation. Yu Baeksong took a suspicious glance at him before nodding her head. "Maybe it'll help out with investigation. We'll see." But besides that, she easily undid the necklace. It was simpler to take it off rather putting it on, so there was no trouble this time round. Isn't there some kind of info Licken is supposed to give us? Oh, let's talk about that a little later. For now, there is a condition attached to handing over that tool to Sid. A condition? Her brows narrowed at the sudden change of topics. Her expression was of how unhappy she was, but, of course, it's not for free. Since it was so difficult making that tool. Si-jin subtly got closer to her. It was in order to let her smell his scent better. He only got closer by 3 hand spans. But she was visibly panicking. It even seemed that making eye contact with him was getting difficult for her. You see, the thing is, his expression slightly hardened when he thought about his mother. He got closer to her a little bit more. Wait. Don't come closer. Yu Baeksong found it hard to keep her thoughts straight as the thick scent invaded her senses. She tried to arouse her strong mental resistance to endure this onslaught, but his scent was simply too much for an immature divine beast to withstand. On that day, Si-jin was able to get a definite answer from Yu Baeksong. As expected, Trying to win over a divine beast by using nothing more than his scent was difficult, but the fact that she was a first-generation Sun came to bite her in the rear, since by having highly developed senses meant that she would also react very sensitively towards his scent. Kim Si-jin crafted 5 more necklaces per instructions of the Cid, and they paid over whooping $4.5 million US for each one of these artifacts. Afterwards, things moved swiftly, to the point where the Lycan didn't even have to help out at all. That was how great the abilities of the Cid agents were. Within a week, they were able to arrest 39 vampires, and also uncover the fact that 7 of them were indirectly related to this disaster of the dead Fisher as well. When that happened, several reporters who wrote articles that supported vampires, as well as members of the rights groups that advocated for the vampires' rights, had all vanished into thin air. With these discoveries, it became somewhat clear that vampires had blended into the human society. The public showed great indignation at this fact, all the while singing the praises of the Cid's swift response and Kim Si-jin's timely inventions. And the monsters class was readjusted to B after its contribution towards the investigation was acknowledged publicly. Additionally, as the land price in Gangwon province hit rock bottom, buying up the available land concluded faster than expected. This whole buying up land was one part of the future strategy both the planning department and the financial department had suggested. It was definitely the case of a blessing in disguise, and that was how a society, founded less than a year ago, had grown to become one of the biggest in the country that possessed over 10,000 pyong of land in the Gangwon province. TL 1 pyong equals 3.305 square meters. Development of the society's lands? Yes, I believe this is the perfect timing. The planning department chief Sojin Hue came to see him and submitted a report. With curious eyes, he began poring through it. The report was filled with many ideas on how to utilize the nearly 10,000 pyong wide land. A theme park using Athene as the mascot. A luxurious magic shop that sold artifacts that Si-jin would make in the future, and plans of forming an alliance with Hazeline's Yoseon Alchemy House, then converting the area around there into an exclusive district reserved for the Goblin Alchemist and the Orc Blacksmith. They are all good ideas, but wouldn't they cost a lot of money? No, not at all. If I do this together with Mr. Yudong, then I can definitely get us lots of savings. Plus, several famous international societies are already doing similar businesses as the one I'm proposing, and have met with great success so far. We can do even better than they did. On top of that, many Knights Orders said they will help us. Sojin Hue sounded so enthusiastic. Si-jin smiled deeply while gazing at her. In any case, he was not worried as far as the abilities of the people he had picked were concerned. And simply holding on to money was the same as letting them rot, so investing them this way was probably the right thing to do. I understand. Please, give it your all. Giving his permission, Kim Si-jin signed his decision on the report. Seeing this, Sojin Hue did her absolute best to suppress the overwhelming emotions and bowed her waist deeply at him, then left the office of the chairman. As soon as she left, Si-jin could hear her energetic shout hooray of celebration coming from the hallway. Kim Si-jin's face held a thin smile from that, but soon, his expression hardened once more as he pulled out another document from the desk's drawer. 19. The Dead Ball for Finn. TL 510 of the scheduled chapters. Well, I messed it up with the chapter count, and there will be only one chapter today. I thought there should be one surplus chapter for a double release, but oh well, my bad. TL, the amount remaining for the 5th sponsored chapter is $40. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. 2 weeks ago, the month of October began with the monster serving as the hottest topic in town. In order to recruit new members for his society, Kim Si-jin uploaded a notice on the home web page and then advertised it on his SNS profile. His reasoning this time was that having only 6 members while he was 3 of them in truth when the member limit for the class of his society was 250 excluding employees seemed like a bit of wasted opportunity to him. This was quite a departure from the other societies with classes higher than B that recruited new members in total secret. The home web page then ended up crashing due to all the traffic after the declaration of the public recruitment went online, leading to many news outlets to focus on this matter and report on it. Apparently, huge chaos erupted in the various community chat rooms dedicated to individual knights' orders, such as that of the Dawn Order. Allegedly, some knights affiliated with the same orders even held meetings to determine what they should do, and the final number that had applied during the week-long recruitment process that included knights from both local and abroad, hunters and wizards, was as many as 3,000. If one was to count in people from other professions, then that number swelled up to 4,000, making it even more ridiculous. However, among these applicants, there was one man that made Sijin rather anxious. Kim Yu-son, the boss of the Mercenaries Tavern, and the man responsible for transforming Sijin into the legendary mercenary, Licken. Does he know? Kim Yu-son straight involved dreams and people. While dreaming, he could see from the perspective of a specific person for a short while. In other words, there was a good possibility that Kim Yu-son was aware of Sijin being the Licken already. But then again, he wondered if it was better to bring the source of his anxiety closer to his side instead. More importantly, even though they had never met face to face, his credibility was completely assured. If he was a bat-like person, then he'd have sung the tune the moment Sid began poking him. Plus, Kim Yu-son certainly worked his butt off for a person he had never met before. He had taken the records of his own past when he was working as an unranked but still nameless mercenary and modified it into the Licken's, and thus made it so that, when the Cid tried to investigate Licken's prior activities, instead of suspicion, the confidence in this legendary mercenary would rise instead. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kim Yu-son has come to see you. Should I admit him in? Speak of the devil. Kim Sijin breathed in deeply. Let him in, please. He greeted Kim Yu-son while being somewhat nervous. That means, you knew from quite a long time ago? Kim Sijin's worried premonition proved to be right. Kim Yu-son said that around 3 months ago, when Sijin was rampaging around as the demon orc, he had figured it out. No. Rather than figuring it out, it was more like he came to understand, instead. Yes, the truth of the chairman being the Licken. I came to understood somehow, in one certain moment. You meant to say, you saw the others, as well. Yes, indeed, Kim Yu-son said he got confused quite a lot. Sometimes, his dream would start as an orc, sometimes as a wolf, sometimes even as a human. Because he suddenly had dreams as monsters, he had to wonder if his trait had leveled up or something like that. But he got to truly understand when Sijin in his orc form ended up saving countless people. Well, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? When seen through the eyes of the wolf, Kim Yu-son had not one speck of ill will in him. If he had any evil designs to begin with, then he would have started blackmailing him a long time ago already. Will it be alright for me to know this truth? Kim Yu-son, even though his worries had become reality, strangely enough, he felt as if a burden had lifted off his shoulders. In any case, he didn't think his secret would be maintained forever anyways, and also, he couldn't have kept it inside him forever, either. No. Number. Of course it's not like that. It is my Achilles heel, after all. Looks like I don't have any other choice. Pardon? At Sijin's words, Kim Yu-son's body shuddered. The middle-aged man must have thought that what Sijin said was equal to his intentions of disposing him, and so, he began to slowly retreat back. Looks like you'll have to stick by my side for a long while, then. Fortunately for him, though, Sijin simply smiled and reached out for a handshake. Oh, ha ha ha. Why, yes, thank you kindly. And on that day, the construction of a new mercenaries tavern commenced on the grounds of the monster, with Kim Yu-son serving as its boss. The amount of things to do after becoming B-class society increased by a lot, such as registering as a corporation, acquiring related business licenses, and of course, recruitment of new society members. Thanks to that, almost the entirety of the time limit for his human form had to be spent on taking care of the society's administrative work, and that naturally led to him having less and less meetings with other people for private matters. Does Oppa really need to do that selecting new members thingy? And so, It became a daily occurrence for Yu Se-young to come and see him in the chairman's office after ending her own days of work only after the punishment period set out by her grandfather had ended. Of course, it couldn't be helped, as Kim Se-jin wouldn't meet her anywhere else other than here. Yeah, besides, there are only about 100 people left, so, I can also help out. You know, I can finish up in 30 minutes if it's 100 people. And well, you're only a mid-tier, so let's not. Wah, again? You looking down on me again? Didn't I tell you that a normal mid-tier and the youngest ever mid-tier is completely different? Yu Se-young's brows narrowed in a deliberate show of her displeasure. He simply smiled at her dissatisfaction and finished up with the last of the authorization work needing his attention. With this, his daily admin duties were done for the day, as the interviews with the applicants would only take place on the following day. Oppa. Yu Se-young was carefully studying Kim Se-jin for a bit as he got up from his seat. Then, with her fingers fidgeting around, she asked him, "You can't make time today again?" Every day. She wanted to do anything with Se-jin. However, he checked the remaining time for his human form. 1 hour, 30 minutes. To be with her, it just was not enough. No, it's not like I wanna go someplace specific. We can go to Oppa's place, you know. Quickly reading his mood, Yu Se-young carefully added more. Her shy appearance was powerful enough to worsen the repressed desires residing within his heart, but Se-jin was somehow able to endure it. And he quickly shook his head. You're still too young to say you'd go to a bachelor's place like that. Just train diligently in the basement training facility. He gently stroked Yu Se-young's head once and headed outside the office. His destination was the monster field. Since the Earth's crust became distorted, the entry was now heavily restricted for regular civilians as well as for the lower-tiered knights. But Se-jin had things to do there. But suddenly, Yu Se-young approached him and grabbed hold of his arm. He turned around to see why and then, forgot what he wanted to say. She was biting on her lip, and her eyes were wet with tears. Yu Se-young breathed in deeply, before slowly opening her mouth. Where are you going? Can't I come, too? You can't. Regrettably, Se-jin had to be firm. Of course, as he was not a total idiot. He had already seen through her feelings for him that had developed some time ago. She always came to see him the moment she got off from her duties, and then after parting ways, she'd send text messages until they went to bed. Without having a deep affection for him, she'd never do those things. Why not? You always say I can't, but why not? Because you're still young. For someone like Se-jin who had never held a deep enough relationship with opposite sex, this was the only excuse he could come up with. If he made up his mind, then he could have told her everything about this mother-effing trait of his. After all, Kim Yu-son was aware of the truth already, anyways. But then, she was not Kim Yu-son. Because Yu Se-young was someone incredibly precious to him, someone Kim Se-jin had connected with after going through so much, and that caused him to be reluctant. The potential misunderstanding, fear, and terror she might feel after seeing him transform into monsters played heavily in his mind. And most importantly of all, the reason why she even began to have these feelings for him in the first place was due to the skills of monster forms. It was not a feeling that had naturally developed. What would she think, once she found that out? The instincts of monsters shouted out within him that none of his worries mattered, but the human Kim Se-jin didn't want to hurt this still young and naive girl. You are. Of course, Yu Se-young couldn't accept such a reasoning. If he was to continue pushing around the excuse of her being young, then why did he give her all those subtle hints with skinship? She clenched both her fists tightly. She wanted to scream out at the top of her lungs and ask him whether he was leading her on with these cheap baits or not, but also, wasn't she too big of a fish for him to jerk around? But I got it. Even though she found herself pitiful and pathetic, she didn't want him to hate her. Quirrrr. The manticore let out a strange cry as it collapsed on the ground. Kim Se-jin the ebony werewolf then shoved his claws deep into the monster's heart. The mana stone of the manticore has been absorbed. All stats rise. A new passive skill, vocal cord reconstruction, has been acquired. Vocal cord reconstruction skill level, F. When the level rises higher, the host will be able to speak even when in the monster forms. What the hell is this? The very first monster he ran into upon entering the monster field was a monster he had an experience fighting against, the Manticore. Back then, he didn't have the leisure to stay and absorb its mana stone, so he found this encounter a rather fortunate development. And the victory came much easier than he thought this time, thanks to a branded goods item stored within his body with spiritualization. But why the hell is this skill so rubbish? He didn't like one bit about the skill he got after absorbing the monster's mana stone. Things were a lot different when it came to Sijin absorbing the mana stones of upper mid-tier monsters. It was because he'd earn a new skill simply by absorbing one mana stone. That meant, as long as he successfully hunted an upper mid-tier monster, that would serve as the fuel for his exponential growth. Plus, as the entry to this place was heavily restricted, there were no knights or hunters in the vicinity as well. But, maybe it's not today. However, all of those was side distraction for the main reason. Kim Si-jin was roaming around the monster field every night simply because of the premonition Kim Yu-son had. He said, "I've dreamt of a soul vampire walking within the monster field. I believe that there might be a big harvest if you catch this individual and make him talk by either intimidation or by coercion." Kim Si-jin let out a fake cough for no reason. Funnily enough, he really did sound like a human just now. What the? Of course, correct pronunciation was still a bit too much for now. Kim Si-jin could now sort of understand how a manticore could sing. It wasn't the kind of skill with a variety of uses, but well, he began moving his feet while deciding to feel happy about it, since having more skills was always better than not having any. And shortly thereafter, Si-jin found the smell he was wandering around for. A British national of Hispanic origins, a bottom-feeder vampire named Dwayne was able to enter South Korea with minimal issues thanks to his identity as a hunter from a first-world country. His role was to investigate the lay of the land within the monster field after it had gone through the distortion. Specifically, to investigate the portal that would lead to their home world as well as the dead fisher, and then submit the findings to his superiors. SFX for sounds of shaking grasses. And as Dwayne was walking around doing his job, he heard the sound of grass being disturbed from his back. He quickly turned his head around to look, but he could see no living creature there. Thinking that it might have been the wind, he brought his attention back to his front. And then, something else filled his vision up. It was a lone wolf. A gigantic bipedal wolf. The wolf made a suspicious grin and slowly opened up its jaws in a terrifying manner. "It's been a while." A heavy, low-frequency voice. Even though the wolf only spoke a single line, Dwayne passed out where he stood with bubbles forming in his mouth. What the? It sure was a strange reaction, but Si-jin could figure out the cause right afterwards. There were 23 skills related to his voice alone, and when those skills blended in with the wolf's own voice, the fear effect doubled in its potency. Whatever, less work for me. Si-jin confirmed the dark energy rising from the unconscious vampire, and then formed the dark energy link with him. Kim Si-jin left a mental order of cooperate fully with the questioning on his imprisoned vampire, and then tied him up in a place far from all human activity with a note that said, "This guy will spill everything out if you torture him." After arriving back home, he phoned Yu Baek-song. Since they had met a few more times in private already because of his mother's case, Si-jin thought they had gotten a bit closer. That's what he thought. "Miss Baek-song. I'm gonna hang up." "Huh? Why? Didn't I repeatedly tell you to address me by my full name or I won't even speak to you, eh?" Unfortunately, Yu Baek-song was still a feisty little divine beast, and without the influence of his scent working on her, she maintained a cold attitude towards him. "Miss Yu Baek-song. Okay, what? Please send someone to the address I'm about to give you." Licken said he has left a vampire in there. "A vampire?" Si-jin told her the address where the vampire was. "By the way, what about the matter I asked you about?" "Oh, that. All the related info is ready." "Then let us meet tomorrow." "You wanna meet?" Yu Baek-song showed signs of hesitation. Obviously, because of his scent. Yes, we can't entrust the delivery of such important data to a courier service or to an agent, after all. Fine. I'll call you tomorrow. While maintaining that indifferent tone of hers, she hung up. 19. The Dead Ball 5 Fin. TL, 610. TL, the amount remaining for Shudder 6th sponsored chapter is $10. Looks like I'll have to haul the S. Lol. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. The following day, the time was noon with the blazing sun overhead. Kim Si-jin had no choice but to walk straight into the proverbial den of the tiger, located in the middle of Seoul. Yu Baek-song had chosen her own house as the meeting place this time, in order to minimize the effects of his scent that had permeated into everything he had touched. And so, right now, he was checking the contents of several documents while placed a fair distance away from Yu Baek-song inside her house. His expressions were solemn and grave, but in total contrast, Yu Baek-song was busy sniffing the scent that still somehow managed to cross the room with her tail slowly swaying from side to side. As Si-jin was studying the documents, a hollow chuckle broke out before he knew it. Within these papers provided by Yu Baek-song, several truths he had absolutely no idea of were recorded. One of them was the fact that his mother was a mercenary and the father he didn't even know he had was a knight. His mom retired from the life of mercenary the moment she became pregnant with Si-jin, and his father took the job that was meant for his mom, and ended up getting killed by a vampire. And most of all, the fact that all this information was cleansed out of the Korea's government archives. Now that was something he just could not understand why. I wasn't the division chief back then, but anyways, I can see a lot of suspicious things in there. First of all, there's a trace of the SID performing investigation into the matter. But someone completely removed the existence of all the records. Yu Baek-song studied Si-jin's reactions and then continued to speak. Additionally, your mum was the subject of special surveillance by the National Police for a period of 8 years, meaning from your birth until her death. Such a thing only applies to either an important eyewitness or a prime suspect of a case. But I don't know why your mom was being watched at all. As I've said before, all records had been erased clean. Si-jin raised his head. There were small pools of moisture around the corners of his bloodshot eyes. In other words, you are saying, right now you don't know the full details. Yep, for now, this is the limit of what can be found. More time needs to pass before something can be done. More time? Yu Baek-song narrowed her brows slightly. I'm currently the chief of the SID, but that doesn't mean I'm the top cat there. We are still a part of the government, you know. The former chief is still a part of the administration too. So who knows just what kind of trouble might end up stirring once I start digging into an old cold case? I don't wanna face such unknown dangers. However, Si-jin did not withdraw his fixed gaze. Yu Baek-song let out a grand sigh in the end. Also, there just isn't enough number of agents available right now. You are aware that all of SID's resources are focused on these vampire incidents, right? You just have to sit tight for maybe 3 years, until this chaos is resolved. Phew, maybe. What Yu Baek-song said was correct. To dig into a case that was nominally closed over 10 years ago, and furthermore, a case that for some unsavory reason, was erased from the history even if it was someone like Yu Baek-song, the burden of danger would be great. Unfortunately, Kim Si-jin as he was now couldn't be considerate towards such a thing. Even if he had to resort to cowardly and unfair tactics, he needed to uncover the truth as quickly as possible. Miss Yu Baek-song. Si-jin increased the power of the skill, the scent of the wolf, to the maximum. He even deliberately spoke in a baritone voice as well. He then conquered the two of her most vulnerable senses, the hearing and the smell. I told you, I'm not gonna. He took large steps towards Yu Baek-song. Then, He reached out to grab the shoulders of the retreating woman. Her petite body shuddered. 6 months. I don't think I can wait more than that. How about it? Kim Si-jin leaned over and whispered into her ear. Her tiger ears imperceptibly quivered, a sign that his voice was working its magic. He then gently stroked the flapping ears while continuing with his next words. I'm not saying you should do it for free. I will give you one item you desire from our society. With that, it should be enough to satisfy those upstairs people who might get irritated. He added this new condition. The Dolavathani version 2.0 was an item the government begged him incessantly for. With that, they should forgive him for at least a handful of misdeeds. I don't know, No, Yu Baeksong's voice was shaking so pitifully now. This indescribable feeling that was burning up her body was something she had never experienced before in her life. Please, let go. She needed to resist. One punch would be enough to knock this bastard out. But strangely, her body wasn't moving as she wanted it to. That warmth transmitting from her ears sent her consciousness into a blur, and plunged her body into a state of trance. In the end, she breathed out roughly and leaned into his arms as if to embrace him. There is no need to worry. This is a wonderful proposal, after all. While carrying a cold smile, he whispered into her ear. That became the critical final blow. 2 days ago, agents of the SID were mobilized towards a certain hill with little to no human activity, and as Licken had said, they found a vampire tied to a tree and terrified out of his mind. The agents dragged the guy back to the SID headquarters and then began interrogating him for the past 2 days. But it was the craziest thing. The vampire caught by the Licken was different to others of his kin and sang like a canary, as he was a bottom feeder. He didn't know all the important details, but still, the general information provided by the vampire that was directly involved in this matter was like a sweet train on the dry desert that was the current SID. Initially, the SID thought about using this information to continue investigating in secret, but they chose to apply pressure to those vampires hiding among the general populace, and so, they delivered all the necessary details to the media outlets, and they stumbled over each other to break the news first, and so, the information revealed this way caused a huge shock throughout the country and the world. From the Western European nations that maintained the position of amiable relationship with vampires, such as France, Germany and England, strange atmosphere began to leak out, and from the other extreme end of perspective, there were signs of racial cleansing operation about to resume in China. As it has been reported in the various media outlets, from the combined investigative work performed by the Licken and the SID, it has now come to light that the vampire's final goal is to rip open a fissure to its biggest yet and in the process create a portal that should lead them back to their home world. Even though the SID had revealed all the information already, countless reporters still showed up for the press conference. Yu Baeksong was standing in front of them and loudly announced the findings. Innumerable camera flashes threatened to blind her, but her eyelids didn't even flinch. Additionally, the number of vampires hiding in the society is far higher than estimated, and they are divided into factions that serve different leaders. This was everything Dwayne the vampire had confessed to. I shall now answer your questions. When Yu Baeksong began accepting questions, reporters threw up their hands in fierce competition as if they were waiting for this moment. She pointed at the reporter sitting in the front. What relationship does Licken have with Kim Si-jin of the monster? I don't know. Ask me questions related to this case, please. Why the heck is the name of Kim Si-jin uttered in this place? Thinking so, Yu Baeksong frowned a little and then pointed at another reporter. Currently, a new rumor of both the Licken and you, Miss Yu Baeksong, joining the society, the monster is. What the hell is this SHT? Now, Yu Baeksong didn't let the guy finish his question before cutting him off. There will never be such a thing. If that's all, then this conference is over. As it seemed like there were no useful reporters here today, Yu Baeksong chose to end the Q&A session sooner than expected and turned on her heels to leave. The reporters then belatedly began throwing the right questions at her way, but she remained coldly indifferent. And so, the press conference ended sooner than expected. But still, the truth of the Lycan's effort resulting in the breakthrough of this case had now been revealed. Then, a strange new trend started up all over the world when it became known the Lycan's continued efforts had played a crucial role in uncovering vampires' goals. And that was people wanting to become mercenaries. In other words, the profession of mercenaries that had gone past the level of being in decline, and into complete dissolution was showing the signs of rejuvenation. We've received a lot of commissions, jobs such as tracking, investigation, eradication, etc. They are quite varied in nature. Kim Yu-son. Is that so? Kim Si-jin. Thanks to this development, Kim Yu-son had suddenly became incomparably busy. We should refuse them all, yes? Yes. Because of their current circumstances, they had to refuse every one of the commissions, but still, Kim Yu-son's voice was thick with joy. And also, there have been an increase of people coming here, applying to become mercenaries. There were a few serving knights among them as well. That is why, Mr. Chairman, how about forming your own private mercenary company using this chance? Huh? A mercenary company? That's correct. Under the name of the Monster Mercenary Company. Of course, although the mercenaries of the old operated on their own, as the times change, so should we. My son has also decided to help me out as well. If the chairman's thoughts and ours align, then my son and I will. All right. Please make it happen. Si-jin's reply was swift. If it's a mercenary company affiliated with his society, then that meant he could wield them like his own private soldiers. Since receiving the information on his parents, Si-jin was thinking about doing this, too. After all, he just couldn't sit tight and do nothing while waiting for Yu Baek-song to come through forever. I beg your pardon? Why, you are serious? Is it okay not to think it over? It's fine. Ask the financial department for the necessary funds. Oh, and by the way, will it be possible to raise intelligence operatives as well? Yes, it's definitely possible. After all, I specialized in that field when I was younger. Kim Yu-son hoarsely replied in a near scream. That's good. Then, Mr. Kim Yu-son, please take the reins of this matter and give it your best. I'll reposition you as the commander of the mercenary company as well. Right. Before you pick a mercenary, please bring that person to me at least once. I'd like to see their faces. I understand. However, the role of the commander should be you, Mr. Chairman. As for me, it's enough as the director of the mercenary company. If that is the case, then I shall leave everything in your capable hands. After ending the call with the brightly smiling Kim Yu-son, Si-jin then immediately phoned both the planning and the financial department. And on that day, on a certain spot of land belonging to the society, the foundation for the future headquarters of the Monster Mercenary Company was laid out. Wow. What is this thing? Just like before, as soon as her duties ended, Yu Se-young came over to Kim Si-jin's office. However, today was slightly different. Kim Si-jin was waiting for her to come, and as soon as she showed up, he gifted her a magic artifact he had crafted. And Yu Se-young's eyes went extra round at this sudden and unexpected gift in the shape of a necklace. It was a stunningly beautiful necklace with a ruby serving as its centerpiece, a masterpiece Si-jin poured in a lot of effort to create. He imbued the effects of the skill warrior of reversal into this ruby necklace. Depending on the amount of mana poured into the ruby by its wearer, the strength and the duration of the skill would vary accordingly. Of course, it was still a pale imitation of the real skill, but, for the knights whose positions could be decided on even the smallest differences, such an item would truly be a priceless treasure. I made it for you. It's an artifact, but it's a bit different from the others. Oh, is it similar to those necklaces you gave to the Cid? She smiled happily and immediately put the necklace on. Yeah, but it's also quite different. You heard that an artifact shop is going to open within the grounds of the society, right? Are you going to sell this necklace over there? Her joy was short-lived, and she became really disappointed. Haha, no way. I've made that especially as your present, you know. He chuckled and explained further about the necklace. Then her eyes went round again, as she'd never heard of such an artifact before in her life. Really? Can I try it out now? Of course. She immediately poured her mana into the necklace. Right away, a mysterious vitality began entering her body. This explosive feeling where all the mana in her body wanted to erupt out, although the process only lasted for 60 seconds. This experience left a huge impression on her. As if she became an imbecile all of a sudden, she stared at Sejin with her mouth gaping open. Her prior experience of buying and using countless artifacts told her all she needed to know only after using it just once. An exceedingly beautiful exterior and a special effect added to it. This was an incredible item that couldn't be properly described in mere words. I'm giving this to you as an apology for the past. But don't be burdened by it. Please. It's not purely a simple gift anyway. You're making lots of appearances in television nowadays, right? Please wear it when you are in front of the camera. If you fail to wear it even once, be prepared to hand it back, okay? At her frank reaction, Sejin smiled in satisfaction. In spite of that, she continued to stare at him without moving until suddenly, a drop of tear formed in her eye. What? Why are you crying? Did I do something wrong? No, it's not that. I'm just thankful. Instead of saying these words, Yoo Se-young took one big step forward and tightly hugged him. The human form Kim Se-jin experienced confusion at this sudden, unexpected and abrupt skinship. And his response to this situation while suffering through the confusion, came out from his instincts. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist and embraced her even tighter. And so, their embrace continued on until Sejin somehow could recover his senses. 21. A new starting point. 1 Fin. TL. 710. TL. The amount remaining for the 6th sponsored chapter is $4. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Inside a country house located in the rural Jeolla province, the location shoot for a certain entertainment program was taking place. The program was called Night's Country House, considered as the hottest among the rampantly expanding number of nights-related shows currently. The concept of the show was, as the title suggested, 9 knights would reside in a house located in the monster-free area of Jeolla while performing missions and games planned out by the producers, as well as cooking their own meals and have honest chat together. At first, the idea might sound rather plain, but by having 9 people with strong personalities, many entertaining situations were captured on film. For example, as 8 out of the 9 participants here were groomed to become knights from very early ages, only one knew how to cook rice properly, so naturally, chaos ensued whenever it was mealtime. Among these colorful characters, the one with most amount of fans were, of course, Yoo Se-young. Although she maintained an indifferent expression most of the time, the dazzling smile brighter than the sun itself that sometimes leaked out made her such a charming woman on screen. It truly wasn't an exaggeration to say that this program was instrumental in her official fan club being established. So, in a way, Yoo Se-young had greatly benefited from this show, as well as being its most important contributor. It's been too long, Se-young. This Unni thought she was going crazy from wanting to see you. TL. Unni is the female equivalent of Oppa. Even though we saw each other 2 weeks ago, the filming of the episodes took place every fortnight, for the period of 4 days and 3 nights, and so, it somehow did feel like it had been ages since all 9 of them could sit down in one room together. They had gathered in the living room while sharing greetings among each other, and then waited for the producer to give them a new challenge. Wowzers, Se-young. What is that necklace? While they were waiting, a female knight named Kim Hyo-soo pointed at Se-young's necklace and asked, "Yay, yes, what?" Although she was expecting it, but now that the question was finally here, Se-young couldn't help but feel quite nervous. She did have an excuse called indirect advertisement, but, well, this necklace was the very first gift that man had given her, after all. HMPH. Did a boyfriend buy it for you? A male knight sitting on a couch while putting on a serious air spat out while looking dissatisfied. He was Son Chul-jun, a high-tier knight from the Goryeo Knights Order and supposedly having a romantic interest in Yoo Se-young. Although the said interest was nothing more than Se-young who couldn't cook to save herself, utilizing his skills a bit, but since they looked good together on screen, the producers, the writers and the viewing public came up with their own narratives all on their own. Wow, is it true? OMG, a really big event broke out before the filming even began. The filming started already, though. Anyhow, Se-young, did a boyfriend really give you this as a present? No, did Se-young have a boyfriend before? Wow, Jun Oppo is so screwed now. Right away, all 9 knights began yapping away, with Se-young's necklace being the focal point. This was the charm of this particular show, where the scenes of chaotic yammering would often fill the airwaves. No, it's not like that. In the end, Se-young had to shout out, and only then, the sounds of their conversations died down. Se-young's face reddened as if it might burst open from all the attention poured onto her by her co-stars and the film crew, which numbered around 60 people. If this was her normally, then she would have assumed the same cold indifferent attitude and end this fiasco right there. But since it was related to Kim Se-jin, she couldn't maintain a calm facade at all. Well, it is a present, that's true. But it's not from a boyfriend, is that what you're saying? Son Jun chuckled lightly and for some unknown reason, slicked back his hair. Too bad for him, Se-young didn't reply. Honestly speaking, she had never been in a romantic relationship before, and maybe because of that lack of experience, she was getting quite conscious of Kim Se-jin's presence, which was unlike her. They did embrace, sure. But since he didn't say it out aloud, it seemed certain that they were not an item. But what if he doesn't like it, if she declared that fact right here? What there? So, it's true? Son Jun momentarily lost his composure. Regardless, Se-young didn't open her mouth for a long time, until not from a boyfriend, but it's a gift and a sponsorship deal at the same time. In the end, she denied it, as soon as Son Jun let out a sigh of relief. This time the female knights jumped on her like a pack of hungry animals. Even though they were knights, well, they were also women as well. The ladies began asking about the necklace, such as where did she buy it, how much was it, was that ruby real, etc., etc. Well, everyone, please calm yourselves. We're filming for real now. Only when the producer stepped up did the noisy hullabaloo come to an end. But the signs are good. There was a huge grin plastered on the producer's face. It was understandable, as a potential goldmine had been unearthed only after the cameras began rolling for less than 30 minutes. On top of that, the rare sight of Se-young being so shy was wonderful enough to make him want to embrace her himself. No, that's not it. The producer quickly shook his head and then displayed a board with the participants' mission written on it. Well, you guys must be feeling peckish by now. Why don't we have something to eat first? An afternoon with the sun blazing down. 7 knights left on the mission, or the collection of ingredients, for their food. Meanwhile, Se-young stayed behind to learn how to cook from Son Jun. Even though it was called How to Cook, with no ingredients to practice, she was just cooking rice for now. But Se-young was paying 110% attention to what Son Jun was saying. Before, she only pretended to learn as there were cameras filming her. But from some time ago, no, more correctly, that moment with Kim Se-jin changed her thought process greatly. Thinking about the appearance of Se-jin enjoying her cooking, just imagining that alone made her happy. Is this enough? Se-young pointed at the pot filled with rice while carrying a needlessly determined expression. Yeah, there's just enough water and it looks good. Seeing her adorable appearance, Son Jun chuckled slightly and reached out to pat her head. However, the speed of Se-young's reaction was incredible, and his hand ended up dancing in the empty air. Khm. Oh, a mosquito. Getting embarrassed now, Son Jun waved his hand around twice more as if there really was an insect there or something. Let's make the soup next. I'll buy you something more expensive later on. During the break between the filming, Son Jun suddenly pointed at Yu Se-young's necklace and laid on a thick smile. Excuse me? I meant that thing. Discussing about buying something expensive to a third-generation chaebol was the strangest thing, as she could buy anything she wanted, but for the sake of maintaining a certain public image. In the interviews she always said that she lived frugally while being given an allowance. So, the misunderstanding of Son Jun was, well, understandable. You mean, something more expensive than this? Yu Se-young looked at him with a slightly disbelieving face. Maybe this situation came about because the artifacts from the monster hadn't been unveiled to the world yet. Yu Se-young found Chul-jun's attitude of looking down on the gift necklace rather disagreeable, but he remained ever so confident. Obviously, I know that the true value of a gift isn't judged solely by its price, but I can tell there will be much more pretty necklaces for you out there. With a slightly strange expression, Yu Se-young stared at him for a while, before. You probably need to bring out a pink diamond if you want to top this necklace's value, she muttered out softly. Unfortunately, as he was too deeply appreciating the depth of his own comment, he didn't get to hear what she said. Did you say something? No, not really. While Yu Se-young was learning how to cook for Kim Se-jin, the man himself was training hard in the underground members-only training facility below the society's headquarters. Wow, what is this? But Se-jin wasn't alone in the facility. That was because the Night Order that was chosen to partner up with the monster, the Raven Order, had sent a knight to aid him in his training. Mr. Se-jin, your physical abilities are pretty good. And the knight assigned for this task, Yi Hye-rin, was busy praising him. Yi Hye-rin was second only to Kim Yu-rin in the looks department within the Raven Order, and thanks to her sociable personality, she was far more active than Yu-rin in the entertainment industry. And since Se-jin's only habit was watching TV, he obviously knew who she was. Besides that, she was also one of the people who received the Orc's weapon as well. If you rate me with the knight's standards, where do you reckon I am? Maybe a low mid-tier. I think it might be around there. The reason why the Raven had sent Yi Hye-rin out of all the knights in their order was, of course, the famed honey trap. After all, Kim Se-jin was a man, wasn't he? Ah, is that so? At her words, Se-jin felt incredibly dejected. He didn't strengthen his body via spiritualization. So, this meant that the human Kim Se-jin's stats had reached the level of a low mid-tier knight. That was certainly enough to feel proud about, but it's still too much for me to step forward, yet. But it was still not enough for him to fight vampires in his human form. What the? Why are you so disappointed? Even this is something amazing, you know. Yi Hye-rin still sufficiently praised the downtrodden Kim Se-jin. However, instead of such a courteous encouragement, what he wanted was a proper training regime. Shall we move on to next part of the training? Is it weapon mastery next? Yes. Let's do that. Hurry. After determining his physical limits, it was the turn of weapons-related martial arts training. The Orc's special passive, the weapon mastery applied here. The skills level was so high that, now he could theoretically wield any type of weapon better than a high-level user. What should we use first? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yi Hye-rin nimbly trotted towards the display cabinet for the weapons and picked up two long swords, of which she gave one to Se-jin. First, a sword. It's the most popular weapon, too. Since it's so straight, it's easy to cover it in Mana's aura, and it is also the easiest for the beginners to learn how to wield, as well. But there are so many different types of swords out there. So, the swords we are going to use today is called a longsword. Yi Hye-rin really talked a lot while always smiling brightly. At first, Se-jin got slightly irritated, thinking whether her personality was really that positive all the time or not. But, like this, swoosh, swish. How about it? Can't even see an after image, right? The more he watched her, he couldn't help but smile as well. He sort of understood why she was more famous as an entertainer and not as a knight. By any chance, have you learned how to handle a sword before? Yi Hye-rin asked in a surprised voice when Se-jin unsheathed the sword in an expert manner. No, not at all. Besides, some things I got used to while hunting. I haven't received any real training. Oh. So that's how it is. She took the sparring stance while slightly tensing up. Well then, should I start the skill test? Please do. By the way, you don't have to take it easy on me. When he lightly swung the sword in order to loosen up his wrist, the afterimage of the blade wavered and danced about in the air like a snake. You really didn't learn any swordsmanship? His appearance simply couldn't be called normal, so she quickly asked him again. No, I haven't. But I might possess some modicum of talent, you see. At his vague reply, Yi Hiren's expression became a bit worried. In reality, she became an upper mid-tier knight relying on her trait and abundance of mana. Rather than her skills with a sword, she was one of those knights commonly referred to as a trait baby. Because she was the type who enjoyed living her life, Yi Hiren didn't pay too much attention on polishing up her swordsmanship, which required her to repeatedly perform the same action over and over again. Of course, her talents with the sword were still excellent enough to be on the level of a mid-tier knight, but we shouldn't use mana or traits, right? Of course. I can't utilize mana, after all. Kim Sejin pointed his sword at Yi Hiren. The edge of the blade gleamed sharply. Ready? Yes. Yes. Please, see, come. Hiren gulped down her saliva and corrected her posture. Sejin dashed forward without much fanfare. This would be his first time fighting a knight as a human, so he wasn't too sure how to proceed with the fight. Instead, he chose to leave everything to his instincts. Arriving at Hiren's position, he lowered his stance in a blink and slashed upwards! She hurriedly tilted her sword to block the attack, but realized the force behind it was nothing to laugh about. She had blocked just one hit, yet the hands gripping the sword were aching already. But there was no time to remain stunned. Sejin continuously slashed with his sword. Ferocious and aggressive, his swordsmanship was something that would not be found in any of the textbooks. Quang quang. Each time she blocked his blows, sounds similar to when bombs went off resounded out. Hiren just could not believe that there was no mana involved in his strikes. You are. Hey, wait. I surrender. I surrender. Their sparring didn't last for long. She couldn't endure the immense power contained with the diagonal downward slash of Sejin and lost the grip on her sword. Ouch. With a sorrow-looking demeanor, Yi Hiren crouched down on the floor and massaged her hands that had a slight trace of blood. Huh? I won, Sejin dazedly muttered out. And his words ended up poking Yi Hiren's pride as a knight. She gritted her teeth and stood up. It's because this isn't the weapon I use usually. Hey, excuse me, Sejin-sai, you really didn't receive any training before? Already, the honorifics she used had changed from Sejinum to Sejin-sai. Oh boy. I deliberately avoided telling this particular honorific scheme of Korean language, but here it is. Basically, a nim is comparable to sama in Jap novels, while as is kinda like san. So, she stopped calling him Sejin-sama and started calling him Sejin-san, which is slightly less respectful. No, I really haven't. So, should we stop the training here for today? What do you mean, stop? We still have lots of weapons to go through, you know. Yi Hiren smiled forcefully and pointed at the various weapons stored inside the display cabinet. She figured that Sejin only possessed some talent in wielding swords, so, while puffing out hot air through her nostrils, she picked up a spear. A long sword doesn't really suit my style. Now, I shall demonstrate spear arts, Hiren confidently declared. And then, she lost exactly 7 times in a row. But what mattered the most was that the last sparring was done with her main weapon, a thin-bladed two-handed saber. Unfortunately, she still tasted defeat, and with her pride trampled on, she ran off back to her home in tears. How is the progress? I'm working hard already, so stop pestering me. Yu Baeksong's terse voice could be heard from the phone's receiver. No, number. I'm not pestering you, just that. I'd like to let you know that in case you need any assistance or manpower, do not hesitate and ask me. I'm sure you've heard of this already, but I am currently establishing a mercenary company. Don't need it. I'm hanging up. Wait a second. Yu Baeksong was really cold towards him. It was truly a mysterious thing, the way she acted. After all, she couldn't even resist him when they meet, but over the phone, she was like an untamed cat or some such. There is something else as well. So, what is it? But seeing that she didn't end the call first, there must have been some lingering after effects remaining. The Lycan said that there's a suspicious hotel. This was the information given to him by Kim Yoo-son. But Sejin made it so now that it was coming from the Lycan, all in order to hide that man's trait. Which hotel? Not sure. It was just a hotel. Are you making fun of me right now? There was a trace of anger in Yoo Baek-song's voice. Kim Sejin ended up carrying a thin smile, while thinking that she was like an angry cat or something. I'm not joking. Are you not taking the Lycan seriously now? No, that isn't it. However, he can't just say it's a hotel. Is he trying to say we must investigate every hotel in the country? I know, but still, please try your best. I want to help, but as it's still early days for my Merc company, I too lack the necessary manpower. No, that's phew. Yoo Baek-song spat out a long sigh, and unwillingly replied that she'd do it. 21. A new starting point to Fin. TL, 810. TL, the amount left for the GASP 7th sponsored chapter is $42. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. He was back, once more, on the monster field, and Kim Sejin was pouring in an incredible amount of power to smash down on the head of a saber-toothed tiger with his mace. Kwahang. That stupendously powerful strike created a loud noise as it caved in the skull of the tiger that was supposedly harder than that of a diamond. SFX for a beastly growl. The saber-toothed tiger continued to threaten Sejin by swinging its claws around with its head caved in. But that was only for a brief moment. The creature began to stumble around like a drunken butterfly before collapsing on the ground. Sejin walked towards it, pulled the fangs out and pocketed them, before absorbing its heart. Active skill, saber-toothed tiger's energy skill proficiency level, F. Instantly recovers spent stamina and mana. However, the recovered stamina and mana will dissipate 10 minutes later and the caster will return to his original condition. As the result he got from that final bit was quite satisfactory, Sejin decided to head back home. But, when he turned around, the sights of two orc jaguars busy sending their sparkling gazes towards him filled up his view. Kwah! Sejin screamed out after getting a fright of his life thanks to that grotesque scene before him. It was a simple scream, for sure. However, there was a slight issue with the monster form he was currently using. The saber-toothed tiger was too strong a predator for the ebony werewolf form to take on. So he had no choice but to assume the orc great warrior instead. Maybe that was to blame for what happened next. His scream became a powerful roar louder than a thunderclap that reverberated the entire mountainside. Gyu-woo, Gyu-woo. The orc jaguars in front of him quickly began prostrating, and they continued to repeat that same action of bowing their heads before him. What there? Heck is this situation? Sejin stared at these two weird orcs for a long time. Maybe. Then a light bulb went off in his head. He came up with a theory that could definitely explain away this strange situation. Orcs possessed this characteristics of wanting to submit to the stronger orc than themselves. If viewed from that point, then Sejin was definitely the most powerful orc in the monster field that could easily make other orcs grovel before him. Additionally, didn't he defeat the saber-toothed tiger that was threatening the lives of these two just now? Of course, it was the possibility of acquiring a skill that blinded him, but still. What happened was enough for these orcs to fall for him pretty hard. I get it now, so go away. Accepting this explanation, Sejin gestured with his hand to send the orcs away, then tried to go on his own way. However, the two orc jaguars continued to follow Sejin around, and whenever he glanced back at them, their sparkling eyes never stopped gazing back. That carried on for another 20 minutes. They do look kinda pitiful. Maybe because he was in the orc form, he began to feel sorry for these two orcs, one a dude, the other probably a girl following him. Judging by their armaments, they must have come from a village located around the mid-deer hunting ground. But, most likely, when the earth was overturned, they ended up losing their home village. Also, in the current monster field where the monsters of all tiers were mixed up chaotically. The chances of a small group of orcs surviving for long was really low enough to say that it was a miracle these two had survived for this long. Phew! Kim Si-jin let out a low sigh and looked up at the sky above. The sun had already buried itself deep into the creeping darkness. It couldn't be helped. Weren't the hours getting too late for him to look after these two orcs? He lowered his gaze towards the following orcs. When he took a closer look, their faces looked rather friendly. Hell, he even thought they kind of looked adorable, too. Not even himself knew why he thought their horrid faces looked adorable, though. They could be of some help in the future if I nurture them. Finally, Si-jin made a decision. After all, if he was in a monster form and not a human, then the thing he had the most to waste was time. Anyway, come with me, he growled lowly and led the two orcs away while searching for the location to set up a brand new orc village. He found a spot with an impressively steep cliff to the rear, which should help with the defenses, and a stream of fresh water not too far. Si-jin chose to build his village in this blessed piece of land. But before that, there was a need to perform a certain imprinting work on these orcs. Watch carefully. Si-jin made the two orcs stand before him and showed them his various forms. First, the human, then the goblin, and finally, the werewolf. He deliberately left out Athene, though. Whenever Si-jin changed his forms, the orc's eyes went round in pure shock, but thanks to various skills he possessed, such as the predator and his scent, they didn't try to attack, simply choosing to obey him. And that's how he completed the so-called imprinting work. Next, while using the orc's smithing technique, he began a huge-scale construction work. Now that his proficiency level was at B, the job turned into a stunningly simple and efficient affair. By changing the characteristics of the soil, he made wooden fences tougher than reinforced steel rise up in specified locations. Then, on these fences, he added an attribute called damage reflection. This way, monsters trying to attack the fencing would die from their own attacks, all the while failing to figure they were wounding themselves. And 7 hours later, the new orcs village was completed as the morning sun began brightening up the horizon. They should be able to repopulate this place by themselves, right? Si-jin heard that, whenever orcs got excited, they would mate and produce as many as 10 offsprings a month. WTF? Really? They are more like a bunch of roaches, then. There might be some danger of incest happening in the future, what with only two orcs starting a village. But since these creatures didn't really care for such details, there was not much he could do on that count. Somehow, everything is finished. The sweat from this unexpected labor sure felt refreshing to him. He took a long look at the two dazed orcs over there and prepared to take his leave. Oh, right. Before that, he had nearly forgotten this important step. He approached the two orcs, placed his hands on their shoulders and sent in his thought orders to them. The contents were roughly the same as the ones he gave to Muffin in the past. Humans are your friends. If you find humans in danger, help them. If they threaten your life, then fight them but don't kill them. And make sure to educate your children well. Since it would be troublesome when these orcs start fighting humans when Si-jin needed them later on down the line, he deeply embedded the guidelines of not harming humans in these orcs. Of course, vampires weren't included in that category of humans. Finishing up the insemination of those thought orders deep inside the orcs, Si-jin moved his feet to leave. However, something kept on tugging at his mind and his feet wouldn't move easily. It felt like that, by just making a village and telling them to survive all on their own, they would simply get themselves killed, probably as soon as tomorrow or some such. Phew. Si-jin ended up turning back. He spent another hour fixing up the useless weapons of the orcs up to the level of branded goods, and then by using up his own blood, inscribed several magic tattoos on their bodies as well. Not only the tattoos that increased their physical strength and agility, but the Leviathan scales as well, in order to show that these orcs were subordinates of the hero orc. Of course, instead of actual scales, The orcs' skins turned slightly blue as the skill's effects were greatly curtailed during the process of imbuing, but still, since these orcs were blue in color, people might deduce correctly that they may have some relation to the hero orc. Meaning, they would attack these orcs less. Now that I've done this much for you, grow up quickly and become my aide in the future. This was his final thought order. Kim Si-jin left behind the two orcs who were on the brink of shedding tears of admiration and moved his unwilling feet. A week passed by since the day of him forming an unlikely connection with the two orcs. A day before the scheduled broadcast of the TV show Yoo Se-young filmed, The Knight's Country House, Si-jin officially opened the shop monster artifact built within the grounds of the society. TL. The author wrote the name of the shop in English. Although the number of items displayed for sale was only 8, each one of them had an incredible price tag. The cheapest of them all, a hairpin, cost a cool $9 million US. As expected, no one paid attention on the day the shop opened its doors. But after the TV show aired, the explosive reaction was enough to surprise the IT department tasked to maintaining the society's home web page. However, those people inquiring about the necklace Yoo Se-young was wearing could only back off in utter shock after confirming the pricing. Of course, Son Chul-jun was also among these people. He thought that the necklace Yoo Se-young wore couldn't have cost more than a few $1,000s, or maybe even a couple of 10,000s, but then, on it, the soul of a warrior currently unavailable 15 billion South Korean won TL, that's in Korean currency. Yes, it seems like it's a lot in US dollars. It's $13.682 million. There was this enormous price tag attached to the necklace. Initially, many people complained when these enormous prices were revealed, but when Kim Si-jin disclosed the extraordinary effects each item possessed, they all shut their mouths real fast. Then, it was the turn of the knights and wizards to rush in. More than 100 knights and wizards came to the shop and had to receive tickets with the waiting number printed on it, all because the artifacts of the monster could only be viewed by making a reservation as well as purchasing only on site. So, how was it? After 2 days of storm had passed, Yoo Se-young came to see him in the chairman's office while carrying a triumphant air. "Oh my, you've arrived, Se-young." Si-jin gently stroked her head. She really enjoyed his touches that were full of affection. "You're not gonna avoid me?" But you did that to Son Chul-jun, though. After seeing her enjoy his touch like a little puppy, he suddenly remembered the scene where she was learning how to cook with Son Chul-jun. It was one of the most memorable scenes in the whole show, after all. Yoo Se-young's indifferent attitude, which contrasted so much when she was with Si-jin, and the sorry sight of Son Chul-jun busy chasing away imaginary mosquitoes. Obviously, Oppa is completely different from that Arjasi. Ah, right. And Oppa, TL, Arjasi equals an old man, an uncle, etc. Yoo Se-young hurriedly rummaged through her bag, then pulled out an envelope, which she handed over to Si-jin. "What is it?" She grinned brightly. "An invitation to my coming-of-age ceremony." Si-jin tilted his head at her unexpected reply. Most regular people wouldn't hold one of these ceremonies, and even if they did, it would be on the days of their birth. At least that's what he'd heard of. "Isn't your birthday 20th of April? Yoo Se-young's birthday was still a half-year away. Si-jin spoke with that fact in mind. But she had this face of someone who was deeply moved. You knew?" "Oh, yeah, kind of. Actually, it was mentioned on a TV show he watched yesterday. But he wasn't going to mention that and break the nice little atmosphere that was forming here. Besides that, there's still a half-year left, so why are you giving me one so early?" "Ah. Well, that is, I've decided to do the ceremony on the 1st of January. Originally, it was scheduled for my birthday. But I wanted it done earlier, so I begged my dad. Whatever, you must come, okay?" Yoo Se-young grabbed his hands with a determined expression. It was a skinship that occurred naturally, but as the time passed, her face got redder and redder. Got it. Just before her face got red enough to burst open, Si-jin carefully extracted his hands and pocketed the invitation. "Ah, right. Did you choose the new members for the society? Yusi Young. Yeah, I just need to announce it. The people Si Jin had picked were only two, Kim Yu-son's son and Yi Hai-rin. It wasn't his intention, but as he was only trying to pick the right type of people, the elimination rate ended up being a rather cruel 2,000 to 1. Who are they? Please tell me. Yusi Young rubbed her shoulders against Si Jin's body and began flirting with him. Since it wasn't a secret to begin with, he honestly told her. Miss Yi Hai-rin the night? Yusi Young. Yeah? You also know her, right? Suddenly, Yusi Young's face froze in icy expression. But when Si Jin spoke in a tone indicating his belief of Hai-rin being the right fit for the society, she did her best to force out a smile. Ah. Yeah, I know who she is. It's fine, I guess. She's got good abilities, so a good choice. She suppressed the bitter taste rising up from her chest really hard. Her mind was uneasy, but if she showed off a strange behavior in front of Si Jin, then he might see her as a small-minded person. You think so too? Unfortunately, Si Jin was smiling relaxedly, completely unaware of her real feelings. 27th of October. The Monster finally announced the successful applicants to its membership recruitment, and right away, the whole world seemed to boil over simultaneously. And towards the new members' direction, undivided attention of the public poured in like a hailstorm. It was fine for Yi Hai-rin, who was used to public's attention, but for Kim Sun-ho, the son of Kim Ye-son, things were quite different. Since he retired from being a knight and changed his job to that of a mercenary, reporters went after his story like crazy. In the end, he had to temporarily take residence on the night duty room of the society's headquarters, which prohibited the entry of outsiders. Wow, this is so big. Mr. Chairman, please take a look. A certain afternoon on a weekend, while the media frenzy was still ongoing outside, as the group finished up training and were enjoying a meal together at the cafeteria within the HQ, Yi Hai-rin raised a fuss and placed her mobile phone on the dining table. Hey, Juji Hayuk, you too. Yi Hai-rin. What is it now? Juji Hayuk, who was sitting next to Yi Hai-rin, turned his gaze towards the projected images from the phone while his face reddened for some reason. Four mid-tier knights were in the middle of investigating the changes to the land, and found themselves surrounded by monsters and in real danger. But then, two blue-skinned orcs jumped out of nowhere and helped the knights to defeat the monsters. And after the battle concluded, these orcs even gave the knights some drinking water and then disappeared to somewhere. So, the protagonists of this footage were those two blue orcs. Huh? Every scene he just saw was enough to almost make Si Jin spit out the food in his mouth. Wasn't that so mysterious? This footage is doing the rounds in my Raven Orders community chat rooms, saying they were the hero orcs' fellow tribe mates. For now, this story's being buried under the society's member recruitment news, but soon, don't you think it's going to cause a huge stir later on? Seeing the smiling face of the totally oblivious Yi Hai-rin, Si Jin could just barely nod his head in agreement. 21. A new starting point. 3 Fin. TL, 910. TL, the remaining amount for the 7th sponsored chapter is $38. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. If Miss Kim Yu-rin joins our society, then, well, I may end up reviewing the case with a far more open mind. Inside the newly constructed office of the chairman of the Monster, located in their central headquarters, Si Jin was having a business-related meeting with Kim Yu-rin. That is, I'd also love to join you, but I am unable to stay as long as the duration you have put forward. I believe that it will be better to not cause an inconvenience by breaking the rule of 10 years or longer. That is why I ask of your gracious understanding on this matter. Yu-rin came over to speak to him personally regarding 2 business matters this day. One was to find out the current state of things regarding the Atheny doll version 2.0, which, under the pretext of checking out the technical capabilities of the potential buyers, still hadn't found a home yet. The other was to purchase a certain artifact now available in the Society's new artifact store. The artifact in question was an obsidian bracelet called Wolf's Claws. In addition to enhancing the overall power of its wearer, This mysterious artifact had an on-off hidden function that, when activated, would transform into a gauntlet that covered the entire hand. As its name suggested, it was truly an item that morphed into the so-called wolf's claws. Although this artifact had a seemingly ridiculous price tag of over $17 million US, in truth, it was not as expensive as one might think, since an artifact designed for combat would be rotated among the knights through a hiring system. Plus, with its already proven effects of enhancing the wearer's strength and endurance by nearly 30%, as well as the warranty period of 30 years added on top, it was not an exaggeration to say the price was on the low side if one considered the guaranteed profit made with it, not to mention the protection offered by equipping this bracelet as well. In that case, I guess it can't be helped, but please, do consider it some more. Our doors will always remain open for you. He licked his lips at this missed opportunity. Si-Jin had this one more plan he wanted to carry out, and that plan was to buy a bit more land near the monster field in Gangwon province to expand the boundaries of his society, and then form a knight's order of his own which would fall under the jurisdiction of the society. Of course, this idea didn't come out of Si-Jin's head, but it was the planning department that suggested it instead. Even though the initial costs involved with the recruitment of manpower, construction of the premises and lobbying the relevant government entities would run into hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention another tens of millions for the annual operating budget alone, Si-Jin still wanted to pursue this idea to the fullest. Then, is our meeting over? Yes. When Kim Yu-rin cautiously inquired, Si-Jin indifferently replied back. Her irids began to tremble. All she got in reply from him regarding the Atheny doll version 2.0 was "I'll think about it." Not only she couldn't get a definite confirmation, this couldn't even be called a positive understanding between them. But still, that didn't mean she could just join his society now. Perhaps it's time for you to return. Actually, Si-Jin was aiming precisely for this moment. Even if Kim Yu-rin joined his society, the chance of her becoming the order master of his knight's order was slimmer than slim. But even with that, she was still the kind of knight he'd want to have working for him. I still have something else to say. Kim Yu-rin hurriedly shouted out when she saw Si-Jin stand up from his seat seemingly show her way out. He sat back down on his seat for the time being. What would you like to discuss? I've heard that the monster has recently started an entertainment company as well. Yes, that is correct. About a month ago, at the behest of the planning department, Si-Jin began pursuing a new revenue model, the so-called talent management company. The planning department strongly suggested for this business venture, as the current members of the society, besides Yu Se-young and Yi Hai-rin, were already huge attention draws themselves. On top of that, he could use the equipment provided as a bait to make other knights join the company, too. And only after a month of operation, the monster entertainment was going from strength to strength. There was no point in mentioning the two that were practically top stars to begin with, Yu Se-young and Yi Hai-rin. It was now at the point where the famous celebrities, after being attracted by the halo of the monster, were inquiring about signing a contract with Si-Jin's company. Kim Yu-rin, would like to sign up with your company. Oh, is that so? Yu-rin made this decision with quite a difficulty. Yet Si-Jin's reaction was lukewarm at best. At that moment, she briefly wondered whether her worth had become insignificant all of a sudden. By the way, you should inquire with the related department's head, instead of me, you know. Kim Si-Jin. No, that's not. Well, my appearance fee is $27,000 US, per episode. Really? Miss Se-young's is around $23,000. Actually, it's pretty close. With a sneaky smile on his face, Si-Jin provoked Yu-rin. Is that right? Only a $4,000 difference. However, I have not done much broadcasting work, that is why. So, if you allow me to sign up, then I give you my promise that I will work extra hard and widen the gap between me and Miss Se-young. And so, she bit the bait rather beautifully. The beginning of December, with the first snow still waiting to fall, As soon as the Monsters Society ranking rose up from B to B when the success of its various business ventures were publicly acknowledged, suddenly from seemingly everywhere, several hostile attempts to keep its growth in check came forth. Petty schemes such as endlessly delaying the issuing of business permits while nitpicking over nothing, issuing fines that ran up to millions of dollars on the grounds of not following the environmental protection laws, and even spreading false rumors of him speculating on real estate prices. Judging by the current circumstances, we strongly suspect that several large corporations and Trilogy have joined hands together, but we cannot be 100% certain. Johan Sung. And so, Si-jin ended up creating a dedicated response team. Somehow, he had developed a personality where he could not stand back and accept defeat. Really? I understand. For now, let us wait until we can find more concrete evidence. But since getting angry was akin to admitting that he had lost, Si-jin maintained as much level-headedness as humanly possible. But you're certain that Trilogy is involved? Yes, sir. There is evidence of one of that society's directors lobbying the related parties. It was most likely that Trilogy didn't care for one bit about their stronghold on the top spot of South Korea's society rankings being threatened by anyone. It was almost understandable, as the mass media that loved to pit others for a juicy fight was already comparing the histories of both Trilogy and the Monster side by side, so there was that. But still, what that society had done was quite a dirty and cheap trick. Oh, and Mr. Chairman, should we submit our guild registration as well? Yes, of course. A guild. A law proposed half a year ago had went into effect just last week, finally establishing the concept of guilds officially in the Republic of Korea. In the layman's terms, a guild was the evolved form of a society. A society with a class higher than B was given the chance to advance to a guild, and after going through 3 months of complicated testing procedures and proving it can become a guild without an issue, it would be officially recognized as one. The first world countries in Western Europe, the United States as well as many other nations, had already adopted this system, but Korea was only implementing it now due to several overlapping reasons. In actual truth, the Monster's contribution in getting this law enacted belatedly in Korea was great. The backstory surrounding this law was like this: the Dawn dynasty, which did not enjoy an amiable relationship with Trilogy for some reason, spent an exorbitant amount of money lobbying against the guild system. The Dawn had already found Trilogy threatening, yet with the implementation of this system, they knew their enemy's influence would only strengthen further. It was then, a new society co-founded by Yoo Se-young called the Monster entered into the fray like a new star, which meant that it would be friendly towards the Dawn's interests. And so, the Dawn decided to divert the enormous lobbying funds to support the development of the Monster that would become the dark horse to oppose Trilogy. The disappearance of the Dawn's lobbying efforts meant that the guild law ended up smoothly passing with little trouble. Obviously, there was no guarantee that the Monster would be able to become a guild just because the law came into effect. First of all, many high-ranking directors of the corporations unfriendly towards the Dawn were members of Trilogy as well. So it was likely that they would resort to even nastier and dirtier schemes from now on. And by the way, sir, there is one more item still left on the agenda. Another one? Our people must be getting really busy nowadays, I'm guessing. The continuing parade of reports that lasted nearly 3 hours so far. Kim Si-jin rubbed his head, which was getting dizzy from mental fatigue. The administrative work for the society had increased by that much. The number of employees now easily exceeded 3 digits after he repeatedly hired new people due to the shortage of manpower. 3 new departments were established, with each department now having on an average 23 employees, 4 times the size compared to only 3 months ago. The annual budget set aside just for salaries was almost $20 million. But just like he promised to himself, Kim Si-jin was not stingy when it came to spending on people. The fact of his employees being treated well naturally spread around, and so, when one of those rare opportunities to get hired by the Monster came around, CVs sent in by those working in the prominent local companies as well as famous overseas corporations could be found every now and then. Haha. It is quite alright, sir. The individually assigned sleeping quarters are better than some regular houses, so it's not much of a problem to pull an all-nighter for us. It can't be helped under the current circumstances as there are just too much work to go through, but as soon as things quieten down, please make sure to go home at the correct time. Please. Yes, sir. I understand. And now, we need your decision on the technical departments. Johan Sung continued on with his report. Oppa, what are you thinking about now? Si-jin was currently with Yoo Se-young in a restaurant. Although the work was tough and he still felt dizzy, but he just couldn't ignore the sad light in her eyes. Ah, you were thinking of Miss Kim Yurin, right? I heard you had a meeting with her yesterday. As if her jealousy was kicking in again, Yoo Se-young's lips pouted and her eyes narrowed to a slit. That's not true at all. It's just that I'm kinda tired today. As he had spent 4 hours out of 7 he could stay as a human purely listening to reports, reading many documents and making decisions. It was understandable he would be exhausted by now. Are you going home right away? Even today? Yeah, my bad. And I'm still forever barred from going to Oppa's place? That's par for the course, you know. You haven't even graduated from a high school yet, but you want to go to a house of a man who lives alone. With a deeply sulking expression, Yoo Se-young began roughly chewing on the steak. Chomp, chomp. She resembled an angry puppy for some reason, so she didn't look all that threatening to him. I just remembered. Oppa, would you like to come to my graduation ceremony? Even though they had agreed to address each other informally, she had this strange habit of using honorifics whenever she asked him for a favor. Isn't it usually the family members attending such things? Yoo Se-young smiled sadly at his question. He then quickly realized his mistake. If her family was going, then she'd not have the reason to invite him in the first place. My dad's too busy. My grandpa is also busy because it's the year and my divorced mum's whereabouts are unknown, and since I'm the only child, I don't have any siblings, you see. That's why there is no one to show up, except for you, Oppa. She seemed calm, but Si-jin couldn't say anything after detecting a hint of sadness hidden in her voice. Will you come? There was no need to delay his answer. As soon as he nodded his head. Thank you. Yoo Se-young looked into his eyes and smiled bravely. But Si-jin thought that smile looked lonely as well. That is why he shifted his hand resting on top of the table and quietly held hers. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, she was inwardly shouting out in happiness. There was indeed someone who could come to her graduation ceremony. The butler, Park Hyun-oh. However, he would not be able to make it anymore. I'm thankful for everything you've done for me. Kim Si-jin. Si-jin and Yoo Se-young smiled as they looked at each other. You're really thankful? Yoo Se-young. It was a question with a hidden meaning. When Si-jin tilted his head in confusion, Yoo Se-young sneakily approached his front. And then, not even giving him a chance to say no, she ambushed him with a tight embrace. What there? It's a farewell hug. They all do in the West. You know. That's why if you are really thankful, stay like this for a little while longer. Yoo Se-young leaned her head on his chest. Her fatigue and worries were all gone, just like that, and her mind became more comfortable. When she was in his arms, fully enjoying his pleasant scent with all her body, nothing in this world would be able to make her feel envious. Don't just stand there. Oppa, hug me too. She looked up at him with a gentle eyes. Her affectionate eyes and sincere voice. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her in even tighter. On the following day, Si-jin secretly summoned the manager of the mercenary company, Kim Yoo-son. It was to discuss the deployment of 13 mercenaries and 20 intelligence operatives affiliated with his company. Of course, I'll leave the direction of our future to your discretion, Mr. Chairman. Kim Yoo-son smiled warmly. Currently, the monster mercenary company was being inundated with all the job requests coming in. First of all, there was only one properly organized mercenary company in the entire world, which just so happened to be Si-jin's. So the fault of overwhelming workload laid with the inevitable obtainment of the title best in the world. Then, Putting the mercenary matters to aside for now, how goes the training of the intelligence operatives? It's going well. They are training hard as we speak in techniques such as putting on disguise, moving in stealth, as well as forging identity documents at the Monster Intelligence Agency's underground base constructed under your orders. Calling it the Monster Intelligence Agency sounded a bit embarrassing and all that, but Sejin really needed this organization right now. Are they ready to enter real combat situations? The 6 out of the 20, those whom you have identified as agents with rich golden auras, are now skilled enough for that purpose. And even though it's nominally a real combat situation, it's still nothing more than searching for the right hotels, sir. So I believe it should be good to give them this opportunity. Forming his own intelligence gathering agency was without a doubt very illegal, so he had to be extra careful. But still, understood. Then, for the moment, have those 6 deployed to the field? Yes, sir. Their aim was to find the hotel where the future ruler of the vampires was hiding in. Hesitation was no longer an option. 22. Preparation 1 Fin. TL 1010. This is the end of the 10-chapter mini-marathon. From tomorrow onwards, normal programming shall resume. Chapters will go live on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. And as before, sponsored chapters will drop on the weekends. As for how many that will be, few. TL, the remaining amount for the Omega Date extra chapter is $50. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. There was only one suite on the top 60th floor of the Gangwon province's most luxurious hotel, Romance of Dawn. And to stay here even for one single night, an enormous fee was required, meaning this place would forever remain out of reach for the regular folks. TL, the author wrote the name of the hotel in actual English. But currently, this top floor had transformed into a base camp solely to serve one person. Not just the 60th floor, either the 5 floors below it, from 55th to 59th, as well. Hundreds of magic traps, detection spells, as well as numerous undeads hidden in the shadows were quietly waiting for potential visits from unwelcome intruders. Although everything looked business as usual at a casual glance, it was in a way a perfectly constructed fortress designed to kill any who dared to intrude. Are all the preparations ready? And the master of this fortress was the possessor of the most noble bloodline, Prilrani von Bathory. TL, yeah, me too. Shrugs shoulders. The last descendant of the House Bathory, which was reputed to be the progenitor of the vampire race. She was also seen as the most likely candidate to become the future empress of the race. On the covertly operating vampire community chat rooms, many lamented that if this Bathory girl was smart, no, if she had an ounce of desire in her to learn something new, then they may have went back home a long time ago. Yes, my lady. The preparations are almost complete. Although a few inferior races tried to delay us, starting from next week, we will be engaging in the expulsion operation right away. This expulsion was the term used for extracting monsters hidden within the portal. Is that so? Very good. Bathory smiled gloomily. Ah, but what is Las doing right now? They still have not made any contacts yet. TL, in the not too distant past, during the days of the mass racial extermination, the noble households were targeted the most. And only 2 managed to preserve their bloodlines from that chaos: Bathory and Las. Of course, the power of the Las household was comparably much weaker than that of the Bathorys, and not to mention, their current leader was just a little kid. But still, that family wasn't some bad joke that could be safely ignored. First of all, although the Vampire Emperor was a mighty existence that ruled over all of vampires, the thing was, in order to become one, he or she didn't have to be the possessor of the strongest power or the smartest of brains. Those fools had tried to open a portal in the past, but after their efforts had gone down the drain, it looks like they're being mindful of us, we who have achieved success sooner than them, my lady. But if it's not that, then perhaps, since their lord is too young, they may have a fear of being absorbed by us, instead. Really? They have become cowards, haven't they? How unfortunate. Why continue on living, if you're going to exist like that? Bathry's chilly question became a mysterious cold aura that embraced the male vampire's body. You're absolutely correct, my lady. Oh, right. What about those trash? Whenever Bathory thought about those inferior bastards she referred to as trash, the fury she repressed deep down in her heart tried to break free. The abominable remnants that were closer to monsters than to vampires, those vile things she'd like to exterminate even before the human race, if possible. Those trash have shown no signs of activity after holing themselves up within the sanctuary of late, but that only makes us more concerned, my lady. The trash, also known as Nosferatu. Really? Their bloodlines possessed excellent abilities, but they were still categorized as monsters. And with the history of them betraying their own species in the distant past, Nosferatus were never acknowledged as the vampire's kin that shared the same ancestors. Known to be the most twisted and vile even among the vampire species, these Nosferatus suffered from inferiority complex or from victim mentality, and they carried out insidious plots regardless of who their targets were. That was why the majority of vampires believed that the previous racial cleansing happened because the Nosferatus instigated humans to take actions. What supported this notion was the fact that Nosferatus didn't suffer any fallout from the cleansing, while countless vampires and their noble bloodlines were killed, and now, they had grown to the point where they could legitimately challenge for the position of the vampire emperor. What are those accursed bastards scheming on now, I wonder? One of those trash as the emperor? What a nonsensical notion that was. Bathry's teeth gritted in fury. Chief Sutity seems to be cooking up some kind of a scheme, my lady, but our spies lacked the capabilities to defeat those bastards. All our soldiers could find was the location of their sanctuary and the living conditions inside. By the way, you haven't thought of any other plans besides taking them hidden, have you? Pardon? You didn't, did you? Bathory glared at the man as if he was a pathetic fool. Hey, you! Have you ever heard of a tactic where you don't use your own strength but use another party to destroy your enemies? The author used a Chinese, I guess it's South Korean, idiom called Couldn't really think of a suitable English alternative to replace it. Sorry. When Bathory suddenly brought up a certain four-letter idiom see above, the guy became dazed for a short time. He was thinking, just when did this empty-headed girl who had never even touched a book in her life hit her head and come up an idea like this? What is the meaning of your expression? Are you perchance courting death? No, that's not it, my lady. This servant does not know the meaning of those words, so I was thinking carefully about it, I swear. Bathory's head might be empty, but she was supernaturally quick on the uptake, and the guy quickly planted his forehead on the ground to grovel before her. Is that so? In that case, fine. I shall forgive you this time, since you didn't know. She then proceeded to explain the meaning of her words as well as the historical origins of it. Of course, she got over half of it totally wrong, but the guy did not possess the necessary cogence to point that out. So, the thing is, I brought it up because I learned it after watching TV a lot lately. Bathory watched TV? The guy looked up at her with a slightly moved expression. You know Lycan, right? The bastard that goes around poking us with a stick. I heard that he has established his own mercenary company. On top of that, there's a white tiger called Ubexong busy running around here in this country, right? The guy immediately figured it out. Of course, he could see a lot of holes in this plan, but still, he somehow managed to pull off the expression of how surprised he was at this method's greatness. Instead of causing harm, wouldn't those bastards disappearing at the same time help out with our plans? Prilrani von Bathory. An eerie, yet pure grin drew up on Bathory's lips. This servant understands. This servant shall use a pawn to lodge a job request to Lycan for the time being. Very good. You may be dumb, but it's good that your head works fast. Bathory smiled in satisfaction and waved her hand, then the man backtracked quickly and disappeared from her sight. On 29th of December, 3 days before the end of the year. Lol, really? Sherlock. Kim Si-jin went to speak to Hazeline. A potion or a magic spell to suppress lust. Hazeline. This was his most pressing issue currently. The damn sexual desire that boiled at almost every opportunity. Whether it was during training, sparring, speaking to Yi Hye-rin, Yu Si-young, or for that matter, any other women. Yes. Unfortunately, the goblin's knowledge base did not contain a recipe for such a potion. Probably it was par for the course, since monsters didn't have what one would call reason. I haven't heard of anything like that, either. Hazeline took a glance at Si-jin's current appearance and then, carefully pulled her clothes in tighter. When he looked at her as if he couldn't believe what she was doing, Hazeline let out a fake cough. Come, is it, difficult to manage currently? That place down there. Yes, it's a little difficult. Oh, if that's the case, I'll search for one. Since you can find all sorts of bizarre potions out there, there might be one like that. Hazeline pulled out a mini laptop. Should I wait? Nope. You don't have to stick around if you're busy right now. This might take some time, after all. Kim Si-jin nodded his head and stood up to leave. Finally, the old year has passed and the new year begins. The noises of fireworks and bells loudly spread all around, signaling the beginning of the new year. However, quite unlike the joyous laughters of everyone else, Kim Si-jin in his ebony wolf form was going through a difficult dilemma at this very moment. The cause was a certain alert window that rose up yesterday when he finished creating yet another dark energy link. All conditions to evolve into the lycanthrope has been satisfied. It's now possible to evolve into the lycanthrope. Warning: a lycanthrope is a human but at the same time, a monster. So if the host chooses to evolve, the human form and the ebony wolf form will merge together. Other monster forms will remain the same. The time available to stay as a human will increase to a minimum of 12 hours once evolved into the lycanthrope. Depending on the numerical value of the stat, energy manipulation, the length of the time available will increase further. The ebony wolf form and the human form merging together, that was the same thing as the Kim Si-jin of now disappearing forever. He couldn't make such a decision half-heartedly at all. And he felt quite idiotic for believing that his evolution would solve all of his problems. What a dilemma this was turning out to be. As the time passed, the instincts of the orc boiled over more and more. But he couldn't evolve just to solve this issue because he had no idea what would happen to the human Kim Si-jin. And even if he did evolve, then the instincts of lycanthrope would become the next headache to overcome. Obviously, the best answer in this situation was to grow the human form Kim Si-jin until he could contend with the orc great warrior form. Even that was proving problematic due to the boiling instincts of the orc lately, as his base desires threatened to go out of control whenever he moved his body. SFX for a mobile phone ringing. He got distracted from the ever-deepening worries by the sound of the phone ringing. Frowning slightly, he glared at the LCD display. Yu Si-young. Right. Her coming-of-age ceremony. He only remembered it now. He sighed out grandly and answered the phone. Oppa, I'm finally an adult. Really? Congrats. Yu Si-young's voice sounded especially bright on the phone. But with his thought process all messily tangled up, he could only find her slightly bothersome at the moment. Under the Jumgang Mountain, 6 o'clock in the evening, before attending Yu Si-young's coming-of-age ceremony, Si-jin stopped by at the Monsters HQ when Kim Yu-son called him in hurry. That is correct. According to the anonymous tip, an underground base for vampires can be found there. It's not verified yet, but an evidence with strong persuasive power was enclosed together with the tip. Mr. Chairman, shall we deploy our agents? Kim Si-jin studied the evidence provided. It was a bunch of photographs depicting an unidentified village constructed underground, a grey city where not a single ray of sunlight would be able to enter. Does it look like the Sid knows about this place? It doesn't. If they knew, then they might have raised a ruckus. And in truth, the Sid isn't going to exterminate these vampires. You are well aware of this fact, I believe. Also, That is the reason why this anonymous tip provider requested us with this job and not the SID. The tool Si-Jin created and Yu Baeksong's nose could sniff out a vampire. However, humans caught in the high-level seduction magic of vampires became pawns, not realizing that they were under the influence of such magic. Phew, I understand. Let me talk to Yu Baeksong first. And as it's dangerous, delay the deployment of our agents for now. Yes, sir. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like the permission to track down this anonymous informant as well. The informant? Kim Yoo-son nodded his head. Yoo Se-young's coming-of-age ceremony took place within the huge mansion of the Dawn household. As expected of the Dawn, it truly was a grand banquet. It was not an exaggeration to say the true movers and shakers of Korea had all gathered here in this banquet hall, leaders of the politics and financial worlds, famous knights and celebrities, etc., etc. However, Yoo Se-young was nervously waiting for the arrival of one specific person. No Oppa, Si-Jin Oppa hasn't arrived yet, right? Yeah? He did call to say that he might be running a bit late, but promised to be here, so don't worry. Yoo Se-young tightly shut her mouth. The main event of the ceremony had ended already. She had placed the hair stick in her hair now, and the people were too busy building profitable personal connections without a rest. As far as I can tell, putting a hair stick means a girl is now officially an adult in the Korean tradition. Not sure how accurate this is, but there you go. Definitely, without his presence here, this whole ceremony was a total waste of time for her. How do you do, Miss Yoo Se-young? The guy approaching her while carrying an oily smile was Kim Jong-hyuk, the third son of the owner of the corporation that rivaled Dawn, the Great Wisdom. I thought of leaving the name in Romanized Korean, as this name may never appear again, but its spelling could confuse some readers with other similarly named persons, so I changed it to English equivalent. I know it sounds weird, but bear with me on this one. He was a loser well known for his unchecked, wild behavior, and his current appearance of trying to look all important and grown-up seemed rather pathetic to Yoo Se-young. Hello. At Se-young's terse reply, Kim Jong-hyuk's eyebrows went into a slight spasm. However, he continued on with his words, not looking perturbed at all. It seems that person is not attending your coming-of-age ceremony, as there were stories of him being in a special relationship with Miss Se-young. I was really looking forward to meeting him here today. I even heard a rumor that you two exited a car together late at night, even. Of course, I also hear that person for some reason is refusing to go all the way. This time, it was Yoo Se-young's face to harden. She wondered just who the heck invited this son of a by CH. She felt like blaming her dad, who insisted on sending invitations to everyone out of common courtesy. You can keep your unnecessary remarks to yourself, as he will come. Don't you worry, Yoo Se-young. I'm sure that he's very busy nowadays. I mean, everyone's heard of the rumor that both his trait and his business acumen is simply extraordinary. As the monster's value continued to soar higher, the world praised Si-Jin's abilities. Of course, all he had done was to only recruit those people with overflowing potential and create an environment where these folks could fully unleash their strengths. The true reason for the monster's continued advancement was the countless employees who had become the pillars of his society, as they thoroughly displayed their sharp intuition and excellent abilities with the aid of the encouraging environment. But whether a business was successful or not, it was the chairman of the company who always came under the spotlight. That was why, before anyone knew it, Si-Jin had become the genius businessman the attention of the people of Korea was focused on. I too am well aware of that. Even if he's a bit late in coming, I'm still grateful. Oh, but you seemed rather very anxious for that. Maybe I saw it all wrong? When Kim Jong-hyuk mouthed the words of clear ridicule, Se-young clenched both of her fists and breathed out angrily. But this guy opened up his mouth again before she could calm herself down. How unfortunate. I wanted to converse with him at least once, but it looks like he may never show up. Yoo Se-young gritted her teeth. But it was then. The huge doors of the banquet hall suddenly swung open. 22. Preparation to Fin. The amount remaining for the 8th sponsored chapter is Still $50. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Through the abruptly opened gaps of the banquet hall's doors, a man made his entrance. The elegant and smooth tuxedo that perfectly wrapped around his tall and athletic physique, the neat and tidy hair combed upwards to accentuate his manly countenance, the sharp eyes and facial features reminding one of a wolf. After searching around the banquet hall, he found Yu Se-young, and then he began to slowly walk up towards her. As he took step after step, getting closer and closer, her cheeks became redder and redder. Se-young finally stopping before her, Kim Se-jin smiled deeply as they gazed at each other. "I'm sorry for being a bit late." His charming baritone voice seemed to reverberate through the banquet hall, making her to dazedly nod her head. "Is everything over already?" Kim Se-jin. No. Not yet. It hasn't ended yet. Even though she had known him for the past year or so, this was the very first time she saw him wear a tuxedo like this. Maybe that was the problem, she just couldn't get used how cool he looked today, and her eyes hurriedly lowered to the floor in bashfulness. "Aho, so you are that famous Mr. Kim Se-jin?" After watching the two interact with much interest, Kim Jong-hyuk reached out for a handshake. "I'm Director Kim Jong-hyuk from the Great Wisdom Electronics." "Oh, hello, pleased to meet you. I'm Kim Se-jin." While shaking hands, Se-jin checked out this guy's disposition with the eyes of the wolf, and almost immediately, he nearly ended up taking a big step back. A powerfully turbulent dark energy was oozing out from this man, Kim Jong-hyuk. Se-jin hadn't seen the color this dark before until now. "Ha ha ha. Now that I have met you in person, you look much more handsome than in those videos and photographs." Kim Jong-hyuk yapped on and on, but Se-jin didn't want to spend another minute with this guy, if he could help it. So, he was about to ignore this Jong-hyuk person and have a chat with Yu Se-young, when, "Isn't this a pleasant surprise? Aren't you the last-born son of the Great Wisdom Corporation's owner? It's good to see you again, Cabinet Minister." "It's been a while." People began gathering around Se-jin. These guys used Kim Jong-hyuk as an excuse to make their approach, and to build a friendly connection with Se-jin, began paying the obligatory lip service. But maybe this was the case of birds of a feather flocking together, or touching a pitch will get a man filthy. Every single one gathered here had their moral compass leaning heavily towards the side of evil. Of course, none of them were as bad as Kim Jong-hyuk, but still. "So, this gentleman here is that famed Mr. Kim Se-jin, yes? How do you do? I'm the minister in charge of the home affairs." "Why, yes. Hello to you too, sir. By the way, who is that next to you?" Se-jin, who had become the center of attention in this crowd, inexplicably pointed at the secretary of the man who just introduced himself as a government minister. It was because this young man was too talented and good-natured to be next to this dirty bastard. "Ah, his name is Kim Ho-hyung. He's my secretary, but the kid's not all that smart. He's the son of a servant who has been working for me for a long time. Under the pretext of promising him a good future, I'm taking him along with me." When the nameless government minister let out a guffaw, the rest of the crowd began laughing as well. All of it were as fake as a laugh could get. Kim Se-jin no longer wished to stay here. He slightly turned his head and checked out Yu Se-young's mood. She seemed to have the exact same thoughts as he did, as she nodded her head slightly. "Oh, but I'm suffering from slight migraine at the moment. Maybe because I've been swarmed with work lately." Kim Se-jin started feigning illness while massaging his head. "Ha ha. That's all very understandable. Nowadays, there isn't any business sector the monster hasn't entered yet. After all, even His Excellency have spoken about it as well." The minister. "When you say His Excellency, you mean?" "Of course. It's Mr. President, who else could it be?" While they were busy yapping and laughing by themselves, Se-jin searched his inner pocket and pulled out something that gleamed under the light. It was a business card with the words Kim Se-jin, the society chairman, the monster engraved on it. But it was no ordinary card. Made by flattening pure gold as thinly as possible, each one of these cards cost as much as $650. Se-jin made these not because he wanted to show off, but only after deciding to give them only to those people who might be of some help. and those who could help him out in the future. Aho, and what could that be? Unnamed minister. There were signs of avarice twinkling in the eyes of the minister who had caught the sight of this business card. It's a business card. Aha, so that's your card. I also saw it once in a newspaper. I heard that you don't give that to just anyone. But, is that really made out of pure gold? The government minister, under the false impression that he was the recipient of the card, triumphantly straightened his back. Yes, it is pure gold. The surrounding gallery of people let out an exclamation of admiration while gazing at the business card. The minister let out a fake cough, and while tidying up the outline of his tie, he eagerly waited for the card to enter his hand. "Sir, I'm envious," said Kim Jong-hyuk, humoring the unnamed minister with a fake smile. The minister reciprocated with a spirited chuckle. "You, as expected of the most outstanding young man of his generation, you have good eyes for people." But, right next moment, Kim Si-jin handed the card over not to the government minister, but to his secretary standing a slight distance away from the crowd. "What is your name?" "Kim Si-jin." Excuse me? Your name? Or do you have a business card of your own?" "Ah, my name is Kim Ho-hyung." I don't have a business card." Si-jin nodded his head and placed his gold card in this person's hand. "You should give me a call later." Kim Si-jin. After saying these words, Si-jin left the banquet hall only after 20 minutes had passed. The minister dumbfoundedly followed the back of Si-jin, before viciously staring at the golden business card in Kim Ho-hyung's hands. It wasn't all that difficult to read his intentions within that gaze. But Ho-hyung just quietly pocketed the card inside his suit. This son of a mere servant is. The minister stared at his secretary with eyes that could kill. Unfortunately for him, he could not display any more of his anger in front of these many people. Si-jin was planning to go home after he escaped the banquet hall, but he just couldn't ignore the pleading eyes of Yoo Se-young who had followed him outside. "What is it? Is there a place you want to go?" "Kim Si-jin, I want to go to Oppa's place." He gripped the steering wheel of his car tightly while glaring at her. "What's wrong?" "I can't go anywhere else while wearing this dress. Anyway, it'll be too embarrassing." Yoo Se-young spoke while slightly lifting the hems of her dress. As his cheeks blushed a little at the exposure of her white skin underneath, Si-jin checked the time remaining for his human form. 3 hours, 3 minutes and 59 seconds. However, in 3 hours, it'd be midnight and the time remaining would reset to the beginning. In other words, there was plenty of time left. "I'm an adult who went through a coming-of-age ceremony now. Can't we just enjoy dinner together?" Yoo Se-young didn't miss the opening created when he was in a dilemma, and gently wrapped her hand over his. "Wow, it's so neat and tidy." Finally entering Si-jin's home that she had dreamed about, her eyes went completely round as she took in the layout of the interior. Didn't she already come to his house before to get her tats? What gives? I'm telling you this again, you are going back to your place for sleep. Got it? Ugh, I got it already. I'm not Cinderella, you know. When it's past the midnight, I'll leave even if you beg me not to. She took a quick glance at Si-jin, and then sat down on the living room's couch. It's really soft and comfortable. What are you doing, Oppa? Don't just stand there and take a seat right here. Yoo Se-young vigorously patted on the empty space right next to her. Si-jin approached her with slightly awkward steps. Tada. As soon as he sat down, she proudly presented the paper bag she'd been carrying since before climbing into his car. What is that? It's alcohol. Huh? Si-jin's forehead creased in that moment. But Yoo Se-young's smiles only grew even brighter. 1 hour after the drinking began suddenly, the bottle of hard liquor with the alcohol content of 57% was already quite empty. Really, Oppa is just too much. Oppa, do ya know why I wanted that ceremony on 1st January? Yoo Se-young, with her face bright red, let out a grand sigh. She had drank so much, even her breath smelled thickly of alcohol now. Oppa also know, right? How much I like Oppa. Trace no why you don't know. No way. Me. Oppa everyday sings and sings. Adult. Sue, I gotta have that adult ceremony on January 1st. It's time for you to go home. Let me drive you there. Will ya just listen till the end? Me don't know why I like Oppa also. Kayak. Kim Si-jin snatched away the glass from her hand. As if she got irritated by that, Yoo Se-young clenched her fist and lightly hit his chest. I'm not going home. I'ma live here forever. It's so irritating when ya pretend to not notice it. So I'ma gonna live here. Phew. This time, it was Kim Si-jin's turn to let out a sigh. This couldn't go on. He needed to send her home now, so there would be no regrets later. So, he stood up first. I really did everything Oppa asked me for, and I helped out every time Oppa asked me. You don't have any idea how much I begged my dad and grandpa, do you? Oppa, without me. Eek. Let's go. He pulled her up by her wrist. Strangely enough, she didn't offer much resistance. And so, leaving the living room and entering the cold passageway. Oppa, a weak voice came from his back. Si-jin turned around to see why. Right at that moment, Yoo Se-young slapped away his hand holding her wrist with all her power. And then, she wrapped her arms around his neck in order to, groans in difficulty. She tried to kiss him. Unfortunately for her, she was just too short. His 185 centimeters and her 160 centimeters. The difference of 25 centimeters couldn't be overcome even with her standing on tiptoes. Damn it. It was supposed to be an unexpected counterattack. On the verge of tears, she ended up planting her lips on his neck instead. You know, right, that I like Oppa a lot. That's why. Can you like me back? She then confessed her ardent and sincere feelings for him. Even if Oppa doesn't feel the same way, it's okay. I can wait. The emotions contained within those wet eyes were so desperately sad and pitiful. It was Kim Si-jin's turn to act next. Already, half of his reasoning had been thrown out the window. He powerfully held the back of Yoo Se-young's neck and began to seek out her lips with his own. However, this action wasn't about conveying the emotions of love at all. It was rough, very rough. So much so, the words trying to appease his lust described it perfectly. Up. At Kim Si-jin's rough hands, hem of her dress got tripped up. Yoo Se-young became fearful of his sudden transformation. Oppa? Wait. What? But he continued. His tongue roughly roamed within her mouth, and his hands stroked her body with equally rough force. Before she knew it, a single tear formed on the corner of Yoo Se-young's eyes. She was scared. Of course, if she wanted to refuse him, then she could. Mana had this effect of removing the alcohol's influence from one's system. But still, what if Kim Si-jin hated her for pushing him away? That made her scared. Thanks to her tears, Kim Si-jin could somehow regain his reasoning. He saw the torn pieces of her dress on the floor, and Yoo Se-young who was now practically half naked. I'm sorry. He grabbed his head and turned away from her. He found himself so damn pathetic. Even though he knew things might end up like this, he still let her into his home. But, seeing himself still blaming the instincts of the goddamn monsters, he felt so cheap and pathetic. No, I'm just Yoo Se-young. Strangely, it was Yoo Se-young who was taken back. She dazedly stared at his back as he stood there in torment, before slowly approaching him and hugged his broad back. I'm fine, Yoo Se-young. Si-jin showed no reaction. I just got surprised. That's all. Yoo Se-young. She held his waist even tighter. Then, I'll go home now. We'll just talk again tomorrow. Just please remember what I said. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. Whenever you are ready. Her arms around his waist slipped away. I really like Oppa. This kind of emotion, I've never felt anything like it before in my life. She left behind the most important confession of all, and then left his house. 2 days later. There are two types of warriors out there: the orthodox type, and the instinctive type. The current location was the monster's training facility. Kim Si-jin was receiving a personalized training from a knight invited from the Raven Order. The orthodox types are, as the word suggests, they faithfully follow the prescribed guidelines of their chosen martial arts schools. There are many sects in this path, but currently, the highest rated one is the sect founded by the Raven Order Master Kim Hyun-sok, Hyunseo sect, which is based on his trait. A serious sparring with a strong knight caused an unbelievable increase in the various skills proficiency percentage. So he was holding this session precisely in order to increase his human form's capabilities and overall skill levels. And the famous knights who follow this sect's teachings are Miss Kim Yurin, the highest tier knight from our order, and myself, the high tier knight Jin Yi-han. The knight who introduced himself as Jin Yi-han spoke proudly. And the so-called instinctive types are the ones that fully rely on their instincts and senses. The famous example of this type is the Order Master of the Dawn, Mr. Yu Su-hyuk. From what I hear from Miss Yi-Hyrin, you also seem to fall into this category as well, Mr. Chairman. Si-jin nodded his head. Even though passive skills played a role, the basis of the battle style he had adopted was him simply swinging his weapons based on his instincts and his senses. Well, then, let's start with a simple test of your abilities. Jin Yi-han's expression turned into admiration as he traced the surface of the practice blade with his fingertips. Even though it was simply for practicing, this weapon was already on the level of a high-quality item. Is it possible for me to take one of these practice weapons home with me? Jin Yi-han. Yes, do as you wish. Thank you. Jin Yi-han quickly bowed his head. Well, then, please attack with everything you have. The clashings of practice swords had become somewhat intense, but its end was quite simple in nature. Effects for strong gust of wind. Jin Yi-han's last sword attack left behind razor-sharp tempest winds as it sliced Si-jin's own weapon in half. And upon receiving the impact, Si-jin ended up rolling over backwards on the floor. It was a clear demonstration of a gap in their power. As expected, a high-tier knight was something else entirely. You are quite amazing, Kim Si-jin. No. Number. That's what I'd like to say about you. Jin Yi-han approached Si-jin and offered his hand. Even though he was defeated here, Si-jin still felt deeply satisfied as he grabbed the offered hand and stood up. Warrior's special quality proficiency level, 98.99% from this sparring session alone. The proficiency had risen as much as 3% in one go. That was why, although you can't use mana, with this level of abilities, I believe you can defeat a mid-tier knight quite easily. Do you really think so? Yes. Jin Yi-han smiled. Then, that's a relief. With that little left, he'd be able to upgrade Warrior's special quality to another level before the advent of the Red Moon. He had no clue just what kind of effect would be added, but well, surely it should prove useful to him regardless. Miss Yu Se-young is waiting for you over there. Jin Yi-han pointed towards the entrance of the training facility and spoke. And the brightly smiling Yu Se-young was there, busy waving her hand over here. 2 days later, from the early morning hours, urgent messages poured out from the TV news. The signs of the Red Moon have been detected and it's expected that in 3 days. It was to deliver the news of the omen of the Red Moon's impending manifestation being detected. The Red Moon, as the term suggested, the moon itself became dyed in blood red. This event that the modern science could not find the cause of, was a calamity that befell on this planet every 5 to 6 years. The moonlight, dyed in blood red color for unknown reasons, amplified the monster's aggressiveness and powers much higher compared to normal. And that was why a week before the Red Moon begins, a state of emergency would be declared all around the world. Every night, hunter and wizard would come under the respective government's command and prepare themselves to battle this event. But especially for someone like Kim Si-jin, it was the same as the Red Moon exceeding far past the level of a mere calamity and straight into apocalypse. Actually, the person who reported the advent of Red Moon was Kim Si-jin. The legendary mercenary, the Lycan, is the first person to discover the signs. He reported to the Ministry of Defense after allegedly sensing very faint changes within the clear sunlight. The citizens are praising the Lycan for detecting this global calamity beforehand. With a spooky timing, the news anchor was mentioning the story of the Red Moon as well. He momentarily got confused, thinking that he was looking at an alert window that said, "The fame of the Lycan has risen." Whatever the case may have been, the only reason why Si-jin could become the first person in the world to detect the Red Moon was, warning, The eyes of the wolf has detected the signs of the red moon. Under the influence of the red moon, the time limit for the human form will decrease to only 10% of the usual time. It was thanks to this alert window, the meaning behind those words, his human time being reduced to only 10% of the usual available time. He could only exist as a human for around 45 minutes per day. It was too much of a risk to stay in the human society like that, and so, Si-jin made a decision. It'd be better to simply live and grow stronger inside the monster field of Gangwon province, and at the same time, he might as well investigate the hidden base of vampires near the Jumgang mountain. That was his decision. Water, canned food, potions, a tent. He shoved all the items he would need for his survival during this season of the red moon inside the expanding pocket. He had already left Jo Han-sung in charge, temporarily at least, of the administration of the society. And as for Yoo Se-young, as their relationship had become complicated thanks to that day's kissing, he somehow was able to succeed in persuading her. It's done, Asaya. Si-jin lifted up the expanding pocket that was packed with 300 kilograms worth of stuff, and left his home. 22. Preparation 3 Fin. TL, the amount left for the 8th chapter is $26. Should have been $25. But the nice folks at PayPal decided to charge me a transaction fee. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Standing right before the monster field, Si-jin pulled out his mobile phone for the final time for the day. Before he knew it, there were over 100 phone numbers saved in his lists of contacts. He first called Jo Han-sung, then So Yo-jin, Ju Ji-hyuk, Yi Hyrin, Kim Yoo-son in that order to say hello, and then, hello. What do you want now? He called Yoo Baek-song next. Maybe because she was hassled by Si-jin's frequent calls, there was a definite trace of a groan hidden in her voice. No, well, I just want to find out if you're well today. Yeah, I am fine. If it wasn't for you. Si-jin thought he heard her whisper quietly in the background there, but decided to ignore that for now. But hey, aren't you being just a bit unfair? Haven't your accomplishments been very good because of us? Like predicting the red moon and all that. Around a week ago, Si-jin sent the word into the SID that the Lycan had detected the signs of the red moon, and so, the SID performed an in-depth investigation and with the proper proof uncovered, contacted the relevant government entities. In other words, although the first one to detect the signs was the Lycan, it was the SID who had unearthed the actual evidence. From what Si-jin heard, the government acknowledged the efforts of the SID, which in turn restored the lost trust in the organization, and on top of that, they were even given performance-based bonuses as well. So, wasn't her attitude just a bit too cold? No way. You're not being a bother. On the contrary, I'm glad to talk to you. Only then, Yoo Baek-song's voice forcibly became a bit lighter. But what do you want now? Why did you call me? I told you last time that the investigation of your parents' matters is being done discreetly in order to avoid detection, didn't I? It's not about that this time. What is your thoughts regarding the information we handed over to you before? He handed over the information about vampires hiding in the Jumgang mountain only to Yoo Baek-song. At the time, she promised to make a decision on it soon, but even after 2 weeks later, she was still keeping the result of her decision to herself only. That thing, I'll let you know later. My head's gonna split in half just trying to figure it out alone. Really? Yeah, sorry. Well, I understand. But both Lycan and I are planning to look into this matter by ourselves later on. If the results seem certain, will you cooperate with us then? Yoo Baek-song didn't reply immediately and hesitated for a bit. Your answer? When Si-jin egged her on, Yoo Baek-song's powerless voice came out of the receiver. Her answer was out of his expectations. Hey, by the way, what if I get fired? I mean, I'm already being suspected of doing something funny by myself already. Pardon? No. Well, when giving me this information, you told me to keep it to myself only. Did you know by doing that, I'm breaking the law? I've sworn to submit any new information regarding the affairs of this country to my superior officer, the president, you see. Her voice was trembling. I said this to you before, right? There are people in higher positions than me. That information you gave me, if it's true, then it will be classified as above top secret. That means, without the permission of the president, I am not even allowed to have a say in it. Will you be fired if you move without permission? Obviously, Yu Baeksong shouted out. Kim Si-jin remained slightly dumbfounded for a moment, before chuckling out gently. I understand. If that's the case, then don't try to stand out too much. But if something happens and Miss Yu Baeksong loses her job, then I'll hire you as the new leader of the monster mercenary company, and I'll pay you 10 times the current annual salary. Huh? So, don't worry too much. Your reputation might suffer just a tad, but I promise to restore it to what it was once before by whatever means necessary. Even after Si-jin finished with his words, Yu Baeksong remained silent for a long time, and this silence continued on for another 5 minutes or so. And finally, don't need it. So, that's that. I'll call you when I find new info regarding your mother. With that, she hung up. Afterwards, Si-jin called up Yu Se-young and Kim Yu-rin for the last time and then infiltrated into the interior of the monster field. Originally, Si-jin planned to stay in whatever cave he could find in the monster field, but as he walked around, he suddenly got curious about just how much progress the orc pair of male and female he took under his wings around 2 months ago had made. Since he heard the news of those 2 hero orcs helping out the knights in a battle against monsters 3 days ago, he knew for sure they weren't dead yet. If that was the case, then it made more sense to stay in that village for the next 10 days or so. Even if it was living amongst the monsters, there was a good chance his life would be more convenient as there would be creatures willing to serve him in that place. With that line of thought, he began wandering in the monster field for 30 minutes. Fortunately, Si-jin didn't get lost and could find the steep cliff just over yonder. He changed the direction of his feet towards where the strong smell of the orcs was coming from. Why? It was probably because he was currently in his orc great warrior form, but as he approached the village, the firmly shut mud gates were slowly opening up, and from the opening of the gates, he could hear a noisy commotion. At first, it sounded like cries of beasts, and then, also sounded like that of people welcoming him. He slowly walked past the mud gates. Guagua, the male orc, greeted him first. The changes in its physique was easy to spot. Its hair was longer now, and its muscles were even more tougher as well. Si-jin patted the head of the orc, which was only about a single handspan shorter than he was, and took a long look at the surroundings. There were 21 offsprings of the 2 orcs here. Now normally, an orc needed around 4 months in order to reach full maturity, so these ones were still of smaller stature, but mysteriously, they all possessed blue skins. That was because when Si-jin was tattooing the orcs, he also added another effect: genetic inheritance. When he spent so much effort to strengthen the parents, it'd be no good whatsoever if the offsprings were weak and thus lack the potential to grow stronger in the future. Very good. Nodding in satisfaction, he then moved his feet to build himself a place to dwell. And behind his broad, dependable back, a couple dozen orcs followed. They said that the red moon will rise tomorrow. Hearing the report of the subordinate knight, Kim Yu-rin looked up at the night sky with determined eyes. The full moon's color was still white and the sky was painted in dark navy blue. However, when that moon becomes dyed in the colors of blood, then the whole world would also be bathed in red. Understood. And the government's plan is? They have set up the first line of defense within the interior of the monster field. Miss. Within the interior? Kim Yu-rin's brows narrowed as she tried to figure out the reason. Obviously, by setting up the defensive line within the monster field, there was the advantage of reducing the amount of area they need to, well, defend. However, if a part of that line became compromised, the risk was equally high that a situation would occur where the defense force became surrounded by the monsters flooding past the breach. Yes, ma'am. However, the position isn't too deep within the field, so it looks like you don't have to be concerned. Give me the map. Here it is. She carefully studied the map in front of her, but she found a strange place on it. On a certain corner of the defensive line, around a cliff formed by the upheaval of the earth not too long ago, She saw big red letters "Area of Interest" written over this mysterious location. What is that all about? Kim Yu-rin. Oh, that is the village of the hero orc. The location was discovered about a month ago, but as we can't predict what kind of actions these orcs would take under the effect of the red moon, that location has been classified as an area to keep an eye out for. We can't predict that? Yes, Mom. The tactical plan will change accordingly to whether those orcs fight with us even under the crimson moonlight, or lose their reasoning and revert back to being pure monsters. Kim Yu-rin fell into a deep thought, her fingers tracing the scabbard of her sword. What a contradictory thing to say, a monster losing its reasoning. After all, a monster didn't even have the capacity to reason, to begin with. But the monster that shattered this notion did appear not too long ago. A new type of orc, the so-called hero orc. This somewhat embarrassing nickname wasn't given to it just by the public. The scientific name printed on the monster bestiary used around the world was hero orc as well. Seen as a new, separate genus of the orc family, people started calling these orcs with the moniker hero ever since they roared out loudly and rushed in to help out the knights in danger. Also, as these branch of orcs was first discovered in the Republic of Korea, sometimes they were referred to as the Korean orcs as well. Are the higher-ups thinking of utilizing these orcs as another defensive wall if they start helping humans out just like before? Kim Yu-rin. Yes, Mom. It seems that way. She wasn't 100% certain about this, but if things indeed happen like that, then those orcs would be wonderful allies to have. Kim Yu-rin recalled the battle prowess of the orc great warrior who fought the basilisk alongside her in the past, then nodded her head. We'll enter the monster field with our company of knights. Has the front lines been constructed yet, via cutting down and burning away the forest? Yes, Mom. Not only the physical barricades, wizards prepared safe living areas by preparing magical barriers and watchtowers. Good. While Kim Yu-rin and countless other knights were tightening up their defenses in preparation for the Red Moon, the skill warrior's special quality has risen up a level. A new property, mana-friendly body, has been acquired. Through constant hunting, Si-jin finally unlocked the next stage of the warrior's special quality skill. But that wasn't all. The new property mana-friendly body is reacting to the form-specific skill ruler of the water of the feeble sea monster form. The property has been upgraded to mana body. Yes, it's really called mana body. The author used different Hanja words for this skill and for the mana-friendly body, but they literally mean the same thing. Mana body skill proficiency 0.01%. A body that is extremely friendly towards mana. Depending on the current proficiency level, there is a probability of negating the effects of mana and magic spells of another that comes in contact with the host's body. Depending on the current proficiency level, the host can manipulate the mana stored in the body according to the wishes of the host. Can be activated concurrently with other skills. When the proficiency level reaches 100%. A new property will be unlocked. Si-jin sat down on the dead body of the ogre he just killed, and began checking out this new mana body thingy. I can manipulate mana as I want to. It sure was one of the most welcoming alert windows he'd yet seen. After all, he had never received tutelage on how to use mana, and also, he didn't know how to make mana move in his body, even. However, he wasn't quite sure of what to do now. For now, he stretched his arm out and clenched his fist tightly, but well, he didn't see any strange reaction, nor did he feel anything weird either. This time, he focused his eyes on one point. He did that until his eyeballs became bloodshot, but again, nothing much happened. Kim Si-jin sat there imitating a parrot for a while, but then figured out how to use it from an unexpected viewpoint. I've no idea what the author is trying to say here with the parrot bit. It's the literal TL. Since it said according to my wishes, does that mean mana'll move if I think about it? But isn't that a bit different from what I heard before? Mana through one's wishes, that wasn't the fundamental law of mana utilization the knights and wizards adhered to. They said that they moved the mana flowing in their blood vessels physically and then expel it out of their bodies. If mana can be moved around with nothing but some simple thoughts, then why would the professions of knights and wizards be seen as highly specialized and valuable? If I just think of making mana rise out of my arm, then, and from his arm, thick mana rose up. Cries of fright, orc style. Kim Si-jin got genuinely surprised and ended up tumbling over backwards. What the hell? Si-jin quickly shot back to his feet and shouted at the mana wavering around his arm, controlling mana with nothing but his thoughts. He'd never even heard of such a nonsense before. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva down and sent in a thought towards this mana. Simple thoughts such as grow in width, grow in length, go lower, as well as turn into flames. Where on the empty air where mana was undulating, a sudden spark of fire began and started burning up. Turn into dirt. The flame burning up in the middle of the air then became brown soil and fell on the ground. Turn into snow. Pure white snowflakes began to fall slowly. Turn into a sword. The skill proficiency must be over 50% in order to activate this skill concurrently with the skill orc's smithing technique. It was not possible for now, but as soon as his proficiency has increased. Wow! He could only admire this new property in days. As expected, there was a reason why this new thing was classified as property instead of skill. 23. Red Moon 1 Fin. TL, there will be 2 sponsored chapters tomorrow, and if there's no RL getting in the way, I shall upload another 2 for this week Sunday as well. TL, as of writing this DL note, there are 8 chapters in the queue. Another $21. Then it'd be 9 chapters instead. Yikes. Hopefully, these upcoming 4 chapters over the weekend will help reducing that load somewhat. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. TL, I was going to use Power Rangers as a reference to introduce this weekend's sponsors, but the number of generous folks means that I can't, unfortunately. So, here's a simple thank you towards these wonderful people: Gerald C., Kenneth P., Donvin T., Mario R., Eric A., Maxwell G., Dale B., Timothy W., Carlis A., Jan B., Stephen M., Donald B., Robert R., Martin G., David R., Daniel T., Dennis D., and Philip G. Thank you for your support. The defensive perimeter of the Knights against the Red Moon had been completed, near the location where Si-jin was. He found this out via the mobile phone he brought along from home. Wait a second here. Will these orcs be alright? He became worried about the influence of the Red Moon. All of a sudden, he figured that depending on which one had a higher degree of influence, his skills or the Red Moon, the orcs would act accordingly. However, this Red Moon was a wide-scale calamity that caused monsters to go completely wild. Could these orcs possibly withstand such disaster? Bring the remaining orcs to me. The powerful baritone voice of Kim Si-jin, the orc great warrior, spread around like a wave. And then, with the exception of 4 agile orcs that were sent out to the Jumgang Mountain as scouts, the orcs in the village all promptly gathered where he was. Everybody ISS here, oh, great warrior. The orc in charge spoke. Si-jin's forehead creased just a little. He was kind of regretting giving this guy the passive vocal cord reconstruction now. He only did it to make communication a bit easier, but seriously, the combination of the orc's ugly face and that short-tongued pronunciation of words was creeping the hell out of him. Enter. He assumed the goblin form and began inscribing magic tattoos on the orcs, one at a time. The base ingredient used was his own blood. The effect imbued would be simple resistance to magic, to endure the influence of the Red Moon. The goblin's craftsmanship skill was now at B+, and it only took just over a minute to tattoo a single orc. In total, 30 minutes would be enough to tattoo all the orcs present. After quickly finishing up the tattooing process, he shooed them out of his dwelling and resumed the training of mana body in order to increase its proficiency level. The usage of this mana body was truly endless, but unfortunately, it could only be used for 15 minutes tops, meaning it was not really all that practical to use in the real battle. On top of that, during the human form, that time became even shorter at 5 minutes. If he used it for any longer than that, he would go lightheaded and promptly pass out. Rise into the air. So, Si-jin was thinking of increasing the duration to 15 minutes while in the human form by leveling up the proficiency. However, there wasn't enough time to raise his proficiency after all. All of a sudden, a red light began descending down on the world. A heavy fog of war circulated on the defensive perimeter constructed by the countless knights and wizards. The military had already retreated far behind the front lines since they would only become a burden had they stayed. The only people left here and waiting were the knights and wizards, but even many of them were either deeply nervous or were scared of the upcoming Great War. This wasn't the first red moon to appear in the history, but this one would certainly be far more difficult to hold back compared to in the past. During the previous red moons, the weak monsters appeared first, then gradually, to stronger ones, but now, there was no distinction between the monsters anymore. TL, in case if you're wondering why. Remember the great land upheaval that pretty much made the monster field unsafe? Yeah, that's why. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they might end up having to fight high-tiered monsters such as basilisks, manticores, or even wyverns on the first day. Kim Yoo-rin could definitely sympathize with their worries and fears. After all, even her own heart was beating in an unsettled manner for a while now. How are you feeling? Even still, she tried to calm the person next to her, Yoo Se-young, who was just as tense as the other knights. Yes, I'm okay. From the back of Yoo Se-young's neck, exposed by her hair tied upwards, a faint outline of a pretty tattoo could be seen. Kim Yoo-rin thought that was probably the famous magic tattoo of Kim Si-jin. Some people criticized Si-jin for only tattooing the members of his society, but what could they do about it? He could do as he liked. After all, the society chairman did it for me, while saying, "Don't die out there." Realizing that Kim Yoo-rin was looking at the tattoos, Yoo Se-young's face reddened slightly, maybe out of pride or from shyness. Kim Yoo-rin was somewhat envious of such feelings of young love. So that's how it is. Then, you should make sure not to die, right? Yep, of course. As the two of them smiled at each other. Out of the blue, there was a commotion by the defensive perimeter. They quickly looked up at the sky. A bloody color was spreading on the previously snow-white full moon like a spilled ink. It has begun. When Yoo Se-young murmured, Kim Yoo-rin somberly nodded her head. Ki-eek. It only took an instant for the darkness blocking their view to change to crimson color. The monsters' maddened screams filled the mountainside. The roars of the monsters rumbled around and around, until reaching up high into the sky and touching the red moon, causing the morale of the gathered defenders to plummet further. SFX for loud thumping noises. Incredible tremor akin to earthquake rushed towards them. Get ready for combat. Out from the communication crystal, a resolute shout of a man came out. It was the voice of Kim Hyun-sok, Yoo-rin's father. She unsheathed her sword at the incoming order, and from a distance away, a monster revealed its huge, wriggling body. Its eyes blood-red, its jaw lined with teeth that were shaped like pincers and the numerous legs rubbing on the ground below. The giant centipede approached the location of the defenders. From the get-go, a difficult high-tier monster had appeared. Its massive bulk and the grotesque appearance were enough to scare the living daylights out of some junior knights here. Kim Yoo-rin took a glance to her side. Clearly scared, Yoo Se-young's hands gripping the sword was trembling. "Do not fear." Yoo-rin gently held the girl's hand. Yes, Yoo Se-young looked at her and nodded. Basilisks, giant centipedes, wyverns, griffins, flesh golems, etc., etc. High-ranked monsters, many of them incredibly rare and hard to encounter even once in one's lifetime, poured in like tsunami waves. And as the opponents of the week-long Red Moon's first day the knights had to face, these monsters were simply too vicious and frightening. Knights who ran away were quite a few in number. It was par for the course, really, as they were lower ranked and just too young to have experienced such absurd situations before. SFX of someone sobbing. There were also many knights breaking down in tears after losing their limbs. Clearly, the defenders were in a numerical disadvantage in this battle. But regardless, Kim Yoo-rin swung her sword. The blue sword aura became the storm winds of mana and swept away countless monsters. And from the gap between the walls of monsters she just created, Urin spotted a lich casting magic spells far away. From the beginning, the very first target knights aimed to kill was the enemy spellcaster. As soon as she spotted the monster, she held the sword in reverse grip and stabbed the earth with it. It was the attack containing her trait, Desideratum. In that moment, a huge mana blade formed in the air just above where the lich was standing and sank into the surface of the ground. The lich, now its body divided in half, became dust particles when the belated secondary explosion took place. And so, she repeatedly fought her desperate battles, over and over again. However, the overall status of the battle was still not good. The defensive line was about to collapse. It was a desperately bad situation. No matter what, the front line must never be breached. She now saw the subordinate knights battling an ogre over yonder, one of the sword aura slicing the monster's wrist. Among them was Yusi Young, whom reminded Yurin of her younger days for some reason. Yurin summoned her strength once more and grasped her sword tightly. Right then from somewhere, a violent tremor spread out on the ground, and shortly afterwards, the powerful roar shattered the sky above. That was definitely not from a human, for sure. SFX for thunderous footsteps. The footsteps began to close in. In despair, the knights looked on towards the direction of the sound, and there was a group of orcs. It wasn't a big number, but the appearance of the leading orc was so overwhelmingly imposing, as if to imply it could do the job of 1,000 men. And so, the orc great warrior that had suddenly entered the battlefield, with its lengthy hair whipping against the wind, rushed forward like a shooting star or maybe even a wild beast and swung its mace in the air. Quahang! The terrifying shockwave undulated like a stormy wave and swept across the battlefield. Judging by their red eyes, the hero orcs group was definitely under the influence of the Red Moon. However, their enemies were not humans, but monsters. Whenever the orc great warrior swung his mace, the sounds of destruction akin to the Big Bang explosion shook the world and monsters' body parts were turned to mush. From the contact points of the mace, flames sometimes flared up, and other times a bitter coldness harsh enough to freeze the land rushed out. Quang, quang, quang. And the reason for such changes in the elements were, without a doubt, mana surrounding the mace. The orc great warrior displayed overwhelming martial prowess as it ran amok. His mace did not differentiate what monster it was. Other orcs, ogres, gnolls, spatois, etc., etc. As soon as they came in contact with the destructive swing of the weapon, all were ripped apart like the blowing dust. The perfect physique of the orc great warrior withstood almost all the physical attacks. Even if it was surrounded by hundreds of monsters, he received not one wound. And so, this creature didn't even bother to defend against enemies' attacks or try to avoid them, instead choosing to concentrate on utter destruction only, blowing away the stomach of an ogre blocking his forward march, then freezing the headless knight Dullahan on the spot. The orc even fired his own powerful sword aura towards an airborne wyvern to bring it down. The deeply impressionable sight of the great warrior battling hundreds, thousands of enemies all alone. The god of war had descended on earth. The knights of this battlefield dazedly witnessed this display of martial might that was vicious but at the same time, also utterly mesmerizing. SFX for a loud roar of the orc. The orc great warrior roared out wildly, covered from head to toe in blood. In any other times, such a roar would induce fear, but right now, people found it quite reassuring instead. It was loud enough to instill the belief that the flow of this battle could be reversed, back into the hearts of many. Some knights also ended up roaring out as they renewed their unceasing attacks on the monsters. Among them was Kim Yurin and Yusi Young as well. And so, the second round began. The moon finally hid below the horizon and the sunlight began to brighten the world. The red moon had ended, at least for today. There were many casualties. Not just those knights who had passed out from losing their body parts, but also those who had actually lost their lives. However, the knights gathered here could not express their sorrow that easily. They just couldn't. after seeing the sad and lonesome expression of the orc great warrior which was surveying the corpse of one of its own. The brave hero orcs that came to help them even under the influence of the Red Moon, the initial group of 30 had now dwindled down to less than half of its original number. It was difficult to fathom the depths of sadness of the leader of these hero orcs, its chieftain, as their numbers were low to begin with. Sujayam, Kim Yu-rin. Kim Yu-rin called out to her subordinate knight, Kim Sujayam, after gazing at the orc with equally sad eyes. Yes, here. Hold on to this for a bit. She handed over her treasured sword to him and slowly approached the hero orc. SFX for light footsteps. Stepping over the dried blood on the ground, she stepped in front of the orc chieftain. Hey, Kim Yu-rin. Yu-rin carefully reached out and touched the orc's shoulder. The orc felt this very faint sense of being touched, and when he turned his head to look, and at %, he took several steps back in shock. He got so surprised, he nearly ended up tumbling over backwards, even. At his reaction, Yu-rin's expression became somewhat wounded. What does she want now? Kim Si-jin. Kim Si-jin's flustered state didn't want to calm down so easily. Do you, maybe, remember me? Even still, Yu-rin tried to chat to him. Wondering if this woman developed a habit of trying to talk to monsters, Si-jin continued to stare at her with genuinely confused mind. Mom, what are you doing? From afar back, scared shouts of knights could be heard. Although they did fight together until now, this orc just lost over half of its brethren. No one knew what might happen if it got peeved off at something she might end up doing. Thankfully, the fears of those knights were assuaged in the next instance with a nod from the orc great warrior. Ah, that is wonderful news. What a relief. Sir. Without realizing it, Yu-rin began speaking politely. It felt like to her that the orc could understand her words. I'm sorry for your loss. Kim Yu-rin pointed at the corpse of the orc sprawled on the ground and spoke. However, the orc great warrior simply stared at her for a long time, not showing any reaction whatsoever. But, all of a sudden, the great warrior raised its hand high. Mom, even a single fist strike could cause a fatal injury to Kim Yu-rin. The knights rushed forward in fear. But right next moment, all of them had to stop abruptly. The raised hand of the orc great warrior lightly descended on top of Yu-rin's head, and he proceeded to pat her hair gently. After letting out a single fake cough out of embarrassment, the great warrior then turned around and left the battlefield. The surviving orcs started following him. Yu-rin chased after the back of the great warrior with her eyes. Strangely enough, there was a healthy red glow on both of her cheeks. 23. Red Moon 2 Fin. TL, another chapter should go live in a few minutes. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. TL, brought to you by these generous donors, Gerald C., Kenneth P., Donvin T., Mario R., Eric A., Maxwell G., Dale B., Timothy W., Carlis A., Jan B., Stephen M., Donald B., Robert R., Martin G., David R., Daniel T., Dennis D., and Philip G. Thank you for your support. The area where the chaos of the Red Moon had swept across was now filled with forlorn silence and stillness. Under the dim glow of the early morning sunlight, the wounded knights were carried off to the temporary infirmary set up towards the rear, and several knights, fatigued from the endless combat and lacking even the energy to get to the rest area, decided to just plop down on the ground and take break right there. However, even among this scene of near-silent breaths and intermittent groans of pain, there were a few knights present whose first priority wasn't about resting up, but to tease a certain person non-stop. I've already told you many times, it's not like that. Kim Yu-rin. Thanks to that, the person who was probably the most tired of them all, Kim Yu-rin, couldn't even take a proper break and instead had to make excuses one after another. As one could imagine, the problem was with her face going red after the hero orc patted her head. The sight of her crimson cheeks and the past her declaring the goblin is her ideal person overlapped into one, and that resulted in her being seen as a pervert with a weird fetish. But it's a bit, to say you're not. I have never seen our team captain make a face like that before. It's okay, Miss Urin. You can talk to me. You know I am good at keeping secrets. Yi-Hirin, among them, even though one of her arms were heavily wounded, Yi-Hirin didn't forget to be cheerful and teased Urin more than anyone else. It was most likely because, without this kind of distraction, it'd be too difficult for Hirin to endure horrors of what happened here only a few hours ago. No, I'm telling you, honestly it's not like that. It's just that. I was panicking a little because of the manly scent coming from the orc, that's all. As her chain of thought reached up to here, all of a sudden, a spark was ignited in her head. The orc's scent was similar to another one she smelled somewhere else. Although the smell of blood and iron got in the way of detecting it properly, as her senses were sharply tuned, she could pick up on the unexplainable but definite similarity between the orcs and that other scent. Just that, and oh, no, what should we do now? What's gone wrong with our team captain's preference in men? Hey, I said, it's not like that. A hat. That's why Miss Urin was not dating Anu. Woof. Kim Urin hurriedly dashed out and covered Hirin's mouth. And so, as she began wasting what little energy she had left on something quite useless, the questions regarding that scent's origins got naturally faded into the background. Returning to the village with the surviving dozen or so orcs, Si-Jin laid down to take a good rest. But he only needed 4 hours of sleep. The body of the great warrior didn't want to break any longer than that. And so, after waking up when the sun was exactly right in the middle of the sky, he searched for his mobile phone. Oh, so, there hasn't been anything strange with Muffin so far, yes? Yes, sir. With no red moonlight touching her, she didn't behave erratically or anything like that. Johan sung. The red moon caused frenzied and mindless states only by coming into contact with the monsters in the first place. So, rather fortunately, Muffin wasn't affected by it as she was hidden deep underground. Alright, then please continue taking care of the society's matters in the future as well. And if something big happens, resolve it in the way you see fit. Oh, and if you're planning to hire more people, please don't forget that I need to see them at least once. I understand, Mr. Chairman, Johan Sung enthusiastically replied. Si-Jin still had one more thing left to say, though. Have you really understood what I said? I said, in the future. The future, Mr. Han Sung. I beg your pardon? What I'm saying is, not just for this week only, but from now on, you take the reins of managing the society in the future. This was something Si-Jin had been thinking about lately. As the society grew, it would become more specialized and integrated but, well, having a final decision maker who was rather ignorant of the world's business, as well as suffering from chronic shortage of time, now wouldn't that be a fatal disadvantage going forward? That was why it might be better to delegate his role to someone else altogether. No. It should be better. After all, he was already doing nothing much other than giving his approvals. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, are you perhaps going off to somewhere far? No, it's not like that, just that, it's all bothersome, you see? Besides, Mr. Han Sung is twice smarter than I am, anyways. Right. This doesn't mean I'm completely relinquishing my position at all. Mr. Johan Sung as the acting CEO, and I'm the majority shareholder, something like that type of arrangement. That is. It's alright. I know. It's too big a topic to talk over the phone. So let's meet up later on and hash it out. I'm hanging up now. I'm running short on time, you see. Yes, sir. Even though he was still trying to recover his senses from the sudden, super-fast promotion, Johan Sung somehow managed to reply back. Si-Jin chuckled slightly and ended the call. The time to train was here. He changed back to the orc great warrior form. The following evening, before the horrifying memories of the previous night, when monsters ranked higher than upper mid-tier such as ogres flooded in like invading ants, had the chance to fade away, the second red moon appeared. But unlike the initial fears, this time the defenders faced waves of much weaker monsters. Perhaps, that first night must have been just an anomaly. The same thing happened the day after, and then on the day after that as well. The presence of outstanding knights and wizards, as well as the no familiar dependable ally hero orc, who could easily substitute for 1,000 men, made enduring the Red Moon somewhat easier. Of course, during the week-long duration of the Red Moon, not all waves of monsters would be this simple to contain, but still, the participating knights were able to store up their strength this way. What's the matter? You should just ask him out on a date. Yi-Hi-Rin. And now, after the 5th night of the battle had ended, as Kim Yu-Rin continued to stare blankly at the back of the hero orc, Yi-Hi-Rin began to tease her once more. Fuyut. Even Yu Se-young started giggling on the side as she wiped the dried blood off her sword. But then, Yu-Rin's sharp glares landed on her, and all Se-young could do at that moment was to hurriedly stare down at the ground. Be mindful of where you are. Right now, Knight Yi-Hi-Rin and I are not of the same rank. Do I look like a friend to you? My apologies, Mom. Yu Se-young. It seemed that humoring them until now had become a problem. When Kim Yu-Rin hardened her face and shouted out aloud, only then Yi-Hi-Rin stopped with her teasing. I thought that, because the team captain's eyes looked so dreamy. This idiot is? Looked like she was stopping, but I mean, really now. Past 4 days, after battles are over, you've been bringing water to him. And when he's about to leave, you see him out, too. It's so like watching a shy maiden's actions with a guy she fell in love at first sight or something. At first I was teasing you, but now I'm genuinely worried about you, Captain. Please pull yourself together. Yi-Hi-Rin fired off words like machine gun rounds. And at her words, Kim Yu-Rin made a slightly panicking face. She was only trying to figure out that smell of the orc, but now that she thought about it, her actions did look strange enough to rouse misunderstandings. Interspecies mating is not allowed, you know. Morally, legally, and even scientifically, it's definitely not allowed. Eek, it's not like that. I told you over and over again, it's not what you think. When Yi-Hi-Rin spoke with 100% pure worry in her voice, Kim Yu-Rin shouted back with her face totally red. Already a week had passed since the beginning of the Red Moon that made the public worry deeply. For Korea though, the damage it received was far lower compared to other countries. While the first world nations such as the USA and the Western Europe faced unprecedented loss of life and destruction of property due to the Red Moon, in Korea, the defenders fought so well that the first defensive line hadn't even been breached yet. It was all thanks to the hero orc and the brave knights, of course. On top of that, an unknown knight revealed the part of a footage to the world, filmed in the middle of the defense against the Red Moon, which featured the hero orc's role in the battle. The orc's absolutely overwhelming martial prowess was captured in it. The video spread out to the rest of the world in an instant, and not just within the country, but even the other countries boiled over with the stories regarding the hero orc. Within the span of the Red Moon week, the fame of the hero orc had risen up so high that practically everyone knew who it was. Hell, some overseas nations inquired the Korean government about loaning the hero orcs out to them, saying that they'd like to take a male and female pair and have them live in their nation's own respective monster fields. And so, the Red Moon continued to remain as a source of many talking points as well as great sorrow. But finally, on the 8th day of the Red Moon, a very good news spread among the defenders. It's going to end the day after tomorrow. The current location was the first defensive perimeter that had become a total wasteland. After receiving a phone call, Ju Ji-hyuk shouted out in a happy expression, and that caused many wounded and suffering knights to abruptly open their eyes wide. Huh? Really? Who said that? Yi-Hi-Rin was the first to run over and ask, and before anyone knew it, even Kim Yu-Rin and Yu Se-young were standing behind Ju Ji-hyuk now. But other knights couldn't muster up the courage to intrude on the so-called monster family, so they could only eavesdrop from a distance. It's from the chairman. He said that Licken had informed him. The smile on Ji-hyuk's face showed no signs of disappearing. Wah, then that's for real, sire. Yi-Hi-Rin. Yi-Hi-Rin stretched her arms grandly. Nowadays, the Licken's words were accepted as truth, almost on the level of worship, even. There was the contribution of catching vampires, but more importantly, He was the very first person in the history to detect signs of the approaching red moon a week in advance. Wait a second. Did you say Oppa had called? But for some reason, Yoo Se-young glared at Joo Ji-hyuk with stiff face as if something was unsatisfactory. Yes, Joo Ji-hyuk. But why didn't he call me? Yoo Se-young. She began complaining and pulled out her mobile phone. Of course, there was no call from Kim Si-jin. Oh, he said he'd call you soon. Joo Ji-hyuk. He did. Yoo Se-young. SFX for phone ringing. The mobile phone began ringing at the same time. Yoo Se-young's face remained weird as she tried hard to not to show that she was expecting this call while she checked out the LCD screen. And right away, a bright smile bloomed on her lips. May I be excused for a while? Please. Yoo Se-young went towards a quiet area with no people, place where she could talk unhindered with steps light and soft enough to make her float in the air. And the two women, Kim Moo-rin and Yi Hye-rin, who not only didn't have a boyfriend but didn't even have someone they liked, chased after the back of Se-young with envious eyes. As the sky began to redden, the knights began to grasp their weapons, and wizards began channeling mana in their bodies, all getting ready for another night of battle up ahead. The preparation before the battle was top-notch. The morale was deeply boosted with the belief that if they survived tonight and the night after, this damned war would come to an end. SFX for roars of monsters. From somewhere, the cries of monsters rang high into the sky. In the distance, the legendary monster Basilisk could be seen. And there was the single-lead ogre, which was reputedly the most powerful of all ogres, a Cyclops. All the monsters appearing hadn't been seen until now. This was going to be a difficult fight without a doubt. Everyone began tensing up, but none of them scattered. The belief in themselves having grown both emotionally and physically gave them much confidence. And also, there was also the powerful ally helping them out, which helped them relax just a little bit more. All troops, ready your arms. Kim Moo-rin loudly shouted out. Mana coming out from the numerous knights and wizards present started humming in the air. Kim Si-jin, the orc great warrior, swung his mace and then swung some more in this chaotic battlefield. From the mace overflowing with mana, shockwaves and mana-infused sword auras burst out repeatedly, ripping monsters to shreds. The ground brutally split apart, and fountains of blood sprayed into the air, making the red moonlight redder still. The word overwhelming suited the orcs' fighting prowess, but the source of this display of irrepressible power was actually thanks to a certain wonderful cycle that started off by killing monsters in the first place. His skill Predator reinforced his strength the more monsters he killed, and so, in this place overflowing with monsters, whenever he smashed one apart, Si-jin was growing stronger. In other words, even if he couldn't kill a monster today, after going through the day's rapid growth, he'd be able to kill it the following day. It was the same for absorbing the mana stones as well. Normally, in order to absorb one, he'd have dig it out from the heart of the monsters, which would garner a few curious onlookers. But now that he had this mana body, the process had become a lot simpler. He'd just have to touch the dead monster's body to send in his mana and assimilate the mana stone. And so, he absorbed all the mana stones of the countless dead monsters lining up on the ground like a glutton, even in the middle of this crazy melee. One could say that for Kim Si-jin, this red moon was perhaps the greatest event for crazy leveling up, making him stronger today than yesterday, and stronger still tomorrow compared to today. SFX for an Orcish roar. But for now, he didn't have enough time to focus on his growth. He had spotted Kim Moo-rin in the distance, fighting hard against a bladed Dokbi. Maybe it was because she'd been fighting non-stop for the past 4 hours. The mana covering her sword was getting dimmer and dimmer by the second. The orc immediately kicked the ground and rushed towards her location. After arriving there while raising a tempest, he raised the mace up high, and then, slammed down with fierce strike, loaded with seriously ridiculous destructive power. Kwang. The bladed Dokbi raised both of its arms to block the mace, but it was simply not adequate enough. The two arms of this monster, reputedly as strong as that of adamantium, shattered like glass. SFX for a thing going splat. After losing its arms, the bladed Dokbi turned around in order to run away. Obviously, The orc didn't allow that to happen, and he powerfully smacked the back of the monster's head with the mace. With a dull sound of destruction, the monster's head split open like a crushed tomato. Kick. Unfortunately, Kim Yu-rin got caught up in the shockwave of the orc's attack, and fell down on the ground. Gyu. The orc approached her and offered his hand. Kim Yu-rin blankly stared at the creature for a moment, before grabbing it and pulling herself up. Heart. As soon as she was up, the orc once more patted her on the head. She felt like she had reverted back to being a little kid. But it didn't all feel bad. No, it rather felt pretty good. Instead, besides from her father when she was very young, Yu-rin hadn't felt this sensation of being protected by a dependable man up until now. However, Kim Yu-rin deliberately roughly slapped away the orc's hand and let out a loud shout. Her face felt hot for some reason. It was like she was beginning to think, how dare a lowly orc look down on humans? Just die. She loaded mana into her sword and swung it. The winds of mana spread around like the waves of the rough sea. But at that exact moment, the violent current of mana suddenly shot up from the ground. This was energy from a strange magic spell being activated. Everyone carrying a shocked expression, Kim Yu-rin quickly turned her head towards her subordinate knights. And then the ground she was standing on collapsed noisily. 23 Red Moon 3 Fin. TL. Cliff. Oh well. Next chapters should go live tomorrow. I'm going to schedule them as soon as I'm done with posting this one. TL. That's 2 done. 7 left in the queue. If you'd like to see one more chapter added to the queue, the amount left for that is $50 out of 50. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. TL. Brought to you by these generous donors: Gerald C., Kenneth P., Donvin T., Mario R., Eric A., Maxwell G., Dale B., Timothy W., Carlis A., Jan B., Stephen M., Donald B., Robert R., Martin G., David R., Daniel T., Dennis D. and Philip G. Thank you for your support. The invading coldness and the water drops falling on her body woke Kim Yu-rin up. It was pitch dark everywhere. The steam of breath escaping her lips were white. It was really cold in here. So, she tried to wrap her body with the mana barrier. However, mana in her body didn't respond. Thanks to the puzzlement and the subsequent realization of the severity of this situation woke her up from the dazed state real fast. At the same time, she heard a low growl out of the blue. Surprised, she quickly turned her head around and saw the hero orc. And her heart nearly jumped out of her mouth. He was so close that if she reached out, her hand would touch him. She forcibly suppressed her wildly beating heart and tried to stand up. It seemed like she must have hit something while falling, as her knee joints ached. But figuring out where she was had higher priority than worrying about such pain for now. So, she looked around for a cave she fell into after the ground gave in. This place sure looked